Liang, who played in the Chinese Super League in his previous life, unexpectedly finds himself reborn in 1996 as a mixed-race baby of Chinese and British descent. Starting training at the age of 3, he goes through different stages of youth and gradually makes his way to the Premier League, experiencing various transfers along the way. Chapter 1. Time Travel or Rebirth in a Chaotic Darkness. A beam of light flickers, and Liang feels a push towards it. After a while, he feels someone tugging at his butt. Who has no boundaries and is hitting my but while I'm sleeping? Liang struggles to open his eyes and sees a large black woman smiling at him, causing him to cry out in shock. Of course, who wouldn't be startled to see such a big black face smiling at you? Wait, where am I? Wasn't I supposed to? What was I doing? I forgot. Liang furrows his brow, realizing something is not right, and falls asleep again. Mia, thank you for your hard work. A Chinese man gently kisses the forehead of a white woman lying on the hospital bed. Let me see where my little rival is. Mia smiles and points to the crib beside her. You better not disturb him. His crying is quite loud. The Chinese man nods, looking at his adorable son in the crib, unable to resist, gently stroking his forehead. Chapter 2. At 3, determine the future time flies, and little Liang turns 3. He gradually adapts to his body and learns about his family situation. For example, they live at 38 Combe Martin Road in Wandsworth, southwest London, in a classic middle-class white neighborhood. The two-story house is built on a small slope. His father is a sociology professor at Roehampton University, earning $67,000 a year, which is quite high. His mother, Mia, was once an athlete but suffered a ligament injury and planned to go to Roehampton University for rehabilitation when she met his father while walking on a slippery path. After that, they met occasionally, and unbeknownst to her, she retired after completing her rehabilitation training. It seems her father was very angry at first and wanted to meet Liang's father to scold him. But upon learning about his salary, he quickly changed his attitude, and they ended up drinking whiskey together. His grandfather used to be in the timber business and sold it for a good sum, later purchasing properties at 36, 37, and 38 Combe Martin Road, renting out 36 while the family lives in 37 and sold 38 to Liang's father, making them all neighbors. Chapter 3. I want to learn Mandarin too. As spring comes and autumn goes, time passes quickly. Little Liang has been training and competing with the Wandsworth Lions for 2 years. These U5 training sessions have truly opened Liang's eyes, who had years of football experience in his previous life. For instance, during a 5-a-side game, over 10 kids rush around with a single ball, and when the coach blows the whistle, everyone swaps balls. Initially chaotic, the children gradually establish eye contact and understanding, turning into a well-organized team. There's even a 5v51 ball retrieval drill, where a free player is stationed near the halfway line, and the ball-holding team must make 10 passes before passing to the free player, who then continues the play. On weekends, the Wandsworth Lions compete against various U5 teams, 5-a-side. Though there are wins and losses, little Liang's performance receives unanimous praise from coaches and scouts. During a match against the WMF Kingston team, a blonde boy with slick back hair constantly attacks with the ball, but Liang doesn't let him have his way. After stealing the ball, he and his teammates work together, leaving the blonde boy unable to keep up. Chapter 4. Is he really 8? Pass. Receive. Over the bar. Shoot. Beautiful. Look up. Look up. Don't watch the ball. Look up. William, the head coach of the Wandsworth Lions, shouts loudly. Liang, now 1.4 meters tall, is panting on the field. After nearly 200 repetitions of training today, he feels a bit tired. William approaches Liang, pats his back, and tells him to wash up before meeting him in the office. When Liang arrives, besides William and his parents, there are 7 unfamiliar faces looking at him, making the small office feel cramped. After Liang sits down, Coach William explains, Little Liang, you're already 8 years old. Our small club isn't suitable for your training anymore. So these are youth training directors from big clubs, and this is Howard Wilkinson from the FA's youth training program. Wilkinson? Isn't he the former coach of Shenhua? What's he doing here? Liang can't help but ask. Howard Wilkinson smiles at Liang and the others and says, Shall I start first? Everyone nods. Howard Wilkinson takes out a stack of plans from his briefcase and distributes them to everyone present. Chapter 5. Neil based back at home, Grandpa, Grandma, and little uncle were all asking how the results were. When they learned that Xiao Liang hadn't made a choice, they were very happy. This indicated that Xiao Liang was likely to choose the club they supported. In fact, this also made Xiao Liang start to feel conflicted. First of all, he definitely wouldn't choose Fulham and Crystal Palace, and the reason was simple. They were poor, and their youth academy had not produced any good players. As for Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham, they indeed gave Xiao Liang a headache. Watching his father and little uncle squabble over the choice between Arsenal and Tottenham made Liang feel annoyed, especially since he had just finished training that day. He went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of milk, drank it quickly, and then went upstairs to sleep. The family stared at each other in disbelief. Was he really going to sleep like this? How could he sleep through this? His mother, Mia, quietly went upstairs, gently opened Xiao Liang's bedroom door, and saw him lying on the bed with even breathing. Mia tenderly brushed his hair from his forehead, kissed him on the forehead, and softly said good night in his ear before leaving. In reality, Liang couldn't sleep. He was only pretending to be calm, and it was indeed hard not to think about this matter. Chapter 6 Choices and Future on the fifth evening. Xiao Liang sat on the windowsill of his room with his knees hugged to his chest, looking at the starry night sky outside. His heart was as deep and complex as that night sky. Chelsea, Arsenal, and Tottenham's youth training programs were like three brilliant stars, each shining with its own light in his heart. Arsenal and Tottenham's youth training programs each had their own characteristics. Arsenal focused on the technical and tactical development of players, while Tottenham emphasized well-rounded development, balancing cultural education with football skills. Their youth academy had produced many excellent players. All three clubs had extended an olive branch to Liang, and their sincerity and recognition of his potential made him feel honored. But to be honest, Tottenham was not in Xiao Liang's consideration. Just talking about Levy, the owner, was enough. Those who understood knew what that meant. However, Liang couldn't directly refuse and had to consider the feelings of his grandpa and little uncle. The real difficulty lay in choosing between Arsenal and Chelsea. His choice would affect his football career and even his entire life. Once he signed that contract, he would have to strive for the goal of becoming a professional football player, sacrificing a lot of time. While others could go out and play after school, he had to train. As he grew older, he would also have to withstand temptations. While others were drinking beer and chasing girls at 17 or 18, he had to train. But thinking deeper, he could skip the drinking, but he couldn't ignore the girls. Chapter 7 Life at U8 In fact, this was an official media stunt aimed at diverting attention from Chelsea's nouveau riche and money football, showing that the new Chelsea also valued youth training. Xiao Liang was merely a tool to shift the media's focus. An 8-year-old child wouldn't stir up much a wave. In fact, many media outlets didn't even cover this news, and no one cared. At 7 a.m., Xiao Liang had already packed his bags the night before. He planned to stay at the Harrington training base, returning home once a week, which made his mother, Mia, very reluctant. Xiao Liang wiped away his mother's tears, saying, "Mom, don't hug me. It's not like we won't see each other. You can come to visit me anytime, and I'll take good care of myself." He then got on the bus to the Harrington training base. Upon arriving at the Harrington training base, Neil Bass arranged for him to share a room with Chick. The dormitory supervisor, Uncle Redan, opened the door and saw Chick lying in bed, wearing only his shorts and fast asleep. "What time is it? Say hello to your lazy roommate." "Uncle Redan, do you know what privacy means?" "Oh, Leon, hello. I'm Ruben Loftus-Cheek. You can call me Ruben or Chick." Chapter 8 U12 Christmas Cup. When the first rays of morning light filtered through the curtains, Leon woke from his dreams. He rubbed his eyes and gazed at the gradually brightening world outside. At 10 years old, he had already become accustomed to the Cobham training base, one of the top training bases in the UK. Today, Leon had an important appointment to meet with Chelsea's youth training director, Neil Bass, to discuss his new contract. At 9 a.m., his parents accompanied Leon to Neil Bass's office. Neil Bass took out a document with a satisfied smile on his face and said, "Leon, this is the new contract we have prepared for you." Neil Bass handed the document to Leon. "Your performance has exceeded our expectations. Over the past 2 years, you've scored 53 goals and provided 61 assists. We believe you will be Chelsea's star of tomorrow." Neil Bass showcased the terms of the new contract. This contract not only offered better treatment, but also clarified the club's expectations and development direction for him. With a salary of $200 per week for 3 years, Leon read each word carefully, knowing that this was not just a contract, but a milestone in his football career. After Leon signed his name, the PR department took a photo to post on the official website. Chapter 9 League Cup. Liang's days at the Cobham training base were fulfilling and intense. Every day he sweat on the pitch, chasing his football dreams alongside his teammates. However, life often gives surprises when least expected, and for Leon, This surprise came in the form of a rare opportunity to be a ball boy for the English League Cup final. After a training session one day, Leon was called into the office by youth training director Neil Bass. Neil Bass had a rare smile on his face as he handed Leon an invitation printed with the Chelsea club emblem. "Leon, the club has decided to give you a special surprise." Neil Bass's voice was full of encouragement. "You have been selected as one of the ball boys for the upcoming League Cup final, and here are 3 tickets. Your father is an Arsenal fan, right? One of them is for the Arsenal fan section." Leon was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Did Chelsea actually thoughtfully give his father a ticket for the Arsenal fan section? What kind of scheme was this? But being a ball boy, especially in such an important final, was a huge honor for him and would allow him to experience what an English Premier League final felt like. Chapter 10 U17 European Championship. After the commotion of winning the League Cup gradually subsided, the locker room at Stamford Bridge was left in silence. Leon sat on the bench in the locker room, filled with complex emotions. He thought about Terry's bravery on the pitch and everything he had done for the team. Leon felt he must visit this Chelsea legend. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Leon's young face. He decided to visit the warrior who had fought like a lion on the pitch. He notified Todd, who agreed to drive him there. Leon didn't dare to have his beautiful mother take him. After all, Leon didn't buy a bouquet of flowers like other Brits. Instead, he went to Chinatown and bought a fruit basket. Flowers were useless, but fruit could be eaten. Leon walked through the hospital corridor, his footsteps echoing in the quiet air, and he saw a beautiful blonde lady. "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, Miss Paul. I would like to visit the captain." "I am Leon from Chelsea's Youth Academy and also the captain of the U12 team. I was his ball boy in yesterday's League Cup match. Is that okay?" Tony Paul, Terry's wife, did not agree immediately, but went into the room to ask Terry first. Chapter 11. Young Lions and the Orange Army. On the night of May 21st, 2014, the Takhali National Stadium in Malta was brightly lit, welcoming the final of the 2014 UEFA U17 Championship. On this breathtaking night, the young talents of England and the Netherlands stood on the pitch, engaging in a fierce battle for the championship trophy. This was not just a football match, but a collision of future hopes for both countries, a weaving of dreams and passions. Before the match began, the atmosphere in the England team's locker room was filled with tension and anticipation. The players were preparing to take the field when Coach Peacock entered the locker room to make final arrangements and motivate the players. However, Leon hoped Peacock would wait a moment. Leon put on the captain's armband, walked to the center of the locker room, his eyes shining with determination. He cleared his throat and began his passionate speech. "Brothers, we stand here today not just for ourselves, but for the future of English football." His voice was loud and powerful, every word filled with strength. "We have come this far through countless hardships and challenges, but it is these experiences that have made us stronger." Chapter 12. Marina Granovskaya. After the match, Leon returned to London and decided to go on vacation with his family to Mallorca, Spain, to enjoy a moment of leisure. This trip was not only for relaxation, but also to celebrate his brilliant achievements in the UEFA U17 Championship. Accompanying him were his father, Todd, and mother, Mia. On the sunny beaches of Mallorca, Leon and his family fully enjoyed their holiday. During the day, they relaxed on the long beaches, feeling the warmth of the sun and the gentle sea breeze. Leon participated in water activities with his father, such as sailing and diving, exploring the beautiful underwater world of Mallorca. Mia enjoyed sunbathing on the beach, reading a good book, and savoring peaceful moments. They also visited the famous Calvia Beach in Mallorca, known for its white sands and clear waters, a paradise for tourists. Leon and his family tried thrilling water sports like jet skiing and banana boating, filled with laughter and joy. In the evenings, the family dined at local restaurants, enjoying authentic Spanish cuisine. They tasted local seafood paella, Spanish ham, and various fresh seafood. In the brightly lit seaside restaurant, they enjoyed delicious food while admiring the magnificent sunset, spending many unforgettable nights. They also toured Mallorca's historical sites, including the Palma Cathedral and Belver Castle. Chapter 13. I'm Going to Kill You. Chelsea Football Club officially announced Leon's signing on its website. The announcement detailed Leon's football background, his outstanding performance in the U17 European Championship, and his future development plans at Chelsea. Shortly after the announcement, Chelsea's official website and social media accounts were filled with messages and congratulations from fans. The announcement specifically mentioned, We are pleased to announce that Leon has officially signed with Chelsea Football Club. His performance in the U17 European Championship left a deep impression on us, and we look forward to his future at Chelsea. Chelsea fans both domestically and internationally reacted with relative coldness and skepticism to Leon's signing. They believed that despite Leon's outstanding performance in the U17 European Championship, it would be very difficult for Chelsea's youth players to get playing time in the first team. Chelsea hasn't given youth players a chance in a long time. I don't think Leon can break this trend, wrote a foreign fan on Twitter. I hope he gets a chance. But the reality is that the competition in Chelsea's first team is too fierce, commented another fan. The domestic fans' reactions to Leon's signing were more complex, with some fans holding a wait-and-see attitude about Leon's abilities and potential, while others doubted whether the signing was driven by commercial considerations. Chapter 14. First half the day before the 2014 Premier League opener, Chelsea's head coach Mourinho held an important tactical meeting in the tactics room at Cobham Training Base. The team was about to face their first match of the new season, and Mourinho hoped to ensure that every player clearly understood their responsibilities and tactical arrangements. In the tactics room, Mourinho used a projector to present the opponent's tactical analysis and explain Chelsea's response strategies in detail. He emphasized the importance of solid defense and quick counterattacks, requiring every player to maintain high levels of focus and discipline during the match. We must firmly control the midfield and quickly transition to attack. Everyone must understand their position and tasks. We cannot afford to be complacent at any time, Mourinho said seriously. After the tactical arrangement, Mourinho announced the starting and substitute lineup for tomorrow's match, filling the tactics room with tense anticipation. Mourinho cleared his throat and began to read out the names of the starting players. Goalkeeper, Courtois, Mourinho said. This statement created a subtle atmosphere in the room. Although Courtois had performed excellently in the preseason, Cech had long been Chelsea's first-choice goalkeeper, having established an unshakable position in the team over the years. Upon hearing this decision, Cech's expression darkened, clearly disappointed at being replaced. Chapter 15. Second half. As the second half began, Chelsea players returned to the field with the momentum from the first half. Burnley players also adjusted their tactics, trying to equalize with the support of their home fans. Just after the second half started, Burnley launched a fierce attack. Burnley midfielder Marnie intercepted Fabregas's pass in midfield and quickly advanced with the ball. He passed it to Ings, who took a long-range shot outside the penalty area, sending the ball flying towards the top left corner of the goal. Courtois made an incredible save, diving to block the ball successfully. Sky Sport commentator Gary Neville commented, "Courtois' save was crucial. He demonstrated the level of a world-class goalkeeper. With performances like this, it will be hard for Cech to reclaim the starting position." Jamie Carragher added, "Burnley's attack was threatening, but Courtois' reaction was too quick. That's what top goalkeepers do." But Gary, Cech would be a starter in any Premier League team. Chelsea is now in a goalkeeper dilemma. Burnley's attack was unsuccessful, and Chelsea quickly launched a counterattack. Hazard broke through on the left, rapidly advancing with the ball. He passed it to Willian, who made a breakthrough and took a low shot, but the ball was saved by Burnley goalkeeper Heaton. Chapter 16. Chelsea's crown prince after the match. Chelsea players returned to the locker room to enjoy some relaxation time after the victory. Leon, having finished his shower, was only wrapped in a white towel and wearing slippers as he walked towards his locker, intending to change into his regular clothes. He glanced at his phone and saw a missed call from his agent, Barnett. However, he didn't return the call immediately. Instead, he decided to chat with his teammates first. Wanted to see what the older guys did after winning before calling back. Ruben Loftus-Cheek sat beside Leon, his expression somewhat serious. Leon noticed his mood and asked with concern, "Loftus, what's wrong? You seem a bit down." Loftus sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I heard I might be loaned to Crystal Palace. I'm just a bit worried." "What are you worried about? Getting playing time is good," Leon asked, puzzled. "At Crystal Palace, there's a buyout clause, and I don't really want to go there. Do you want to play?" Loftus helplessly thought, "They're offering a rotation role. Then go, why not?" This time, Loftus didn't answer, but was lost in thought. Seeing this, Leon wanted to cheer him up and asked mysteriously, "Do you know what the fans of Hawaii will call you?" Chapter 17. Moving in after joining Chelsea's first team, Leon quickly felt the high intensity and quality of training at a top professional club. The training quality far exceeded his experiences in the youth team. Every movement, every detail needed to be precise, and every pass and run had to be flawless. The coaches had very strict requirements for each player. Every training session felt like a mini-match, and players had to give their all. However, Training time was significantly shorter, from the previous 9 to 5 schedule to now 9 to 2, allowing first-team players more time to rest and spend with family. Of course, many first-team players still kept the 9 to 5 habit, but not including Hazard, who could be said to be the laziest player Lyon had seen since joining Chelsea's youth training. During small-sided games, Hazard barely moved. Even when he received the ball, he would quickly pass it to a teammate, staying within his little bubble, and during fitness training, he was nowhere to be found until one time the coaching staff saw him half lying in the pool, chatting with the female team doctor. But that didn't stop him from performing exceptionally well every Saturday. He really was a case of people can be infuriatingly good. Chapter 18. Where is your Vanessa? On the morning of August 30th, 2014, outside Goodison Park, there was already a huge crowd. Everton fans had gathered early around the stadium, wearing the home team's blue jerseys, waving flags, and singing the club anthem, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. The streets were filled with vendors selling souvenirs and fan scarves, and food stalls were wafting delicious aromas. Outside the stadium, Everton organized a series of activities to welcome fans. Classic match highlights from the two teams' histories were played on big screens, attracting many fans to stop and watch. There were also interactive games and lottery activities, allowing fans to win signed jerseys and tickets. Chelsea fans were also not to be outdone. They gathered together, wearing blue Chelsea jerseys, singing the club anthem, and cheering for their team. Despite being the away team, Chelsea fans still showed great enthusiasm and support. When Chelsea's bus slowly drove into Goodison Park, the atmosphere instantly became tense. A large number of Everton fans gathered outside the bus, clearly not welcoming the visiting team. The fans' emotions ran high as they shouted loudly, expressing hostility towards Chelsea players in various ways. Chapter 19. Yes, just a kid. Sky Sport commentators Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher reported on the tense atmosphere before the match. Chelsea was facing a hostile environment today, and the fans at Goodison Park were ready to cheer for their team, Neville said. In the domestic broadcast, PTV commentators Zhang Jun and Huang Jinxiang also discussed the match atmosphere during the live coverage. This was an important away challenge for Chelsea this season, and the atmosphere at Goodison Park was very lively, with fans' emotions running high, Zhang Jun commented. When Chelsea announced their starting lineup, Lyon's name was prominently featured, sparking heated discussions on domestic social media. On Weibo, fans and critics had different reactions. Supporters excitedly expressed their expectations and joy. Blue Bridge Guardian, Lyon is starting. Looking forward to his brilliant performance. Go Lyon. Chelsea diehard fan, finally waiting for you, Lyon. Hope you shine today. However, the mockery and criticism from detractors followed. Truth seeker. Lyon starting? What is Mourinho doing? Does he understand football? Hater leader. Lyon is just on the field to sell jerseys. What can he really do in a real match? Chapter 20. Clever Hazard. After the first half, Chelsea players returned to the locker room one after another. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and tension. Although they were leading 2-1, everyone felt that the second half would be even more intense and challenging. Lyon walked into the locker room, feeling some soreness in his leg muscles. The previous contest had been very intense, and his body was starting to feel some fatigue. He knew it wasn't tea time to relax. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Mourinho walked into the locker room, his gaze quickly scanning each player. Although his face showed little expression, the determination and confidence in his eyes gave the players a sense of strength. You all did very well, Mourinho said. We showed strong attacking power and teamwork in the first half, but the match isn't over yet. We must continue to maintain high-intensity defense and attack in the second half, giving the opponents no chances. He particularly glanced at Lyon and nodded. Your performance was good. Keep calm. Don't let the opponent's fouls disrupt your rhythm. Barry and McCarthy are already on edge. When they foul you, lie down on the grass for a bit. Terry will keep pressuring the referee. There's a chance to penalize them. Your role in midfield is critical now. We need you to continue organizing the attack. Chapter 21. Lower body muscles. After Lyon was substituted, Chelsea continued their strong offensive. In the 77th minute, Chelsea organized a fluid attack from midfield. Ramirez received a pass from Matic and quickly advanced to the edge of the penalty area. He keenly observed the gaps in the opponent's defense, cleverly inserted into the box, and with a precise push, sent the ball into the net, making the score 5-2. Lyon jumped up excitedly from the bench when he saw the goal, cheering with his teammates. He clapped his hands, applauding Ramirez's brilliant performance, and celebrated with teammates like Drogba and Skirl. PTV Jean-Jun also praised. Ramirez's goal came at the right time, solidifying Chelsea's lead. As the match neared its end, Chelsea's attack remained strong. In the 90th minute, Leon saw a brilliant counterattack from the bench. Ramirez was once again the key figure. After intercepting the ball in midfield, he quickly advanced and passed it to Hazard ahead. Hazard calmly controlled the ball, faced the goalkeeper, and with a composed push, scored, sealing the victory with the score at 6-2. Chapter 22. Meeting with the international break approaching. The England national team had previously announced the new training squad. Leon, of course, was not included and had no expectations, as he had just begun to make a name for himself and needed more time and performances to prove himself. Players without national team duties were given a 3-day vacation. Leon planned to use this time to take his driving test. This has been his plan all along, but due to the busy schedule of training and matches, he never had time to complete it. Now, a 3-day holiday has given him the perfect opportunity. Leon arrived at the driving school early in the morning to begin his road test. The instructor was very satisfied with his performance. "Leon, your reaction speed and concentration are very good. It seems that your training in football has also helped you in driving." Leon smiled and replied, "Thank you, coach. I could smoothly obtain my driver's license thanks to your help." This flattery made the driving school instructor very happy. Besides getting his driver's license, he couldn't stop training during these 3 days of vacation. He could only practice in his gym in the afternoon, and in the evening, he would go out for a run to relax while maintaining his fitness. Chapter 23. My dog can write books. Leon was sitting at the breakfast table, enjoying his usual healthy breakfast. The sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the table, and the weather was particularly sunny today. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his agent Barnett calling. "Good morning, Leon." Barnett's voice sounded excited. "I have some good news to share with you." Leon put down his coffee cup and listened attentively. "Oh, what good news?" "First, a popular football program in Huagua wants to interview you," Barnett continued. "They are very interested and want to learn about your career and personal life." Leon was a bit surprised. "Really? That's great news." Barnett continued. "They will send you a list of questions in the afternoon. Take a look at them and let me know if there are any you don't want to answer, and I will have them avoid those questions." Leon thought for a moment and said he had nothing he couldn't answer, but then remembered something. "Tell them I won't answer questions about the national team. Everything else is fine." "Okay, no problem." Barnett continued. "There's also an advertising opportunity for CK underwear. They think your image fits the brand style and want to invite you to endorse it and film an advertisement and photos." Chapter 24. Am I cheap? Just as Leon was about to finish a day's training, his phone rang. A text from Dua Lipa popped up. "Hi, Leon. Do you want to go for a run together?" Leon looked at the message and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I've been running all day. Do I have to run again?" Leon instinctively wanted to refuse, but his body was honest, deeply rooted in the traditional male virtue of Huagua. Leon replied, "Sure. When shall we meet?" Dua Lipa quickly replied, "In half an hour. See you at the usual place." Half an hour later, Leon put on his running shoes and arrived at the park. Dua Lipa, with her ponytail, was already waiting there. When she saw Leon, she waved and smiled. "Hello, Leon. Are you ready to run another lap?" Leon shook his head with a smile. "You are really full of energy. I just finished a day of training. But to keep you company, I'll run again." The two began running side by side. Dua Lipa said while running, "How have you been lately? Any news?" Leon thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's one thing. I want to give you a gift." Dua Lipa tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Oh, what gift? It wouldn't be running shoes, would it?" Chapter 25. Never, ever, ever give up at 7 a.m. Several black business cars quietly parked on Lindy Avenue No. 3 near the Cobham base, which is Leon's home. The car doors opened, and Jean-Jun, Jean-Lu, and members of the filming crew got out. In front of them was a detached villa with an 80-square-meter garden, 2 floors above ground, 1 floor below, 5 bedrooms and bathrooms, and a private gym. At that moment, Leon had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. He heard the noise outside and knew the filming crew had arrived. He quickly finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom, and welcomed the guests who had come from afar. Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu stood at the door, and when they saw Leon come out, smiles appeared on their faces. Jean-Jun said in English, "Good morning, Leon. We are so excited to meet you." Leon smiled back and replied in fluent Mandarin, "Good morning, Teacher Jean-Jun. Teacher Jean-Lu, welcome to my home." Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu were immediately surprised, with Jean-Jun exclaiming, "Leon, your Mandarin is really good. This is so unexpected." Chapter 26. Who is Diego Costa? At 8:30 a.m., The filming crew arrived at the entrance of the Cobham training base, where a well-dressed middle-aged man was waiting for them. This man was Atkins, an official responsible for public relations at Chelsea Football Club. He smiled and welcomed the crew, extending his hand and saying, "Good morning, welcome to the Cobham training base. I am Atkins, in charge of public relations." Jean June shook his hand and replied, "Good morning, Atkins. It's great to meet you. Thank you for the arrangements." Jean-Lu also politely greeted him, "Hey, good morning." Atkins led the crew into the training base, and after passing through several corridors, they arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was spacious and bright, with classic photos from Chelsea's history hanging on the walls. The dining table was already set with a rich breakfast, including fresh fruits, various breads, scrambled eggs, bacon, sausages, and cereals. Atkins pointed at the dining table and said, "This is our cafeteria. You can choose your favorite breakfast. Today's training is scheduled to start at 9 a.m., so we have plenty of time to enjoy breakfast." At this moment, Leon entered the cafeteria, dressed in training gear and looking energetic. Chapter 27. I want to buy a bag for your wife after training. Leon and his teammates walked into the locker room, taking off their sweaty training gear to shower. After showering, Leon had just sat down when his phone vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Dua Lipa. "Hi, Leon. Do you want to go for a run this afternoon?" Leon looked at the message, his lips curling into a slight apologetic yet mischievous smile, and replied, "Not today. I need to prepare for the match." "Aren't we seeing each other the day after tomorrow for the match? You miss me that much?" A few seconds later, his phone vibrated again, and Dua Lipa replied, "Yes. I want to see you once more before the match. After all, you're a big star. I found you on Twitter with that killer gaze and lower body muscles." Haha. Leon couldn't help but feel amused and speechless upon reading this. He could only change the subject and reply, "We'll see each other soon. Let's meet up after the match." Putting his phone back in his pocket, Leon quickly changed his clothes and prepared to leave. In the locker room, his teammates were chatting and sharing funny stories. The air was filled with the scent of sweat after exercise and cheerful laughter. Leon slung his backpack over his shoulder and waved goodbye to his teammates. "Guys, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." Chapter 28. Oscar's emotions after a day of training. The players gradually returned to the locker room, tired but fulfilled as they packed up their gear. Mourinho entered the locker room with a serious, yet slightly smiling expression. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Everyone, today's training was outstanding," Mourinho said, his voice filled with authority and encouragement. "Now it's time for tomorrow's starting lineup." Leon looked up, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Courtois, Ivanovic, Cahill, Terry, Azpilicueta, Matic, Fabregas, Leon, Hazard, Willian, Diego Costa. Hearing his name officially included in the starting lineup, he couldn't help but clench his fists, cheering himself on. His teammates came over, patting Leon on the shoulder to congratulate him. Hazard and Diego Costa even jokingly said, "Hey kid, make sure to pass me the ball tomorrow." They laughed and left the locker room. However, one person looked a bit unhappy. Oscar stood aside, his expression somewhat stiff. He looked at Leon, his mouth twitching slightly, but said nothing. Mourinho noticed Oscar's emotions. He knew that the young Brazilian player must be feeling upset. After all, Leon's starting position meant Oscar lost his chance to play. Mourinho walked over to Oscar, patted him on the shoulder, and said softly, "Oscar, you are also an important part of the team. We need your support and readiness from the bench in tomorrow's match." Oscar looked at Mourinho, but did not respond and simply left the locker room. Mourinho watched Oscar's back as he walked away and returned to his office. After training, Leon returned home, walked into the living room, and first turned on the TV, tuning into a channel that was airing a replay of last night's match. On the screen, he saw himself, the version of himself running with all his might. He changed into comfortable sportswear and headed to his small home gym. The gym was well equipped with a treadmill, dumbbells, and resistance bands. Leon decided to start with some stretching exercises to relax his tense muscles. He picked up the resistance band, firmly grasped the handles, and steadied his feet on the base, slowly pulling the band upward. With each stretch, he could feel the tension and relaxation of his back muscles. After finishing his stretches, Leon turned to the treadmill, set the speed and time, and began jogging. His steps were light and powerful, his arms swinging naturally, each stride full of rhythm. His gaze occasionally swept over to the TV, watching other teams' matches. "What a beautiful goal," he muttered to himself. After running, Leon walked to a corner of the gym, picked up a pair of dumbbells, and began upper body training. He slightly spread his feet, standing firmly, holding the dumbbells in both hands, first slowly lifting them, then steadily lowering them. After finishing his workout, Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to the kitchen to prepare a simple dinner. He took some ingredients from the fridge: chicken breast, broccoli, carrots, and some simple seasonings. He first sliced the chicken breast into thin pieces, his knife skills steady and proficient. Turning on the stove, heating the pan, and pouring in oil, the whole process was smooth and natural. He placed the chicken slices into the hot oil, and with a sizzling sound, the kitchen gradually filled with a delicious aroma. Leon skillfully flipped the spatula. Each flip ensured the chicken was evenly cooked, gradually turning golden. Before long, a dish of stir-fried chicken and vegetables was ready. Leon plated the dish neatly and then walked to the dining table. Setting down the plate and beginning to enjoy the dinner he had prepared himself. Chapter 29. The Blue Ocean Dad. Hurry up, we're going to be late, Dua Lipa urged. She paced anxiously at home, glancing at the clock on the wall. She had urged her father several times, but he was still leisurely organizing his instruments. Her father, Dukakin Lipa, smiled helplessly. Don't rush, the match is still 3 hours away. Dua Lipa frowned, but spoke in a playful tone. Oh, you don't know how congested it will be around Stamford Bridge. We should leave early. Dukakin sighed. All right, I'm coming. To avoid traffic, Dua Lipa and her father decided to take the subway to Stamford Bridge. The subway station was not far from home, and they hurried towards the station. On the platform, Dukakin suddenly asked, by the way, how did you get this ticket? Dua Lipa's heart tightened, but she quickly put on a relaxed demeanor. Oh, a friend gave it to me. He had an extra ticket. Dukakin looked at her with some confusion. What friend is so generous? Dua Lipa quickly changed the subject. Just an old friend. The train is coming. The surrounding fans were enthusiastic, chatting excitedly, and sharing their love for Chelsea in anticipation for the match. A fan turned around and saw the father-daughter duo, smiling and saying, Are you here to support Chelsea too? Chapter 30. A touch of red buried deep before the match began, the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge reached a climax. Fans gathered in the stands, eagerly awaiting the start of the game. The large screen above the stadium flickered with bright lights, accompanied by exhilarating music as the Stamford Bridge DJ began announcing the starting lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your Chelsea Football Club starting lineup. Number 13, Courtois. The fans erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Number 26, Captain John Terry. Terry's name drew the loudest reaction as he enjoyed the passionate support of the fans as captain. Each player's name brought about waves of cheers, with fans raising their hands and waving Chelsea's blue scarves. Number 18, Leon. As Leon's name was called out, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. For the fans, Leon was the second homegrown player from Chelsea's youth academy to start, and this was his first match at home. In the stands, Dua Lipa also excitedly stood up, and when the DJ announced number 18, she joined the fans in shouting, Leon. Her eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but cheer along with the crowd. Chapter 31. Celebrating the goal at halftime, the Chelsea players walked back to the locker room. The stoppage time goal had boosted the team's morale, and the players' faces were filled with renewed determination and confidence. In the locker room, everyone patted each other on the shoulders, encouraging one another. Mourinho stood in the center, wearing a confident smile. He saw the players' state and nodded in satisfaction. Mourinho stepped forward a few paces and, with his signature firm tone, said, You all performed very well in the last few minutes of the first half. That's the fighting spirit and teamwork we need. We must maintain this state and continue to put pressure on our opponents. He scanned the players and continued, Swansea's defense is solid, but you have already found their weaknesses. Keep using our speed and skills to create opportunities. Remember, our goal is to win the match, not just to equalize. At that moment, Leon raised his hand, and everyone looked at him. He cleared his throat and said, Today, my family and the girl I like are here in the stands. I just want to win, not only for the team, but also for them. The locker room fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Terry smiled and said, Did you hear that, guys? Today we are fighting not only for ourselves, but also for Leon's family and the girl. Chapter 32. Seeking answers as the match entered the 70th minute, Mourinho decided to make a substitution. The fourth official raised the substitution board, displaying Leon's number. Leon received warm applause from the fans as he walked off the pitch, head held high, to welcome Ramirez, who was about to come on. When Leon reached the sidelines, Mourinho kindly patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, Well done, Leon. Your performance today was outstanding. Liang wore a proud smile. But Mourinho continued in a seemingly serious tone. However, now you need to sit on the bench. Don't look around, be serious, and don't steal the spotlight. Liang was taken aback, somewhat confused, but then he sensed a protective meaning in Mourinho's gaze. Mourinho continued to explain softly, there will be many cameras on you. We need to stay focused, and you must leave a professional impression on the opponents and the media. Liang nodded, understanding Mourinho's intention. He knew this was not just a reminder, but also a form of protection. Mourinho hoped to relieve some of the media pressure on him in this way. Chapter 33. Please don't hurt her. Liang was sitting on the bus when his phone suddenly lit up, displaying a message from Dua Lipa. His heart raced, and he nervously opened the message. Dua Lipa replied, "Hi, Liang. The match today was really great. I quite like you too. Can you come to my house tonight? My dad wants to meet you. He has prepared dinner pies and stuffed peppers." Seeing this message, Liang felt both excited and nervous. He took a deep breath, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Dua Lipa's reply made him happy, but the thought of meeting her father made him a bit apprehensive. He silently reminded himself, "Her father? Right, she came with her dad today. I totally forgot about that." Countless possible scenarios flashed through his mind, making Liang's palms sweat and leaving him somewhat at a loss. After sending his message, Liang took a deep breath, trying to relax. He knew tonight would be an important moment. After returning home, Liang couldn't stop thinking about meeting Dua Lipa's father. He felt a wave of nervousness and anxiety, his heart racing. He stood in front of the mirror, pondering what kind of clothes would leave a good impression. Chapter 34. What is it to you the morning after the match? Liang enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation as the club gave everyone a day off. He woke up early and had a hearty breakfast, happily recalling the match and that unforgettable moment from last night. Just as Liang finished his breakfast, his phone rang. The screen showed the name of his agent, Barnett. Liang answered the call, and Barnett's voice came through, filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. "Liang, do you know? Almost every sports newspaper in the world has your picture kissing the girl on the front page today." Liang was slightly taken aback, then felt a mix of excitement and unease. He asked, "Really? Such a big reaction?" Barnett continued, "Yes, now almost everyone who follows football knows you. Your Twitter and Weibo are trending #1, and your fan base has skyrocketed. However, there are quite a few people criticizing you, especially former Manchester United captain Roy Keane." Liang frowned and asked, "Roy Keane? What did he say?" Barnett sighed and explained, "Roy Keane criticized your behavior on a TV show. He said what you did was very unprofessional and that you insulted the sport of football. While 22 warriors are fighting on the pitch, you seem to be playing house. He thinks you should focus more on the match rather than displaying emotions on the field." Chapter 35. Schalke 0. For the morning sun shone through the mist. At the training ground, the air was filled with the fresh scent of the grass. Liang and his teammates arrived early for a light training session. The training mainly consisted of stretching, passing, and simple tactical drills to maintain their physical flexibility and condition. Before the training started, the team's fitness coach led everyone through a warm-up. Liang followed his teammates in various stretching exercises, thoroughly relaxing every muscle from head to toe. After the warm-up, the coach arranged some light running and agility training. Liang felt his muscles gradually relax. Today's training was primarily to maintain their condition rather than engage in high-intensity confrontations. That evening, they would fly to Germany to prepare for the Champions League group match against Schalke 0 for the day after tomorrow. Therefore, the coach specifically arranged a light training session to ensure the players maintained their condition without becoming fatigued from overtraining. This season, Chelsea was placed in Group G of the Champions League, with opponents including Schalke 04, Sporting Lisbon, and Maribor. They were relatively fortunate. At least on paper, Chelsea was definitely ranked first. Chapter 36. Schalke 04. First half in the afternoon. Mourinho arrived on time at a conference center in Dusseldorf to attend a pre-match press conference. The conference room was filled with reporters, and the flashbulbs kept flashing as everyone eagerly awaited the Chelsea manager's remarks. Dressed in Chelsea training gear, Mourinho confidently walked up to the podium. He looked around and smiled, nodding to indicate that the reporters could start asking questions. A British reporter was the first to stand up, asking, "Mr. Mourinho, do you have any special tactical arrangements for tomorrow's match against Schalke 04? Mourinho smiled and replied, "Every match has its uniqueness, and the same goes for facing Schalke 04. They're a very strong team with excellent midfield control and fast counterattacking ability. We will formulate corresponding tactical arrangements based on the opponent's characteristics." Another German reporter quickly followed up with a question. How do you evaluate Schalke 04's performance this season? Which players need special attention? Mourinho nodded and said, Schalke 04 has performed very well this season, especially in attack. Their forward Huntelaar and midfielder Draxler are both very talented players, and we need to pay special attention to them. Additionally, their overall tactical discipline is very strong, which is an important aspect we need to address. Chapter 37. Schalke 4's second half. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match officially began. The Chelsea players quickly got into the game, continuing their aggressive attacks in an attempt to extend their lead. The Schalke 04 players appeared more active, beginning to intensify their midfield battles in an effort to turn the tide. In the 50th minute, Chelsea still maintained control of the match. Hazard and Willian frequently broke through on the flanks, creating several threatening crosses. Drogba was also very active up front, constantly seeking shooting opportunities. In the 53rd minute, Hazard broke through on the left and crossed the ball. Drogba's header inside the box was brilliantly saved by the Schalke 04 goalkeeper, and Chelsea missed a golden opportunity for a goal. During this period, Schalke 04's defense faced tremendous pressure, but they held their ground stubbornly. In the 56th minute, Fabregas's long-range shot from outside the penalty area was once again saved by the Schalke 04 goalkeeper. Despite Chelsea creating multiple opportunities, they were unable to score again. As time passed, Schalke 04 gradually found their rhythm in the match and began to organize threatening attacks. In the 60th minute, Schalke 04 earned a corner kick during a quick counterattack. After the corner was taken, Huntelaar leapt high in the penalty area to head the ball towards goal, but it narrowly missed the post, allowing Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. Press conference after the match. The press conference room was nearly full. The brilliant lights of Schalke 04's home stadium had dimmed, but the enthusiasm of the media remained high, with flashes from cameras illuminating the entire room. Mourinho entered the press conference with young player Leon, who had performed excellently in the match, and sat behind the long table. Mourinho was as confident as ever, wearing that enigmatic calm smile, while Leon appeared somewhat nervous. After the host briefly introduced the match result, he signaled for reporters to begin their questions. A reporter sitting in the front row raised his hand, holding a phone, and asked in a hurried tone, Mr. Mourinho, Chelsea won 2-1 against Schalke 04 today, but the match seemed very difficult, especially in the last 20 minutes. Are you satisfied with the team's performance? Do you think today's victory involved an element of luck? Mourinho smiled slightly, a glint of wisdom and humor in his eyes. He leaned slightly towards a microphone and spoke in a calm, yet confident tone. Luck? Luck always favors the prepared. Our performance today was impeccable, especially from young players like Leon, whose calmness and determination under pressure were key to our victory. There are always ups and downs in a match. Schalke is a strong team, and they caused us quite a bit of trouble in the final stages. But we withstood the pressure and earned the 3 points. This is not luck, this is strength. Chapter 39. Phone call. The press conference had just ended, and Leon had not yet had time to relax. He walked out of the venue with Mourinho, still reflecting on the earlier scene. Mourinho casually glanced at him and said, Are you ready? Outside, a pack of hungry wolves is waiting for us. Leon nodded, and as he approached the bus waiting outside, he saw his teammates already seated inside, seemingly waiting for him and Mourinho to arrive. As the bus door opened, Drogba's familiar deep laughter echoed. You made it, Leon. Attending the press conference with the boss and speaking so eloquently, Drogba teased him. Other teammates in the bus joined in the fun, some patting Leon on the shoulder, others gently nudging his arm, mixing teasing with admiration and affirmation. Leon scratched his head, unsure of what to say. He had thought he would be too nervous to speak, but unexpectedly, he managed to handle the aggressive reporters with composure beside Mourinho. Mourinho also smiled, seemingly pleased with Leon's performance. He speaks so officially, Mourinho remarked. A 17-year-old speaking like a 30-year-old. Chapter 40. New love. The day after the match, back in England, Leon finally had some time to breathe. He returned to his home in London, dropped off his luggage, and sighed with relief. However, the subtle pressure in his heart had not completely dissipated. Just then, he heard the doorbell. Leon opened the door to find Dua Lipa standing outside, holding a basket of fruit. She smiled as she walked in, but there was a hint of concern in her eyes. Hi, Leon, Dua Lipa said softly. I brought some fruit over and wanted to see how you are. Leon smiled, accepting the basket. Thank you, Dua. Come in and sit down. Dua Lipa walked into the living room, looked around, and then sat on the sofa. Leon sat across from her, gazing at her gently. Have a recent news and online comments put a lot of pressure on you? Dua Lipa asked with concern. Leon looked at Dua Lipa. There's indeed some pressure, but I'm used to it. Dua Lipa smiled slightly, reaching out to hold Leon's hand. You know, I really worry about you. It makes me sad to see those news and comments. Leon gently squeezed her hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Dua. Chapter 41. Special program. Leon and Dua Lipa nestled on the sofa, warm light spilling over them, making the entire room feel particularly cozy and inviting. After turning on the TV, they tuned into the PTV channel, ready to watch a special program about Leon. Each held a cup of hot tea, their eyes full of anticipation. On the TV screen, the program's opening began, and the figures of Jean Jun and Jean Lu appeared, smiling as they introduced tonight's special program. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the PTV special program. Tonight, we will bring you closer to a young and talented football genius, Leon. Jean Jun's voice was filled with passion. The footage switched to the production team arriving at Leon's home, showing Jean Jun and Jean Lu greeting Leon at the door. Good morning, Leon. Your home is beautiful. Jean Lu's voice came through the TV. Leon smiled in the program and replied, Thank you. This is where I live and train. Welcome, everyone. The camera then shifted to Leon leading the production team on a tour of his new home. From the living room to the kitchen, and then to his private gym. Every detail was showcased vividly. This is my gym, and I do strength training here every day, Leon said, pointing at the gym equipment. Chapter 42. Blue Moon. After watching the special program, Leon and Dua Lipa sat quietly on the sofa, enjoying this sweet moment. However, little did they know that, at this very moment, the media and public's reactions had exploded online. As soon as the TV program ended, discussions on social media surged like a tide. Weibo was filled with heated discussions about Leon. Many netizens criticized the Chinese Football Association, questioning their previous accusations against Leon. Is this what you call a lavish lifestyle? Leon's discipline and hard work are evident. Are the leaders of the Football Association jealous that Leon is doing well abroad? Ha ha ha. Chinese Football Association. Please explain how this lifestyle is lavish. Leon's discipline, training, and life made it hard to understand how the leaders of the Football Association defined a lavish lifestyle. This comment received thousands of replies, most of which supported Leon. Many former stars from the Chinese football community also expressed their opinions, supporting Leon and voicing their dissatisfaction with the association's accusations. The Emperor Li Yi commented, Leon's performance gives us hope. Chinese players can play well, live disciplined lives, and work hard. I really don't know what some people are thinking. Chapter 43. Mourinho's fury as the match time approached. The atmosphere in the locker room grew increasingly tense. The players were making their final preparations, adjusting their gear and encouraging each other. Outside, the singing continued to swell like a tide, but in this small space, Chelsea's players seemed more united and determined. Finally, the match bell rang. The players walked out of the locker room, through the narrow player tunnel, and onto the green pitch of the Etihad Stadium. The singing outside became increasingly deafening, as Manchester City fans wildly waved their flags and sang Blue Moon. When the whistle blew for the match, the Etihad Stadium erupted. Players from Chelsea and Manchester City quickly engaged in fierce confrontations, both sides giving their all to seize every opportunity for possession. The atmosphere on the pitch reached a boiling point just moments into the match. Chelsea appeared relatively passive in the opening stages, with Manchester City gradually taking control thanks to their home advantage and strong midfield presence. The clever interplay between David Silva and Aguero continually tore apart Chelsea's defense. Yaya Touré showcased his dominance in midfield with his strong physique and excellent technique. Chapter 44. Frank Lampard. Sky Sports commentators Gary Neville and Carragher provided a scathing review of the first half during the break. To be honest, Leon needs to mature more. Neville said he focused too much on his individual battle with Yaya Touré and neglected the overall teamwork. If he were at Ferguson's Manchester United, he would probably have been blown up by the hairdryer. It seems to get blown up often, Carragher added. Leon indeed has great individual ability, but football is a team sport, and he needs to learn how to better utilize his teammates. Otherwise, even the best players will be eliminated due to a lack of teamwork. As the second half began, Chelsea's players returned to the pitch. Leon stood near the center circle, took a deep breath, and silently reminded himself to make a change. No longer just facing off against his opponents, but seeking out his teammates more. The whistle blew, and the match resumed. Leon quickly got into rhythm, starting to frequently engage in short passing combinations with his teammates. Several quick passes made Chelsea's attack flow more smoothly. Hazard and Willian constantly broke through on the wings, and Chelsea's attacking pace gradually quickened. Chapter 45. Advertisement. Chelsea finished their match against Manchester City with a 1-1 draw, and the whole team felt unsatisfied with the result. The team took a bus back to London, where the players relaxed and discussed the recently concluded match. Leon sat by the window, gazing at the passing scenery while reflecting on every detail of the game. He pondered his performance and how he could improve and enhance his game. Upon arriving at the Cobham training base, the players got off the bus and headed home to rest. As soon as Leon stepped through his front door, he received a call from his agent, Barnett. Barnett, any good news? Leon asked as he took off his coat and answered the phone. Of course, there's good news. Barnett replied. CKUW has confirmed the schedule for the advertisement and photo shoot, which will be next week. Wow, that's great. Leon smiled. What are the specific arrangements? The shoot will take place at a photography studio in central London, Spring Studios, scheduled for next Monday, lasting 1 day. We've already communicated with them in Chelsea, and I'll arrange for a car to pick you up at the site. We'll assist you with everything else, Barnett explained in detail. Chapter 46. Cara Delevingne. Leon followed Peter into the shooting location, and his eyes lit up. The studio was well organized, with several staff members busily adjusting equipment. The lighting was already set, casting a soft and warm glow on a comfortable sofa in the center. Peter led Leon to the shooting area and smiled, saying, Leon, the female model you'll be shooting with today is Cara Delevingne. She's a top model in the fashion world and very professional. Hearing that name made Leon's heart race a little faster. He had heard of Cara Delevingne's fame and knew she was one of the hottest models in the fashion industry. Turning his head, he saw Cara standing not far away, chatting with a makeup artist. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long hair cascading down her shoulders and her smile bright. Cara noticed Leon's gaze and walked over with a smile. She extended her hand and said warmly, Hi, Leon. I'm Cara Delevingne. It's a pleasure to shoot with you. Leon shook her hand and replied with a smile, Hi, Cara. I'm also excited to work with you. I've heard so much about you. Cara's smile was warm and confident, her eyes filled with professionalism and friendliness. She said, shooting together will definitely be fun. Just relax, like you're on the pitch. Chapter 47. Goodbye, Grealish. The morning sun shone on the grass at Cobham training base, and a refreshing coolness filled the air. Leon and his teammates were engaged in their daily training on the pitch, all appearing relaxed and focused. After training, Mourinho gathered all the players for a summary. Today was particularly good. Everyone performed excellently. Mourinho surveyed the players and continued, Leon, the chief physician has requested that you and the other young players undergo the semi-annual medical checkup to ensure there are no hidden injuries. Leon nodded in understanding. He knew that such checkups were crucial for maintaining health and preventing injuries. Medical director Eva Carnero spoke quietly with Mourinho on the sideline before approaching Leon. Leon, the checkup is routine, so there's no need to worry, Eva said with a reassuring smile, her tone laced with concern. Leon smiled back. Thank you, Eva, I understand. The medical checkup went smoothly, and Leon and the other young players underwent detailed examinations one by one. Although Eva found no issues with Leon, she still appropriately reminded Mourinho. Jose, Leon's physical condition is excellent, but he's still young, and we need to pay attention to his match load, Eva said seriously. Excessive high-intensity matches and training could lead to stress injuries to the growth plates. Chapter 48. Leon's song as Chelsea faced Aston Villa at home. Stamford Bridge was engulfed by the enthusiasm of the Blues. Fans waved Chelsea scarves and sang songs of support, filling the stadium with passion and anticipation. Just after the match began, Chelsea showcased their strong control, quickly raising their possession rate. The players passed and moved fluidly across the pitch, like Mercury, catching Aston Villa's defense off guard. Sky Sports and PTV commentators were also enthusiastically discussing the match. Chelsea is in great form today, with a possession rate of 63. They are completely controlling the pace of the game, Neville commented from the commentary box. Leon is performing exceptionally well in midfield, with precise passing and broad vision. Jan summed up in PTV's live broadcast. In the 7th minute of the match, Chelsea launched another attack. This time, the attack stemmed from Leon's brilliant interception in midfield. He keenly anticipated Fabian Delph's passing route, quickly moving forward to intercept and gain control of the ball. He didn't rush to pass, but calmly advanced with the ball, skillfully evading pressure from the opposing midfield. Chapter 49. The old man is here. Mourinho surveyed the room, noticing the determination and resolve in each player's eyes. He continued, however, we cannot let our guard down. A 10-point lead is not safe. We need to maintain a high-intensity pace in the second half and aim to extend our lead as soon as possible. Mourinho walked up to the tactical board, pointing at several key areas. Leon, your control in midfield has been excellent. In the second half, continue to utilize your passing ability to stretch their defense. Hazard and Willian, keep creating threats on the flanks, looking for opportunities to cut inside and shoot or cross. He then looked at the defenders. Terry, Cahill, the defense has been very solid, but remain vigilant at all times. Do not give the opponents any chances for counterattacks. Then, he walked over to Leon and patted him on the shoulder. Leon, you performed very well. You controlled the midfield excellently in the first half. Maintain that performance in the second half. Remember, don't rush. Seize every passing opportunity. Leon nodded, feeling Mourinho's trust in him. He knew he had to work harder to help the team extend their lead. Mourinho moved to the center of the dressing room, clenched his fists, and said firmly, in the second half, we will give our all, continue to maintain a high-intensity pace, and try to extend our lead as soon as possible. Remember, we have the ability to defeat any opponent. Chapter 50. Infidelity. As the match entered the 70th minute of the second half, the score remained 2-0, with Chelsea maintaining their lead over Aston Villa. At this point, Mourinho made a substitution decision. Leon was replaced by Oscar. The fourth official raised the substitution board, and Leon's number flashed on the electronic display. Leon slowly walked towards the sidelines, and the entire Stamford Bridge crowd erupted in warm applause and cheers. The audience stood up, expressing their respect and support for Leon with claps and shouts. Leon also applauded back to the stands, smiling, appearing very humble and grateful. Gary Neville from Sky Sports exclaimed, "This is a recognition of Leon's outstanding performance today. His orchestrating and passing in midfield provided strong support for Chelsea's attack." Carragher added, "Yes, Leon's performance has been very stable. His substitution is also to protect him. After all, young players need reasonable playing time." Leon walked to the sidelines, high-fiving Oscar as he came on, but said nothing more. The players on the bench also stood up to applaud Leon, including Cech, Zuma, and Drogba. They all knew how important Leon's performance was today and highly recognized his contribution. Chapter 51. Statement. Leon had not fully woken up when he heard his phone vibrating incessantly on the bedside table. He closed his eyes and fumbled to grab the phone, pressing the answer button to hear his father, Todd, speaking urgently. "Leon, what happened?" The Sun sports and entertainment sections both printed your photos with that model, saying you cheated. You just started dating and already cheated? How could you let the reporters catch you? Leon suddenly woke up a bit, frowning as he sat up in bed. "What? I didn't, Dad. How do you know?" Todd's tone was anxious. "Your mom and I went to Chinatown for dim sum this morning." And the old man at the next table was discussing, "Leon understands food. You should hurry and check the newspaper." Leon hung up the phone, quickly got up, and stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, feeling a surge of annoyance. He pulled back the curtains, and the morning sunlight streamed into the room, slightly improving his mood. He opened his computer and quickly searched for the electronic version of the Sun. Sure enough, the sports section's headline boldly stated Leon cheats, accompanied by a photo of him hugging Carragher. The entertainment section had an even larger and more eye-catching headline, Carragher cheats, with the same photo content. Chapter 52. Tear down your beliefs. After Leon's statement was released, social media erupted in heated discussions. On Twitter and Weibo, Leon's statement was widely shared and commented on, and the topic quickly climbed the trending list. On Twitter, many fans expressed their support for Leon. Chelsea fanatic. "Leon has always been a professional player. I believe in him. Support Leon." Footy lover. "This media hype is really disgusting. Go Leon. Stand with Leon. Don't let the media affect you. Keep shining on the pitch." Leon rising. On Weibo, Chinese fans responded positively as well. "Chelsea Blue. Don't be defeated by these rumors. Go Leon." Football fan Xiao Zhang. "The media is going too far. Support Leon. Keep working hard." Strong support for Leon. Blue Bridge guy. "Leon's statement is very clear. I believe him. Leon, keep fighting." Meanwhile, some celebrities and well-known figures in the football world also voiced their support for Leon. John Terry, 26. Young players encountered various challenges during their growth, and Leon handled it smartly. "Keep going. Support Leon." Chapter 53. Everyone dislikes us. Todd got up early and put on his red and white Arsenal jersey. He looked at himself in the mirror, smiled slightly, and happily hummed Arsenal's team song The Wonder of You. Todd walked to the dining room and saw his wife, Mia, preparing breakfast. He smiled and said, "Mia, today is a big day. Our Arsenal is facing Chelsea. I need to go early to get a good spot." Mia looked up at her husband and smiled back. "Todd, you have this old habit. You're so excited at your age. Remember to drink water, don't just drink beer." He gently knocked on Leon's former bedroom door, knowing his son had moved out long ago, but this had become a habit before he left, as if this would bring Leon's blessing, making today's match go even smoother. "Son, good luck in today's match. Although I will still cheer for Arsenal, I'm still proud of you," Todd silently thought, as if Leon could hear his blessing. Todd walked to the door and saw a few of his old friends waiting outside. They were all die-hard Arsenal fans, wearing Arsenal jerseys, their faces beaming with excitement. Chapter 54. Hush. As the match began, Chelsea quickly took control of the game, with players closely coordinating, frequently passing, and launching fierce attacks in the midfield and front. Fabregas and Leon took turns playing the role of orchestrators in midfield, constantly paying attention to their teammates' movements and the opponent's defensive gaps, controlling the game's rhythm with precise passing. However, Arsenal's counterattacks were also fierce. Whenever Chelsea's attacks were intercepted, Arsenal quickly launched counterattacks, especially the combination of Flamini and Wilshere, along with Ozil's passing, putting immense pressure on Chelsea's defense. In a midfield tussle, Leon faced off against Flamini. Flamini stared at Leon with a smirk of provocation. "Is this all you've got, kid?" Leon did not back down, retorting, "Idiot." Then, Wilshere joined the confrontation. While pressing Leon, he provocatively said, "You've been quite the hotshot lately, Leon." Leon calmly used his footwork to evade Wilshere's pressure and replied, "You Arsenal players love to talk." Chapter 55. Iron-blooded at halftime, the players returned to the dressing room, exchanging glances and encouraging each other. They had already given their all on the field, but Leon knew that the second half would still be a tough battle. Mourinho walked into the locker room, his expression serious. After scanning the room, his gaze locked onto Leon. "Leon," Mourinho said, his voice low yet powerful, "you've already received a yellow card. Remember, you cannot afford to get a second red card and leave the field. You are now their target. They will try to provoke you into losing your cool." Leon nodded, understanding Mourinho's concern, and replied, "Don't worry, boss, I'm not Balotelli." Mourinho smiled knowingly and patted Leon on the head. Mourinho continued, "In the second half, we need more ball control. We can't give Arsenal too many counterattack opportunities. Their counterattacks are very quick, and we must curb their speed. It's okay to commit fouls to disrupt their rhythm. After a foul, immediately stand in front of the ball and don't let them pass quickly. Try to keep the ball in midfield, and only take risks with passes if you see a really good opportunity." He drew several lines on the tactical board, pointing out a few key positions. "Fabregas, you and Matic need to form a barrier in midfield. Hazard and Willian, you must quickly track back and cut off their passing lanes. We need to break their defensive shape and control the game at our pace." Chapter 56. Substituted. Leon was substituted, and Ramirez came on. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville said, "This is Mourinho's tactical adjustment to maintain midfield energy and also protect Leon. He has shown the potential of a top player on the field," Carragher added. "Ramirez coming on will add depth to Chelsea's midfield." Leon walked towards the bench, celebrating with his teammates. Drogba and Cech both gave him thumbs up, showing their appreciation. Leon sat on the bench, wiped his sweat with a towel, feeling very pleased. The match continued, and after Ramirez came on, Chelsea's midfield became lively. He constantly battled in midfield, causing quite a bit of trouble for Arsenal's defense. As the game progressed, Chelsea firmly controlled the situation on the field. Arsenal's counterattacks were repeatedly thwarted, unable to find effective breakthroughs. Chelsea players continued to defend vigorously, ensuring that the opponents had no chance to counter. As the match entered its final stages, the atmosphere on the field remained tense and intense. The spectators held their breath, focusing on every detail of the game. Finally, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match, and Chelsea defeated Arsenal with a score of 2-0, achieving this important victory. Chapter 57. 74 ratings? Who are you insulting? Leon woke up early, feeling the tranquility and warmth. He slowly got out of bed, stretched, and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside. The weather was great today, sunny, as if cheering for his new journey with the national team. Leon walked into the kitchen, where his mother Mia had already prepared breakfast. The table was set with fresh bread, fried eggs, bacon, and a steaming cup of coffee. His father, Todd, was reading the newspaper. When he saw Leon come in, he nodded slightly and smiled. "Good morning, son. Are you ready for today?" Todd asked, putting down the newspaper with concern. Leon nodded, picked up a piece of bread, and replied, "Good morning, Dad. I'm ready, a bit nervous, but looking forward to it." Mia walked over with a plate of fried eggs and said with a smile, "Don't worry, son. Remember to take care of yourself." Leon smiled and nodded. "Thanks, Mom, I will." The family sat together for breakfast, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. After breakfast, Leon stood at the door, waiting for the business car arranged by his agent. Todd and Mia followed him outside. His father asked with concern, "How's your foot?" Leon lifted his foot to stretch it and replied with a smile, "Much better, Dad. It's nothing serious, don't worry." Chapter 58. Singing? Leon's car slowly drove into the St. George's Park National Football Center training base. When the car stopped, Leon opened the door and stepped out, greeted by fresh air and vast green fields. He looked around and found the place even more beautiful and peaceful than he had imagined. Just as he was about to grab his luggage, Leon noticed the FA filming crew waiting nearby. They quickly set up cameras aimed at him. Leon smiled slightly and waved at the camera. Besides the filming crew, the base had arranged many assistants to help with the luggage. Assistant coach Ray Lewington came forward, warmly shaking Leon's hand. "Welcome to St. George's Park, Leon. I'm glad you could join the national team." Leon shook Lewington's hand, smiling. "Thank you, coach. I'm also very happy to be here." Lewington nodded, signaling the assistants to help with the luggage. "Let's go. I'll take you to the lobby." Once in the lobby, he immediately spotted two familiar faces, Raheem Sterling and Gary Cahill. They were chatting, and upon seeing Leon walk in, they immediately stopped talking and approached him. Cahill smiled and extended his hand. "Leon, welcome to the national team." Chapter 59. Singing with flair during dinner. The restaurant was bustling with activity, as members of the England national team sat around several large tables, chatting and joking. Leon sat next to Cahill, feeling a bit shy at first but gradually relaxing. Sterling, Lalana, Henderson, Rooney, and Hart gathered around one table, wearing mischievous smiles, clearly plotting something. "Leon," Sterling shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "New rule for newcomers. You have to sing a song for us, standing on the table." Leon had already been informed by Cahill that he would have to sing, but he still felt a bit reluctant. "Who wants to sing in front of a bunch of men, aside from the ladies from the agency?" Lalana looked at Leon and added, "It's our tradition. Every newcomer has to sing a song. That's how we all did it." Hart chimed in, "Come on, Leon. Don't be shy. We're all waiting to hear." Henderson echoed, "Yeah, it doesn't matter how well you sing. The key is to have some spirit." Leon looked around. All eyes were on him, filled with anticipation and curiosity. He thought to himself, "Go for it. Who cares about dignity? If I were to sing, I'll sing with flair." Chapter 60. Sterling Leon arrived with the England team at the Lukoke Arena in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, where lights illuminated the night sky, creating an atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation. The Estonian fans were passionate, waving national flags and chanting slogans to cheer for their team. Before the match began, Leon stood at the edge of the field, feeling the vibrant atmosphere around him. Everyone knew that although the England team was famous, they were actually in a transitional phase, with many veterans retiring and younger players still developing. Head coach Hodgson faced significant challenges, as his tactical ideas seemed somewhat out of sync with the evolution of modern football. As the game kicked off, fierce competition was evident on the field. The Estonian team had clearly prepared well. Their defense was very tight, not giving the England team much room to attack. Although England controlled most of the possession, they struggled to break through the opponent's defense. Leon sat on the bench, his gaze fixed on every detail on the field. He saw his teammates struggling with the attack as the Estonian players were physically aggressive, consistently using tough defense to block England's offense. Chapter 61. Old Trafford. After the national team match, Leon returned to Chelsea and continued to focus on club competitions. In the next two matches, Leon showcased his strength and leadership. First was the away game against Crystal Palace. On match day, Selhurst Park was buzzing with excitement, and the Crystal Palace fans were in full voice, but Chelsea's players did not back down. From the start of the match, Chelsea displayed a powerful offensive, constantly pressuring Crystal Palace's defense. In the 35th minute, Leon received the ball in midfield, quickly broke through the defense, and passed it to the advancing Fabregas. Fabregas calmly pushed the ball into the net, giving Chelsea the lead. Leon's assist demonstrated his excellent vision and passing ability. The match ended with Chelsea winning 2-1 against Crystal Palace, and Leon's assist was crucial for the team's victory. A few days later, Chelsea hosted Slovenia's Maribor in the Champions League group stage. Stamford Bridge was packed, and the fans were eager for an exciting performance from the team. From the beginning of the match, Chelsea showed strong attacking power. In the 15th minute, Leon received a pass from Fabregas at the edge of the penalty area and scored with a powerful shot, opening the scoring for Chelsea. The fans erupted in cheers, and the entire stadium was filled with jubilation. Chapter 62, Don't Let Him Pass in the match between Manchester United and Chelsea. Van Gaal set up a 4-5-1 formation. Starting goalkeeper David De Gea stood in front of the goal, focused and ready to save any potential shots. The defense consisted of Raphael, Chris Smalling, Rojo, and Luke Shaw. Raphael, playing as the right back, was known for his speed and ability to break through, while Smalling and Rojo held down the center, both skilled in aerial duels and interceptions. Left back Luke Shaw was renowned for his stamina and defensive coverage. In midfield, Blind anchored the defensive midfield position, his vision and passing ability being key to the team's offensive organization. Ahead of him were Fellaini, Mata, Di Maria, and Adnan Januzaj. Fellaini provided a barrier in midfield with his strong physical presence and aerial ability. Mata was responsible for organizing the attack, with his skill and creativity supplying ammunition for the forwards. Di Maria and Januzaj occupied the wings, their speed and dribbling abilities being weapons for Manchester United's offense. Up front, Robin van Persie played as the lone striker, his shooting skills and off-the-ball movement being Manchester United's primary scoring methods. Notably, Rooney was absent from the bench. Chapter 63 came too late as the Chelsea players filed into the locker room, their jerseys soaked with sweat. Each of their eyes reflected a desire and confidence to win. Mourinho stood in the center of the locker room, a satisfied smile on his face. "Well done, guys," Mourinho said enthusiastically. "Your performance in the first half was outstanding. Especially when facing Manchester United's pressure, you remained calm and showed great team spirit." He looked at Leon, his eyes full of appreciation. "Leon, your performance today was incredible. Every time you had the ball, you made a mess of Manchester United's defense." Fabregas chimed in, nodding. "Yeah, Leon. Today you attracted 2 to 3 Manchester United players' attention when you had the ball, and you not only maintained possession, but also passed accurately, completely relieving the pressure on me and Matic." At that moment, Hazard interjected with a smile. "Leon, have you taken something? Your performance today was insane." Leon smiled and shook his head. "I don't know why, but I felt particularly good today. Everyone worked hard to break through Manchester United's defense." Mourinho continued. "In the second half, we need to maintain this momentum. Manchester United will definitely strengthen their attack, so be aware that their defense may have vulnerabilities. Leon, keep up your form." Chapter 64, bro. Give me some inside info after the match. Players from both sides congratulated and comforted each other on the field. Despite the intense competition, the players maintained their professional spirit. Chelsea's players felt proud of this hard-fought victory, while Manchester United's players encouraged each other, vowing to come back stronger next time. Leon scanned the field, seemingly searching for something. Spotting Luke Shaw, he immediately walked over with a meaningful smile. "Hey, Luke. Great job today. You guys played really well," Leon said while patting Luke Shaw on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with gossip. Luke Shaw smiled wryly and replied, "Thanks, Leon. But you guys performed even better." Leon lowered his voice conspiratorially and leaned closer to Luke Shaw. "By the way, I heard there's been a big news in your team recently, something about an inappropriate video incident at a nightclub. Bro, give me some inside info." Luke Shaw chuckled at his curiosity, shaking his head helplessly. "Only the boss knows the specifics. We actually don't know much either. However, we have some speculations. Everyone suspects it's lingered in Pereira. They often go to nightclubs together, and with this incident, it's hard not to think of them." Chapter 65 flow today is a day off after the match, but Leon drove to the Cobham training ground early in the morning. Although the team was on holiday, he needed to maintain his form, especially since the wonderful feeling from last night's match made him not want to waste a moment. Upon arriving at the Cobham facility, Leon headed straight for the therapy room. He planned to start with a massage to relax his tense muscles. Opening the door to the therapy room, he saw therapist Steve busy organizing the equipment. "Good morning. Do you have time today? I'd like to start with a massage," Leon asked with a smile. Steve looked up at Leon and nodded. "Of course, Leon. Come over and relax." Leon lay on the massage table, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Steve's skilled hands. The state he experienced during last night's match felt peculiar, as if every step on the field became exceptionally clear, every movement filled with power and precision. He couldn't describe this feeling in words, only that it felt like he had found a breakthrough. Steve said, "That might be because you entered a flow state, where you can fully focus on your performance in the moment. Maintaining such a state is indeed not easy, but once you achieve it, your performance can leap to a new level." Chapter 66. Liverpool players buff. Entering late October to early November, Chelsea faced a tense and busy schedule. During this time, the team played 3 important matches: the League Cup against Shrewsbury Town, the Premier League against Queen's Park Rangers, and the Champions League against Maribor. First was the 4th round of the League Cup, where Mourinho decided to give some players who usually don't get much playtime a chance to showcase their abilities. On match day, Chelsea's starting lineup included Christensen, Zuma, Felipe Luis, Ake, Mikel, Oscar, and Sulla. After the match started, Chelsea secured a 2-1 victory over Shrewsbury Town with goals from Oscar and Sulla. Although this match allowed some key players to rest, it also provided valuable match experience for the young and substitute players. Immediately following, Chelsea faced Queen's Park Rangers in the Premier League. Although Leon's stats did not improve, both goals were initiated by him. His ball control and organizational skills in midfield made the team's attack more fluid and threatening. In the 30th minute, Leon intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Willian, who then passed it to Diego Costa. Costa calmly shot to score, putting Chelsea ahead 1-0. Chapter 67. He is different. The match began, and the atmosphere at Anfield reached its peak. Liverpool kicked off first, with Gerrard passing the ball to Henderson. Officially starting the match, Liverpool quickly showcased their strong pressing and fluid passing, putting Chelsea in their rhythm. Leon, positioned in midfield, felt the immense pressure from Gerrard. Although Gerrard was no longer young, his experience and ability were undiminished. In the first few minutes of the match, Leon attempted several breakthroughs and passes, all successfully intercepted and blocked by Gerrard. When Leon received a pass from Fabregas and tried to quickly turn and dribble, Gerrard anticipated it perfectly, executing a precise tackle to win the ball. Left with no choice, Leon had to retreat to defend, watching as Gerrard passed the ball forward to initiate a new attack. After gaining possession, Gerrard remained calm, easily dribbling past the pressing Matic, then made a diagonal pass that accurately found Coutinho on the flank. After receiving the ball, Coutinho quickly accelerated towards Chelsea's penalty area, facing Azpilicueta's defense. He faked a move and cut inside, but was ultimately cleared by Terry and Cahill. Chapter 68. The last season, as the halftime whistle blew, the Chelsea players returned to the locker room, each face glistening with sweat and fatigue. Mourinho stood in the center of the locker room, waiting for his players, and once everyone had arrived, he began an inspiring speech. "Guys," Mourinho's voice was filled with power and determination, "we performed well in the first half, especially after falling behind. You did not give up and continued to fight, finally equalizing. This is the Chelsea spirit I want to see." He scanned each player's eyes and continued, "Liverpool is indeed a strong opponent. Their pace is quick, and their tactical level is high. However, we are not inferior to them. We need to maintain this fighting spirit and determination on the pitch." Mourinho paused to give the players time to digest his words before raising his voice. "In the second half, we need to be more patient, seize every opportunity, and especially be more solid defensively. Remember, victory belongs to those who persevere until the end. You're all the best players, and I believe you can do it." Mourinho's tone became more severe. "Defensively, we must be like a wall, giving the opponent no chances. Offensively, we must be like a sharp sword, aimed straight at the opponent's heart. We need to make them feel our pressure and let them know that Chelsea is not so easily defeated." Chapter 69. Premiere. The television was airing Sky Sports Super Sunday program, known for its in-depth analysis and exciting discussions. Host David Jones sat in the center. He was an experienced football show host skilled at guiding guest discussions and providing professional insights. Dressed in a smart suit, he held a pen, occasionally jotting down points on paper. The guest panel included several well-known football commentators: Gary Neville, Carragher, Graham Souness, Jamie Redknapp, and Roy Keane. Each had a rich football background and unique personality, bringing different perspectives to the show. David Jones smiled and began the program. "Welcome to Super Sunday. Today, we will discuss yesterday's match between Liverpool and Chelsea. The match was filled with intense confrontations and spectacular goals, with Chelsea eventually winning 2-1. Gary, what are your thoughts on this match?" Gary Neville nodded and said, This match was truly a classic Premier League encounter. Chelsea's performance in the first half was very solid. Although Liverpool was very aggressive offensively, Chelsea's defensive system was very stable. Lyon's performance in midfield was particularly outstanding. He not only displayed excellent defensive capabilities, but also played a key role in the attack. Chapter 70. Ordinary suit. The next afternoon, Lyon's front door suddenly transformed into a fashion show. Dua Lipa's Warner PR team, led by Jennifer Avari, arrived as promised. Resembling a small army, carrying an array of branded clothes, cosmetics, and professional equipment, marching into his home. As the trunk opened, various fashion items were laid out, rivaling the backstage of Fashion Week. Lyon had just come out of the kitchen with a glass of orange juice and was nearly taken aback by the sight before him. He couldn't help but joke. "Are we opening a fashion store? I thought we were just going to watch a movie." Jennifer stepped forward, extending her hand to shake Lyon's, smiling as she said, "Mr. Lyon, I'm Jennifer Avari, head of the Warner PR team. It's great to finally meet you in person." Her tone revealed respect and anticipation for Lyon. Lyon returned a polite smile and shook her hand in response. "Nice to meet you, Jennifer. You've prepared so much for her. I can't wait to see the final result." Jennifer turned to Dua Lipa, watching her busy trying on clothes, and said, "We have indeed prepared a lot. But all of this is to ensure Dua presents herself in the best possible way to the public." Chapter 71. Spurs fans. Beckham is here. Reporters shouted excitedly. Lyon and Dua Lipa exchanged smiles, enjoying a moment of relaxation. Dua Lipa whispered, "Looks like we need to take a step back for a bit." Lyon nodded with a smile. "Beckham is indeed a big star. Everyone will be drawn to him. But I think it's for the best. At least we have time to enjoy the evening." Beckham and Victoria walked the red carpet, calmly answering questions from reporters, showcasing the charm of the star couple. Lyon and Dua Lipa stood aside, quietly watching the entrance of the legendary couple. At that moment, Beckham and Victoria walked over, smiling as they greeted Lyon and Dua Lipa. "Hi, Lyon, Dua," Beckham said. "Hi, Beckham, Victoria," Lyon replied politely. Beckham joked, "We really look alike. Both are footballers, but our partners are singers." The two smiled at each other, and Lyon said, "Yeah, when you put it that way, it's true. Well, let's head inside. I hope you have fun tonight." Beckham waved his hand and walked into the cinema with Victoria. Chapter 72. Not trusted. Lyon once again set off for St. George's Park National Football Center, this time to prepare for the upcoming European Championship qualifiers. The goal is to qualify for the Euro 2016 in France, and every match for the England team is crucial. The training facilities at St. George's Park National Football Center are as advanced as ever, with every corner filled with a desire for victory and a pursuit of honor. Inside the training base, the players of the England national team have gradually arrived. Lyon walks through the gate with his luggage, looking around and seeing familiar faces of teammates, greeting them one by one. Although he has excelled at Chelsea, he is still just a young player in the national team, needing to continuously prove himself. Head coach Hodgson stands at the edge of the training field, his sharp gaze focused on every player. He is an experienced old coach, always cautious and conservative with young players, and his tactics can even be described as extremely dull, as he still employed the traditional English 4-4-2 formation in 2014. Moreover, Hodgson does not fully trust Lyon at this point, instead relying more on the midfield duo of Wilshere and Henderson. Chapter 73. A strange family gathering after returning to Chelsea. Time quickly passed amidst a tight schedule. At the end of November, Chelsea faced West Brom and Sunderland in the Premier League. In the match against West Brom, Chelsea secured a clean 2-0 victory. Lyon's performance on the field was dominant. His control in midfield was like the team's metronome, accurately distributing every attacking opportunity. In the 25th minute, Lyon showcased his vision and passing ability with a through ball that tore apart the opponent's defense, allowing Diego Costa to easily score with his sharp goal-scoring instincts, giving the team the lead. This goal not only marked Costa's 11th league goal of the season, but also brought Lyon's assist tally for the season to double digits, 10, putting him at the top of the assist leaderboard. By the 70th minute, Fabregas, after a clever escape in midfield, delivered a precise diagonal pass to Hazard in the penalty area. The latter, with his exceptional individual ability, calmly sent the ball into the net, securing victory for Chelsea. Mourinho appeared very satisfied with the team's performance on the sidelines, particularly praising Lyon and Fabregas for their outstanding contributions, considering them key drivers of the team's success. Chapter 74. The old school captain Dua Lipa also brought her father, Dukakin, to Stamford Bridge, both wearing Chelsea's blue jerseys. Dua's jersey bore the name Leon with the number 18, while Dukakon wore a plain jersey without a name. They arrived at the family stand and unexpectedly ran into Leon's parents, making this unexpected meeting the first occasion for both sides to meet each other's parents. Mia was the first to recognize Dua Lipa, smiling as she approached. Dua, you're here too. It's so great to see you. Dua Lipa smiled back. Yes, Aunt Mia. This is my dad, Dukakon. Dukakon extended his hand and shook hands with Mia. Nice to meet you, Mia. Dua has told me a lot about Leon. He's an outstanding young man. Leon's father, Lidded, approached with a few beers, warmly greeting Dua Lipa and her father. Welcome. I hope we get to see a fantastic match today. Let's beat Tottenham. Dua Lipa smiled. Thank you, Uncle Lidded. We're all looking forward to it. The two families sat together in the family stand, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Mia and Dua Lipa chatted about daily life, while Lidded and Dukakon discussed football. Chapter 75. A sense of belief after Hazard's goal. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge peaked. However, in the stands occupied by Tottenham supporters, Leon's grandparents and younger brother held their heads in despair, their faces filled with disappointment. What a pity, the grandmother murmured, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes. The younger brother shook his head helplessly. There's no stopping that. Hazard is too good. Meanwhile, the Chelsea stands were a sea of joy. Leon's family and Dua Lipa's family cheered wildly. Mia jumped up excitedly, waving her scarf, and Lidded shouted loudly, feeling immense pride in his son's brilliant performance. Dua Lipa's father, Dukakon, also excitedly pumped his fists. Amazing. That goal was fantastic. Dua Lipa smiled at Leon's family, sharing in their joy. Cameras on the field also captured the scene in the box, where Abramovich, along with his children, clapped happily, a satisfied smile on his face. This goal has made Abramovich very happy, Gary Neville from Sky Sports said. Just look at his smile. It's clear he is very pleased with the team's performance. Chapter 76. Nightclub. Tonight, Leon walked into the locker room, still reminiscing about Fabregas's words. He knew that football was not just a contest of skills and physicality. Sometimes, small performance details and psychological tactics could play a crucial role. Terry approached, noticing Leon lost in thought, and asked what's wrong. Still thinking about what just happened. Leon smiled. Yeah, Cesc just taught me some acting skills. Terry laughed heartily. Well, Cesc is an expert in that area. You should listen well. Leon nodded. After returning to the locker room, Mourinho wore a broad smile, praising the team's first-half performance and particularly commending Leon for his 2 assists. Well done, everyone, Mourinho exclaimed excitedly. Your first-half performance was perfect, especially you, Leon. Your 2 assists were fantastic. If we can maintain this level and keep playing like this, the victory in this match will be ours. As the second half began, however, the pace of the game suddenly slowed. Both teams seemed to play more cautiously and ordinarily. Unlike the intense competition of the first half, Leon and his teammates continued to search for opportunities, but the overall rhythm appeared somewhat sluggish. Chapter 77. The big brother knows how to have fun after several main courses. Terry stood up, clapped his hands, and drew everyone's attention. All right, guys. It's time to really start our celebration. After saying this, he led everyone away from the dining table towards the dance floor illuminated with pink and orange lights. As the music's rhythm picked up, the lights gradually brightened, and the atmosphere began to heat up. This is where the real fun begins, Drogba said to Leon. Are you ready? Leon excitedly nodded. I'm ready. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the stage's aisle. A series of girls dressed in Chelsea's tight outfits and hot pants slowly walked out, each with a stunning figure. The DJ was replaced by a beautiful woman, also dressed in Chelsea's tight outfit and hot pants. With their appearance, the music became more dynamic and lively. These beauties approached each Chelsea player, starting to dance closely with them to the music. The players laughed broadly, their smiles wide, and they howled like wolves, instantly igniting the entire atmosphere. A blonde, fair-skinned beauty with the most stunning figure walked up to Leon, grabbed his hand, and led him to the center of the dance floor. As the music played, she began to dance energetically. Chapter 78. White Deer Lane. At the end of December, many Premier League clubs organized charity projects to bring warmth and care to the community and vulnerable groups. Players not only strive on the field, but also show their goodwill and sense of responsibility off the field. Typically, clubs arrange for players to visit local hospitals to see patients and bring them gifts, or to go to orphanages to tell stories and spend quality time with children. They even visit elementary schools to interact with kids and bring them joy. On this day, Leon and Hazard, after finishing training, took a bunch of Chelsea gifts, including footballs and sign cards, to visit two children, Daniel Smith and Edward Taylor, who had written to them at Evelina London Children's Hospital. When Leon and Hazard entered the hospital, the nurses greeted them with smiles and guided them to the children's ward. The hallway walls were filled with colorful drawings made by the children, full of innocence and hope. Before entering the ward, Leon curiously asked the nurse, "What illnesses do these two kids have?" The nurse gently replied, "Daniel has tetralogy of Fallot, and Edward has Allport syndrome." Chapter 79. Quick attack after the match began. Tottenham unexpectedly pressed fiercely. The atmosphere on the field was tense and intense, with Tottenham players almost always getting to Chelsea players before they could touch the ball, making it difficult for Chelsea to launch effective attacks. When Leon received the ball in midfield, he immediately felt the pressure. Tottenham players surged towards him like a tide, giving him almost no chance to breathe. Leon tried to find his teammates' positions, but every passing route was tightly blocked by Tottenham players. He constantly adjusted his steps, frequently changing direction to try to shake off the defense, but the relentless pressure made it hard for him to find space. "Get open," Leon shouted loudly, hoping his teammates would move quickly to create passing opportunities for him. However, the pressing from Tottenham was too fierce, and, in the end, Leon had no choice but to pass the ball back to a teammate in defense. Chelsea's defense was also under immense pressure, as Tottenham's forward Harry Kane frequently pressed, forcing Chelsea's defenders to move the ball quickly. Cahill and Terry kept passing in the backfield, trying to find a breakthrough, but Tottenham's pressing made it hard for them to advance easily. Cahill passed the ball to Ivanovic, who immediately sent the ball towards midfield, but Tottenham's Eriksen quickly closed in, forcing Ivanovic to pass the ball back again. Chapter 80. Falling behind on Chelsea's side, Leon stood with his hands on his hips, biting his lip, his eyes flashing with frustration and unwillingness. He quickly adjusted his mindset, patted Terry on the shoulder to encourage him. Terry nodded, signaling everyone not to be discouraged and to keep pushing. After the game resumed, Harry Kane's goal seemed to inject adrenaline into the Tottenham players as they crazily pressed forward. Chelsea players immediately felt the high-pressure pressing from their opponents, making every touch of the ball extremely difficult. Leon received a pass from midfield and quickly assessed the situation around him, noticing that Tottenham's Benaleb was already tightly marking him. He protected the ball with his body, lightly nudging it to pass to Fabregas beside him. After receiving the ball, Fabregas quickly dribbled and changed direction, trying to shake off the pressing from his opponent. However, the speed and pressure from the Tottenham players forced him to quickly pass back to Terry in defense. Terry received the ball steadily, glanced forward, and found that the passing route was blocked. He signaled to his teammates to create space and then decisively passed the ball to Ivanovic on the right flank. After receiving the ball, Ivanovic faced the pressing from Tottenham players, using his body to shield the ball, while lightly nudging it with the inside of his right foot to shift it inward. He quickly dribbled forward, but soon encountered a challenge from Tottenham's rows. Chapter 81. Fire. The referee's whistle signaled the official start of the second half. Chelsea players quickly got into the game, showing more movement to counter Tottenham's full-field pressing tactic. Leon's position noticeably moved forward, sometimes even ahead of Costa. He occasionally appeared on both wings, swapping positions with Hazard and Willian, creating significant trouble for Tottenham's defense. Hazard received a pass from Fabregas, cut inside, and quickly advanced with the ball. Leon made a run from the right, and Hazard understood immediately, nudging the ball to Leon. Leon skillfully controlled the ball, immediately facing Tottenham's defender Danny Rose. Leon faked a move, quickly turned to cut inside, and with a gentle push of his arm, he left Rose behind. Willian was constantly running down the left, looking for space. He saw that Leon was attracting the attention of two Tottenham defenders and immediately accelerated forward. Leon caught a glimpse of Willian's run and smoothly turned to accurately pass the ball to the left to Willian. After receiving the ball, Willian crossed it directly to Costa. Costa jumped high in the penalty area, arms spread to maintain balance, ready to meet the cross. However, Tottenham's center-back Vertonghen closely marked him, blocking Costa's jump space with his body. Although Costa couldn't win the header, he used his body to push Vertonghen away, controlled the ball, and turned to shoot. Unfortunately, the ball was heroically saved by Tottenham's goalkeeper Lloris. Chapter 82. Last-minute goal in the 76th minute. The match entered a heated phase with chaos on the field. Tottenham's Townsend quickly broke through on the right, Faced with Chelsea's Azpilicueta, he swiftly cut inside and charged into the penalty area. Although Azpilicueta fought hard to defend, Townsend still managed to bring the ball into the box, and then Terry came up from behind to cover. Terry's shoulder lightly bumped into Townsend while also intercepting the ball. However, after the slight collision, Townsend suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his ankle in pain. The referee quickly blew the whistle for a penalty, causing chaos on the field. Terry angrily ran towards the referee, pointing at Townsend and shouting excitedly, "This is completely fake. I just bumped his shoulder a bit, and he fell down like this," clutching his ankle and saying hurts. Terry kicked the ground, his brow furrowed, flames of anger in his eyes. Azpilicueta and other teammates rushed forward, trying to defend Terry, but the referee resolutely stood by his decision, unmoved. Meanwhile, Tottenham players, seeing Chelsea's intense reaction, also rushed forward to surround the referee. Their arguments nearly drowned out the voices of Chelsea players, with Captain Loris shouting loudly, "That's definitely a penalty. That is so dirty, it should be a red card." Chapter 83. Little Leon after the match. Leon politely shook hands with each of the Tottenham players. He contributed 1 goal and 2 assists in this match. And although Chelsea lost 3-4, his performance was still commendable. When he reached Harry Kane, Kane had just embraced Kyle Walker. Seeing Leon approach, he extended his hand in greeting. Kane whispered in Leon's ear, "You played well today." Leon smiled and replied, "You too," scoring twice. The two exchanged jerseys, and Leon also shook hands with Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker patted Leon on the shoulder, expressing recognition and encouragement. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere felt a bit heavy, but Mourinho did not harshly criticize the players. He comforted them, saying, "I am extremely proud of you. Keep your heads up, we are still at the top of the league." The sound of the players' footsteps echoed in the locker room, sweat and fatigue written on everyone's faces. Hazard wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, while Leon sat with his head down in his spot, thinking about every detail of the match. Mourinho then went to the post-match press conference. At the conference, he expressed disappointment over the loss and criticized the team's defensive performance. The team made too many mistakes defensively, especially in the first half. "We must do better in this area," he said. Chapter 84. Golden Boy Award. The next day, Leon spent a relaxing day off at home. Since Mourinho had given him 4 days off, Leon leisurely relaxed at home. However, there was always a hint of excitement and anticipation in his heart, especially after receiving the invitation to the Golden Boy Award ceremony. Leon had originally hoped to win the award, but when he called his agent Barnett, he heard a calm reality. "Barnett, I've received the invitation to the Golden Boy Award ceremony. Do you think I have a chance of winning?" Leon asked on the phone with some expectation. Barnett's voice on the other end sounded a bit weary. "Leon, the eligibility criteria for the Golden Boy Award is to play a full season with the first team. You weren't selected. This invitation is just because of your potential. You're going to see others win. It doesn't mean you've been nominated." Leon's face fell a bit as he asked, "Should I go? What is the point of going?" Barnett's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "What is the point? Just to stand there, applaud, and watch others receive awards? The real Golden Boy Award. Let us aim for it next season." Leon ultimately decided not to attend the Golden Boy Award ceremony and instead fully utilized the 4-day break to accompany his family. He had never felt so relaxed and hoped to express his gratitude and love to his parents through small gifts and surprises. He was well aware of his responsibility and opportunity to give back to them. Chapter 85. Paris Saint-Germain. Time flew by, and mid-February arrived. Chelsea experienced 9 intense matches during this month, each filled with passion and challenges. In a home match against Newcastle United, the team won 2-0. And although Leon performed steadily with a rating of 7.1, he did not contribute any goals or assists. In an away match against Swansea, Chelsea won 5-0, with Leon providing 2 precise assists, showcasing his excellent vision and passing ability. The next tough match was at home against Manchester City, which ended in a 1-1 draw. Leon was active in this match, constantly running and fighting for opportunities for the team. In an away match against Aston Villa, Chelsea won 2-1 in a tough battle, with Leon scoring a crucial goal to help secure the victory. In a home match against Everton, Chelsea narrowly won 1-0, where Leon repeatedly organized attacks from midfield, demonstrating his core role in the team. In the 2-legged League Cup semi-final against Liverpool, Chelsea advanced to the final with an aggregate score of 2-1, even though Leon did not play, as Mourinho chose to start Oscar. However, Leon still cheered for his teammates from the sidelines. Unfortunately, the FA Cup journey came to an abrupt end in the fourth round, where Chelsea unexpectedly lost 0-4 to Brentford. Chapter 86. Who the hell are you? Leon arrived at the Parc des Princes with Chelsea's bus as the night in Paris deepened. Stars dotted the deep blue sky, and streetlights shimmered on the damp asphalt, creating a charming glow. The bus stopped at the entrance of the stadium, and Leon and his teammates got off one after another, walking into the historic venue with anticipation. When they arrived at the away team's locker room, Leon took a glance and found the scene completely different from what he had initially imagined. The locker room's decor was modern yet elegant, with walls adorned with historical photos and trophies of Paris Saint-Germain. The spacious locker room was equipped with comfortable seating and neat lockers, filled with the atmosphere expected in a competitive arena. He had thought the environment would be as small and simple as their chairman Nasser Al-Khelaifi's mindset, but it turned out to be unexpectedly spacious and comfortable. The players quickly changed into their match gear, and Mourinho stood in the center of the room, beginning to speak and explain tactics and deployments. Suddenly, Leon faintly heard the theme of Star Wars playing in the background. At first, he thought he misheard, but when he turned to look at the TV in the locker room, he saw it was showing a live Star Wars TIFO. Leon's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't help but indulge in a playful imagination of himself as a Jedi wielding a lightsaber, taking down Verratti on the field. Chapter 87. Big fool. The players from both sides stood on the green pitch with the ball boys, the grand UEFA Champions League anthem echoing in their ears. Everyone's expression was serious and focused, with fighting spirit burning in their hearts. The captains from both sides shook hands at the center circle, exchanged flags, and then began to flip a coin to decide who would kick off. Terry guessed heads, and Chelsea got the chance to kick off first. After the kickoff, Leon immediately showcased his abundant stamina and the results of months of fitness training. He ran freely in midfield, nearly completely suppressing Verratti during defensive plays. Verratti was no match for Leon in physical confrontations. Every time he touched the ball, Leon would quickly close in, causing Verratti's passes to become slightly awkward. Moreover, when Matuidi and Mata tried to come forward to help Verratti, Fabregas and Matic always smartly pressed forward, rendering their efforts useless. Mourinho, sitting on the sidelines, secretly told assistant Rui Faria, "You really called it right." His gaze revealed a hint of pride as he observed the situation on the field, seeming to have everything under control. However, Paris Saint-Germain was not an easy team to defeat. When the central route proved ineffective, they quickly changed tactics and began to utilize wing play for attacks. Chapter 88. The match continued with more frequent transitions between attack and defense. Paris Saint-Germain continuously attempted to break through Chelsea's defense through wing attacks. Lavezzi showcased his excellent skills and ball control on the right, managing to maneuver the ball flexibly even under pressure from Azpilicueta and Hazard, creating crossing opportunities. As the first half approached its end, the intensity of the battles escalated. Leon made a crucial interception in midfield, once again giving Chelsea a chance for a counterattack. He quickly advanced the ball forward, with Paris Saint-Germain players closely chasing him. However, Leon successfully shook off the opposing defense with his outstanding speed and agile footwork, passing the ball to Hazard ahead. Hazard rapidly advanced with the ball, facing Maxwell's defense. He suddenly made a sharp stop and change of direction, successfully breaking through, and then quickly crossed the ball from the byline. The ball arced beautifully in the air, flying toward the center of the penalty area. Diego Costa leapt high, meeting the ball with a header. This time, Siriga showcased his skills as a top goalkeeper, making a diving save to push the ball out for a corner. Gary Neville from Sky Sports excitedly shouted, "What a beautiful attack." Chapter 89. Explanation after the match. Players from both sides shook hands, and the atmosphere eased slightly. Leon walked towards Verratti and extended his hand in a friendly manner. Verratti shook his hand and smiled, saying, "You played very well. Do you want to come to Paris?" Leon shook his head and covered his mouth as he replied, "My career has just begun. I don't want to retire now." Mischievous light sparkled in his eyes. Verratti's expression changed slightly, looking at Leon with some displeasure. "League One is also very intense, you know." Leon laughed and replied, yes, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. At that moment, Ibrahimovic walked over to Terry, signaling to exchange jerseys. Ibrahimovic looked at Terry with a respectful expression and said, "I respect you. You defend like a lion, just like me." Terry looked at Ibrahimovic speechlessly, thinking to himself, why can't this guy speak normally? but he still politely exchanged jerseys with Ibrahimovic. After the exchange, Ibrahimovic walked over to Leon, who was chatting with Arati, and said, "Kid, you play well, you think smart." His voice was deep and powerful. Leon was taken aback for a moment, and then responded, "Oh, thank you, Zlatan," looking slightly surprised. Chapter 90. Measure in the conference room of the Cobham training base. Players were gathered around a long conference table, waiting for Mourinho to announce the starting lineup for tomorrow's League Cup final. The air was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere, and everyone's faces were marked with anticipation and unease about the upcoming match. Mourinho stood next to the whiteboard at the front of the conference room, his expression serious and focused. He wrote the starting lineup on the board with a pen, each word appearing particularly clear. The players' eyes closely followed his movements, secretly guessing whether they would earn a starting position. Mourinho cleared his throat and spoke in a loud and steady voice. The starting lineup for tomorrow's final has been confirmed. The goalkeeper is Courtois, and we have no doubts about this position. Courtois smiled and nodded, feeling proud to be the starter in the final. However, standing beside him, Cech lowered his head, revealing a hint of disappointment. As a veteran of the team, Cech had hoped to continue playing in crucial matches, especially since he had played in the previous League Cups, but this decision clearly made him feel very frustrated, and he began to contemplate a transfer. Chapter 91. Preparing to take the field, the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly intense. Every tackle and every challenge tugged at the fans' heartstrings. Wembley Stadium appeared particularly magnificent in this fierce contest, with the shouts of spectators rising and falling like waves, merging into a deafening din. The two commentators from Sky Sports, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher, were also focused on every detail of the match. Now, in the 30th minute, both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in midfield. Gary Neville's voice rang out from the television. Chelsea and Tottenham players were giving their all to win every ball, and the midfield had become a battleground. Carragher added, "That's right, Gary. We can see that both sides' defenses are very tight, especially Chelsea, who are intercepting well in midfield, but Oscar seems to be completely frozen today, unable to showcase his playmaking ability." On the field, Oscar had beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he constantly searched for breakthrough opportunities. But Tottenham's defense was as solid as a wall. Every time he attempted to dribble past, he faced tight marking from opposing players. Oscar was filled with frustration and unwillingness. He knew he had to find a way to break through this predicament. Chapter 92. Ingredient issues. As soon as Leon stepped onto the field, his parents were unable to contain their excitement, waving a Chelsea flag in the air like a sail in a storm. Their faces were filled with pride and anticipation, their eyes glued to their son on the field. At that moment, the camera captured this scene and focused on them. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville immediately recognized this as a perfect opportunity, smiling as he introduced to the viewers. "Look at these proud parents," Gary Neville said. "They are incredibly proud of their son. These are Leon's parents, and they are obviously cheering for Chelsea." Carragher chimed in. "His parents must feel immensely proud. It's a pity my son has also retired." He then glanced at Neville. Meanwhile, in a pub in London where Arsenal fans had gathered, the television screen was also showing the Chelsea versus Tottenham match. The atmosphere in the pub was tense, although the match did not involve Arsenal, as long as Tottenham lost. Arsenal fans could sleep well, because of the long-standing rivalries in the North London Derby. If they were to find out that it was 2024 and Tottenham had not won any trophies, they could even fall into a long sleep, and still do so with a smile. Chapter 93. Champions. And reports. This goal immediately brought Tottenham players' morale to an all-time low. During this critical period, they seemed powerless to turn the tide. Tottenham's coach, Pochettino, stood up anxiously on the sidelines, loudly encouraging his players in an attempt to ignite their fighting spirit. But what he saw were players with their heads hung low. Mourinho jumped up with joy after seeing Leon's goal, excitedly pumping his fist. An assistant coach hurried over and asked, "Should we change tactics immediately and focus on defense?" Mourinho shook his head and smiled, replying, "Did you not notice he is different today?" The assistant coach looked at Mourinho in confusion. Leon had played very efficiently today, discarding unnecessary possession. Normally, Fabregas would be behind him, and he would often pass back when he couldn't go forward. Now he had taken on that responsibility. Continue this tactic, let him play. Tottenham kicked off again, but their morale was low. Ramirez quickly intercepted Eriksen's pass to Harry Kane, and possession returned to Chelsea. Ramirez swiftly passed the ball to Leon, and Paulinho rushed forward to apply pressure, attempting to challenge with his body. However, Leon hardly glanced at him, deftly nudging the ball to the left with his right foot and stepping forward to bypass Paulinho. By the time Paulinho turned around, the ball had already been passed to a teammate by Leon. Chapter 94. Turmoil in Chelsea's office. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. Marina Granovskaya sat behind the desk, her expression serious and her demeanor focused. A calm yet unshakable air filled the room. She leaned forward, placing her hands on the table, looking at the agent Barnett across from her, holding a meticulously prepared contract document. Her face showed no excess emotion, only a professional coldness and strength. Barnett sat opposite her, his expression calm but slightly weary. Although he had seen many different contracts and negotiations, he still felt a bit irritated facing Marina's high-pressure attitude. He took the contract, opened the first page, and quickly scanned through the terms and conditions. The content of the contract was indeed enticing. In addition to comprehensive medical coverage and insurance, there was a quite generous salary and bonus arrangement. The annual salary was $75,000 per week, with match bonuses raised to $9,000, and bonuses for goals and assists increased to $9,000 and $10,000 respectively, with a signing fee as high as $24 million. However, even such favorable conditions did not impress Barnett. He was surprised by the contract, but not shocked. After all, Chelsea has always been known for its strong financial power and generous contracts. But for Leon, this contract was not enough to resolve the doubts in his heart. Chapter 95. 100 million euros. Early in the morning, the sunlight brought a warm glow to the world. Barnett had thoroughly explained everything that had happened to Leon. As he drove to the Cobham training ground, the morning air was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. Around the training field, several children and enthusiastic fans were already waiting at the sidelines, holding Chelsea jerseys and photos, hoping to get Leon's autograph. After parking, Leon was immediately surrounded by fans. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Some were taking photos with their phones, while others eagerly held out pens and paper, trying to capture this precious moment. Leon smiled and fulfilled their requests one by one. Someone held up a phone and asked him if he would leave Chelsea, to which Leon could only respond awkwardly, "Sorry, I can't reveal too much at the moment." On the training field, Chelsea's players began their day of training. Leon was still fully engaged as usual, his sweat shimmering in the morning light, the lead gray training kit clinging to him, outlining his solid muscle lines. Every movement was precise and powerful, his footwork flowing seamlessly. Hazard swaggered over, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He leaned closer to Leon and half-jokingly asked, "Are you really leaving?" Chapter 96. A terrible accident at Stamford Bridge. The atmosphere was tense and exhilarating. In the Chelsea locker room, Mourinho stood in front of the tactical board, holding a marker, his expression serious and focused. The players sat around him, their eyes fixed on the tactical board, as if trying to find the key to victory. Mourinho's voice was steady and powerful. "Today, we face Paris Saint-Germain. It's a tough match. I didn't want to mention any hatred, but this morning's outside interference really bothers me. So we must hit them hard and win." Meanwhile, Leon's parents had arrived at the stands of Stamford Bridge. Many fans recognized them from the last televised match and greeted them enthusiastically. Mia smiled back, her face filled with pride and reassurance. Her father appeared somewhat nervous, occasionally glancing toward the field, waiting for the match to begin. The match officially started, and both sides quickly got into the game, with fierce confrontations unfolding on the field. The Paris Saint-Germain players clearly were not willing to back down, and both sides engaged in intense battles in midfield. Every tackle, every pass was filled with power and speed. Chapter 97. Dr. Pablo Rivera in the corridor of Stamford Bridge. The atmosphere was as quiet as before an impending storm. Chelsea staff were busy handling everything, and the noise from the field seemed to starkly contrast with the tranquility here. Leon's parents, Todd and Mia, were led by the staff to the ambulance. Their faces were solemn, their steps heavy, each movement appearing particularly slow and burdensome, as if the ground concealed countless worries and concerns. Ibrahimovic also accompanied them. Despite his tall and imposing figure, he now seemed particularly helpless. His eyes were filled with deep remorse and guilt as he walked heavily beside Leon's stretcher. Even though he was known for his fierce style on the field, at this moment, he felt completely devoid of his former brilliance. Each step was cautious, as if trying to make amends for his unchangeable mistakes. Todd and Mia's expressions were marked by unmistakable coldness and anger. They stood by the ambulance, their eyes fixed on Leon, who was already lying on the stretcher. Although they knew Ibrahimovic's remorse was sincere, the resentment in their hearts was hard to quell. Mia's face was pale, her eyes holding back unfallen tears, filled with endless worry and helplessness. Chapter 98. A Good Eye in the Dead of Night. The hospital corridor was lit only by dim lights, and Leon lay on the hospital bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Although the pain in his knee had eased, Leon's phone was still in the locker room, making him feel even more lonely and bored. With nothing to do, he stared at the bright lights on the hospital ceiling. In such a large hospital, there was even no television. He could only hum a familiar song. Hand in hand, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 4 steps looking at the sky, watching the stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, forming a line. Just then, there was a light knock on the ward door. Before Leon could react, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of familiar figures rushed in. Chelsea's teammates and Mourinho walked towards him with concerned expressions. Hazard wore a mischievous smile and teased, "How's it going? Is it serious?" Leon shrugged helplessly. For his 6 weeks of rest, just took some painkillers. Feeling a bit better now. Costa caught Hazard's eye, mischievously stepping forward and tapping the brace on Leon's left leg. Leon instantly howled in pain. "You really are a dog." Chapter 99. Rebellious son, how's it going, my Rice class leader? How long do you have to stay? Barnett's voice was filled with concern. "I can go home tomorrow," Leon replied, then curiously looked at the woman. "Who is she?" Barnett introduced, "This is Karen, your temporary caretaker. She has a nursing certificate and will take care of you for 2 months. With your left leg like this, you'll need someone to help you even pee. You can't expect me to do it." Leon smiled awkwardly. "Help with what?" Barnett couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Of course, help you with your body. What the hell do you think?" Then Barnett leaned closer to Leon's ear, gritting his teeth and quietly warned, "This is my cousin. You'd better keep your teenage thoughts to yourself. If I find anything inappropriate, I will chop you up, cut you in half, and throw the pieces in the river so that even the best doctors in the world can't put you back together." Leon felt cold sweat running down his back and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Karen smiled and stepped forward, gently saying, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. I hope you recover soon. By the way," Barnett suddenly spoke up, "the 2 programs I mentioned earlier are booked." Chapter 100. FM15 sunlight spilled onto the wooden floor of the living room as Leon sat on the sofa, his left foot still in a brace, boredly playing FIFA 15 with a rating of 74. "Damn it, even passing a through ball is a struggle. I turn like a donkey, my shots are weak. And the only thing good is my speed. Hitting 84 EA is just insulting. I wonder what my potential rating is in FM15. The doorbell interrupted his thoughts, and Barnett walked in, carrying a briefcase with his usual professional smile. "Leon, I have good news today." Barnett got straight to the point as he sat on the sofa opposite Leon, pulling out several documents from his briefcase. "I've registered an account for you on Coinbase. Here are your account details and password." Barnett handed over a piece of paper filled with information. Leon took it, looked it over carefully, and then asked in confusion, "So you didn't directly buy Bitcoin for me?" Barnett smiled and shook his head. "No, after all, this is your money. I don't want to take on the responsibility for any losses. There's no recording from a few days ago in the hospital and no witnesses. What will you do if you sue me later? It's better if you handle it yourself." Chapter 101. The 3 weeks slowly passed like fine sand slipping through fingers. Once again, entering the hospital, he felt a bit anxious, hoping this checkup would bring good news. The corridor's soft lighting fell gently on the floor, and the mixed scent of disinfectant and medicine made him slightly uncomfortable. Leon followed the nurse to the MRI room, feeling a bit nervous. Finally, after the examination, he arrived at Dr. Pablo's office. Dr. Pablo always wore a kind smile, his eyes deep and bright, as if he could see through people's hearts. Leon sat down, and the doctor opened his examination report. "Good news." Dr. Pablo's voice was low and magnetic. "The torn part of your ligament has healed faster than I expected." The doctor looked up, a hint of relief in his eyes. "But you can't train yet. Starting tomorrow, you need to go to the Fortis Clinic for rehabilitation therapy every day. Dr. Andy Williams will arrange everything. I hope I won't see you again. Dr." Pablo then pulled out a Chelsea jersey with the number 18 from under the table and handed it to Leon. "Please sign it." Leon was a bit surprised, but took the jersey and signed his name. Chapter 102. Finally returning, Leon's face instantly turned a shade of embarrassed red. He swallowed hard and walked towards Eva, whispering, "Eva, why do we still need to check the prostate?" Eva Canero smiled slightly at Leon's words. a mischievous glint in her eyes. Why not? Her tone was teasing. Prostate health is part of overall health. Leon's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Feeling a bit flustered, he turned to look at the various instruments in the medical room, his heart racing. Eva continued, "Don't be nervous. Just lie down on a medical bed, pull your pants down halfway, and stick your butt up." Leon's face flushed deeper, his heart in turmoil. He had never experienced such an embarrassing scene, especially in front of a female doctor. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. He took a deep breath, silently telling himself, "Just endure, it will pass." He awkwardly lay on the medical bed, gripping the edge tightly, trying to stay calm. At that moment, Eva's voice came to his ear, "Close your eyes, it won't hurt." Her words carried a hint of reassurance, trying to help Leon relax. Leon closed his eyes. Although filled with anxiety, he tried hard to calm himself. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Eva drawing his blood. Chapter 103. Missed opportunity. The day Leon returned to the training ground, sunlight spilled onto the lush green lawn, and the air was filled with the refreshing scent of summer. His teammates surrounded him, patting his shoulders and giving him long-awaited hugs. Terry smiled and said, "Our assist king is finally back." Hazard joked from the side, "You better be careful. Don't break your right leg again as soon as you return." After greeting the captain, Leon countered Hazard, "You should be careful. Your third leg might break." Diego Costa rushed towards Leon with a sorrowful face. "Man, you're finally back. Ever since you left, I haven't scored a single goal. BYD Aguero has 25 goals. Kane has 20 goals. I want to say more. It's all tears." However, despite the laughter and joy surrounding him, one person probably wouldn't be so happy. The first training session after his return did not disappoint Leon. He finally felt the long-lost thrill of exercise. After a series of recovery training, his body gradually adapted to the higher intensity movements. As he completed the last set of sprints on the lawn, his chest heaved violently, sweat trickling down his forehead, and he felt as if he had regained the sensations of his former self. "Feels good," he gasped, collapsing weakly onto the lawn, a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 104. Breakup. In the morning, warm light formed a golden spot on the floor. He turned over in bed, groggily reaching for the alarm clock when his phone rang. Breaking the morning's tranquility, Leon rubbed his still sleepy eyes and answered the phone. "Hello, what is up?" His voice was slightly drowsy, sounding somewhat indifferent. On the other end, Barnett's urgent voice came through. "Leon, promise me, don't get excited when you hear this." Leon's heart tightened, sensing a hint of unease. What is going on? He tried to keep his voice calm, but the turmoil inside him was hard to hide. The American side just caught a journalist from Entertainment Weekly. Dua Lipa and her new album producer Kosmanyuk were seen holding hands going to see Avengers 2, and they even captured photos of them kissing. Leon's heart sank like a heavy stone pressing on his chest. His hands trembled slightly, and the phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Although he had sensed something was off, hearing the news still shocked and broke his heart. He hadn't seen Dua Lipa for 3 months, and she had only called once during his injury. He had gotten used to life without her. Now this sudden news hit him hard. Chapter 105. Henry. The Sky Sport commentators and guests arrived at Stamford Bridge today, standing on the pitch with Chelsea players warming up behind them. The stadium was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. The spectators had begun to enter, and a blue ocean gradually unfolded in the stands, with enthusiastic songs and flags waving in the wind, making Stamford Bridge feel like a blue fortress. Gary Neville smiled at the camera, his tone filled with anticipation and excitement. Today's match could see the crowning of the Premier League champion for the 2014-15 season. But there's bad news for Liverpool fans. This will be Gerrard's last match representing Liverpool away. Carragher nodded, a hint of sentimentality in his expression. Yes. Next season Gerrard will join LA Galaxy. He has dedicated his entire career to Liverpool, which is quite rare in modern football. He is a symbol of Liverpool and a legend of the Premier League. After hearing this, Gary Neville flashed a smile, teasing, right? Just like the two of us, haha. Chapter 106. Playing tricks. The match was about to begin, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. Every corner of Stamford Bridge was brimming with excitement for witnessing the birth of a champion. Today's match is particularly significant for Leon, Gary Neville said during the commentary, his voice cautious. He just recovered from injury, and Mourinho must be somewhat worried about whether he can fully adapt to the pace of the game. Carragher added, "That's right. The training ground and the match field are two completely different worlds. In training, you might feel like everything is under control, but the pressure, pace, and physical confrontation during the match will push those feelings to the limit. Henry said with some anticipation, as long as he can quickly adapt to the pace of the game, I believe he will have an outstanding performance today. On the field, Fabregas skillfully controlled the ball, his gaze swiftly scanning the entire pitch for the best passing route. Suddenly, he spotted the running Leon and decisively passed the ball over. Henderson immediately sensed the danger, closing in like a hound, keeping a close watch on Leon, trying to give him no chance to breathe. Leon did not rush to receive the ball. He cleverly used his body to shield it, turning around directly. Henderson could not see where the ball was, nervously tugging at Leon's jersey in an attempt to disrupt his rhythm. Chapter 107. Back past the applause at Stamford Bridge rolled into the stadium like a tide, filling Leon's heart with pride. Leon's parents in the stands wore expressions of pride. Seeing their son shine on such a stage was undoubtedly a joy beyond words. Meanwhile, in the luxury box, Chelsea owner Abramovich was almost about to clap his hands raw, his eyes flashing with a long-lost excitement. This once-coveted Gerrard was now being toyed with so helplessly by Leon. The players could not applaud directly, but Captain Terry had already silently cheered in his heart. Seeing Leon's spirited performance, he couldn't help but marvel at the young man's bright future. The ball returned to Liverpool's feet, and Gerrard, as the on-field commander, skillfully controlled the pace, as if weaving a net to gradually lure Chelsea's defense into a trap. However, Chelsea's players appeared particularly calm, not rushing to press, but instead steadily retreating to their own midfield. Leon was no exception. He cautiously withdrew, though a hint of vigilance showed in his eyes. Seeing that Chelsea's defense had no intention of pressing, Gerrard felt a surge of joy in his heart. He took a small step forward, trying to attract Leon to press. Chapter 108. Control the game while controlling the ball. Leon observed the situation on the field. Liverpool's defense had been completely suppressed. As long as he continued to control the pace, it would be difficult for the opponents to find breakthrough opportunities. As the game progressed, he gradually felt a sense of control he had never experienced before. Of course, he also wondered if this feeling of control was due to the absence of a certain player. The ball returned to Leon's feet again. He gently nudged it to the wing for Willian. Willian quickly cut in, preparing to cross, while Leon silently moved forward, ready to receive. Each of these actions was carefully calculated, with every step gradually closing in on the opponent's defense, leaving them unable to respond. Gary Neville watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Leon's performance today is simply impeccable. He has completely controlled the rhythm of the game. Liverpool's defense is now on the brink. Carragher took a deep breath and added, yes, if Liverpool doesn't take measures soon, they may very well lose this match. Chelsea's attacks came like waves, continuously battering Liverpool's defense. The ball circulated around the edge of the penalty area, sometimes left, sometimes right, giving the opponents almost no chance to breathe. Each pass was like a sharp blade cutting into Liverpool's defense, and each approach put immense pressure on Liverpool's players. Chapter 109. Beautiful football at halftime. Chelsea players walked into the locker room one by one, filled with excitement. Everyone silently watched Mourinho, hoping he would outline the tactics for the second half. However, Mourinho smiled, looking at everyone casually, as if the 45 minutes they had just experienced were merely a training session. Don't look at me, he smiled and said. Your performance in the first half was already excellent. I really can't think of how to adjust to make it better. His gaze lingered on Terry. Upon seeing this, Terry immediately understood Mourinho's intention. As captain, he stood up, his voice deep and powerful. Brothers, we did great, but we've only scored one goal, which is not enough. Let's go out in the second half and get another one. The players nodded in agreement, their morale reignited. However, Mourinho suddenly turned his gaze to Fabregas. Fabregas was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, pointing to Leon, indicating that Mourinho should let him speak. This gesture warmed Fabregas's heart. At least the head coach had not overlooked him. Chapter 110. Drogba and the championship in the Sky Sports commentary box. Gary Neville shouted excitedly, goal. This is a flawless combination. Chelsea has extended their lead again. Carragher quickly followed up. That goal was just perfect. Fabregas's shot was the finishing touch. Henry calmly analyzed. This combination fully showcased the chemistry and trust between Chelsea players. Leon's pass was truly masterful. PTV's Jean couldn't help but shout, beautiful. Fabregas scored his first goal of the season, and this goal almost sealed the victory for Chelsea. Zhang Lu added, "This attack demonstrated Chelsea's overall strength and Leon's individual ability. Their performance completely dominated this match. Chelsea players embraced each other on the field to celebrate, especially Fabregas, who excitedly hugged Leon, both of them smiling brightly. This goal was not just a wonderful combination, but also a reward for their hard work throughout the season. This goal almost determined the championship of the Premier League. Chelsea's second goal completely declared Liverpool's defeat, and Rodgers sighed helplessly on the sidelines, realizing that this match had no suspense left. Chapter 111. The party Leon's morning started quite late, as the afternoon sun pulled him back from his dreams. He opened his eyes, the wild celebrations from the previous night still lingering in his mind. After winning the championship, he and his teammates partied wildly at a nightclub in London, not dispersing until late at night. The image of Costa sprawled on the floor came to his mind. That guy utterly drunk next to him was Hazard, who had already vomited everywhere. Leon couldn't help but chuckle. He lazily got out of bed, had a simple lunch, and felt a bit aimless. So he decided to head to the Cobham training ground to swim, work out, and relax a bit. Entering the gym at the training ground, Leon saw Zuma and Thibaut already sweating it out. Zuma was doing strength training, his arms raised high, holding dumbbells, and his muscle lines were particularly pronounced under the lights. Thibaut was focused on core training, doing sit-ups meticulously, each rise showing a determined expression. They were really working hard. Leon admired them silently, but was not willing to fall behind. He changed into his training gear and started his own training plan. Leon liked to begin with simple stretches to let his muscles gradually adapt, followed by some lightweight strength training. His movements were clean and neat, completing each set meticulously. Chapter 112. Kola, ladies and gentlemen, the plane is about to arrive in the capital of Huagua. We have now entered the airspace of the capital city. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Please stow your tray tables, adjust your seat backs to the upright position, turn off the flight mode on all electronic devices, and ensure that your luggage is properly stored. We expect to arrive in 30 minutes. So please keep your seat upright until the aircraft comes to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Thank you for choosing to fly with Huagua Airlines, and we wish you a pleasant journey in the capital city. The announcement echoed through the cabin, and Leon remained lazily reclined in his first-class seat. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, with the collar of his white shirt slightly undone, revealing a hint of his toned chest. An eye mask covered his eyes, and his leather shoes glimmered slightly under the seat. Leon slowly pulled off the eye mask, slightly opened his eyes, and looked at the flight attendant with a relaxed and comfortable expression. He smiled and nodded, "Okay, no problem." His voice was deep and magnetic, making him feel approachable. The flight attendant politely nodded and then returned to the service area, pulling the curtain closed. Chapter 113. Spokesperson in the afternoon, when IU arrived at the rooftop. Her presence seemed to add a gentle hue to the entire scene. She wore a simple white dress, the hem swaying gently with the wind, appearing particularly ethereal. Her long hair hung over her shoulders, her face adorned with a slight nervous smile, and her eyes showed a hint of shyness. She slightly lowered her head and greeted Leon and Luhan in Korean, her voice soft. "Appa, hello." Leon responded gently. "Hello." His tone was warm and powerful, carrying an unintentional charm. Upon hearing his voice, IU's blush deepened, and she dared not meet Liang's eyes, only managing to lower her head and smile. Thinking to herself, "Appa is really handsome. Is he even human?" Liang, a bit confused, asked Luhan, "Appa? Isn't that a term for an older brother? But I'm younger than her?" Luhan whispered in Liang's ear, "Not necessarily. It can also be used for someone close or someone you like." Liang immediately realized. Seeing IU made Liang feel somewhat amused, but more so a polite restraint. At that moment, he didn't feel embarrassed by IU's shyness. Instead, he found it a bit cute. Chapter 114. The last two seeing Liang enjoying his meal so much, Luhan, as the host, wore a broad smile. He already knew how delicious the signature dish of this restaurant was, but seeing Liang enjoy it so much brought him a sense of satisfaction. As soon as IU entered, she unceremoniously sat next to Liang, and Karen didn't mind, only smiling slightly. Wow, he can eat so elegantly. IU watched Liang savor the lamb, unable to resist picking up a napkin and carefully wiping the sauce from the corner of his mouth. Both Liang and Luhan were momentarily stunned. Luhan even paused his chopsticks, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, while Liang slightly leaned back. Smiling politely, Thank you, thank you. Lu Han quickly raised his glass, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Come on, let's welcome Liang and Ayu to the capital. He heartily raised his glass and downed the liquor in one gulp. Liang and Ayu raised their glasses and drank too. Liang found the liquor smooth on entry with a rich aftertaste, but didn't feel anything particularly special. However, Ayu thought it would be similar to the soju from their country, but when the liquor slid down her throat, she immediately felt a spiciness spreading from her throat, gradually extending to her stomach. Chapter 115. Appearance. Liang arrived in Suzhou, where the air was filled with the unique moistness of the Jiangnan region. And the Jingtian Primary School in Suzhou Industrial Park was nestled in a lush environment. Liang wore a simple white sports shirt, paired with a red jacket and fitted red sports pants, looking casual yet stylish. As he walked through the campus, he couldn't help but be inspired by the vibrant atmosphere here, his mood lifting with the lightness of his steps. Director Yao was standing nearby, holding the program outline, explaining today's shooting arrangements to Liang in detail. The opening of the program we are recording today will take place here. Although the location is small, we have prepared many interesting game segments. Moreover, this program will be broadcast live, and later there will be an edited version available on online platforms and television. Liang nodded, listening attentively, but couldn't help feeling a bit excited. As a professional player, it was his first time recording a variety show, and he was somewhat looking forward to and curious about it. Suddenly, the assistant director rushed over, his face showing nervousness and excitement, and said to Director Yao, "We're ready to start." The atmosphere on set instantly became tense, with staff quickly taking their positions and the guests standing ready at their respective spots. Chapter 116. The goalkeeper. Liang smiled and responded, "Anyway, today's champion is definitely ours." The little road of the white team immediately shouted beside him, "Oh, starting to brag now." Hearing his exaggerated tone, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Fanji laughed heartily, patting Liang on the shoulder. "It's good for the young man to have confidence, haha." At this moment, Zheng Kai suddenly chimed in. "Actually, my childhood football memories started with Brother Fan, but to be honest, Brother Fan, your shoulders are not as broad as I imagined when I was a kid." As soon as he said that, the whole place burst into laughter, and the comments started flooding in. Zheng Kai is so bold. What do you mean his shoulders are not broad? I'm dying of laughter. Director Yao saw that the atmosphere had reached a climax and clapped his hands. "All right, let's once again welcome Fan, Ji, and Liang to join us." Director Yao. "Now, to let everyone understand each other's skills, we have specially prepared an inflatable goalkeeper, who will serve as the goalkeeper to see who can score." The members excitedly gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation. This inflatable goalkeeper almost filled the entire goal, leaving only two small corners, clearly aiming to create difficulty for everyone. Chapter 117. The hygiene ball. The challenge of the red team had reached its climax, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Yami had just successfully challenged too, for meters, earning applause from the crowd, which boosted the morale of the red team. At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on the only participant who had yet to compete. Liang. Director Yao, with a sly smile, tilted his head slightly towards Liang. "How about you try one? 3 meters?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Chenhe immediately stood up to refute. "What? You're actually making Liang challenge one? 3 meters? Isn't that looking down on him?" Luhan also joined in teasing. "Liang, if it were me, I would directly challenge one. 2 meters. Upon hearing this, Liang raised an eyebrow and smiled helplessly. "Aren't you all digging a pit for me?" Director Yao chuckled and waved his hand. 1, 2 meters? That's an impossible task." However, Deng Zhao was unwilling to miss this opportunity to stir trouble, shouting loudly, "What do you mean impossible? Liang is going to challenge one. 2 meters. Liang shrugged, took a deep breath, and provocatively said, "All right then, let's see if I can do one. 2 meters? Chapter 118. Illegal Matters. Liang, don't hold back. Give it your all. Let us see the real strength of a Premier League professional player." Fan Ji shouted loudly, showing no intention of relaxing his vigilance just because it was a friendly match. Yes, Liang, you need to take it seriously." Yao PD nodded, wearing a serious expression, as if the importance of this friendly match was no less than that of previous recording sessions. Liang smiled helplessly and said, "All right, I'll go all out then." He spoke lightly, but the confidence in his eyes made everyone present feel that the upcoming match would not be so simple. As the whistle blew to start the game, The atmosphere on the field instantly became tense. Liang showcased his exceptional skills and speed as soon as he entered the field, leaving everyone astonished. He quickly controlled the ball and passed it, as if the entire field was under his command. Lu Han stood on the sidelines, and, seeing Liang break through rapidly, the opposing defenders immediately accelerated to close in, excitedly thinking that he would receive a pass from Liang. However, when Liang's right foot sent a spinning ball speeding towards him, Lu Han failed to control it in time, and the ball slipped out of bounds past his feet. Chapter 119 Ray Monkey Mia couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, explaining, Grandpa, Grandma, Liang is a professional player, and this is all legitimate income. Plus, with bonuses, his earnings are quite considerable. Li Todd nodded in agreement. Yeah, don't worry, your grandson is a star abroad. Hearing this, Grandpa and Grandma were still a bit hesitant, but seeing Liang's determination, they gradually relaxed. Grandpa sighed and said, All right, we'll listen to you, but don't be too extravagant. We still need to live simply. Liang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, our lives won't change. We're just moving to a more comfortable environment. Just after Karen finished her lunch and was about to sit down for a break, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Barnett. After answering, she heard Barnett's voice. Karen, the script for Running Man in Korea has changed. They receive an invitation from Park Ji-sung and plan to shoot in Magic City. And they also hold a Smile Cup charity match. Karen raised her eyebrows slightly and quickly opened her email to check, indeed finding detailed itinerary and lineup information for the Smile Cup. Chapter 120 Smile Cup. In the conference room at Cobham Base, Mourinho and Marina Granovskaya sat facing each other. The atmosphere tense to the point of being suffocating. Several thick documents lay on the meeting table, but at that moment, Mourinho's gaze was fixed intensely on Marina, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Marina remained composed and calmly reported, Czech's transfer has been finalized for 10 million. He will move to Arsenal. Meanwhile, Felipe has also returned to Atletico Madrid for 11 million. Mourinho nodded. He was already aware of these two transactions and had no objections. However, before he could relax, Marina's next statement made his heart sink. Suddenly, her tone turned cold and firm. Regarding the transfer list you submitted, we have encountered some issues. Everton has repeatedly rejected the bids for Stones, and the last offer of 30 million also fell through. We have decided not to pursue him anymore. As for Griezmann, he has clearly stated he will not join us and will stay at Atletico. Cavani has also rejected us, choosing to remain in Paris. Hearing this, Mourinho's brows furrowed tightly, anger surging within him. He almost gritted his teeth and said, If you can't negotiate, let me handle it. Now things are messed up, and you just tell me it's not possible? Chapter 121 Performance. The two legends laughed at Liang's praise. Cruyff teased, I know you're an excellent passer. You must show me later. Liang responded with a smile. Definitely. In the Korean dressing room, after exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Liang headed to the dressing room for the Chinese team. Brother Fan was still putting on his socks when he saw Liang come in and immediately exclaimed, Oh, Liang, what are you doing here? Come in, come in. Liang was also surprised to see Brother Fan again, smiling as he replied, Brother, I didn't expect to see you again. He turned and saw Jean Jun, happily saying, Oh, Brother Jean is here too. The Chinese legends in the dressing room were familiar with Liang, having watched his matches before. However, the artistic figures Sun Nan and Chun Chusheng did not know Liang, but soon became acquainted through Brother Fan's introduction. Liang politely greeted them, explaining that due to the recording schedule, he would play with the Korean team in the first half and join the Chinese team in the second half. Upon hearing that Liang would play with the Chinese legends in the second half, Brother Fan, Yang Chun, Su Liang, and others all requested to play in the second half, wearing awkward smiles. Brother Fan half-jokingly said, You take it easy in the first half, and then play seriously in the second half. Ha ha ha. Chapter 122 Play. For 2 more years on the same day, Chelsea's official website announced the signings of Pedro and Baba Ramon. Almost immediately, social media erupted in a frenzy. Barcelona fans posted their farewells to Pedro on Twitter, while Chelsea fans warmly welcomed his arrival, but they seemed a bit confused about Baba's identity. Who is Baba? Meanwhile, in the second half of the charity match, Liang had already changed into the Chinese charity match team uniform. This moment excited the Chinese fans present, especially seeing Liang standing on the same field with those battle-hardened legends, fighting side by side, which thrilled them even more. Liang's appearance alone was filled with star power, and every move he made captured the hearts of the Chinese fans present. Perhaps this was the first and last time he would fight alongside these Chinese players. However, unlike the first half, Liang did not continue to play as an attacking midfielder. Instead, he actively requested to play as a defensive midfielder, partnering with Su Liang. Although Su Liang had just announced his retirement, he still maintained good physical condition, and this combination immediately stabilized the situation on the field. Chapter 123, Physical Examination, Why Have You Gained So Much Weight? Liang stared at Hazard's waist in surprise. As soon as they met, he noticed a change in Hazard and couldn't help but blurted out. Hazard awkwardly scratched the back of his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. I won the championship. I was so happy. I couldn't help it. His voice carried a hint of innocence, as if the few kilograms he had gained were all the trophy's fault. Liang shook his head, pretending to be serious. You're in trouble. The boss will kill you. He deliberately lowered his voice, as if delivering a terrifying prophecy, but the corners of his eyes slightly rose, revealing his inner jest. Just then, a call came from the examination room. Hazard. The voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his name, Hazard's expression changed instantly, and the smile on his lips froze. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to muster courage, and then slowly stepped forward with heavy steps, nervously walking into the examination room. Every step felt like stepping towards an unknown fate, and his silhouette appeared somewhat comical in Liang's eyes. The afternoon promised a good show. Costa stood nearby, revealing a sly smile, the corners of his mouth curling up like a victorious fox. Chapter 124. Gossip Mourinho did not stop his pace. He lowered his head to flip through the physical examination report in his hands, his expression growing increasingly grim. With every page turned, his brow furrowed tighter, as if the paper in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. Sheik, Mourinho suddenly called out. Sheik timidly stepped forward. He had been loaned to Crystal Palace last season, but his performance had not met expectations. Hearing his name made his heart race. Your body fat percentage has increased by 2. Lose it before the season starts, or you'll go back to the reserves, Mourinho said mercilessly, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Sheik could only nod silently, secretly resolving to train hard in the upcoming time and not disappoint the coach. When Mourinho saw Hazard's physical examination report, his face instantly turned pale. He suspected there might be an error in the data, and he looked up to scrutinize Hazard's slightly plump figure. Hazard. Mourinho shouted each syllable of Hazard's name, his voice laced with uncontrollable anger. You've gained 13 kilograms. Your body fat percentage exceeds the requirement by 7. What the hell were you doing during your vacation? Lying on your damn couch? Chapter 125. The Chinese training for several days under the scorching heat and humidity had been particularly arduous, but Chelsea's players were finally looking forward to the long-anticipated Asian tour. The players sat in the largest passenger plane, feeling comfortable in the spacious cabin, and they were unusually excited about the upcoming Asian trip. Inside the cabin, the players chatted, sharing their expectations for the upcoming matches and travels. Mourinho sat in the front row of the plane, his face dark like he had just walked out from behind a storm cloud. Holding a stack of documents, his brow was tightly knit, clearly feeling extremely frustrated about this trip. Despite the lucrative commercial match contracts with Asian clubs, Mourinho clearly did not want to waste time on these low-level warm-up matches. He was particularly dissatisfied with some players' poor performance during the physical tests, which filled him with unease about taking them to Asia. This is a nightmare, Mourinho muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the players in the cabin. He could almost foresee the various issues they would face during this trip: jet lag, dietary habits, and unrealistic commercial demands, such as Hazard having to play a full 45 minutes, Liang having to start, and various interviews with television stations. Chapter 126. Fat Hazard. As the bus drove into the city, the scenery outside became increasingly prosperous. The skyscrapers of Tokyo stood in rows, streets bustling with traffic, and pedestrians hurried along, a busy scene of a modern metropolis. Finally, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of their luxurious hotel. A large crowd of reporters and fans had already gathered outside, waving their cameras and flags, clearly having waited for a long time. As the Chelsea players got off the bus one by one, the flash of cameras instantly illuminated the entire scene as if it were daylight. Although there weren't as many Chelsea fans in Japan as there were for Real Madrid, their enthusiasm was undiminished. The players smiled and waved at the fans as they stepped down. The moment Liang appeared, he immediately triggered a wave of screams, especially from the female fans. who wildly waved their support items, and some even held up a portrait of Liang with a line in simplified Chinese. "Liang, I love you." Liang was quite surprised by this enthusiastic support. He smiled and waved back at them, secretly feeling proud. It seems my charm is quite significant here. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed a female fan fainting on the ground from excessive excitement. Chapter 127. Friendship match. Mourinho waved his arms on the sidelines, tried to instruct the players to adjust their tactics. His voice echoed around the field, but the players seemed unable to fully grasp his intentions. Liang regained possession of the ball, observing that the opposing defense had become somewhat lax, and decided to speed up the attack. He deftly shifted his body, using the back of his foot to nudge the ball forward, and then quickly accelerated, shaking off the approaching defender. By the time the opposing defender reacted, Liang had already passed the ball to Costa in the penalty area. Costa received the ball and tried to use his body to shield it, but the opposing defender was exceptionally tenacious, sticking close to him. Costa barely turned and took a shot, but due to fatigue and poor form, his shot lacked power, and the ball slowly rolled towards the goalkeeper, who easily caught it. On the sidelines, Mourinho kicked a water bottle hard, clearly dissatisfied with the team's performance. He roared loudly, trying to motivate the players. As the match progressed, the atmosphere at the Ajinomoto Stadium gradually became dull. Although Chelsea maintained possession of the ball, their attacks lacked any vitality. Chapter 128. Curfew. However, a comical scene unfolded in Chelsea's defensive area. When FC Tokyo's forward, Yoshinori Muto, received the ball and prepared to attack, he attempted a seemingly bold move by backing his rear against Chelsea's captain, Terry. Muto obviously wanted to use his agility and low center of gravity to protect the ball, but Terry was not the type to let an opponent take advantage easily. Just as Muto steadied the ball, Terry was already close behind him. Terry's feet were as steady as a rock. He slightly crouched, his legs seemingly rooted in the grass, instantly concentrating power in his lower body. Calmly, Terry gently pressed his hands against Muto's waist, a hint of disdain in his smile. Muto felt immense pressure from behind. His backside was pushed, and he exerted all his strength to stabilize his balance. But Terry's strength was overwhelming, and his legs almost instantaneously lost support. With a slight push from Terry, Muto was sent stumbling forward a few steps and ultimately fell to the ground uncontrollably. As Muto struggled to get up from the ground, his face was filled with disbelief. In that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by a charging bull, completely unable to understand how Terry could exert such immense power in such a short time. Chapter 129. Yokohama. In the early morning, a hint of humid coolness filled the air in Tokyo, and the sky had a faint blue hue. Chelsea's players were already geared up, ready to embark on another busy itinerary. Although they had just gone through a tiring match last night, everyone still pulled themselves together, as they would continue a series of activities and matches in Japan over the next few days. Liang woke up early, putting on the team's training gear, feeling much better than yesterday, and he had adjusted to the time difference. He walked in front of the mirror, gently stretching his shoulders, his toes slightly raised, as if feeling the bounce of the floor. Thinking about today's schedule, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, secretly hoping that the business event would end soon, so he could have some time to rest. During breakfast, Liang's gaze inadvertently swept across the other teammates at the table. Hazard was still rubbing his sleepy eyes, while Costa seemed to have fully recovered his energy from last night, munching on salad and sashimi while discussing something with Cahill. Cahill was nodding along, holding a piece of toast, occasionally letting out a few deep chuckles. Liang sipped his coffee while listening to their conversation. Chapter 130. Nakamura, Shunsuke. At that moment, Mourinho appeared at the entrance of the cafe, his eyes scanning the players, clearly attracted by the enticing aroma. However, Mourinho's mood was evidently not as pleasant as his serious expression suggested. Seeing Hazard and Costa, such exceptional players, enjoying their meal happily, his brow furrowed tightly. "Mourinho, come here. Try this." Liang waved enthusiastically as he saw Mourinho walk in. He then turned to the waiter, ordered a set of cutlery, and handed half of his apple pie to Mourinho. Mourinho was initially reluctant, but upon seeing Liang's eager gaze and the tempting apple pie, he accepted the dessert. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up slightly, clearly surprised by the deliciousness of the apple pie. "This is really good," Mourinho murmured, chewing the pie, the taste making him relax a bit. Before long, the players returned to the bus, ready to head to the hotel. On the way, Mourinho's expression returned to seriousness. He coldly announced, "Liang, Costa, Hazard and I will go to the gym for an hour. Chapter 131. Huagui Yuecheng at Chelsea's second stop in Asia. Huagui Yuecheng. The players were stunned by the scene as soon as they stepped out of the airport. The fans in front of them surged like a tide, the dense crowd nearly obscuring the entire view, and everyone felt this unprecedented warm welcome. Every face was filled with excitement, waving colorful flags and banners, loudly cheering for Chelsea's arrival. Even the seasoned Mourinho couldn't help but feel surprised. He furrowed his brow and looked around, as if he were in an ocean of people. "This is truly astonishing," Mourinho murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. "This scene is even more exaggerated than I imagined." Just then, Hazard suddenly asked Liang beside him, "What are we eating later?" Liang helplessly pursed his lips, appearing somewhat impatient. "Why ask? Of course we'll be eating at the hotel." Just as Liang finished speaking, his gaze swept through the crowd and suddenly spotted two elderly figures struggling to make their way through. His heart raced. It was his grandparents. Liang's face instantly filled with surprise and joy as he swiftly broke through the security perimeter and rushed toward the familiar figures. Chapter 132. Interview upon arriving in Huagua. The Chelsea players, despite their travel fatigue, couldn't hide their excitement. The last stop of this Asian tour was a match against Yuecheng Hongda and Jingsheng Antai, after which they would return to England to prepare for the Community Shield against Arsenal. For Liang, returning to Huagua was undoubtedly a highly anticipated event. As soon as they reached the hotel, Chelsea's PR department quickly arranged a special car to take Liang's grandparents home. Since the event had started to gain traction, the PR department was undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation, which was a good thing and would undoubtedly benefit Chelsea's image in Huagua. The players were in the hotel lounge, enjoying a variety of snacks carefully prepared by the hotel. The table was filled with colorful treats, both sweet and savory, and just looking at them made one's mouth water. Hazard unabashedly expressed his love for these snacks, exclaiming as he ate, "This is so delicious. Liang, can you make this?" Liang, immersed in the chicken feet he was holding, couldn't help but show "Are you kidding?" expression. "How could I possibly make this?" As he spoke, he skillfully used his teeth and tongue to pick the bones from the chicken feet, his movements smooth and professional. Chapter 133. Hongda Hot. Hot. Hazard's voice carried a hint of nervousness and surprise. He quickly placed the beef he had just fished out of the boiling hot pot into his mouth while continuously inhaling, as if this would alleviate the heat from the beef. Hazard's eyes were focused, the corners slightly moist from the steam, yet he stubbornly chewed on the delicious morsel, clearly unwilling to miss out on this special dish. Sitting next to him, Costa had no such painful experience. With one hand holding the chopsticks and the other cradling a bowl, he popped a piece of sauce-soaked beef into his mouth. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and after smacking his lips, he excitedly said, "This sauce is incredible. Satay sauce, it's truly a perfect match." Costa's appreciation was evident, as if he had completely fallen in love with this unique flavor from Huagua. As Pilicueta, with a hint of curiosity, leaned down to stare at the beef slices on his plate. He gently picked up a piece with his chopsticks. The meat quivered slightly between them, still retaining its vitality. His eyes widened in surprise. "This beef is still moving. It's so fresh." As Pilicueta gently tapped the beef with his chopsticks, as if confirming whether it was truly alive. Chapter 134. Li's arc in front of the television. Lu Han was also waiting for the match to begin at home in Jingsheng. Excitedly, Lu Han shouted to Xiao Tong, "Xiao Tong, come look, the match is about to start." Xiao Tong leisurely replied, "Oh, it hasn't started yet. Why the rush?" Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Meanwhile, in Yuecheng, Grandma and Grandpa were sitting on the sofa, their eyes glued to the television screen. Grandma adjusted the volume with the remote while curiously saying, "Oh dear, the person is too small. I can't see Liang clearly." She pointed at the little blue figure on the screen and asked, "Is this my grandson?" Grandpa shook his head and laughed. "That's Terry, not your grandson." Grandma continued pointing at the screen. "What about him?" Grandpa replied, "That's the referee. He's your grandson, but not your grandson." At that moment, the camera zoomed in on Liang, who was intently waiting for the kickoff. Grandma's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Liang, and she excitedly shouted, "Oh dear, my grandson is really handsome." The female fans at home all secretly licked the screen, appearing particularly excited. The referee's whistle echoed through Tianhe Sports Center, and the match officially began. Hongda team gained the kickoff, but unlike most teams' cautious probing at the start, Honda chose a straightforward attacking route. Chapter 135. Captain. As the match entered halftime, the players of Honda returned to the locker room with their heads down, sweat streaming down their faces, filled with unease and anxiety. Mr. Su in the box also appeared to be somewhat unhappy, his gaze darkening as he looked at the grand team, which was being suffocated by Chelsea. He silently thought to himself, these players must feel there hasn't been enough training and want to hold a meeting in military training, right? The Chelsea players, on the other hand, seemed much more relaxed, especially Hazard, who looked noticeably at ease, almost as if he was enjoying the game. After entering the locker room, Hazard immediately found a spot to sit down, smiling broadly as he looked at Leon. "Brother, you were on fire today. You made me want to fly along with you." Leon smiled and waved his hand. His performance today was indeed extraordinary. In the PTV commentary booth, Jean Jun and Jean Lu were also discussing the first half's performance. Jean Jun said, "Leon was impeccable today, worth every penny. Whether in transitioning defense or midfield coordination, he showcased a remarkably high level. A player like this is not just the backbone of the team, but is practically the tactical core." Jean Lu chimed in, especially the synergy between him and Hazard. "It's like they're old friends. Look at those 2 assists in the first half. The angle and power of the passes were controlled perfectly, and the ball even had a slight curve, accurately delivered to his teammates' feet. It's truly impressive." Chapter 136. Join the grand team? After the match, Leon and Zhang Ji stood by the field, sweat trickling down their foreheads, the lights on the football field shining exceptionally bright under the night sky. They nodded to each other, then began exchanging jerseys. Zhang Ji slowly took off his jersey from his shoulder, his movements steady and efficient, his muscular arms clearly defined under the lights. Leon, laughing, also took off his blue jersey, casually tossing it aside, revealing his fit physique. The two moved in a moment of tacit rhythm, as if they were longtime comrades in battle, filled with respect for each other. "My boss wants to know if you would be willing to join the grand team. If you are, he can make an offer to Chelsea." Zhang Ji spoke calmly, but his eyes revealed a hint of probing. His fingers gently rubbed the edge of the jersey, clearly taking this conversation seriously. Leon smiled slightly, raised an eyebrow, and wore a barely noticeable smile. "Ha, Mr. Su is already looking to poach players so soon," Leon thought to himself, but his face showed no hint of his true thoughts. He smiled and politely shook his head, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Thank you, but I prefer playing for Chelsea." Chapter 137. Put more force. The high-speed train sped along, the vibrations inside the carriage almost negligible. Leon sat in his seat, enjoying the tranquility. Wearing headphones, he listened to music, resting his hands on his knees, fingers lightly tapping on his thigh, as if silently keeping time. Soon, the train's announcement came on, declaring the imminent arrival at the capital station. The players began to pack their belongings, preparing for the next stop. Hazard reluctantly put a coin back in his pocket, crossing his arms over his chest and sighing. "Ah, I haven't had enough fun yet." "Don't worry, there are plenty of fun things waiting for you in the capital." Leon smiled slightly, reassuring him. The train slowly pulled into the capital station, the lights inside the carriage gradually brightening, as if welcoming the start of a new day. Leon stood up, stretched his body, and gently pressed his fingers on his lower back, feeling a twinge of soreness. After disembarking, Chelsea's players navigated through the crowded platform, their luggage rolling at their feet, their shoes making crisp sounds on the tiled floor. The capital's platform was ablaze with lights, and the bustling crowd made it feel particularly busy. Every passerby cast curious glances at these stars who had come from far away in Europe, with some even pulling out their phones to discreetly take pictures. Chapter 138. Capital Peace. Hurry up, don't take too long. It's already been 2 hours. Lu Han shouted helplessly, anxiously rubbing his short hair with both hands, seemingly trying hard to squeeze out some patience. He paced back and forth in the room, each step making a hurried, clicking sound, as if urging time to pass more quickly. "We're going to be late. There will be a huge traffic jam at Sanlitun." Lu Han's voice conveyed a hint of anxiety, his brows furrowed, and his hands unconsciously rubbed against his pockets, filled with helplessness and frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong sat in front of the vanity, one hand holding a makeup brush while the other skillfully selected colors from the eyeshadow palette. Her movements were slow and graceful, as if time didn't seem matter to her. Hearing Lu Han's urging, she slowly replied, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. If you keep rushing me, I want to go." Lu Han was instantly at a loss for words, opening his mouth but saying nothing. He realized that saying anything more would be pointless, so he could only sigh helplessly, secretly hoping the traffic wouldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, Chelsea's players had already arrived at the Workers' Stadium for their midday warm-up ahead of the upcoming match. Due to the heavy traffic in the capital, they had set off early to avoid any potential delays. Chapter 139, Why Not? Leon had long seen through their intentions. He quickly stepped forward to press, using his body to block Maddox's passing route. Maddox was forced to make a hasty pass, which was intercepted directly by Maddox. Chelsea's midfield once again controlled the rhythm of the game, and the tacit cooperation between Leon and Maddox repeatedly dismantled Capital Peace's attacks. Although Capital Peace's offensive seemed threatening, each attempt was cleanly resolved by Chelsea's defense. The collaboration between Leon and Maddox was truly breathtaking. Jean-June exclaimed. Yes, Chelsea's midfield and defense are indeed too solid. They not only successfully thwarted numerous attacks from Capital Peace, but can also quickly transition from defense to offense, with very fast counterattacks. Jean-Lu nodded in agreement. The players of Capital Peace appeared somewhat anxious on the field, trying various attacking methods, but all were countered one by Chelsea's defense. Leon showed increasing ease on the field. Every time he received the ball, the atmosphere in the stadium would instantly tense up. Each of his movements was filled with artistry. Whether it was dribbling, passing, or shooting, everything flowed so smoothly and naturally. Chapter 140. Double the comments made by Mourinho were like a bomb, quickly sparking enormous controversy in Huagua. On social media, various comments flooded in, with angry fans, dissatisfied journalists, and even many industry insiders stepping forward to criticize Mourinho's inappropriate remarks. Chelsea's public relations department thus fell into an emergency state, and Steve Atkin looked at the overwhelming reports with a headache, almost forcing out a statement attempting to clarify that Mourinho's comments represented only his personal views and not the club's stance. Nevertheless, this statement did not quell the controversy. Instead, it further enraged fans and media, accusing the club of trying to shirk responsibility. Mourinho's fiery personality only added fuel to the fire with his comments. In this storm, Leon appeared relatively calm. He had long been accustomed to Mourinho's eccentricity and straightforwardness, and found this scene somewhat frustrating and uninteresting. Mourinho sat in the first-class cabin of the plane, leaning back in his seat, his gaze fixed on a data report in his hands. The figures made his brows furrow even tighter. Through the small window of the cabin, he could see the clouds rolling beneath him, but his mood was much heavier than those clouds. Chapter 141. 400,000 euro weekly salary on the training ground. The sun shone brightly, but the players felt as heavy as lead in both body and spirit. The initial warm-up had already left them gasping for breath, and the subsequent high-intensity training was even more grueling for everyone. Even the experienced Terry was panting, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. As the captain, he had to lead from the front. Help! What is old Mourinho thinking? Hazard couldn't help but complain softly. Leon was drenched in sweat, with it running down his cheeks. He shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and each step felt like dragging a boulder. By the end of the training, he almost collapsed on the ground, silently wondering, why is this happening? What does Mourinho really want us to do? Hazard sat on the sidelines, frantically hydrating and gasping for breath. This was simply a hell on earth. I don't remember the last training being this exhausting. Pedro shook his head, seemingly incredulous at such intensity. Were you all this tired before? This time is really different. Mourinho must have his plans. Terry shook his head, but continued to do stretching exercises on the side. Even though he was utterly exhausted, he remained calm. Chapter 142. Community Shield. The atmosphere at Wembley Stadium was electric as the Community Shield match was about to begin, featuring the 2014-15 Premier League champions Chelsea against the FA Cup champions Arsenal. The players from both sides were rubbing their fists in the player tunnel. An intense yet excited atmosphere filled the air. Checa just walked through the wrong door and, almost unconsciously, entered the Chelsea locker room, where he had played for many years. The moment he pushed the door open and saw the familiar blue walls, a look of shock and embarrassment crossed his face. He quickly apologized in a low voice and hurried out, but this brief incident did not escape the media's attention. The cameras focused on the legendary goalkeeper, capturing the unnatural smile on his face, which became the hottest topic before the match. In the Chelsea locker room, Mourinho's voice boomed like thunder as he waved the tactical board in his hand, instilling a winning belief in the players. This is a London derby, a battle for dignity. We cannot embarrass ourselves here, especially in front of Arsenal. His tone was firm, each word as powerful as steel, resonating in the hearts of every player. Chapter 143. Locker room. Zhang Lu from PTV commented during the broadcast. Chelsea seems to be struggling a bit, as Azpilicueta is almost being overwhelmed by Arsenal's wings on the left. It was clear that Chelsea was under significant defensive pressure. Jean Jun added, Mourinho's tactical adjustments haven't taken effect immediately. The Chelsea players appear extremely fatigued, especially Leon, who now has to shoulder almost the entire midfield defensive task alone. With Azpilicueta frequently in distress, Matic had to abandon his central defensive responsibilities to help him fend off Chamberlain and Bellerin's attacks. As a left-footed player, Matic could slightly alleviate Azpilicueta's pressure on the flanks, but this left the central defense quite vulnerable. Leon realized he had to constantly fill in to cover for Matic's absence. Cazorla and Ozil's combination in midfield was incredibly skillful, easily utilizing a 2-on-1 situation to create threats. Every time Ozil received the ball, Leon had to quickly close in, but Ozil always managed to calmly pass the ball to a teammate. Gary Neville analyzed during the commentary, Leon is currently taking on too many defensive tasks, which is exhausting his stamina. He not only has to deal with Arsenal's midfield, but also has to keep filling in. Chapter 144. Situation escalates after the match resumed. Chelsea's formation was revitalized. The players' positioning became more balanced, and the team was no longer in a passive state, but instead matched Arsenal evenly. Leon and Fabregas's midfield coordination appeared effortless, and the penetration and breakthroughs on both flanks put immense pressure on Bellerin and Monreal. Bellerin occasionally glanced toward the coaching bench, seemingly seeking instructions, but Wenger merely crossed his arms, maintaining a calm expression. Leon was lively on the left flank, akin to a runaway wild horse. Every time he touched the ball, it caused tension in the Arsenal defense. His feet were agile, and with a gentle flick of the inside of his foot, the ball slipped past Cazorla. Leon sprinted forward, forcing Bellerin to abandon his forward press and quickly retreat to block him. Leon shot a glance at Bellerin, saying, "If I don't run you in the ground today, I won't be called Leon." Fabregas echoed Leon on the right. Every time he touched the ball, he appeared so composed, as if he had everything under control. He and Willian toyed with Monreal, tearing apart Arsenal's left side defense. Gary Neville from Sky Sports remarked during the commentary, Chelsea's midfield coordination is as if it has been meticulously calculated. Every pass has a clear purpose, and the interplay between Fabregas and Leon has begun to loosen Arsenal's defense. Chapter 145. Overtime. The referee on the field quickly blew the whistle, signaling both teams to calm down. He hurried to the center of the conflict, his expression serious, asking the captains Terry and Koscielny to pull their players apart. After some persuasion and pulling, the players on the field were finally separated, but the atmosphere remained tense, as if another conflict could erupt at any moment. The referee showed no hesitation and directly issued yellow cards to Terry, Koscielny, Leon, and Cech. Leon, dissatisfied, said to the referee, "We didn't do anything." Terry pulled Leon away, but he was very unconvinced, frowning and pointing at Koscielny. He started it. He should at least get a red card. However, the referee ignored him and gestured for him to go back. Cech remained very calm, shrugging lightly, as if these yellow cards had no effect on him. Koscielny, on the other hand, coldly stared at Terry, clearly unhappy with the series of decisions, but chose to remain silent. As the referee's whistle blew, the match temporarily entered a brief pause. Both teams' players walked to the sidelines to catch their breath and prepare for the impending overtime. Chapter 146. Courtois. As the second half whistle sounded, Arsenal pounced on Chelsea's defense like a beast. Their attacks came in waves, completely disregarding Chelsea's potential counterattacks. Arsenal players seemed to be on steroids, each sprinting at full speed with exceptionally precise ball control. Sanchez was like an agile cheetah on the wing, repeatedly breaking through Ivanovic's defense. Bellerin also frequently surged forward to assist, putting tremendous pressure on Chelsea's defense. Arsenal has entered a complete attacking mode, said Gary Neville from Sky Sports. They're now only thinking about scoring and don't care about defense at all. Carragher couldn't help but agree. Yes, Chelsea is completely suppressed now. They need to find a counterattack opportunity quickly, or it will be hard to hold on until the end. The Chelsea players seemed unusually fatigued. Each effort from their legs felt as heavy as if filled with iron. Courtois stood in front of the goal like a solid wall, continuously saving Arsenal's shots. His hands waved constantly, directing his teammates' positions, but sweat had soaked through his gloves, and each save required immense concentration. Chapter 147. Impeccable. The goalkeeping coach held a small notepad filled with information, constantly communicating quietly with Courtois, reminding him of the penalty habits of the Arsenal players. Courtois listened intently, sweat dripping from his forehead, but he remained calm. With the referee's whistle, the penalty shootout officially began. Chelsea sent out Pedro first, a player relatively unfamiliar to Czech. Pedro stood at the penalty spot, took a deep breath, then struck with his right foot, the ball flying straight to the lower left corner of the goal. Czech dove the wrong way, and Chelsea took the lead. Beautiful. Pedro calmly scored the first goal. Neville exclaimed from the commentary box. Next, Arsenal sent out Cazorla, who sprinted toward the ball at great speed, sending it to the upper right corner of the goal. Although Courtois guessed the right direction, the speed and angle of the ball left him powerless, and the score returned to even. In the second round, Chelsea sent out Willian. This time, Willian chose a powerful shot. Czech guessed the right direction, but the ball was too fast, and he was unable to stop it as it crashed into the net, putting Chelsea ahead again. Willian's shot was powerful, and Czech couldn't react at all. Carragher praised. Chapter 148. Crisis after the Community Shield match. The atmosphere at the press conference was unusually tense. Although Mourinho was used to dealing with the media, today's scene was more complicated than ever. The reporters had been waiting for a long time inside, the flashlights flickering continuously, and the air was thick with excitement and anticipation. Mourinho strode into the venue, wearing his usual calm smile. Each step he took exuded his unique confidence and authority, as if he were the real victor of the match. The Chelsea press officer accompanying him whispered a few words in his ear, causing him to frown slightly, but he did not show any more emotional fluctuations. As the reporters saw Mourinho take the stage, they immediately pounced on him like hunting beasts, microphones and recording devices crowding around him. The host tried to bring some order to the scene, but the effect was clearly minimal. Finally, a reporter in the front row jumped ahead to ask a question. His words sharp and direct, clearly prepared for a while. Mr. Mourinho, there are reports that Hazard left the team without permission during the second half and exited the field. What is your opinion on this? Chapter 149. Wife Hazard walked into his home under the night sky. Although he still carried the intensity of the fierce competition on the field, his mood felt unusually heavy. The light in the house was soft, and the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, where Natasha was busy preparing dinner. Although she felt shy in front of the public eye, her place in Hazard's heart shone as brightly as the stars. Her support was Hazard's driving force on the field. When Hazard appeared, Natasha was slightly taken aback. Today was supposed to be a match day. Why was he home so early? She put down her spatula and quickly walked to Hazard, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. What's wrong, Eden? Why are you home so early from the match today? Natasha asked with concern, her voice gentle, her gaze full of care and affection. Hazard's expression was darker than usual. He lowered his head and remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly pondering how to start. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "There was a problem in today's match. I left the team without permission." A look of surprise crossed Natasha's face, but she quickly regained her composure, well aware that her husband's emotional fluctuations often related to the match. Chapter 150. Apology. The sun struggled to shine through thick clouds, barely illuminating the ground. Outside the Cobham training ground, a cool breeze blew, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Meanwhile, headlines from major sports media around the world reported one thing. The news of Hazard leaving the match without permission quickly dominated the front pages of various platforms. Discussions on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook surged like a tide, while television aired various analyses and comments on the matter. Almost all sports media questioned whether Mourinho had lost control of the Chelsea dressing room. In Spain, some media had begun to speculate about transfer rumors between Real Madrid and Hazard, with some commentators boldly predicting, "Now is the best time for Real Madrid to make a move." Such statements sparked even greater discussions, as if Hazard had already become the next superstar donned in white. Meanwhile, in England, fans of Manchester United and Manchester City began to actively discuss online, hoping their clubs could snatch up this talented player in the transfer market. At the same time, Chelsea's Marina Granovskaya was already spread out over her desk with a pile of transfer offers. Chapter 151. Held 2 days after the match day, the heated discussions in global sports media regarding Hazard's departure from the match continued to escalate. From newspapers to the internet, Various speculations and rumors swept through the entire football world like a storm. Especially in Spain, media outlets related to Real Madrid had begun to create Photoshop images of Hazard in a white jersey, as if his transfer was a done deal. In the morning, the air outside the Cobham training ground was filled with the chill of autumn. Chelsea's players arrived one by one, preparing to start a new day of training. Hazard, dressed in simple sportswear, walked into the training ground quietly. He knew today's training would be particularly difficult, not just because of physical exhaustion, but also due to the heavy burden in his heart. He entered the locker room, and instead of the usual jokes, he was met with silence. A subtle, tense atmosphere filled the air, as if everyone was waiting for his explanation. Hazard did not shy away from his pressure. It was what he deserved. Once everyone had gathered, Mourinho walked in. He still wore that stern expression, his gaze sweeping over each player. Seeing that everyone was ready, he nodded and signaled Hazard to step forward. Chapter 152. Swansea outside Stamford Bridge. The Chelsea flags fluttered in the wind, as if the entire London was breathing for this opening match. Chelsea's fans had already occupied every corner of the stadium, wearing various versions of Chelsea jerseys from the 1990s to the present, holding their beloved season tickets, flooding into the stadium and creating a sea of blue. The air in the stadium is filled with tension and anticipation, as if every cell is trembling for the upcoming match. In the commentary box of Sky Sports, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher are already in position, holding data sheets and focused expressions. On the other side of the world, PTV's Jean Jun and Zhang Lu are also in the commentary box, carefully studying the lineups and tactical arrangements of both teams. Today, Stamford Bridge is packed, and fans are clearly looking forward to Chelsea's performance in the new season. Gary Neville's voice resonates with the audience watching the program. However, there is a notable absence. Hazard is not on today's match roster, which is a significant loss for the Blues. Indeed, Carragher takes over. Hazard is a key figure for Chelsea both on and off the field. His absence raises questions about whether recent transfer rumors have affected him. Chapter 153. Red card as the match enters stoppage time. Leon looks up again at the field, seeing Willian racing down the wing, closely followed by Taylor and Sigurdsson, who are trying to block his path. Without hesitation, Leon chooses to pass. He lifts his right foot and strikes the ball with the back of his foot, sending it spinning quickly from under him, precisely slipping through the defense of the Swansea midfielders, landing right in front of Willian. This is a penetrating through ball that instantly breaks Swansea's defense. The situation on the field changes in an instant. After receiving the ball, Willian finds himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Seeing this, Swansea's goalkeeper Fabianski immediately rushes out of his goal, attempting to thwart the attack. Willian clearly realizes the goalkeeper's intention. He accelerates again, his feet swiftly catching up to the ball. As both players reach the ball almost simultaneously, Willian calmly opts for a lob shot, sending the ball arcing beautifully over Fabianski's head and speeding towards the goal. In the stands at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea fans erupt with thunderous cheers, everyone excitedly jumping up, waving their flags, singing Leon's song. Chapter 154. Accepting reality on the sidelines, Mourinho's face is grim, his brows furrowed tightly. His arms are crossed tightly over his chest, his gaze fixed intently on everything happening on the field. At this moment, Chelsea is down to 10 men, with goalkeeper Courtois sent off for a foul, causing Mourinho a headache. His mind races, contemplating how to make the smartest adjustments for the remainder of the match, needing to fill the goalkeeper's void while ensuring the team maintains balance with one less player. Begovic is already warming up on the sidelines, repeatedly bringing his hands together in front of his chest and moving his feet with agility, clearly ready to come on at any moment. Meanwhile, other Chelsea players huddle together, surrounding the referee to apply pressure, trying to persuade him to change his decision. But the referee's attitude is resolute, unwavering in maintaining his original ruling. The referee's decision is swift and indisputable. Gary Neville's voice comes through the commentary box again, although Chelsea's players are protesting. The red card and penalty decision seem to have become a fait accompli. Indeed, there is hardly any controversy about this call. Carragher agrees, stating that Courtois was at fault, and the referee's decision is consistent with the rules. The question now is how Mourinho will respond to this crisis. He needs to make a difficult substitution decision. Chapter 155. Life assistant Chelsea is under pressure. The situation on the field is changing rapidly. The match has entered the 60th minute of the second half, and the situation is not optimistic. Leon sits on the bench, feeling a complex mix of emotions as he watches his teammates run around the field. His gaze occasionally sweeps towards Mourinho on the sidelines, his confusion deepening. "Why me?" he mutters to himself, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the tension. Clearly, he is capable of playing multiple positions and has consistently performed well defensively, yet Mourinho chose him as the first player to be substituted. This decision leaves him feeling puzzled and disappointed. At this moment, Chelsea is nearly pinned back in their own half by Swansea. The players looking exhausted with very few counterattack opportunities. After making adjustments, Swansea's attacking play becomes even more aggressive. Their attacks spread wide, continually pressuring Chelsea's defense. Swansea's winger Andre Ayew is one of the key players in their attack. At this moment, Ayew receives a pass from a teammate in midfield, quickly nudging the ball forward with his right foot, then cutting inside with his left foot to shake off Chelsea defender Azpilicueta's grip. Chapter 156. Luxembourg Lyon raised an eyebrow and joked, "Oh, is there any good news that can make someone happier than finding a reliable aunt?" Of course there is. A new endorsement opportunity has come up. It's for Tag Heuer's watch advertisement. You know, it's a mid-range watch brand with an offer of $3 million for 2 years. Upon hearing this figure, Leon instantly felt his fatigue lift. He quickly calculates in his mind. This is no small income. Although his salary as a professional player is already high, additional endorsement income is always a pleasant surprise. After all, more income is always good. $3 million? That's a big deal. A hint of excitement slipped into Leon's tone. Yes, Leon, and this endorsement contract lasts for 2 years. You will also need to shoot the advertisement with a female spokesperson. A female spokesperson? Who is it? Leon asked curiously. Alexandra Daddario. You should have heard of her, Barnett said, a hint of pride in his voice, clearly pleased with the arrangement for this collaboration. Upon hearing that name, Leon paused for a moment. Then a beautiful face appeared in his mind. Chapter 157. Fatigue on a new day at Chelsea's training ground. The air is filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Sunlight filters through the clouds onto the field, where players dressed in blue training kits are undergoing high-intensity training under the guidance of the coaching staff. Leon stands on the sidelines, watching his teammates, feeling an invisible pressure weighing down on him. In the next match, they will challenge Manchester City, coached by Pellegrini. Away from home, this opponent has made significant investments in the transfer market in recent years, bringing in many world-class stars, creating a luxurious team lineup. In contrast, although Chelsea also boasts a strong roster on paper, Leon knows that this does not mask the problems the team currently faces. Mourinho's tactical arrangements are evidently causing him some headaches. He has been contemplating how to deal with Manchester City's star-studded squad. Although Chelsea's lineup is strong, it lacks speed. Especially in the midfield and defense, Matic and Fabregas are technically skilled and precise passers, but their speed is their biggest shortcoming. When facing top teams, this speed disadvantage can often be easily exploited by opponents. Manchester City's midfield line consists of Yaya Touré, Fernandinho, and David Silva. These three not only possess speed, but also have strong technical skills and excellent aerial ability. Chapter 158. Suppression at the Etihad Stadium. The lights are bright, and the atmosphere is filled with tension and anticipation. At this moment, Chelsea's owner Abramovich is on his luxurious private yacht, which floats on the calm waters of Bristol Bay. He has invited several business friends and agents to enjoy this upcoming showdown. In front of a huge LCD screen, Abramovich holds a glass of champagne, looking focused. He hasn't sat down, clearly filled with excitement for the upcoming match. Meanwhile, at a dining table not far from him, various top-notch delicacies and fine wines are prepared, but no one is truly paying attention to them. The highlight of the night is the match between Manchester City and Chelsea. The friends Abramovich invited are quietly conversing. Occasionally someone comments on Chelsea's current situation. Manchester City has invested a lot in recent years. You need to make sure Mourinho is careful, one friend whispers teasingly. Abramovich smiles slightly, raising his glass in response, but says nothing more. At the same time, in the dressing room at the Etihad Stadium, Mourinho is standing in front of the tactical board, explaining the game plan incessantly. Chapter 159. Retraction. Leon is actively running in the front field, trying to break through Manchester City's defense with his speed, but their defense is too solid. Gary Neville commented during the commentary. Carragher replied, Chelsea's counterattack tactics are usually very effective, but today Manchester City's defensive arrangement seems particularly disciplined. They're not giving Leon much room to operate. The pace of the game is getting faster, and the attacking and defending transitions on the field are almost nonstop. Lyon launches attacks time and again, but they are all steadily resolved by Manchester City's defense. In the 22nd minute of the match, Lyon receives a diagonal pass from Fabregas. The ball slides quickly along the grass, heading straight for Lyon. He quickly pushes forward, softly stops the ball with his left foot, turns his body in an instant, protects the ball in front of him, and then accelerates forward at great speed. What a beautiful pass. Lyon is on the move. This is Chelsea's first opportunity. Gary Neville's voice suddenly rises in the commentary. Lyon's steps are light, and he appears extremely confident while dribbling. He pushes the ball forward with his right foot, trying to accelerate and shake off Fernandinho from Manchester City. However, the defensive midfielder from Manchester City is clearly well prepared, anticipating Lyon's intentions, and immediately pressures him from the side. Lyon quickly adjusts his footwork, using his left foot to pull the ball sideways, trying to evade Fernandinho's pressure. Chapter 160. Questioning Lyon's retreat gives Chelsea some breathing space to see if they can regain their rhythm through this attack. Gary Neville's voice carries a hint of expectation. After receiving the ball, Fabregas immediately adjusts his body position, ready to shake off the incoming pressure from Fernandinho. But the opponent's defensive pressing is extremely fast. Fabregas has no time to adjust and hurriedly passes the ball to the retreating Lyon. Lyon doesn't make any unnecessary moves. He directly performs a light pull-back turn, shaking off Yaya Touré's defense. What a beautiful turn. Lyon's pullback is very decisive. Carragher exclaims excitedly. After turning, Lyon quickly accelerates, and in just a few steps, he creates distance from the defending players. Lyon's dribbling is very steady. He is one of the few players in Chelsea who can cause problems for Manchester City's defense. Jean-June commented during the PTV broadcast. At this moment, Chelsea's midfield rhythm has noticeably improved. Lyon's retreat has helped control possession, making Manchester City's pressing seem less composed. As Lyon returns to the midfield, Chelsea's attacking front becomes somewhat lackluster. Hazard and Willian frequently attempt breakthroughs on the wings. But without Lyon's presence in the front line to draw defenders, they often find themselves double-teamed. Chapter 161. Disheartened Lyon is taken aback by the question, slowly sitting up from the massage table, looking tiredly at Mourinho. Before he can respond, Mourinho continues, "Who told you to retreat?" The dressing room instantly falls silent. All the teammates sense Mourinho's emotional fluctuations and watch the interaction between the coach and the player anxiously. Lyon feels stumped. His decision to retreat and assist the midfield was based on the situation of the game. Fabregas was completely marked, the attack was struggling, and Manchester City's midfield pressure was exceptionally strong. If he hadn't retreated, Chelsea's attacking and defending transitions would have been even more passive. However, now, faced with Mourinho's questioning, Lyon is momentarily a loss for words, unsure how to explain. You took matters into your own hands. You changed the tactics without permission. Mourinho's tone is filled with reproach. Chelsea's teammates lower their heads, knowing that Mourinho is already angry. He despises players not following tactical plans. And Lyon's retreat has clearly disrupted the attacking rhythm he had set. Mourinho does understand Lyon's good intentions, but in his coaching philosophy, tactical discipline is paramount. Players cannot make changes on their own. Chapter 162. Pale just 5 minutes later, Manchester City's third goal comes. City launches a quick counterattack once again, this time led by Fernandinho. After receiving a pass from Yaya Touré, he quickly breaks through Chelsea's midfield line. Chick and Oscar appear somewhat flustered as they attempt to intercept Fernandinho. Their defensive coordination clearly lacks energy. Fernandinho, this is a high-speed advance. Jean-Loup sounds particularly tense in the commentary. Fernandinho's steps are exceptionally light, and as he dribbles forward, his feet skillfully change direction, tearing apart Chelsea's midfield defense. Approaching the penalty area, he decisively opts for a long-range shot. The ball curves perfectly, bypassing all the defenders, and heads straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. Shot. This is very threatening. Jean-June exclaims. Begovic dives to save, stretching his body to the right, his hands reaching their limit. But the ball's speed and angle are extremely precise. Courtois' fingertips just brush past the ball, which then goes straight into the net. 30. It's in. Fernandinho's long-range shot helps Manchester City extend the lead to 30. This match seems to have no suspense left for Chelsea, Gary Neville sighs from the commentary booth. Chapter 163. Provocation. As night falls, Lyon's figure appears at his doorstep. While unlocking the door, he thinks about today's dreadful match. the suppressed emotions weighing heavily on his chest like a stone. When he opens the door and sees Barnett sitting on the sofa, he can't help but joke, "Big agent. Working late at night? This isn't like you." Barnett looks relaxed, holding a cup of coffee, and replies with a smile, "As long as my clients are satisfied. Staying up all night is no problem. You are one of my most important clients. I have to take care of every detail for you." Leon smiles and sits on the sofa, casually picking up a magazine from the table and gently flipping through a few pages. "So, is there something important to discuss today? Or are we just here for a cup of coffee?" Barnett put down his coffee, sat up straight, and said, "Tomorrow you have a Tag Heuer hard photo advertisement shoot, and I need to come by to arrange the process for you in advance. The shoot will still take place at that studio in downtown London, starting at 9 in the morning. You need to arrive by 7:30 for makeup and styling, which will take some time." "Advertising, huh?" Leon nodded, recalling the previous CK advertisement, and shrugged. "At least I won't have to take my clothes off this time, right?" Chapter 164. Charming Leon quickly composed himself, standing at the position designated by the photographer, straightening his back and looking straight ahead. He was wearing a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, paired with a black tie, and he appeared steady and capable, as if he had completely integrated into the image of a Tag Heuer man. The lights hit his face from different angles, accentuating his features. With his thick eyebrows and large eyes, he looked like the leading man on a movie poster. At this moment, the set had been constructed, revealing an exquisite office scene to everyone. A large wooden desk, luxurious leather chairs, and neatly arranged bookshelves in the background created an atmosphere of a successful person. Leon was positioned behind the desk, playing the role of a young company owner, wearing a delicate Tag Heuer watch on his wrist, showcasing his elite status. His partner was Daddario, whose role today seemed to be that of the boss's secretary, holding a stack of documents, standing beside the desk, occasionally flipping through the papers and interacting with Leon. The two needed to convey a subtle sense of tacit understanding through their glances and postures. Chapter 165. 3 sets of photos. Leon and Daddario returned to the changing room to change clothes. As soon as he entered the changing room, Leon let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest, trying to calm himself down. However, when he took off his suit and changed into swim trunks, he felt even more nervous. He looked at himself in the mirror. His 8-pack abs were particularly prominent under the lights. His body was strong, but not exaggerated like a muscle man. Instead, it had the balanced lines typical of an athlete. As he walked out of the changing room, he felt a cool breeze pass over him, slightly easing his previous tension. However, when he saw Daddario walking out of her changing room, that subtle tension quickly surged back. Daddario had changed into a dark blue bikini, making her skin appear even whiter. The moment she stepped out, everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to her. Her body had beautiful curves, especially her long, straight legs, which made it hard to look away. Daddario smiled as she walked towards Leon, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Although she silently exclaimed wow at Leon's physique in her heart, she maintained a composed demeanor on the surface. The air around her seemed to grow tenser as she approached. Chapter 166. Dinner. Leon let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up, trying to calm his racing heart, walked to Daddario's side, and smiled, saying, "You did that on purpose just now?" Daddario chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow, and said, "Of course, wasn't it to see your reaction after the shoot? Don't forget our dinner appointment." Daddario leaned in closer, whispering, her eyes sparkling with cunning. Leon felt a tightness in his chest again. The proposal for a dinner date seemed to reignite his excitement. He nodded, smiling, and said, "Of course I remember." Leon stood at the entrance of the set, still showing a hint of excitement on his face, pulled out his phone, and quickly dialed Barnett's number. Once the call connected, he succinctly explained the situation. After a few quick exchanges, Leon hung up, feeling comforted by Barnett's efficient handling. As a top agent, Barnett knew his needs well and immediately understood Leon's intentions. Shortly after, Barnett returned his call, her voice carrying a hint of ease. "Leon, I've booked a private room for you and Daddario at Le Gavroche. Because it was a last-minute reservation, the cost will be a bit higher, but I've arranged a backdoor entrance so you can avoid the reporters." Chapter 167. Fatigue. Value. The next morning, the sky over London was covered with a thin layer of clouds, and a gentle breeze blew, carrying a faintly humid scent in the air. Leon leaned back in the seat of his Aston Martin, driving towards the Cobham training base. He was almost late today, feeling a pang of regret, but his body was very honest. Last night's escapades with D'Addario had left him utterly exhausted. Every joint in his body ached. This morning, D'Addario was still asleep, apparently worn out from yesterday as well. Damn, I might have overdone it last night. Leon rubbed his temples and chuckled at himself. He felt that his condition today would definitely be poor, but there was no time to waste. The car quickly drove into the parking area of the Cobham training ground, and Leon hurriedly turned off the engine and got out, walking somewhat slowly towards the changing room. When he pushed open the door to the training ground, practice had already begun. His teammates were already warming up on the field, and Mourinho stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping over each player. Seeing Leon arrive late, Mourinho slightly furrowed his brow. "Leon, what is going on with you today?" Mourinho asked in a low voice, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Chapter 168. Morale boost on Saturday afternoon. The weather was gloomy, and it felt like it was about to rain. The entire Chelsea team had arrived at Hawthorn Stadium, preparing for a crucial Premier League match against West Brom. The atmosphere in the changing room was tense and heavy. Leon sat in his spot, slowly tying his shoelaces, his mind racing with thoughts. He received a letter from D'Addario yesterday when he got home. The content of the letter seemed a bit ambiguous. She mentioned that she had returned to the US, that she was glad to have met Leon, but if he had the chance to go over there, he could contact her to rekindle their connection. However, after reading the letter, Leon felt no waves in his heart. The passion from the day before yesterday had already drained too much of his energy. So, without hesitation, he tore the letter into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Although the day before yesterday had been wonderful, he felt like he had lost half of his life. The Chelsea players gradually exited the changing room, and Mourinho stood at the door, expressionless, watching each player head towards the field. He was in a good mood today, especially seeing Leon looking energetic and ready to play. But Willian was unable to play today due to an injury during training, so Pedro would make his first start for Chelsea. This was a test for Pedro and also a show of trust for Mourinho. Chapter 169. Hard-won victory in less than 5 minutes. The West Brom players seemed to be pumped up, launching wave after wave of attacks on Chelsea's defense. Forward Salomon Rondon frequently received passes in the penalty area, while West Brom's wingers continuously sent dangerous crosses, trying to exploit weaknesses in Chelsea's defense. Chelsea's defense is currently in a bit of a panic, especially Cahill, who seems a bit unsettled after that unexpected own goal, making his defensive actions more conservative. As the match reached the 40th minute, West Brom was awarded another corner kick. The ball was lofted high into the penalty area, and West Brom's defender Olsen jumped up to head the ball towards the goal, which was heading straight for the top corner. However, Begovic did not make another mistake this time. He leaped high and confidently palmed the ball over the crossbar, averting the danger. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville let out a sigh of relief. Begovic has finally steadied himself. He successfully dealt with that corner attack. Carragher nodded in agreement. That was Begovic's most crucial save today. He has stabilized the situation for Chelsea. Now Chelsea must calm down and not give West Brom any more opportunities. Chapter 170. Tragedy strikes in Chelsea's boardroom. The atmosphere is unusually heavy. All the senior executives are sitting upright at the meeting table, their expressions serious. Although they are the decision-makers of the club, seemingly holding supreme power. Everyone knows that the true master is the man sitting at the other end of the screen, Roman Abramovich. Marina Granovskaya, Chelsea CEO, usually calm and composed, now looks grave. Next to her sits club chairman Bruce Buck and financial expert Eugene Tenenbaum, both exchanging glances as if waiting for the meeting to officially begin. On the screen, Abramovich has a blank expression, holding a cup of coffee, as if he has been contemplating for a long time. Mourinho, Abramovich finally breaks the silence. His voice calm, but carrying an irresistible authority, no longer the person we imagined. This statement stirred silent waves in the meeting room. No one dared to interrupt Abramovich's speech, even though everyone had their own opinions. Mourinho, the coach who once led Chelsea to the pinnacle of the Premier League and won countless honors, seems to have reached the end of his tenure at Stamford Bridge. Chapter 171. Booing. Most Chelsea players are feeling extremely complicated, appearing distracted during practice, with Mourinho's future uncertain. Every action of the players reveals their inner unease and anxiety. However, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, some players are quite pleased with the possibility of Mourinho being sacked. Hazard is one of them. Although he appears calm on the surface, the joy inside him is hard to conceal. If Mourinho were to fall into a pit, Hazard would undoubtedly take a dump right in it. But at such a crucial moment, Leon's attention is entirely captured by something else. The Tag Heuer watch advertisement has already hit his account, and this money has put Leon in a great mood. After the ad shoot, he received a hefty endorsement fee, which is undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. Leon has always been confident in Bitcoin, and his account has accumulated a considerable sum. With the continuous rise in Bitcoin prices, Leon decides to invest this money back into Bitcoin. He quickly opens his phone to check the latest Bitcoin market. At this moment, the price of Bitcoin has risen to 320 each, and Leon decisively decides to go all in, quickly executing an all-in operation, putting all the funds in his account into Bitcoin. Chapter 172. The incident escalates. The final whistle has sounded, and the fans at Stamford Bridge hang their heads, leaving the stadium filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. Chelsea has lost 1-2 at home to Crystal Palace, and the atmosphere within the team is exceptionally gloomy. The players are exchanging thoughts. Although everyone has their opinions, it is clear that today's performance has left them all feeling extremely frustrated. The post-match press conference is held as scheduled, with reporters filling the entire press area, waiting for Mourinho's arrival. Mourinho walks into the press room with an angry expression, clearly still not recovered from the defeat. Reporters raise their microphones, ready to question Mourinho. One reporter speaks up first. "Mourinho, you had a dispute with team Dr. Eva Carneiro today. Can you elaborate on the reason?" Mourinho's expression darkens further, and he coldly responds, "I believe our medical team has acted extremely unprofessionally. During the match, Eva rushed onto the field to treat Leon without authorization, which not only wasted time, but also completely disrupted our rhythm. The medical team should follow the rules of the game and not enter the field at will." He pauses and continues, "Eva's behavior is completely out of line. I have decided to strip her of all rights within the team. She cannot participate in training, nor can she enter the hotel with the team. As for during the match, she can only enter the dining hall, which is already a show of leniency." Chapter 173. The aftermath. The impact of the doctor incident continues to escalate, far exceeding the expectations of Chelsea's higher-ups and Mourinho. Initially, everyone thought this was just an internal team issue that would cool down after a few days of media hype, but the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. Social media is flooded with criticism and mockery of Mourinho, with malicious comments from netizens pouring in like a tide. News media tirelessly digs for various inside stories, pushing them to the public regardless of their truthfulness. Mourinho is at the forefront of this wave of attacks, mocked as an outdated tyrant and a coach who disrespects women. His past honors seem to fade in this moment, and those who once supported and praised him are gradually turning against him. Discussions about him and Eva Carneiro are rampant online, with nearly every corner of social media, from Twitter to Facebook, even IG, focusing on the doctor incident. "Mourinho should be sacked" is one of the most common comments on the internet. Countless fans demand he take responsibility for his actions and call for Chelsea to fire him. Chapter 174. What? Am I a stand-in? Sure enough, the next day's front-page headlines in the newspapers all scream about Chelsea's internal strife and Mourinho's loss of control, as if the entire internal situation of the team has been fully revealed. The online discourse is even more fervent, with nearly all comments questioning Mourinho's authority. Reporters are frantically revealing various insider stories, with some claiming that the Chelsea locker room has split into two factions, one supporting Mourinho and the other siding with Hazard and other players opposing him. However, the team's matches must go on. In the European competition, Chelsea hosts Maccabi Tel Aviv from the Israeli League. This opponent is not very strong, and Mourinho does not care, directly fielding a substitute lineup. Nevertheless, Chelsea still comfortably wins 4-0 against their opponent. This victory temporarily silences some critics, but a deeper crisis is still brewing. The day for Leon's return to training after his injury has finally arrived. On this day, he drove towards the Cobham training ground. The sunshine outside the car window was bright, but his mood was far from relaxed. He had already sensed the undercurrents within the team from various sources. Upon arriving at the entrance of Cobham, he found a large group of reporters waiting there, holding cameras and microphones, as if they were anticipating a major news story. Chapter 175. He is retaliating against me. Hazard fell to the ground, his face filled with anger, sitting by the sideline. He complained to the referee that it was an obvious foul, but the referee showed no response. Hazard waved his hands in the air, as if saying, "Can't you see?" Mourinho on the sidelines was also unhappy. He jumped up, walked over to the fourth official, and loudly complained, "That's a foul. How can you play like this?" That is a red card offense. Mourinho's voice echoed on the sidelines, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Wenger stood by, glancing coldly at Mourinho, unable to hold back a shake of his head. Clown, he muttered to himself, clearly dismissing Mourinho's complaints. The match continued, and Leon stood in midfield, commanding with confidence. He kept observing Arsenal's defense, looking for opportunities to break through. During a quick counterattack, Leon found his chance. He aimed for a gap ahead, delivering a beautiful through ball that sliced through Arsenal's defense, landing perfectly at Pedro's feet. Pedro quickly took off, like an arrow, racing towards Arsenal's penalty area. Carragher excitedly commented, "Look at that through ball. Leon's vision is exceptional. Pedro is now unstoppable." Chapter 176. The first time the situation on the field escalated again, and Fabregas immediately rushed towards the referee, loudly stating, "I saw it. He is indeed retaliating." Ivanovic and others also surrounded the referee, and the scene became increasingly uncontrollable. The referee communicated with the linesman through his earpiece. Did Gabriel step on Costa? The response from the earpiece was, "Yes, he did step on him, but..." The referee interrupted the linesman. "No buts. Stepping on him is stepping on him." After saying that, he pulled out a red card and unhesitatingly showed it to Gabriel. At that moment, all Arsenal players were stunned, while the home Chelsea fans erupted in excitement. The tense atmosphere on the field reached a climax, while viewers in front of the television were left puzzled. Gary Neville clarified the confusion. The red card was issued a bit hastily. "I think the referee was misled by Costa's reaction." Carragher agreed. "You can understand it from the slow-motion replay. It was nothing short of a performance. Costa was too clever. He exploited Gabriel's emotions, and Gabriel fell into the trap." Mourinho sarcastically said to Wenger on the sidelines, "You won't admit your players are dirty, will you?" Wenger retorted through gritted teeth, "Your Costa is the real jerk." Chapter 177. Mourinho and Wenger. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the first half. Players from both sides began to head towards the locker room, and Leon was still immersed in the joy of scoring. The applause and cheers from the fans echoed throughout the stadium, as every corner of Stamford Bridge seemed to be celebrating the goal. This free kick would become the turning point of the match. Gary Neville's voice resonated in the television commentary. Carrying a hint of foresight, Arsenal is now down to 10 men, and Chelsea's morale has been fully mobilized. In the second half, Arsenal will have to work much harder to turn the situation around. Carragher nodded in agreement. That's right. Leon's goal not only ignited the atmosphere of the match, but also gave Chelsea a psychological advantage. Mourinho's team will definitely press Arsenal hard in the second half. As the locker room door closed, Mourinho walked straight to his position, picked up a bottle of water, opened it, took a sip, and then looked up at the players, but said nothing. The team was now leading 1-0, and their opponent Arsenal was not only trailing, but also down a man, making the situation very favorable for Chelsea. Chapter 178. The press conference begins. The post-match press conference began, filled with noise. Almost all the reporters were discussing the conflict between Wenger and Mourinho on the sidelines. Reporters raised their hands one after another, eager to throw sharp questions at these two old rivals. When Wenger entered the press conference room, he wore a hint of fatigue on his face but tried to remain calm. He sat down, glanced at the microphones in front of him, his expression somewhat stiff. The first reporter's question cut straight to the point. "Mr. Wenger, your sideline conflict with Mourinho during the match has drawn widespread attention. Can you explain what happened at that time?" Wenger paused for a moment before raising his head and said, "I admit, my emotions were somewhat out of control at that time, but I didn't use excessive force. I don't think I pushed him down. It was just an emotional reaction during the match. You all saw it. The game was full of tension, especially with us being one man down. I just wanted to express my point of view, but Mourinho seemed more inclined to provoke a dispute. His words were clearly a defense of his actions, while attempting to shift some of the responsibility for the conflict onto Mourinho." Wenger paused again, looking at the reporters below, knowing he had to control his words, or he might end up being sensationalized into another war of words by the media. Chapter 179. A new coach? Mourinho frowned. In the locker room, his authority as a coach was obviously shaken. After the team's loss, he tried hard to inspire the players' fighting spirit. But more and more players ignored his commands. Only Terry and Leon still loyally executed his instructions. But unfortunately, the entire team's morale was low and cooperation was poor, leaving Mourinho feeling somewhat exhausted. Subsequently, Chelsea faced Liverpool at home. This match was supposed to be an opportunity for Chelsea to regain confidence. However, The result was once again disappointing. Liverpool, with their rapid attack and Chelsea's lax defense, crushed them 3-1. Although Leon gave his all during the match and even created multiple scoring opportunities, his teammates played as if in a daze, with shots either going high or being easily dealt with by the opposing goalkeeper. Leon's 3 precise passes were wasted cleanly by the forwards, causing him to kick the turf hard after the match, his face filled with helplessness. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville harshly stated during the match, "Chelsea has completely lost their former strong defensive system. Their players no longer seem to be giving their all for the team. Leon is one of the few bright spots on the field, but football is a team sport, and one person's effort is clearly not enough to change the overall situation." Chapter 180. Connie the whistle, signaling the start of the match, blew, and the fans at Stamford Bridge shouted the name of their team, the atmosphere in the stadium instantly reaching a peak. In the 20th minute, Leon received a long pass from Terry, skillfully dodged 2 Kiev players' pressure, and cleverly passed the ball to the wing to Willian. Willian immediately accelerated, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the opponent's defense, then cut inside with his left foot, firing a powerful shot into the bottom right corner of the goal. Stamford Bridge erupted. 1-0, Chelsea took the lead. After the goal, Leon and William exchanged smiles and celebrated the brilliant goal by high-fiving each other. However, the match was not smooth sailing. Dynamo Kiev made adjustments in the second half and strengthened their midfield pressing. In the 65th minute, Chelsea made a defensive mistake during a corner, allowing the opposing forward to successfully connect with a header and equalize the score to 1-1. At that moment, the atmosphere in the stadium suddenly became tense, and the fans' excitement turned into anxiety. Facing Dynamo Kiev's counterattack, Holland appeared somewhat flustered. He began to make frequent gestures from the sidelines, but the effect was not ideal. Seeing this, Leon stepped up. He no longer focused solely on organizing the attack, but frequently dropped back to help with defense. Chapter 181. Substituting Leon gently tore open the first label on the card, revealing a passing value. As the sticker was peeled away, the number 91 appeared before him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, feeling secretly satisfied. A passing value of 91 was already at the level of a world-class midfielder. Next, he tore off the second label for speed. The display number was 89, which pleasantly surprised him. This year, his speed had indeed improved significantly, and EA's rating seemed more accurate than last year. The third label was for shooting value, and the number that jumped into his view was 80. Although not top-notch, shooting ability was not a primary strength for a midfielder. Seeing this score, Leon felt very satisfied. Finally, the most important overall ability value on the card was revealed, 84. This was a full 10 points higher than last year's 74. From a silver card to a gold card, this progress made Leon feel incredibly proud. He turned around, looked at his teammates, and smiled as he raised the card, enjoying their cheers and applause. "Wow, 84. Leon, you've improved." Terry came over from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 182. Disappointment. When Leon was substituted in the second half, he felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. He sat on the bench, holding a bottle of water, his eyes fixed on every move on the field, feeling ignored. The change to a 3-4-3 formation meant his role had become marginalized. As an attacking midfielder, the 3-4-3 formation emphasized the forward runs and pressing from the wings, compressing the space in the front line to the extreme, leaving no position for him in this formation. At the start of the second half, Chelsea quickly adjusted their tactics under Connie's command. After substituting Zuma, the defense became more solid, while Ivanovic and Azpilicueta's forward runs became more aggressive. With the adjustment to the 3-4-3 formation, Chelsea's attacking rhythm accelerated significantly, and the attacking channels became more three-dimensional, with Ivan and Azpilicueta frequently crossing from the wings, continuously tearing apart Norwich's defense. Costa's performance also began to improve. He was no longer wandering outside the penalty area like in the first half, but frequently appeared inside the opponent's box looking for opportunities. Several times he nearly broke through Norwich's defense, and the Chelsea fans in the stands continuously erupted with deafening cheers. Norwich's defense began to appear increasingly fragile, as if they were withstanding a raging storm. Every Chelsea attack left them gasping for breath. Chapter 183. Substitute. This was Zuma's first goal in the Champions League, which was very significant for him. Leon watched as Zuma excitedly waved his fists on the field, feeling happy for the young central defender. The pace of the game remained under Chelsea's control, and the Maccabi Tel Aviv players were almost suppressed to the point of being unable to counterattack. Liang's organization in midfield allowed Chelsea's attacks to be clear-cut, and his teammates were more at ease in seeking attacking opportunities. As the match progressed, Chelsea's second goal also arrived as expected. After receiving a long pass from midfield, William easily shook off the opposing defender with his outstanding technique and speed. He calmly shot in the box, extending the score to 2-0. Liang and his teammates ran towards William to celebrate this goal that sealed the victory. When the final whistle blew, Chelsea ultimately defeated Maccabi Tel Aviv 2-0, firmly securing a win in the Champions League group stage. This match could almost be described as a one-sided crushing, with Maccabi Tel Aviv completely suppressed by Chelsea, unable to fight back. After returning to London, Chelsea's players had little rest time as they were about to prepare for their match against Tottenham. Under the leadership of the young coach Mauricio Pochettino, Tottenham had been performing better and better, and the team's morale was rising. Chapter 184. Substituting Terry, Liang returned to the locker room, surrounded by the heavy breathing and the sound of sweat dripping from the starting players. He quietly sat in a corner, feeling a mix of emotions. In this crucial match against Tottenham, he had eagerly anticipated a direct confrontation with Ali on the pitch, but at this moment, he could only silently sit on the bench, watching the team fight like an outsider. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense and silent, with only Connie's voice echoing. Even though the team was not behind at the moment, Tottenham's attacking threat was everywhere. Connie stood in front of the tactical board, firmly adjusting tactic for the players without losing his temper. He remained calm, as always, simply pointing out the shortcomings of the first half. You played well, but we need to be more decisive in attack, especially in midfield pressing. Hazard, Connie's gaze swept over Hazard. You need to be more proactive. Don't let Tottenham's defense easily pass the ball. William, your speed is good, but you need to cooperate better with Costa. Hazard and William nodded in response, while Liang had no chance to come on and still had to stay on the bench to watch. But the feelings of unwillingness and desire to fight within him were slowly growing. Chapter 185. Trust in the commentary box of Sky Sports. Neville continued to comment. Now it seems that Chelsea is quite content with this draw. They are all retreating and leaving no space for Tottenham. For Tottenham, this match would feel very frustrating. Their attacking performance was quite good, but they just couldn't break through Chelsea's bus parking tactic. Carragher nodded in agreement. Yes, Tottenham did play very aggressively today, but Chelsea's defensive discipline is very strong. They left no fatal opportunities for Tottenham. Although Connie's tactical choices were conservative, in this situation, it was the safest decision. In the final minutes of the match, the situation on the field hardly changed. Tottenham still held the dominant position in attack, but Chelsea had perfected their defense. Eventually, the referee blew the final whistle, and both sides shook hands, each earning a point. After the match, Liang felt an indescribable sense of frustration. He got up from the bench and followed his teammates to the locker room, but as a player eager to play, the feeling of not being able to step onto the field was undoubtedly a huge blow. Chapter 186. Applying for a transfer, the sunshine in Bournemouth shone brightly on the pitch, blindingly bright, but Liang on the bench felt no warmth at all. His gaze was fixed on the match on the field, but inside he felt a tremendous sense of disappointment and a faint anger. Connie had publicly stated in the media that Liang would play a crucial role in this match, yet as the game reached the 60th minute, he was still sitting on the bench, motionless. The pace of the game quickened, and Chelsea's attacks in the front field became increasingly fierce, with Hazard and Williams' combination gradually breaking through Bournemouth's defense. Chelsea's fans in the stands shouted excitedly, while Liang on the bench felt as if he were isolated in another world. He secretly mocked himself again, feeling somewhat annoyed that he had believed Connie's words. This was strange. The voice of Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville rang in his ears, as he seemed to notice the issue too, stating that Connie had said Liang would play an important role in this match, but now it was the 60th minute, and they had yet to see even a shadow of him. What was going on? Carragher added, yes, Liang has always been an important force in Chelsea's midfield. His ball control and attacking organization have been crucial in past seasons. But now Connie has substituted in Pedro, Oscar, and Chalobah, yet has chosen not to select Liang. This situation is indeed puzzling. Chapter 187. Change clothes quickly. The entire European football scene was stirred by Liang's transfer turmoil. Major clubs seem to have caught the scent of prey and extended olive branches to Chelsea. Manchester United, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Juventus, Executives from these top European clubs were calling Chelsea one after another, inquiring about the details and possibilities of Leon's transfer. Marina and Barnett became the center of attention, handling various calls, inquiries, and offers around the clock. Manchester United unhesitatingly quoted a staggering 60 million, while Manchester City quickly followed with a 55 million offer. Other clubs proposed loan options, trying to secure Leon in a more flexible manner. This seemingly quiet winter transfer market became bustling due to Leon's situation. In the early morning at Cobham training ground, the atmosphere was subtle. Many players were quietly discussing Leon's future, and the entire training ground seemed shrouded in a layer of uneasy shadow. Every teammate who brushed past Leon had questions in their eyes. Hazard was the first to succumb to curiosity, approaching Leon and asking, "Are you really leaving?" His tone was filled with concern and reluctance. Chapter 188. Zidane. In less than 10 minutes, Leon heard the sound of a car outside. He walked to the window and indeed saw Barnett's black car parked downstairs. Leon grabbed his keys, quickly went downstairs, and got into the passenger seat. "What's going on?" Leon asked after closing the car door, turning to Barnett. "Where are you taking me at this late hour?" Barnett didn't answer immediately. He started the car, focused on the road ahead, gently pressing the gas pedal as the car slowly drove into the night. The streetlights on either side cast dim shadows on the car windows, flickering inside the vehicle. Leon grew somewhat impatient and continued to press. "Barnett, you have to give me some hints, right? What are you taking me to do?" Barnett finally spoke, but his tone carried a hint of mystery. "Leon, do you know who the current coach of Real Madrid is?" Leon frowned. This question seemed so sudden. "Benitez, of course. Everyone knows he is the coach of Real Madrid. What does that have to do with me?" Barnett smiled lightly, still looking ahead. "Yes, it is Benitez now, but I'm taking you to meet the future coach of Real Madrid." Chapter 189. A mother knows her child best. "I need some time to think," Leon finally said, trying to make his voice sound firm. Zidane smiled slightly, his tone gentle. "Of course, you can think as much as you need before making a decision. But please believe me, the door of Real Madrid will always be open for you." Leon nodded. At that moment, his future no longer belonged solely to Chelsea. The atmosphere in the room became relaxed, and Zidane and Florentino exchanged smiles, clearly satisfied with Leon's attitude. "Leon, we hope to establish a long-term relationship with you," Florentino said at this moment, his tone authoritative. "Real Madrid is a big family, and we value the potential and development of every player. Your ability is beyond doubt, and we believe you will shine at the Bernabeu in the future." Such recognition was undoubtedly a great motivation for him. "I will consider it seriously," Leon replied with a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. "All right," Zidane nodded. "In the meantime, if you have any questions or want to know more about Real Madrid, feel free to ask me." As Leon walked out of the mansion with Barnett, the night sky outside was filled with twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness. Chapter 190. A good boss. The air on the training ground always carried a strong scent of grass, and Leon habitually poured sweat on this field. Even though he was not favored by Coach Connie right now, he still maintained his training rhythm as usual. Teammates boarded the bus to the King Power Stadium, while Leon stayed on the training ground, continuing to practice some technical moves alone. His feet gently dribbled the ball, skillfully controlling every direction change of the ball, as if it were part of his body. These might be his last few days at Chelsea, yet at this moment, the feeling of home began to become vague and unfamiliar. Leon caught a glimpse of his teammates boarding the bus, preparing to head to Leicester City. He silently watched the bus slowly leave the training ground, a hint of melancholy passing through his heart. This was the club he had served for over 10 years, and now it was gradually drifting away. At noon, Leon went to the familiar canteen and got a simple meal of base and vegetables. Although he was not valued by Connie, he could still come here to eat. In this place, Leon could almost walk through every corner with his eyes closed. Every staff member here had watched him grow from a child into a first-team player. Chapter 191. Golden Boy. Chelsea was under a fierce attack from Leicester City at the King Power Stadium, and the score had widened, causing anxiety. Meanwhile, at home, Leon was engaged in another battle, learning Spanish. Hola. Leon tried to pronounce it with the correct tone, his face showing a hint of anticipation. "No, it's Ola," a young, average-looking Spanish girl corrected him, her tone revealing gentleness and patience. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, and her smile was warm. As Leon struggled to imitate her, he stole glances at the television screen in the living room, where Chelsea's intense match against Leicester City was being broadcast. On the sofa, Barnett was intently watching the game, muttering, "Morris, Vardy's agent. Really struck gold. Vardy is becoming a goal machine. Wow, Vardy scored." Barnett's voice suddenly rose, and Leon's heart tightened. He wanted to turn around to watch TV, but was interrupted by the Spanish girl. "Tell me hello. I am Leon," she said with a smile, guiding Leon with her eyes filled with expectation. Chapter 192. Award. At first, Leon was full of anticipation, thinking the Golden Boy award ceremony would be a refined and splendid occasion. He had already envisioned a glamorous scene with international influence, a magnificent venue, a dazzling stage, and top global stars and legendary players gathered together, with applause echoing everywhere. However, when he actually arrived at the venue, he frowned slightly at the sight before him. The space was small, just a makeshift podium, and there were no lavish decorations around the stage as he had imagined, let alone the expected grandeur and atmosphere. Journalists were clustered in one corner of the venue, while a group of young players and their parents sat together, looking around. When Leon walked in, he even caught a faint musty smell, as if this place had never been properly maintained, with a hint of unpleasant dampness in the air. "Is this it?" Leon couldn't help but scoff internally. He scanned the room, trying to find some elements he had imagined, like a famous star performing at the center of the stage, or a visually stunning show taking place live. Chapter 193. Signing. Leon quickly glanced at the news alerts and opened Chelsea's official account. Sure enough, Chelsea had released a brief article with a clear title: "Congratulations to Leon for winning the 2015 Golden Boy Award." The article praised Leon's performance highly. He was now just one step away from transferring to Real Madrid, and Chelsea was clearly a bit helpless about it. However, what intrigued Leon the most was the official statement from Real Madrid. He quickly switched to Real Madrid's social media page and soon saw an exciting tweet they had posted. "Welcome 2015 Golden Boy Award winner Leon. The future belongs to him. He belongs to us." As Leon read the tweet, he could imagine the ecstatic scene of Real Madrid fans celebrating at that moment. Although Leon had not yet officially donned a Real Madrid jersey, this aura was enough to fill them with anticipation and excitement for his future. Sure enough, when Leon opened the comment section, he was instantly flooded with cheers and applause. Leon won the Golden Boy Award before even arriving. This transfer is worth it. The enthusiasm of Real Madrid fans was undoubtedly overwhelming. They were eager to see this young talent wear the white jersey and become the new darling of the Bernabeu. Chapter 194. Signing ceremony. As the details of the contract were confirmed one by the lawyers, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became more tense and focused. The executives of Real Madrid sat at the table, each fixated on the contract documents, occasionally exchanging hushed words. Leon sat opposite them, still feeling uneasy about being with the higher-ups. Barnett sat to his right, occasionally giving him a look to remind him to stay calm. The contract had been agreed upon, and the details were correct. A neatly dressed lawyer stood up and announced to everyone. As this statement was made, the tense atmosphere in the room eased significantly. The executives of Real Madrid broke into relaxed smiles, and Barnett nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the smooth completion of the transfer. Leon let out a long sigh. His tense nerves finally relaxed. "All right, next is the signing ceremony," one of Real Madrid's staff members said with a smile. Leon nodded, picked up the pen from the table, took a deep breath, and then signed his name on the last page of the contract. As the pen tip glided across the paper, it felt as if his name had instantaneously changed his future. "All right, signing completed." Barnett patted Leon on the shoulder, signaling him to stand up. Chapter 195. "Neighbor, this is nice." Leon's eyes lit up, and he felt a bit excited. He had always liked sports cars, and this R8 was undoubtedly the one that thrilled him the most among many luxury cars. Just as he approached to open the door, Barnett suddenly reached out from behind and gently tapped Leon on the back of his head. "What are you doing? An R8? You really dare to choose that?" Barnett said with a helpless smile, shaking his head. Leon innocently rubbed the back of his head, turned to look at Barnett, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "This car looks cool. I thought players could choose whatever they wanted." "You can choose whatever you want," Barnett laughed, even more obviously, pointing to a few Audi Q7s not far away, which were often chosen by Real Madrid's main players. Ramos, Cristiano Ronaldo, those big names all chose the Q7, you know? "If you take an R8 out now, do you believe the whole team will say you're a big country bumpkin tomorrow?" Leon was taken aback for a moment, then realized, frowning, oh, they all chose the Q7? Barnett nodded. That's right, and it's an unwritten rule. If you want a sports car, sure, go buy one yourself. Chapter 196. Gift. Barnett looked at Leon with a scrutinizing gaze, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kid, you really are quite extravagant. This house is indeed nice, but it's not just a few £1,000,000 in rent. It needs to be bought with real money. Are you sure you don't want to think it over? Leon smiled easily, waving his hand nonchalantly. You know how much I earn. Besides, living next to these big names, what else is there to hesitate about? Better to settle it early and move in quickly, so I don't have to bother looking at other houses. Barnett shrugged after hearing this, choosing not to say more. He knew Leon was in the fresh excitement of just joining Real Madrid, young and impulsive. Moreover, the houses in this area were indeed worth the price, whether from a comfort or investment perspective. Since Leon had made up his mind, as his agent, Barnett naturally wouldn't oppose. All right then, since you've decided, I'll have the lawyer handle the property procedures with Bella and aim for a swift transfer, Barnett said cheerfully. No problem. Thanks for your help. Leon nodded in response, still smiling. He was already looking forward to the days of living in this luxury mansion. Chapter 197. Watch. After handing out the gifts, Leon walked into the locker room. He opened his locker, which still held the socks, training gear, and various small items he had accumulated over the years. Leon took them out one by one, carefully folding them and packing them into a suitcase. Although these items looked ordinary, each one carried memories of his time at Chelsea. The socks he had worn countless times and the somewhat worn training gear seemed to tell the story of his moments spent here. When Leon had nearly finished packing, the Chelsea first team had just wrapped up their training. Old teammates like Hazard, Costa, Terry, and Fabregas were pleasantly surprised to see Leon. They all rushed over to give him a big hug. Wow, our new star from Real Madrid is back. Costa joked with a smile. Leon laughed and returned the hug. Just came back to handle a few things and to see you old buddies. Terry patted him on the shoulder, his tone full of emotion. Go over there and play well. Don't let us down, the ones who came out of Chelsea's youth academy. Leon nodded, feeling a bit moved. He took out the prepared Tag Heuer watches and handed them out one by one to the teammates he had fought alongside. Chapter 198. Let's get fit. The ball. The ball. Benzema's voice echoed on the training ground, laced with urgency. Leon glanced at the field and saw Benzema standing in what seemed like an ideal position, hands raised, waiting for a pass. But at the same time, Ramos was quickly closing in on Benzema, applying defensive pressure. Leon's gaze swiftly shifted from Benzema to Bale on the right. Without hesitation, he decisively passed the ball over. Bale shot off like lightning, cutting it along the flank and heading straight towards the core of the penalty area. The perfect connection of man and ball saw Bale strike immediately, the ball speeding towards the upper left corner of the goal. Despite Casillas' quick reaction, he was unable to save it. The shot was too tricky, going straight into the dead corner of the net. Seeing Bale score, Ronaldo, as the opponent, placed his hands on his hips and shook his head vigorously. Applause erupted on the training ground, with teammates praising the beautiful shot. Bale smiled slightly and gave Leon a thumbs up. Good pass. Leon shrugged casually. That pass was a combination he was more than familiar with from his daily training. The atmosphere on the training ground became even more heated because of this goal. Chapter 199. Details. Fitness? Leon was momentarily taken aback. He thought today was about relaxing and eating, but the big boss started off with fitness. And the way he said it, as if fitness was just a side dish before the meal. Well, fitness. Maintaining peak condition is our job, Ronaldo said with a serious expression. Leon, although a bit puzzled, could only smile and nod in agreement as the newcomer. All right, then let's get fit. Thus, Leon's first visit to Ronaldo's house turned into a crazy fitness journey. They changed into sportswear and entered Ronaldo's private gym, which was larger than most commercial gyms. Equipped with all kinds of high-end equipment, enough to excite any fitness fanatic. The two began an intense strength training session. Ronaldo's unparalleled discipline and physical ability were on full display. Each movement was filled with explosiveness, as if he was competing with himself. Although Leon also worked out regularly, he found it somewhat challenging compared to Ronaldo, who seemed superhuman. After the weight training, Ronaldo suggested continuing with cardio. Come on, let's swim 500 meters to relax, Ronaldo casually mentioned, as if that 500 meters was just a warm-up. Chapter 200. On December 30th, 2015, as dusk fell, Real Madrid's away game was underway. Leon sat in the VIP box at Villarreal's home ground, his eyes fixed on the field. As a player who had yet to be officially registered with Real Madrid, he could only watch the game quietly and not participate. Sitting on the luxurious box's sofa, Leon felt a mix of emotions, both anticipation for his new team and concern for the unfolding situation on the pitch. Not long after the match began, an unexpected scene unfolded that shocked all Real Madrid fans. In the 9th minute, Villarreal's Roberto Soldado appeared like a ghost in the Real Madrid penalty area, quickly receiving a cross from a teammate. Without waiting for the defenders to react, he calmly shot low and broke through Navas's defenses. Leon watched helplessly as the ball slid into the net, feeling a sinking feeling in his heart. Villarreal had played very steadily from the start, and taking an early lead would undoubtedly strengthen their resolve to defend and hold onto this score. As the score changed, the tension on the field suddenly escalated. Real Madrid began to push harder to control the game, the players maintaining their usual grip on the ball, spreading out the formation, and continuously looking for cracks in Villarreal's defense through ball movement. Chapter 2:01. First training session, these guys really are always questioning everything, Leon muttered. Just then, his phone screen lit up again, a familiar name flashing. Hazard was calling. Hello, Hazard? Leon answered the phone, unable to suppress a laugh upon hearing the other person's voice. Leon, what kind of luck do you have? Not only did you go to Real Madrid, but the coach is actually my idol from childhood, Zidane. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Hazard's voice was filled with excitement, clearly thrilled about Zidane's appointment. Haha, must be good luck, Leon replied half-jokingly. On the other end, Hazard paused, and his voice took on a pleading tone. Leon, I've never asked you for anything in my life, but this time, you have to help me out. Can I let Zidane know I want to come to Real Madrid? Can you ask him if he needs me? Leon couldn't help but laugh. Hazard's words were tinged with urgency, as if he were afraid of missing out on a golden opportunity. Real Madrid is a top platform for any player, especially with a legendary figure like Zidane as head coach, which truly makes it enticing. Hazard, you're Chelsea's star player. Do you really want to come to Real Madrid? Leon teased. Chapter 2:02. Hala Madrid. After a round of shooting practice, Zidane arranged for a small-sided match. He divided the team into 2 groups for half-field attacking and defending drills. Leon was placed in the same group as Marcelo and Ramos, while the opposing side featured Ronaldo and Bale. Leon, watch out for Bale. His speed is no joke, Ramos reminded him with a hint of a smile. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, Leon replied with a smile, his eyes showing a bit of competitive spirit. As the match began, Bale indeed showcased his incredible speed, constantly looking for breakthrough opportunities on the right flank. Leon closely followed Bale, trying to prevent him from easily getting the ball. Zidane stood on the sidelines, quietly observing the contest, occasionally shouting a few commands but not rushing to interfere with the ongoing play. Leon focused intently on every move Bale made. When Bale received a pass, Leon quickly stepped up to block his path, forcing Bale to make a quick decision. Bale attempted to shake off Leon with his speed, but Leon didn't give him an easy chance, firmly holding his position and ultimately successfully intercepting the ball. Nice job, Leon, Marcelo cheered from side, satisfied with Leon's defensive performance. Chapter 2:03. Benzema walking down the corridor to the pitch. Leon could clearly feel each drumbeat and shout, as if every sound was encouraging him, conveying a desire for victory. As Leon stepped onto the turf, he was instantly struck by the atmosphere of the stadium. The Bernabeu before him resembled a grand stage. The surrounding stands filled with waving flags, and tens of thousands of fans shouting loudly, their faces adorned with expressions of anticipation and passion. He felt as if he was on an unbeatable battlefield, the tension in his heart being drowned in passion at that moment. The atmosphere of the match surged like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire Bernabeu. Leon stood in the center of the pitch, closed his eyes, and the roar in his ears gradually transformed into a force that filled his body, invigorating his spirit. The rhythm of his heartbeat intertwined with the cheers of the audience, creating an exhilarating melody. His blood began to boil, as if he could feel the expectations and desires of every fan. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began, and Leon's heartbeat accelerated. He and his teammates engaged in fierce battles on the field, passing, tackling, shooting. Every detail brought Leon immense joy. Chapter 2:04. Fighting back with the referee's whistle. The match entered a heated phase once more. Real Madrid's 1-goal lead made Deportivo La Coruña visibly anxious, and their midfield began to intensify their pressing, desperately trying to regain possession. Leon sensed the tension in the air, especially from Belgratinos, the guy who had already tackled him at the start, who still showed no signs of easing his pressure on him. Leon stood near the midfield, legs slightly bent, always maintaining his best balance. He noticed that Belgaratino's defensive style had become more aggressive. The opponent's leg movements were rough and direct, and every time Leon received the ball, Belgaratino's would quickly close in, legs flying out to disrupt Leon's passing rhythm. His strong thighs were as hard as steel, charging at Leon with reckless determination. But Leon was not a player easily cornered. He had been honed in the Premier League, known for its toughness. Physical confrontation was never his weakness. Each of Belgaratino's assaults felt like crashing against a solid wall. Leon's feet were agile and steady, as if stepping in the wind, yet he still firmly controlled the rhythm. Chapter 205. Detail as time passed. Deportivo La Coruña's attacks seemed fierce, but they could not break through Real Madrid's defense. Leon's running range grew larger, moving like a tireless machine, constantly darting across the field. He sometimes dropped back to support, sometimes pushed forward to initiate attacks. Every touch of the ball carried calmness and composure. As the match entered the final minutes of the first half, the pace on the field gradually slowed. Real Madrid's players clearly were not in a hurry to attack again. They preferred to play it safe, maintaining their 2-goal advantage. Although Deportivo La Coruña continued to fight hard, their stamina began to wane, and every attack seemed powerless. Just as the match was nearing halftime, Deportivo La Coruña launched a counterattack. Their forward, Portrays, quickly advanced with the ball, his legs alternating rapidly on the grass, putting some pressure on Real Madrid's defenders. The midfielders of Deportivo La Coruña surged forward, attempting to combine with Portrays for a threatening attack. However, Real Madrid's defense gave them no chance. Ramos and Verni quickly retreated, blocking Andon's path. Portrays, left with no choice, had to choose to pass back, and this attack subsequently failed. Chapter 206. A worthwhile investment. Cristiano Ronaldo fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the ball, as if he had foreseen everything in advance. At the moment he leaped, his leg muscles tensed, and his body soared into the air like a beast, suppressing the opposing defenders from above. Ronaldo's head made precise contact with the ball. The entire header was swift and powerful, like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, and the ball flew into the net. 40. The moment the ball hit the net, the Bernabeu erupted with deafening cheers. Ronaldo did not pause, quickly running toward the corner area, jumping once, twice, and then extending his arms wide. His signature SAU celebration sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak, with fans chanting in unison, as if this was not just a match, but a grand celebration belonging to Real Madrid. Leon stood in the center of the field, watching Ronaldo's celebratory actions, feeling a wave of emotion. He had seen this scene countless times on television, but witnessing it in person today, feeling the enthusiasm of tens of thousands of fans and Ronaldo's unparalleled aura, was a completely different shock. Leon silently thought to himself that perhaps he should design a celebration of his own for future goals, something powerful enough to be remembered by everyone. Chapter 207. La Sobolano. The players were all geared up and excitedly preparing. Zidane stood at the door of the locker room, quietly watching everything. He had no intention of following the players to the nightclub, but felt that tonight would surely be lively. The night enveloped the streets of Madrid, neon lights flickering in the dim sky, as if coloring the city with a layer of enchanting hues. The streets were bustling with people and cars, while the Teatro Capital nightclub in the city center appeared particularly lively tonight. This famous nightclub was indeed a symbol of Madrid's nightlife, its 7-story structure offering a unique sensory experience to every visitor. Standing at the entrance of the nightclub, Leon looked up at the sign, flashing with colorful neon lights, deafening electronic music blasting from inside. He felt a mix of excitement and unfamiliar nervousness. This place seemed even crazier than the nightclubs in London, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Captain Ramos patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "How is it? Shocking, right? This is the hottest place in Madrid. Just wait to enjoy tonight." Chapter 208. Enjoy this moment. Are you a friend of Irina? Leon casually asked, trying to start a conversation. Lhasa nodded and softly replied, "Yes. I met her in the modeling circle, but I just came from the United States to Spain and am not very familiar with life here." As she spoke, her eyes showed a hint of shyness. Leon nodded in understanding, surveying the flashing lights and the noisy crowd around them, and smiled, saying, "The atmosphere here is a bit, how should I put it, quite crazy." Lhasa bit her lip and gently laughed, yet a bit unaccustomed. Everyone is very enthusiastic, but I still find it a bit noisy. Her smile carried a hint of unease, as if she were not quite adapted to such revelry. Leon looked at her, feeling that this girl, although in the bustling nightclub, possessed a unique calmness. Then how about we go to a quieter place? There's a terrace on the 7th floor. The night view under the starry sky is beautiful. Would you like to take a look? He suggested. Lhasa seemed a bit surprised, but then nodded. Sure, I also want to see the view there. Her voice remained gentle, but her eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 209. Hunger tomorrow. Real Madrid will face Sporting Gijón in a home league match. This is Leon's second match since joining Real Madrid. Sporting Gijón just got promoted from the Segunda División to La Liga last season, and their strength is relatively weak. Leon is filled with anticipation for this match, as it's a great opportunity to showcase himself. Before the match, Zidane briefly mentioned two names in the analysis meeting. Their forward, Sanabria, and the winger, Johnny Garcia. Leon tried his best to keep up with Zidane's pace, but Zidane's rapid Spanish was too fast for him, and he didn't understand many details. Nevertheless, he pretended to be deep in thought, nodding continuously as if he completely understood. After all, in a team full of stars, pretending to understand is also a survival skill. After the meeting, the players left one after another, and Ramos approached, gently nudging Leon with his elbow, wearing a sly smile. Kid, did you understand? Don't pretend. I can see right through you. Leon felt somewhat helpless at being exposed. He shrugged and replied with a smile. To be honest, I didn't understand a lot. But wasn't the main point already covered? I'll keep an eye on Sanabria and Garcia. You guys can handle the rest. Chapter 210. Fantasy. As the match began, Real Madrid exhibited strong pressing, giving Sporting Gijón almost no chance to breathe. Real Madrid pushed forward without hesitation, quickly controlling the rhythm of the game through high pressing. The players of Sporting Gijón clearly had not yet adapted to the atmosphere of the Bernabeu and the powerful offensive pressure from Real Madrid, retreating step by step. In the 6th minute, Leon received a back pass from Marcelo near midfield, deftly touched the ball, and accurately transferred it to the advancing Carvajal. The midfielders of Sporting Gijón attempted to intercept, but Leon cleverly evaded their tackle with a simple inside foot turn, successfully completing the pass. Carvajal made no unnecessary adjustments. His steps steady and swift, using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball forward a few steps before decisively crossing it. As the ball flew from Carvajal's toes with a slight spin, it arced through the air. Bale quickly darted into the penalty area from the back, his movement as agile as a cheetah. He was already prepared, his eyes firmly locked on the airborne ball. At the right moment, Bale pushed off the ground, his legs propelling him upward, his feet gracefully airborne as if stepping on invisible steps, slightly tilting his head back before accurately glancing the ball with his head, controlling the power perfectly. Chapter 211. First goal. In contrast, the atmosphere on Real Madrid's side was much more relaxed. Zidane maintained his usual calm demeanor, his expression showing little fluctuation, but it was evident from his relaxed posture that he was very satisfied with the team's performance. The match had just begun, and Real Madrid had scored consecutively, completely dominating possession. Zidane had emphasized in the pre-match meeting the need to mark Sanabria and Johnny Garcia, the two core offensive players for Sporting Gijón, who at this point hardly even had a chance to touch the ball. As the match continued, Sporting Gijón appeared increasingly fatigued under Real Madrid's pressure. They attempted to find breakthroughs through short passes and quick ball transfers. But every pass and reception seemed hurried and inaccurate under the tight pressure from Real Madrid's players. Finally, Sanabria received a pass from the midfield, quickly adjusting his steps, his legs moving agilely as he tried to shake off the pressure from Real Madrid defender Ramos. Sanabria gently stopped the ball with the back of his right foot, quickly twisting his ankle, trying to fake Ramos with a sudden stop. However, Ramos was well prepared. His leg muscles tensed. He quickly closed the distance, sliding in with his right foot to accurately poke the ball away from Sanabria's feet. Chapter 212. Fury. The players of Sporting Gijón were already exhausted, but still had not given up on the idea of counterattacking. It should be noted that defending consumes more energy than attacking. Sanabria stood in Real Madrid's half. Behind him was a tight defensive line, his eyes still filled with determination. His legs were tense, each step carrying a heavy sense of fatigue. He continued to look for a breakthrough, hoping to shake off Varana's marking through movement. Seizing the opportunity, Sanabria received a pass from a teammate. The ball fell from the air, and he skillfully controlled it with the inside of his right foot. His footwork was light, and the ball rolled smoothly on the grass. Immediately, he gently flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, attempting to break through Verena's defense with a change of pace. The flick was lightning fast, leaving little time for the opponent to react. But Verena, as the backbone of Real Madrid's defense, was experienced and reacted swiftly. His legs bent slightly, his center of gravity low and steady, eyes fixed on Sinobria's every move. The moment he saw Sinobria's flick, Verena quickly extended his right foot, accurately poking the ball away, which rolled towards Real Madrid's midfield area, causing Sporting Gijón's attack to collapse again. Chapter 213. Bale's injury. We can't control the ball. Their speed is too fast, Omeruo said softly, trying to justify his performance. But he knew himself that such an explanation held no ground. Abelardo's anger intensified upon hearing this. He quickly walked up to Omeruo, pointing at his chest with both hands, his tone filled with disdain. Too fast. You are a professional player, Omeruo, a professional player. Their speed is fast? Then you should run faster than them. Or do you think you should just stand still and wait to be passed by them one by one? Omeruo stopped talking. Continuing to argue would only make things worse. And you all? Abelardo turned to the other players. Everyone should see your performance in the first half. Look at your movements. Look at your defense. Real Madrid treated you like training dummies, and you just let them pass through our defense back and forth? Do you still want to play football? He kicked the tactical board hard, and it made a loud noise, plunging the entire locker room into silence. Every player fell silent, almost no one daring to meet Abelardo's gaze. In the second half, we cannot continue like this. Abelardo panted, his tone slightly calming down. You must remember, we are Sporting Gijón. We did not come here to give points to Real Madrid. Show some guts. Give it your all, even if it's tough. We must defend to the utmost. Chapter 214. Gucci's endorsement. After receiving the ball, G's quickly adjusted his steps, nudging the ball with his right foot, attempting to accelerate past the opponent's fullback, but the opposing defender was also not willing to give him more space. G's had to pass the ball back again, each of his movements showing some helplessness. He lightly flicked his ankle, passing the ball back to Leon in midfield. Leon made no unnecessary adjustments after receiving the ball, immediately transferring it to Carvajal on the right. Carvajal also showed no intention of advancing. His leg movements appeared very relaxed as he lightly stepped on the ball, pausing for a second to observe the situation on the field. Then, with a push from the outside of his right foot, he passed the ball back to the defense again. Time quickly elapsed in this slow-paced possession, and although the players of Sporting Gijón felt anxious, they were powerless. Their stamina had already been exhausted in the previous high-intensity match, and coupled with being one man down, the situation on the field was entirely controlled by Real Madrid. The final whistle of the match finally sounded, and the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. The players of Sporting Gijón obviously breathed a sigh of relief, while the Real Madrid players walked back to the locker room with relaxed expressions. After returning to the locker room, everyone was still in a lighthearted mood, but there was also a hint of worry in the air. Chapter 215. Goodbye. Leon smiled after hearing this, feeling that the condition was not too harsh. After all, being able to wear top-brand clothing and showcase his fashion taste was a kind of benefit for him. Moreover, as a football star, his image was also part of his commercial value. For $1 million plus free clothing made the deal seem quite worthwhile. It sounds fine. Anyway, I don't really care about what I wear. If there's money to be made, I definitely have no objections. Leon shrugged, looking nonchalant, and casually picked up the contract on the table, flipping through it before signing his name in the designated spot. Bella nodded in satisfaction, took the contract, and said with a smile, "All right, since you're so straightforward, I'll notify them to start preparing for the press conference arrangements. There will be an official signing ceremony in Madrid next week, and you'll need to dress a bit more formally." Leon waved his hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I'll dress like a British gentleman." Bella joked, "I hope so. Don't dress like a gangster. Otherwise, the Gucci team won't let you off easily." As Real Madrid prepared to face the upcoming Champions League knockout rounds, the atmosphere in the team became unusually tense. Chapter 216. Is this a performance? Just then, the appearance of Leysa Soberano was like a flash of white light, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her tall figure and elegant demeanor made it clear she was the best choice. Leysa walked up to Leon, smiled slightly, and casually placed her hand on his shoulder, making him feel much more relaxed. He unconsciously smiled back, wrapping his arms around Leysa's waist. "Wow, pretty slim," Leon whispered lightly in Leysa's ear, teasing her about her figure. Lisa turned her head, her eyes sparkling with laughter, and replied, "What can I say? In our line of work, we can't afford to eat well. It's all for being slim." Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of helplessness, causing Leon to chuckle softly. "Then you must be easy to take care of, right?" He pretended to be serious. "Haha, but now salads aren't cheap either." Lisa smiled, continuing their trivial conversation, and the atmosphere grew even more relaxed. In such exchanges, the filming reached its best state, with the two in front of the camera showcasing a natural chemistry. The director and Alessandro nodded continuously, looking very satisfied, saying, "Good. Look at them. Good." Their tone revealed excitement, as if they had finally found the feeling they had been longing for. Chapter 217. Quick check. Lisa Soberano was changed to Lisa Soberano. It can't be said to be pitiful, but I'm full of expectation for the food here. Leon spread his hands and smiled lightly. Lisa nodded, her face showing anticipation. "Then you must enjoy it today. I ordered a few local specialties. I hope you'll like them." Before long, the dishes Lisa ordered were served one after another. The waiter introduced them to Leon. "This is our Leon cuisine from Spain." Leon was taken aback, surprised, as a thought flashed through his mind. "You love me this much? You named a cuisine after me?" The Leon, region is located in the northwest of Spain and is part of the Castilla y Leon autonomous community. The boss continued to explain with pride. "This place is famous for its unique food culture, with specialties like roasted lamb, Leon stew, garlic soup, and black pudding." Leon then understood that this Leon was not referring to him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, he might have made Lisa laugh until her face turned red. Chapter 218. Let me take you home. The editors quickly began searching, starting from the angles of the photos, the restaurant location, and interactions with Leon, and finally found relevant information. Found it. She is Lisa Soberano, a model, American of Filipino descent, who recently signed with a new agency. When did she get together with Leon? The editor's eyes sparkled with gossip, quickly arranging. Write the article immediately, emphasizing their close relationship and creating topics as much as possible. Soon, numerous reports about Leon and Lisa appeared on major gossip websites and social media platforms, with headlines that were more eye-catching than the last. Real Madrid star Leon dines with mysterious beauty, suspected new romance exposed. Model Lisa Soberano becomes Leon's new favorite. Intimate date caught on camera. Countless fans and netizens began to speculate after seeing the news, and the comments section exploded. Didn't Leon just break up? He has a new girlfriend already? A model? This time, he has found someone with looks and figure. Leon's taste has really improved. This guy who with the female team doctor. A hater silently typed away on the keyboard, but a few days later, a lawyer's letter arrived at his home. Chapter 219. Bella is scary. Arriving at the community that Lisa mentioned, Leon parked the car by the roadside. Looking up at the residential area, the environment wasn't too bad, but compared to his luxurious villa, it was clearly much more low-key. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He had previously suspected that Lisa was pretending to be poor, but now it seemed that her living conditions were indeed not affluent. "Thank you for bringing me back. I'll treat you to dinner another day," Lisa said with a smile, her gaze revealing a hint of mischief. "You'll treat." Leon laughed and shook his head. "Next time, it's my turn to treat you." After saying that, he waved at her, watching Lisa enter the community before restarting the car and heading to his place. When he opened the door and stepped inside, he found someone sitting on the sofa in the living room, with disheveled hair, head down, looking like a scary ghost. Leon's heart tightened, almost thinking his house was haunted. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was Bella. "What are you doing here?" Leon closed the door and quickly walked towards the sofa. But Bella didn't lift her head, glaring at him fiercely, her voice filled with suppressed anger. "Good for you. Leon, you ruined my date." Chapter 220. Georgina. In the following training sessions, Cristiano Ronaldo's performance remained unstable. Every time he made a slight mistake, his emotions became very agitated. Leon noticed something was off and couldn't help but ask, "Bro, what is wrong with you today? You seem a bit off." Cristiano paused, his breathing still not steady. He picked up a bottle of water and gulped it down, shaking his head. "It's nothing, just had another argument with Irina last night, which kept me up all night." Leon instantly understood a bit more. Although he had a good relationship with Cristiano, he felt it was inappropriate to pry into such personal matters, so he could only comfort him. Relationship issues can indeed be quite troublesome sometimes. Cristiano smiled bitterly. I told her to take my child to Portugal to see my mom, and she actually got mad at me, saying something about not being compatible with my mom. I definitely one T indulge her. After a few arguments, she threatened to break up, and I said, fine. Let us break up then. Liang listened, unable to help but think that Luo Ji's emotional drama was really full of ups and downs, and there always seemed to be new material. What happened next? Liang asked curiously, wanting to know the follow-up to this emotional drama. Cristiano Ronaldo didn't pay much attention and continued. This morning as soon as I got up, hey, guess what? Chapter 221, Winger early in the morning. Liang was still rolling in bed, preparing to catch a few more Zs. The ringtone of his phone suddenly broke the morning tranquility, and he reached out to grope around for it, grabbing the phone. Hey, Liang, are you up yet? Barnett's voice came from the other end of the line, as crisp and sharp as always, as if he hadn't considered the time difference or Liang's rest at all. Good morning, Barnett. Liang's voice was a bit groggy. Is there something urgent? Urgent? Not really, but you'd better listen. Gucci is very satisfied with the trending event involving you and Lisa, and the heat hasn't died down yet. According to their feedback, in the next few days, all their major stores in Europe and Asia will be showcasing you and Lisa's images, launching a large-scale promotion. You've unintentionally turned a casual encounter into something significant. Barnett's tone carried a hint of satisfaction and pride. Liang leaned against the headboard, rubbed his eyes, and tried to wake himself up a bit. Oh, that is pretty good. I thought it was just a temporary trend, but I didn't expect it to extend to offline promotions. Don't underestimate this influence. Gucci's higher-ups are particularly pleased with this wave of marketing. Your pairing with Lisa is unexpectedly fitting, and such good opportunities don't come by often. So, in the coming days, many stores in Europe and Asia will be promoting your image widely. By the way, Lisa is also very happy. Her company is getting good feedback as well. You can find some time to chat with her. Chapter 222, Initial Results in the 22nd Round of La Liga. The stands at the Bernabeu were packed, and the match between Real Madrid and Espanyol was underway. Fans' eyes were focused on the starting lineup announced by Zidane, with the biggest surprise being James Rodriguez's return to the starting lineup, while Liang's appearance on the wing had countless fans eagerly anticipating. Fans had previously discussed the possibility of Liang playing on the wing in various forms, but this time Zidane finally put this bold idea into practice. And fans couldn't wait to see if Liang could continue to shine in the new position. As the whistle blew to start the match, Liang quickly dashed to the right wing, his opponent being Espanyol's Ruben Duarte, a defender who had grown up in Espanyol's youth academy. Of similar age to Liang, but with considerable defensive experience. Liang's speed immediately put Ruben on edge, but he didn't act rashly. Instead, he chose to defend cautiously, closely following Liang's every change of direction. Kroos and Modric remained the midfield core for Real Madrid, controlling the rhythm of the game as usual, with the ball flowing smoothly at their feet, pushing the overall advancement of Real Madrid. Liang continuously made forward runs on the right, maintaining coordination with the midfield, frequently cutting inside to create threats for the opposing defense. Espanyol's backline was very tight, but they looked overwhelmed when facing a team of Real Madrid's caliber. Chapter 223. Control after the second half began, Real Madrid continued their smooth, attacking rhythm. And the entire team was filled with confidence and control on the field. Liang stood on the right wing, his gaze sharp, ready to receive a pass at any moment. Kroos gently tapped the ball from midfield, passing it to Liang. The ball rolled precisely to his feet, instantly attracting the attention of two opposing players. Hernan Perez and Alvarez quickly rushed towards Liang, forming a double-team situation. Kroos raised his hand in midfield, signaling Liang to pass the ball back, but Liang had already entered his own rhythm. He didn't choose to pass back, but decided to continue his performance on the wing. He softly tapped the ball, using the inside of his right foot to nudge it, then quickly turned his foot to execute a nutmeg. The ball slid past the feet of the two opposing players, and Liang followed closely, using his agility to break out of their encirclement. This series of movements was fluid and clean. Hernan Perez and Alvarez were caught off guard by the sudden change of direction, watching helplessly as Liang dashed past them. At this moment, Carvajal had timely made a late run from behind, instantly opening up the attacking line on the wing. Chapter 224, Flirt. At the post-match press conference, the media reporters had long been waiting. As soon as he sat down, Zidane was bombarded with questions from reporters. especially about Li Ang's performance in the right-winger position during this match. It was well known that Li Ang had primarily been active in midfield previously, and this tactical adjustment by Zidane was clearly a very successful attempt. Mr. Zidane, today was Li Ang's first time playing as a right winger. What do you think of his performance? What is his development potential in this position? A reporter from the Spanish newspaper Marca was the first to ask. Zidane smiled slightly and replied, Li Ang's performance today is evident to all. He showcased excellent speed and technique, especially his breakthroughs and crosses from the wing, which caused significant trouble for the opponents. I have always believed that Li Ang has strong adaptability. He can play a role in midfield, and the wing is also a viable option for him. I am very satisfied with his performance today. Another reporter quickly followed up. Does this mean we will see Li Ang in the right winger position more often in future matches? Zidane smiled and didn't directly answer. In every match, we will adjust according to the opponent's situation, but there is no doubt that Li Ang's performance in this position gives me more tactical options. We will continue to observe his performance, and he will certainly get more opportunities. Chapter 225, Chinatown. The lively atmosphere of the party had just begun, with glasses clinking and everyone enjoying the luxury and joy of the evening. However, Li Ang deliberately kept his distance from the flashing lights and crowd. Standing alone in a corner, his gaze fixed on Lisa Soberano in the center of the room. She had just finished her work and was busy chatting with several brand executives, her elegant and appropriate smile still on her face. Li Ang watched her with a strong impulse in his heart. He couldn't wait to take her away from this lively occasion for just the two of them. When Lisa finished her last task, Li Ang slowly stepped forward, carrying his unique confidence and ease. Ready? He smiled, his voice low and slightly teasing. Let us go have dinner. As he spoke, he naturally reached out his hand, his eyes full of anticipation, as if this dinner had been brewing in his heart for a long time. Lisa was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow, clearly surprised by his directness. Just like that? You're not planning to attend the party anymore? Everyone is waiting for you, she said, her gaze lightly sweeping across the room, where many guests had already noticed their movement, and Li Ang's appearance was one of the focal points of everyone's attention. Chapter 226. The child's last name is Li? A few young people, seeing Li Ang walking towards them, could hardly believe their eyes, all of them dumbfounded, the air freezing for a few seconds. Li Ang smiled as he sat down beside their table and casually said, Aren't you guys wanting a group photo and an autograph? Why not take out your phones? This sentence completely shattered the self-control of the young people, and screams erupted in the restaurant, startling the other diners, who turned to look. Li Ang smiled and raised his hand to gently calm the air, saying softly, Quiet down, quiet down. The young people quickly lowered their voices but remained excited, flailing their arms. They eagerly took out their phones, scrambling to take pictures with Li Ang. One girl boldly linked her arm with Li Ang's, gazing at him with affection, which made Li Ang a bit awkward as he dared not meet her eyes, hastily completing the autograph and photo. Back at the table, Li Ang sat down again, and Lisa looked at him with a light laugh, her eyes full of teasing. It seems you really are a girl magnet. Li Ang shrugged innocently and replied with a smile. I didn't do anything, just fulfilling a little wish of my fans. Chapter 227. Mexico. Lisa shook her head helplessly, picked up a piece of eggplant stew, and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, she spoke up. Actually, I'm quite curious. You're so busy usually. How do you still find time to bring me to eat such authentic Chinese food? Li Ang shrugged and said casually, No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. Besides, the time spent with you is always worth a bit of thought. Hearing this, Lisa's heart stirred slightly, and her gaze softened again. Are you saying you often flirt with other girls like this? Li Ang made an innocent expression and smiled back. I haven't tea. I only have 3 girls in my contacts, you, my mom, and my agent Bella. Besides, with you around, who would flirt with anyone else? Lisa shot him a glare and laughed. Humph, smooth talker. That's all being articulate. Li Ang smiled back. The two continued to enjoy the delicious food on the table, their conversation occasionally interrupted by light laughter, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Li Ang, while eating, intentionally praised Lisa for various details, sometimes her outfit, sometimes her smile. Each compliment tinged with a hint of flirtation, but never excessive, keeping Lisa smiling throughout. Chapter 228. Announced. As night fell, a chill spread through the air in Madrid. The streets of Chinatown were brightly lit, and the aroma of food wafted from the restaurants. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, A group of reporters patiently waited. They hardly moved, but their eyes revealed dissatisfaction and impatience. Damn, can it take this long to have a meal? We've been waiting for almost 2 hours, one reporter complained, his tone full of irritation. Yeah, we haven't eaten since leaving the Gucci party. We thought this would be an easy job. But who knew we'd have to come to Chinatown and suffer? Another reporter chimed in, twirling his camera, clearly in a bad mood. You don't get it. This is called romance. A little alley in the restaurant, with the starry sky as company. How romantic can it be? A third reporter interjected, his tone teasing. TCH, if you really want romance, go eat at a 5-star hotel. What's with the pretense? The first reporter scoffed, showing his disdain. Just as they were complaining, the restaurant door suddenly moved, and the reporters quickly looked up to see Leon and Lisa walking out side by side. Leon naturally held Lisa's hand, while Lisa seemed a bit unaccustomed and was preparing to pull her hand back. Chapter 229. Excuse Sanchez smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with a mix of envy and the caution of a professional journalist. Congratulations, Mr. Leon. Leon still held Lisa's hand and smiled slightly. Thanks, Sanchez. Do you need to take a few more pictures? As an experienced journalist, Sanchez knew when to stop, so he shook his head. No need. We've taken enough as you came out. Leon looked a bit puzzled, full of disbelief. Really no need for one more shot of your face? Are you sure? Sanchez could only explain helplessly. Mr. Leon, we're journalists. We can only take candid shots. Post shots look too fake and unnatural. Leon suddenly understood and relaxed. Nodding with a smile, got it. He then gently pulled Lisa toward his car. The reporters did not chase after them. Knowing when to stop is the wise choice. Just as Leon opened the car door, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. He pulled it out and answered. Hello? Mr. Leon, this is Sanchez. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything, came Sanchez's voice on the other end, clearly ensuring he left his contact information. Chapter 230. Don't be like this. After hearing Leon's explanation, Lisa felt a little disappointed. She had thought Leon suggested it to further their relationship, but now it seemed that was not the case. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Is my charm not enough? Why is he so calm? Then why did you take me to your home? Lisa felt a bit dissatisfied but still forced herself to appear calm, asking provocatively. Leon chuckled lightly, a confident smile on his face, his eyes revealing a hint of affection. Just to let you get familiar with our home. His tone was filled with certainty, as if their future together was already destined. Upon hearing this, Lisa's heart raced suddenly. Leon's words were too direct, but still warm. Although she had felt some doubt and nervousness earlier, now a hint of sweetness blossomed in her heart. This home? Is it Leon's vision for us? For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, only letting out a soft hum, turning her head away from him, but her lips involuntarily curled up. Chapter 231. Surprised after breakfast. Leon handed the car keys to Lisa, saying, Today you should return the rented apartment. Move your stuff over, and from now on, you'll live here. Lisa looked at the car keys in her hand, a bit stunned, but she didn't say much since Leon's decisions were always so decisive. Afterward, Leon also called Bella to ask her to help find a few people to assist with the move. After sorting these things out, Leon realized there was only one car left at home, and since Lisa needed the car to handle moving, he couldn't drive out anymore. He checked the time and decided to leave a bit earlier for the morning training, opting to run to find road to hitch a ride. Leon changed into sportswear, quickly headed out, and started jogging. Roa's house was not far from where he lived, so running over would also serve as a warm-up. When Leon arrived at Cristiano's doorstep, he happened to see Cristiano driving a Rolls-Royce, preparing to take his youngest son, little Cristiano, to school. Sometimes the world is just this coincidental. Leon was worried Ro might not be home, but he ended up witnessing this scene. Cristiano saw Leon waiting early at his doorstep and smiled, rolling down the car window. Oh, Leon, coming over this early? Looking for me? For something? Chapter 232. Celestial beings and mortals on the training ground. The air was thick with tension. Although everyone would occasionally joke and tease, once the practice officially started, everyone became extremely focused. Leon stood in the center of the field, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He had just completed a round of intense running, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. Leon, speed up. Start again. Are your legs weak? Zidane voice came from the sidelines, laced with a hint of sternness. Though Zidane was usually gentle and easygoing, he never let up during training. Leon forced a bitter smile. He had already sprinted with all his might, and he could only adjust his breathing again, grit his teeth, and prepare to start over. Everyone knew the rules on the training ground. Anyone who slacked off or who didn't train seriously would be shot in the butt with a ball by Zidane. This was a well-known punishment in the team, seeming like a joke, but the force was definitely not small. "Come on, hurry up. You're running slower than my grandma," Ramos shouted from the side, a big grin on his face, clearly enjoying Liang's struggle. The entire team was watching him, not wanting to miss this little bit of fun. In the following days, Liang and the entire Real Madrid team were intensively preparing for the challenges ahead. The schedule in February was very tight, as Real Madrid would face Granada, Athletic Bilbao, and Malaga consecutively. Although these teams were not top-ranked, no match could be taken lightly. Chapter 233. Warm moments 2 days later. Liang's parents, Li Tud and Mia, successfully arrived at Madrid airport thanks to Barnett's arrangements. This moment had been in Liang's mind for a long time. This meeting was not only the first encounter between his parents and Lisa, but also an important test of his relationship. Despite his confidence in Lisa, he still felt a hint of expectation and nervousness inside. When Liang's parents walked out of the airport exit, Lisa was already waiting there. The moment Li Tud saw Lisa, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had heard his son talk about how excellent his girlfriend was. But when Lisa stood before them, her poise and confidence left a deeper impression. Mia glanced at Lisa, her eyes full of affection. She knew her son had truly chosen the right person this time. With a smile, Mia opened her arms and proactively hugged Lisa. This gesture made Lisa's nervousness dissipate significantly. Lisa smiled back and gently embraced Mia in return. "Lisa, you're even more beautiful than in the photos." Mia's voice was warm and a bit excited. Lisa's cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained a proper smile and softly replied, "Thank you. Auntie, you're beautiful too." She felt very close to Liang's mother and quickly let go of the awkwardness of meeting her parents. Chapter 234. Madrid Derby in Spain. Besides the El Clasico, the Madrid Derby is equally a dream match for countless fans. Atletico Madrid's Calderón Stadium, once known as a hell for visiting fans due to the fervent support of its own, became a fortress. Whenever the whistle blew for this match, the air in the entire stadium seemed to solidify as the shouts of Atletico fans filled their home ground with an indescribable sense of pressure. The red and white-clad fans always challenged Real Madrid players in the most insane ways, and every inch of Calderón Stadium seemed to be charged for the impending clash. Atletico Madrid, a team renowned for its fighting spirit, represented the strength of the working class and grassroots. Once a branch of Athletic Bilbao, Atletico eventually became independent and gradually developed its own characteristics, becoming one of the most representative teams on the streets of Madrid. Unlike Real Madrid, which had consistently remained among the world's top clubs over the years, Atletico resembled a force that always strives upward, never bowing its head. Their fans would not tolerate any form of arrogance or disdain. This was also one of the reasons their rivalry with Real Madrid deepened over time. Chapter 235. Official start. Real Madrid players walked into Atletico's away changing room, and Liang followed his teammates inside. This changing room was much smaller than Real Madrid's, barely accommodating everyone to sit down at the same time. Liang looked around, feeling a sense of oppression. The cramped space seemed to increase the tension of the match. At this moment, there were no luxurious facilities, no special treatment, only the team's cohesion and focus on the game. Liang didn't care about these things. Everyone was equal on the field, and in a derby of this level, winning or losing was the only measure. The cramped space heightened the tense atmosphere, reminding everyone that they were about to face an exceptionally tough battle. Zidane walked into the changing room, and the atmosphere instantly became more tense. The players fell silent. Zidane's authority was evident. He walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and began his speech clearly and concisely. "Brothers, today we face a team." His voice was deep and powerful, clearly resonating in the small changing room. "They're tied with us on points, ranked third in the standings. Moreover, they have not lost a single match at home this season. This match is not just for 3 points, it concerns our dignity." Chapter 236. Head-on collision. As the whistle blew for the match, the atmosphere on the field immediately became tense. The shouts of Atletico fans surged into their ears like a tide, filling Calderón Stadium with a sense of oppression. The match started at a rapid pace, and Atletico clearly wanted to create more trouble for Real Madrid on their home ground. Griezmann quickly kicked off and passed the ball to Coke. Coke wasted no time and swiftly distributed the ball to Carrasco on the left. Liang immediately stepped forward, quickly closing in on Carrasco, his strong defensive intent evident. Lisa sat in the stands, watching Liang press forward, feeling both excited and anxious. Her eyes followed every one of Liang's movements. However, she didn't know much about Liang's abilities. Facing such intense competition and a fiery atmosphere, she still felt a bit worried as a spectator. Liang, go for it. She silently cheered for him in her heart. Her gaze was filled with unwavering support for him. Carrasco did not clash directly with Liang, but decisively passed the ball back to Wanfran. Liang's pressing remained intense until Carrasco passed the ball to a teammate, at which point he relaxed slightly. Nevertheless, he still maintained defensive intensity, closely monitoring Wanfran's every move, ready to launch a tackle at any moment. Chapter 237. Escalating conflict. Liang's legs were tense, his knees slightly bent. He was accustomed to such intense confrontations, and the soreness in his knees did not disrupt his rhythm. Focus, Ramos shouted beside him, his tone urgent and reminding. Atletico's rapid advance put immense pressure on Real Madrid's defense. The collaboration between Koke and Griezmann was smooth and swift as Koke brought the ball to midfield, and Liang immediately noticed Griezmann's run. Without any hesitation, Liang quickly accelerated forward, preparing to block Koke's passing lane. He powered his legs swiftly, lightly tapping the ground with the inside of his right foot, shifting his body weight to the left, keenly observing every movement of Koke. Koke suddenly feinted, using the outside of his right foot to dribble past, but Liang reacted quickly, swiftly extending his foot, gently flicking the ball away with the outside of his right foot. Atletico's attack came to an abrupt halt, and Koke paused for a moment before chasing back. Beautiful, Carvajal whispered in admiration, quickly positioning himself to receive the ball. Liang calmly controlled the ball, turning to survey the situation ahead. He noticed Ronaldo accelerating down the wing, with Godin closely following behind. Without much hesitation, Liang opted for a long pass, curling the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it accurately towards Ronaldo. Chapter 238. Simeone inside Real Madrid's locker room. The atmosphere was calm, but everyone could feel the tension hidden beneath this surface tranquility. Zidane stood in front of the tactical board, waiting for all the players to come in. Liang entered the cramped locker room with his teammates, still reflecting on the tense confrontation of the first half. Zidane scanned the room, observing each player's condition. His face showed little expression, but the determination in his eyes was evident. Zidane took a deep breath, stood in front of the tactical board, and began his encouragement and instructions. Brothers, we did well in the first half. Zidane's deep voice echoed in the locker room. We have grasped the rhythm, but it's not enough. Atletico's defense is tough, but we must continue to increase our offensive intensity. The players listened silently, each knowing that the key to this derby lay in the second half. Ronaldo leaned slightly forward, appearing a bit anxious. He was dissatisfied with not scoring in the first half. Liang was sitting on a chair, quickly recovering his stamina, his leg muscles still trembling slightly. The fatigue from his previous sprinting not yet dissipated. Zidane picked up a pen from the tactical board and began marking the attacking zones. He clearly and succinctly instructed, Liang, your movements on the left are great, but you need to cut into the middle more. Our strengths lie in the combination of the wings and midfield, which can tear apart their defense. Ronaldo, keep up your breakthroughs and shots from the wing. Apply as much pressure as possible. Chapter 239. Take flight. Atletico's midfielder Koke quickly advanced with the ball, and Liang immediately retreated from the front to participate in the defense. Koke's steps were very light. He gently flicked the ball with his right foot, quickly passing it to Carrasco on the wing. Seeing this, Liang immediately turned and accelerated, his legs powering forward like springs. Closely following Carrasco, trying to block his passing route. Watch the left side, Ramos shouted from the back. Carrasco, not waiting for Liang to get close, quickly crossed with the outside of his right foot, sending the ball straight into the center of the penalty area. Griezmann was already lurking there, eyeing this opportunity. Ramos immediately rushed up to block, but Griezmann was extremely quick, using the inside of his left foot to flick the ball past Varane, then swiftly shooting. The ball sped towards the goal, but unexpectedly hit Ramos's leg, changing its direction. Navas was already prepared to dive to the left side of the goal, but suddenly the ball veered to the right, leaving Navas no time to react. Oh no, Zhang Jun exclaimed. The ball hit Ramos and changed direction. Navas didn't have time to react at all. Atletico's fans erupted with huge cheers as the ball found the net, breaking the deadlock. 10. Atletico took the lead just as the second half began. Chapter 240. Breakthrough and counterattack. That was clearly a red card-worthy action. Ramos angrily rushed towards the referee, waving his hands and pointing in Gabi's direction. He did it on purpose. Ronaldo, who had been sprinting down the right wing, immediately stopped when he saw Leon on the ground, quickly running from the right to the left side, concerned about Leon's condition. "Leon, are you okay?" Ronaldo crouched down, his voice filled with tension. Leon showed a pained expression on his face. His left leg hurt terribly, almost making him think he had sustained a serious injury. He pushed himself up off the ground, but the sharp pain in his leg made him hesitate. "I'm fine." Leon gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could feel the intense pain in his left leg, but after a few seconds of buffering, he realized he probably wasn't seriously injured, just in unbearable pain. "Team doctor!" Ramos shouted towards the sidelines, and the team doctor and stretcher crew rushed onto the field. The team doctor quickly crouched beside Leon, examining his left leg, then took out a medical spray, quickly applying a cold solution to the painful area of his left leg. Leon felt a wave of coolness wash over him, and the pain gradually subsided. Chapter 241. Flames of war rekindle at this moment. Gabi on the field had a face full of anger. He felt humiliated after being repeatedly outplayed by Leon, and Leon's provocative gesture after scoring only added to his sense of insult. "Damn it," Gabi muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on Leon, filled with intense resentment. He stepped forward, wanting to confront Leon. However, Ramos seemed to have anticipated Gabi's action. He quickly positioned himself in front of Gabi, blocking his path with his body. "You want to fight?" "I'm ready," Ramos calmly said, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Gabi glanced at Ramos, burning with anger, but he knew Ramos was experienced and wouldn't let him pass easily. Meanwhile, Leon was enjoying the cheers and celebrations following his goal, seemingly unaffected by Gabi's fury. Although Ronaldo participated in the celebration, he was still stirred by Leon's brilliant goal. As the main attacker, he knew full well that Leon's performance today was outstanding, stealing much of the spotlight that belonged to him. "When I get back tonight, I need to do 15 sets of dumbbell lifts," Ronaldo thought to himself, unwilling to lose to anyone, even his own teammate. Chapter 242. Changing situations. Leon continued to dribble down the left wing. Seeing Gabi still in pursuit, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "That's enough," Leon thought to himself. He really doesn't give up. But at this moment, Leon had no intention of giving Gabi any more opportunities. As the ball slid rapidly under his feet, he gently flicked it with the outside of his right foot, instantly rolling it towards the inside, creating distance between Gabi and himself. Gabi's feet reacted too slowly, and he lunged into thin air as Leon successfully maneuvered around him, entering Atletico's penalty area. "Leon has entered the penalty area. This is a very good opportunity," commentator Zhang Jun exclaimed excitedly. As Leon found himself in an excellent shooting position, Atletico's defender Jimenez quickly closed in, attempting to block Leon's shot. But Leon calmly surveyed the penalty area, catching a glimpse of Ronaldo's position out of the corner of his eye. He quickly powered with his right foot, accurately passing the ball to the center. Ronaldo charged in like a cheetah, receiving the pass, and swiftly took a shot. The ball flew like lightning, straight into the goal. "It's a goal. Ronaldo's shot has put Real Madrid in the lead." Commentator Zhang Jun's voice was filled with excitement, echoing on the television screen. Chapter 243. A lesson learned. The Madrid derby gradually approached its conclusion. Real Madrid led 2-1, but Atletico continued to resist stubbornly, trying to find an opportunity to equalize in the final minutes. Real Madrid's defense has become more solid, with Pepe and Ramos standing in the back like two insurmountable fortresses, continuously neutralizing Atletico's attacks. Leon remains active on the left flank, always alert and ready to participate in quick counterattacks. His leg movements are still agile, and his feet lightly tread on the grass, maintaining peak condition. But time is slowly slipping away. Atletico's offensive becomes increasingly frantic, while Real Madrid's players remain calm and composed. Time is running out. The commentator, Zhang Jun, conveys tension and anticipation in his voice as Real Madrid is only a few minutes away from victory. Atletico launches their final counterattack. Carrasco crosses from the wing, and Griezmann leaps high in the box, attempting to score with a header. However, Pepe decisively rushes in from the side, accurately clearing the ball with his right foot, and Atletico's attack once again proves fruitless. The referee glances at his watch, the whistle poised at his lips, ready to end the match. With a long whistle from the referee, the match officially concludes. Real Madrid defeats Atletico 2-1, breaking Atletico's unbeaten home record this season. Chapter 244, Don't Touch Randomly. The reporters exchanged glances, clearly sensing Simeone's criticism of Gabi from his words. Although Simeone did not directly name anyone, the implication was clear enough. As Atletico's midfield core, Gabi did not show the necessary calmness and leadership, which directly led to the turning point of the match. Another reporter then asked, "Mr. Simeone, what do you think of Leon's performance? He not only excelled offensively, but also repeatedly defeated Atletico's defense in confrontations, especially with that brilliant goal." Simeone's expression softened slightly at the mention of Leon's name. He nodded, acknowledging Leon's outstanding performance. Leon's goal was fantastic. It was a perfect combination of skill and talent. He spoke with a tone of reluctant, yet necessary admiration. "We should have done a better job of limiting him, but his performance today was impeccable. I can't blame my players because Leon was simply too outstanding." This statement quickly caught the reporter's attention. As a tough coach, Simeone rarely praises opponents so generously, but in front of Leon, he clearly had no excuses. Leon led Real Madrid to turn the game around with his excellent skills and keen instincts, which made Simeone have to admit it. Chapter 245, Celebration Night, and aftermath. The dishes were quickly served, and the owner, Lu Biao, stood in the middle of the dining table, introducing each dish's characteristics and preparation in fluent Spanish. "Leon, this roast goose is quite good," Tony Cruz exclaimed after taking a bite. "Right," Leon replied proudly. "This place's roast goose is almost 80 authentic." At the dining table, the players praised the roast goose enthusiastically. Cristiano Ronaldo, while eating a roast goose leg, raised his glass and approached Leon. "Do you know the taste of boiled chicken breast?" Leon was taken aback. "Boiled chicken breast? I remember I've had it a few times at your place." Ronaldo shook his head, his expression serious. "No, you don't understand. You've only had it a few times, but I've eaten it for 7 years. 7 years. Why are you only telling me now that roast goose is so delicious?" Leon looked bewildered. Is Ronaldo drunk? ISNT this his first drink? He had just opened a bottle of Maudai at the table, with 2 more bottles unopened. Modric quietly told Leon. Their table has already started the second round. This is the 4th bottle. Leon was surprised, though. Looks like Ronaldo is a bit tipsy. Chapter 246. Sweet moments. Lisa walked over and gently patted Leon's shoulder. "Do you have any plans today?" "Training? It's a day off today. Training resumes tomorrow," Leon replied relaxedly. He suddenly realized that although he and Lisa had been together for some time, due to the busy schedule of matches and training, they rarely had the chance to go out shopping, watch movies, or even have a quiet meal together. Today was a rare holiday, and Leon felt it was a good opportunity to spend quality time with Lisa. "Let's go out for a walk and grab some lunch," Leon smiled and said to Lisa. Lisa nodded, a hint of a relaxed smile appearing on her face. "Sure, let us go out for a stroll and air out the alcohol from last night." Hand in hand, Leon and Lisa walked down the bright streets of Madrid. People came and went, and the sunlight bathed them, making last night's revelry seem to dissipate with the warm sun. Leon looked at Lisa beside him, feeling an immense sense of peace and satisfaction. She was the strongest support in his busy career, and at this moment, being able to leisurely walk on the streets of Madrid with her was simply a luxurious enjoyment. Chapter 247. Undefeated in March. Spring's footsteps have quietly arrived. As March begins, the 2015 to 2016 La Liga season and Champions League matches are in full swing. Real Madrid performs like a finely tuned offensive machine in March, making significant strides in both the league and the Champions League, achieving remarkable results. Real Madrid starts March with high morale, aiming to solidify their top position in the league while seeking higher honors in the Champions League. During this period, Real Madrid achieved consecutive victories against Levante, Celta, Las Palmas, and Sevilla, winning all matches, often by large margins. The match against Levante, an away game, was the first match of Real Madrid's March schedule. In this match, Leon continued to start as a left winger. His outstanding performance became a key weapon in Real Madrid's attacking front. He provided a precise assist to Benzema to open the scoring. And in the final moments of the match, Leon scored himself, sealing the victory. Although Levante had a few threatening counterattacks during the match, Real Madrid's overwhelming firepower ultimately crushed their opponents, winning easily 4-1. Chapter 248. Analyzing Leon. We must win. Enrique murmured to himself. He believes that Real Madrid won't easily drop points, so Barcelona must seize this opportunity to directly defeat them in the derby. At that moment, Enrique's assistant, Carlos Unzu, approached and quietly reminded him, "Luis, it's about time to prepare for the tactical meeting." Enrique nodded, then blew his whistle, signaling the players to end training. "Everyone take a break. Gather in the tactical room in 15 minutes. We need to discuss tactics against Real Madrid." The players nodded and quickly wrapped up training, preparing to enter the tactical analysis phase. The opponent in the national derby is one of their most familiar rivals, but every confrontation feels like a new battle. 15 minutes later, Barcelona's players filed into the tactical room. The atmosphere in the room was serious, with photos of several key Real Madrid players hanging on the wall, namely Cristiano Ronaldo, Leon, Benzema, and Modric. These players are the key targets for Barcelona's defense, especially Leon, who is a new addition to Real Madrid this year, but has already shown exceptional strength and consistent performance. Enrique stood in front of the tactical board, his gaze sweeping over each player's face, then pointed to a photo of Leon and said, "Today, we will focus on Leon. He is the new star of Real Madrid. 19 years old, English, and stands 185 centimeters tall." Chapter 249, Formation Change and Phone Call. Chapter 250, Formation Change and Phone Call at Real Madrid's training base. The atmosphere in the tactical meeting room was tense and focused. Zidane stood in front of the tactical board, his eyes firm and voice steady, announcing a significant tactical adjustment. "In the upcoming national derby, we will not use a traditional attacking midfielder, but will instead add a defensive midfielder." His words echoed in the room, causing a slight stir. Casemiro raised an eyebrow, hardly believing his ears. He knew this meant he would have the opportunity to start, standing alongside Kroos and Modric, becoming a solid barrier in Real Madrid's midfield. He took a deep breath, silently vowing not to disappoint the coach's trust. Only J. Rodriguez lowered his head at the side. "Casemiro, your role will be crucial." Zidane's gaze fixed on him. "You'll be the rock of our midfield, and you need to specifically target Messi. Try not to commit too early, using your positional sense and awareness to limit his space." Casemiro nodded, determination sparkling in his eyes. "Coach, I understand." Chapter 250, ready to start. Fans and media around the world were caught in a frenzy of anticipation. This was not just a football match, but a clash of two cities, two cultures, attracting the attention of over 6.5 billion potential viewers. Fans' enthusiasm ignited across the globe, from China to the United States, from Egypt to Brazil, with countless events and viewing parties being prepared to experience this most iconic match in La Liga in unique ways. For fans, it would be a sleepless night, a football feast filled with passion and tension. The entire football world held its breath, waiting for this highly anticipated showdown. As the bus carrying Real Madrid players slowly approached the Camp Nou stadium, their gazes were inevitably drawn to this grand structure. The Camp Nou stadium, home to FC Barcelona, has witnessed countless glorious moments in football history since its opening on September 24, 1957. This stadium is not only the largest in Spain and Europe, but also the fourth largest in the world, renowned for its unique architectural style and rich football tradition. Chapter 251, Clothes marking the flags of both teams fluttered in the wind, chants and slogans rising and falling, forming a deafening roar. The stadium lights illuminated the pitch like daylight, and the players' shadows stretched long across the grass, bouncing with their movements. The players of Real Madrid and Barcelona stood in the center of the pitch as the referee's whistle broke the tense atmosphere, with Real Madrid kicking off first. The Real Madrid players quickly got into the rhythm, attempting to control the game's pace according to Zidane's tactical arrangements. But Barcelona players immediately pressed forward, trying to regain possession. Modric received a pass from Kroos in midfield. After assessing the situation on the field, he precisely switched the ball to the right flank. Leon received the ball on the wing. He didn't rush to break through, but slowed down slightly to observe Barcelona's defensive layout. He noticed Alba and Iniesta quickly closing in on him, preparing to double-team. "Two people are coming to mark me." Before Leon could finish his thought, he heard Carvajal shout from the side, "Incoming." Hearing rapid footsteps approaching from behind, Leon had no time to think, quickly laid the ball back to Modric, and turned to prepare for the incoming pressure. Chapter 252, 1v1. As the match progressed, the clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona intensified. A casual remark made by Leon in the player tunnel had an unexpected effect on the pitch. He noticed that Messi didn't have a height advantage, so half-jokingly told Case Moreau, "Hey, Lucas, look, Messi isn't that tall. If you stick to his back, he will find it hard to create space. What do you think?" Initially, Case Moreau didn't take it seriously, but after being dribbled past by Messi for the first time, he decided to give Leon's suggestion a try. Case Moreau followed Messi like a shadow. His steps tight, his body close to Messi, giving the Argentine superstar almost no space to turn. This close-marking defensive strategy made Messi feel unprecedented pressure. He attempted various tricks to shake off Casemiro's grip, but the Brazilian midfielder's defense was like a wall, always standing in his way. During one attempt, Messi executed a quick step-over move to try to confuse Case Moreau, but Case Moreau stood firm, not fooled by Messi's feint. Chapter 253. For you too. After receiving the ball, Leon saw Benzema had positioned himself well against Peak. Leon immediately passed to the center, and Benzema seized the position, extending his leg. The ball flew straight into the stands. And the goalkeeper didn't even have to dive as Benzema lay on the grass, covering his face. Leon, who didn't even want to look at Benzema now, exclaimed, "Why kick so hard when you just need to stretch your leg?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even a limping old lady could have scored that. CR7 also joined in the teasing, his expression playful. Benzema got up from the grass, shaking his head in disbelief at his miss. It was a golden opportunity, yet his shot had strayed far from the target. He signaled to Leon and CR7, indicating he would make up for this mistake in the later stages of the match. The match time was quietly approaching the end of the first half. At this moment, the score was still 0-0, with both defenses as solid as steel, and every attack seemed to be testing the opponent's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, in Barcelona's half, Messi and Suarez were quickly communicating, discussing how to break the deadlock. Chapter 254. Physical challenge. As time passed, the atmosphere at Camp Nou gradually tightened, with both sides searching for scoring opportunities, but the score remained 0-0. The fierce competition put pressure on every player, but in this high-stakes showdown, no one was willing to give up easily. When Barcelona obtained a throw-in, Rakitic quickly went to receive the ball. He skillfully controlled it at his feet, making a short lateral dribble, trying to break through Real Madrid's defense. However, just as he prepared to pass to a teammate, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half. At that moment, it was as if the game had been paused. The players, who had been giving their all just moments ago, breathed a sigh of relief, slowly relaxing and gradually coming down from the intensity of the match. Rakitic, somewhat helpless, tapped the ball, looked up at the referee, and then walked leisurely towards the locker room with his teammates. As the players entered the locker room one by one, the atmosphere on both sides was distinctly different. In the Real Madrid locker room, Zidane walked in front, looking relaxed. Although there were no goals in the first half, Zidane was quite satisfied with his team's performance. Real Madrid displayed solid defense in the first half, while continuously threatening Barcelona in attack. Chapter 255. No, a martial virtue? Zidane immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If he didn't quickly replenish Leon's stamina, he might not be able to maintain such high-intensity performance in the second half. Zidane quickly turned to the nutritionist and said, "Prepare Gatorade, bananas, and chocolate for Leon. He needs to quickly replenish energy." The nutritionist soon brought Gatorade, bananas, and a small piece of chocolate. Gatorade can quickly replenish lost electrolytes. Bananas provide carbohydrates and potassium to prevent muscle cramps, and chocolate provides instant energy for Leon. Leon took the supplies, ate a small piece of banana, and then took a bite of chocolate. Although he didn't have a big appetite, these supplements would help him maintain energy in the second half. Zidane observed Leon's condition while quickly noting adjustments on the tactical board. He was generally pleased with Real Madrid's performance in the first half, especially Leon's contribution, which provided crucial support for the team's defense. However, he knew that Barcelona's attack would speed up in the second half, and Real Madrid had to be prepared to maintain their solid defense. Zidane looked at the tactical board and calmly said to the players in the second half, "Our defense must remain compact, but more importantly, the efficiency of our counterattacks. Barcelona's defense is strong, but Alba and Alves's forward pressure leaves us enough space for counterattacks. Leon, Cristiano, seize the opportunity when they are slow to retreat." Chapter 256. First on the scoreboard, Barcelona narrowly escaped a crisis, and the Camp Nou erupted with deafening cheers. However, immediately after, the referee's whistle sounded, and he pulled out a yellow card, walking towards Alba, indicating that Alba was penalized with a yellow card for pulling Leon's jersey. At the same time, he turned to Leon and said, "Hurry up and change your shirt." At this moment, Leon's upper body was already bare, with the jersey torn by Alba hanging aside. He said nothing more, turned, and ran to the sideline to change into a new jersey. This scene was quickly captured by the director, and the camera swiftly switched to Leon's bare-chested figure, his solid chest muscles and eight-pack abs eliciting cheers and screams from the female fans in the stands. The director quickly shifted the camera to Lisa Soberano in the stands. Seeing this scene, Lisa couldn't help but laugh, thinking, "Let you know what I usually eat." Whistles erupted from the Camp Nou fans, a mix of teasing and admiration, while Lisa's smile added a touch of lightness to the tense match. Real Madrid's quick counterattack almost startled the Barcelona players into a cold sweat. The air in Camp Nou was filled with tension as Barcelona players restarted the game, trying to turn the situation around, but they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Chapter 257. Messi strolling under the pressure of trailing. Barcelona quickly adjusted their state and began to showcase their best possession tactics. The atmosphere at Camp Nou grew even more intense. The dissatisfaction and anger of the Barcelona fans seemed to be transmitted to the field, and the players became more determined, vowing to equalize the score. Barcelona instantly increased the frequency and accuracy of their possession. In just 5 minutes, through skillful short passes and fluid combinations, they compressed Real Madrid's formation to the point of being almost immobile. At this moment, Real Madrid felt like prey surrounded, moving back and forth with the ball, but finding it hard to make a move. The MSN trio of Messi, Neymar, and Suarez frequently interchanged runs in the front, using agile passing and positioning to continuously tear apart Real Madrid's defense. In midfield, Busquets, Rakitic, and Iniesta closely coordinated from the back, controlling the pace of the game with an extremely high possession rate. La Liga's official data soon showed that in these 5 minutes, Barcelona's possession rate reached an astonishing 87, giving Real Madrid almost no chance to touch the ball. In the stands of Camp Nou, Barcelona fans cheered loudly, chanting, "This is the real Barcelona." The faces of Real Madrid players turned serious as they felt the mounting pressure. Chapter 258. Get at the throw-in, Carvajal did not rush. He stood on the sideline, slowly waiting for his teammates to position themselves, allowing Real Madrid players a chance to catch their breath. Barcelona players still waited with pressure, trying to continue their dominance. Carvajal eventually passed the ball to Modric, who, instead of pushing forward, calmly passed it back to Cruz. Seeing Barcelona players gradually advance to press, Cruz decided to slow down the pace to relieve Real Madrid's pressure. He passed the ball back to Ramos. Ramos pointed towards Varana's direction with one hand and shouted, "Drop back. Don't go forward like idiots." Subsequently, Ramos and Varane began passing the ball back and forth in the backfield, which made Suarez anxious as he tried to press Varane. Whenever he approached Varane, Varane would pass the ball back to Ramos, infuriating Suarez. He glanced at Neymar and shouted, "You come help press him. What are you standing there for?" Neymar, helpless, could only run over symbolically to assist. Suarez then looked towards Messi on the right, only to see Messi maintaining his usual strolling pace. Chapter 259. Sharing victory after the match, Zidane walked into the press conference room at Camp Nou, appearing calm and confident in front of the dense crowd of media reporters. The victory in the national derby drew significant attention, and reporters from various media outlets were ready with various questions awaiting his answers. A reporter from the Spanish newspaper Marca was the first to ask, "Mr. Zidane, congratulations on your victory in your first national derby as the coach of Real Madrid. The key to this match seems to be Real Madrid's defense against Barcelona in the first half and the speed of counterattacks in the second half. Do you think this was the decisive factor for the win?" Zidane nodded slightly and replied steadily, "Thank you for your question. We did indeed prepare a lot for our defense. Barcelona is an extremely skilled possession team, so we had to maintain a tight formation and seize opportunities to counterattack. I believe the team's calmness and confidence at crucial moments were important factors in winning the match, especially the patience shown when facing their pressure." A reporter from AS then asked, "In this match, the combination of Leon and Cristiano posed a significant threat to Real Madrid's attack. How do you evaluate Leon's performance as a right winger? He seems to have adapted very well to this arrangement." Chapter 260. Soul Swap just landed at Madrid airport. Leon received a call from his agent, Bella. While holding Lisa's hand and walking outside, he answered the phone, and before he could greet her, Bella got straight to the point. "Leon, there's a Nike shoot tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Pinewood Madrid Studios." Leon was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about this, originally planning to relax for a couple of days after the derby victory. He sighed and asked helplessly, "Bella, can we move it to next week? It's just too rushed." Bella replied, mercilessly in a serious tone, "Sure, Leon. You just need to ask Cristiano to adjust the timing and pay about €3 million in compensation to cover the crew's airfare, salaries, set costs, and so on. As long as you're willing, we can change the shoot anytime you want." Leon's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Bella. Your sense of humor has improved lately. All right, just pick me up tomorrow at 8:30. Bella's voice still carried that faint teasing tone. "Oh, not changing the time? How unusual." Chapter 261 Valencia. The advertisement officially began shooting, with the first scene taking place in front of a green screen. Leon wore the number 18 England jersey and faced off one-on-one against Cristiano. Leon knew that although this performance was brief, it required precise control. He needed to showcase the style of an England player while also portraying moments where Cristiano was technically superior. Director Lin Jin had strict requirements for Leon's performance, and it took 7 NGs before it was finally approved. Nevertheless, Leon remained undeterred and finally achieved the effect the director wanted. Next was the final scene, where Leon still wore the number 18 jersey and passed the ball to a young black boy who had swapped souls with Cristiano in the advertisement. This shot symbolized that the boy had become a national team forward through his own efforts. The director required a natural and smooth motion to convey the team's cooperation and synergy. After more than 2 hours of shooting, the director was satisfied and called it a wrap, allowing the entire crew to breathe a sigh of relief. The scene then shifted to Real Madrid's training ground, filming the segment where Cristiano, after swapping souls with the young player, struggled to play football. Cristiano had to appear clumsy, while Leon was responsible for teasing from the sidelines. This scene excited Leon, as he finally had the opportunity to publicly tease Cristiano. He laughed and told the director, "I'll improvise, the teasing material will definitely be good." Chapter 262 La Liga champion. At the start of the second half, Valencia intensified their attack. Real Madrid still maintained ball control, but the opponent clearly stepped up their pressing and offensive rhythm. In the 55th minute, an unexpected mistake broke through Real Madrid's solid defense. Danilo hesitated while clearing the ball, seemingly contemplating whom to pass to, and his slightly delayed action allowed Valencia's Alcacer to seize the opportunity and successfully intercept the ball. Alcacer was quick on his feet, passing the ball to the rapidly advancing Rodrigo, who struck without hesitation, sending the ball swiftly into the net. The score became 2-1, narrowing the gap, and the Real Madrid fans fell silent, while Valencia fans erupted in excited cheers. Danilo, feeling frustrated, slapped his thigh, clearly dissatisfied with his mistake. And Zidane on the sidelines also showed a worried expression. Leon and Cristiano exchanged glances, both clearly unwilling to see the game slip out of control. Just 4 minutes later, Real Madrid launched a fierce counterattack. In the 59th minute, Cruz organized the attack from midfield, accurately passing the ball to Benzema up front. Benzema quickly turned after receiving the ball, facing a close defensive press near the penalty area. He skillfully used his heel to lightly flick the ball to an open space. Chapter 263 Leon. Just a week later, Real Madrid faced the last match of the La Liga season against Deportivo La Coruña. Although the championship had already been secured, Zidane still decided to field a substitute lineup, both to give the main players ample rest and to provide the substitutes with a chance to showcase their abilities. Casillas started as goalkeeper, while Carvajal and Ramos were rested, replaced by Danilo and Pepe. Up front, G's replaced Cristiano, and Leon's position was taken by Vázquez. As the match began, the enthusiasm of Deportivo La Coruña's home fans was no less than that of a championship decider. Despite the match's outcome having no bearing on the title, the home team still gave their all, trying to cause trouble for Real Madrid. Meanwhile, the substitutes for Real Madrid also displayed great enthusiasm on the pitch, eager to put in a good performance in the season's final match. In the 15th minute, Danilo surged forward from the right, lightly tapping the ball to cut inside to evade the opponent's defense. Although Danilo was not a regular starter, he gradually found his rhythm in the match with his steady ball control. Pepe directed the defense from the backline, applying pressure to the opposing forwards with his body and physicality, showcasing his rich experience and strong physique. Chapter 264 Neville and Carragher was all smiles, very pleased with Lisa's thoughtfulness, gently patting her hand with eyes full of affection. Leon watched his mother and girlfriend chatting intimately, feeling a bit moved. However, on the other side, Liddit had clearly immersed himself in the joy of beer, holding a glass with a big smile. Leon saw his father's drunken state and couldn't help but shout, "Dad, drink less beer. Don't forget how many glasses you've had today." Little laughed, raised his hand, and wiggled 4 fingers playfully, saying, "This is the 4th glass. Don't worry, it's just beer, no problem." Leon deliberately made an exaggerated expression and teased, "Mom just said that tonight you two need to have another little brother for me." Hearing this, Lidded almost spat out his drink, quickly waving his hands to refuse. "No way, no way. I don't have the energy for that. After watching the game, I need to go back to sleep." He then smiled and took a sip of beer, as if he had found an excuse, pretending not to bring up the topic again. The atmosphere in the box was instantly lightened by the father-son duo, with laughter ringing out. The announcements for both teams' starting lineups echoed in the broadcast, and each time a player's name was called, the cheers from the crowd surged like waves. Fans held up banners and flags, waving their scarves, and the entire stadium was immersed in a passionate atmosphere. Chapter 265. Ramos Marcelo advanced with the ball down the left flank, and Juanfran quickly came up to mark him. Marcelo faked a move, pulling the ball back, then used the outside of his right foot to pass to Cristiano. Upon receiving the ball, Cristiano faced Godin's defense and attempted to shake him off with agile footwork. Godin stayed tightly close to Cristiano, not giving him an easy chance to shoot. So Cristiano had to pass it back to Cruz. Cruz controlled the ball, took a moment to observe, and then passed it to the right. Carvajal seized the opportunity to make a quick run forward, receiving the pass and carrying the ball ahead. Augusto followed closely behind, maintaining physical contact with Carvajal to limit his movement. Carvajal then passed the ball back to Vázquez, who quickly distributed it to Modric, as Real Madrid patiently searched for a breakthrough in midfield. Around the 10th minute, Atletico Madrid seized a chance from a clearance. Oblak cleared the ball with a long kick, sending it straight to Torres in the forward line. Torres shielded the ball with his body and then laid it back to the trailing Coke. Upon receiving the ball, Coke immediately switched it to the left, delivering it to Griezmann's feet. Griezmann surged forward with the ball, while Ramos and Pepe quickly retreated on defense. Griezmann opted to pass to the trailing Augusto. Chapter 266. Overtime begins during halftime. Real Madrid's players gradually return to the locker room. The atmosphere is still tense and filled with determination. Zidane stood in front of the tactical board, his gaze firmly scanning the entire team. His voice was deep yet powerful. "You all performed well. Keep attacking. Don't relax. We came into this match with confidence. We are at home, and no matter how strong Atletico's defense is, it won't change our plans." He looked at everyone, especially the attacking trio up front. "Cruz, keep the rhythm. Modric, your vision is excellent. Don't let them intercept the ball. Ronaldo, Ramos, stretch the defense, tear apart their backline. The opponent's form won't always be this good. Keep attacking. The next goal is definitely ours." As soon as he finished speaking, the players nodded, their confidence reignited. As the whistle blew for the second half, Real Madrid launched another fierce attack. Ronaldo and Benzema frequently moved in the front line, trying to pull apart Atletico's defense, while Cruz and Modric controlled the rhythm in midfield, continuously delivering precise long passes forward. On the left, Marcelo, and on the right, Carvajal sprinted along the sidelines, looking for crossing opportunities, and the players worked closely together, repeatedly attempting to break through Atletico's defense. Chapter 267. Overtime ends. Both sides looked exhausted in overtime, but there was no sign of relaxation. Real Madrid's players were giving their all on the field, frequently engaging in short passes and tight combinations, striving to break through Atletico's defense. Zidane stood at the sideline, occasionally shouting adjustments to the players' positions, his gaze firm and focused. He knew that at such a critical moment, every pass and every run could determine the outcome of the match. As soon as it started, Cruz received a pass from Casemiro and quickly transferred the ball to the right to J. Rodriguez, attempting to exploit a weak point in Atletico's defense. However, as soon as J. Rodriguez received the ball, Atletico's Gabi quickly closed in, applying close pressure. J. Rodriguez was forced to take a few steps back, trying to turn calmly, but hesitated for a moment, allowing Gabi to intercept the ball directly. Atletico immediately launched a counterattack, with Gabi quickly transferring the ball to Griezmann ahead. After controlling the ball, Griezmann rapidly advanced forward, and Ramos sensed the danger, immediately sprinting back at high speed. Seeing Ramos approach quickly, Griezmann quickly changed direction to evade, but Ramos nimbly extended his foot to deflect the ball out of bounds. The stadium erupted with cheers from Real Madrid fans, while Ramos lowered his head, panting, adjusting his rhythm and breathing. Chapter 268. Penalty shootout. With overtime over and still no winner, the players on the field were sweating profusely, their faces filled with exhaustion and tension. Zidane called his players over and began to meticulously arrange the order of penalty takers. He quickly assessed the condition of each player, weighing his options before patting Benzema's shoulder and assigning him the first penalty kick. Zidane then called over Marcelo, Modric, Ramos, and Ronaldo in sequence, finalizing the penalty order. These five had never disappointed Zidane. They had countless experiences in crucial matches and a thirst for this trophy. His gaze swept over each face, his tone gentle yet firm. Stay calm, trust yourselves. We stand here together today, and we will win this match. At that moment, Navas stood beside Zidane and nodded to him. Zidane turned to him and asked, "Do you know their habits?" Navas smiled slightly, his gaze firm as he replied, "Don't worry. I watched their footage countless times. I'm thoroughly familiar with each player's rhythm, angles, and preferred actions." Chapter 269. Hala Madrid. Why not? Amos Juanfran walked back to the Atletico lineup with his head down, wiping away tears. He tried to hide his disappointment, but tears still slipped through his fingers. He felt guilty for letting down his teammates and fans. The entire crowd at the San Siro, whether supporting Real Madrid or Atletico, spontaneously gave Juanfran a warm round of applause. This applause was not only a comfort to him, but also a tribute to his fighting spirit. At that moment, Ronaldo walked to the penalty spot. The entire stadium fell silent, all eyes focused on him. Ronaldo, with a concentrated expression, took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. As Real Madrid's main striker, he knew clearly that if he scored this penalty, Real Madrid would directly lift the Champions League trophy. The referee's whistle blew, and Ronaldo quickly took a few steps back, swinging his right foot and accurately shooting the ball towards the right side of the goal. Oblak lunged desperately in that direction, but the ball was too fast and cunningly flew into the bottom corner of the net. The goal was scored. Real Madrid won the championship. Just as Ronaldo sent the penalty into the net, the camera quickly switched to the VIP box where Leon was sitting in the front row, intently watching every move on the field. Chapter 270. Hodgson establishes authority after the bus parade, celebrating Real Madrid's victory. Leon had no time to enjoy a moment of rest before boarding a flight to France, preparing to join the England team and start his Euro 2016 journey. The England training base is located in the quiet and picturesque town of Chantilly, just outside Paris, an ideal training location away from the hustle and bustle. When Leon dragged his luggage to the base, the entire team had already begun training. On the training field, Coach Roy Hodgson was leading the players in warm-ups. Seeing Leon's late arrival, his expression darkened. As the England head coach, Hodgson was already somewhat displeased with Leon's attendance. Although Leon could not participate in the Champions League final, he insisted on being present to watch, a behavior that made Hodgson quite unhappy, and he had already classified Leon as a disciplinary problem. Hodgson did not say much on the surface, but he was quite dissatisfied with the English Football Association for including Leon in the squad. He had even prepared a plan to eliminate Leon from the 26-man roster. However, when he submitted the list, the FA chairman Greg Dyke noticed Leon's name was glaringly absent and immediately expressed strong dissatisfaction. It is said that he tore up the list on the spot, angrily exclaiming, "What's wrong with Hodgson? Has he lost his mind? How dare he not include Leon?" Chapter 271. Front page. The English media is known for its high-profile and exaggerated reporting style. Before the European Championship even kicked off, the English media had already begun hyping this strongest England team in history, claiming they would rewrite history and achieve a grand victory. Meanwhile, the media shifted the focus to the players' significant others, with various newspapers and websites tirelessly introducing this year's England WAGs, complete with photos, gossip, and personal lives. At this moment, The Sun took the lead, directly printing a large swimsuit photo of Lisa Soberano on its front page. This edition ignited widespread attention across the UK, even selling out at times, as many young men scoured newsstands to admire the cover, with some buying multiple copies for collection. This photo sparked heated discussions on social media and among the public, with Lisa being hailed by the media as the most beautiful presence among the England WAGs, instantly becoming the center of attention. When Leon saw the Sun's report, he was first surprised and then displeased. He had always believed that personal life and professional career should be kept separate, and the media's hype made him feel uncomfortable. Chapter 272. unchanging that morning. The players of the England team gathered in the hotel lobby, quietly waiting for the bus to the stadium. Most of the players had serious expressions, as if a heavy sense of tension enveloped their mood. Despite it being their first match in the European Championship, many players were already concerned about the tactical arrangements for the day. The 4-4-2 formation and starting lineup announced by Hodgson the previous day had sparked much controversy, especially for players like Leon, who were not in the starting lineup and felt helpless. Compared to others, Leon appeared particularly relaxed. He leisurely ate a sandwich and drank juice during breakfast, seemingly under no pressure for the upcoming match. Since he wouldn't be playing today, Leon thought he might as well eat more. He focused on slathering a thick layer of mayonnaise on his sandwich, enjoying his breakfast at his own pace. His teammates found Leon's carefree demeanor somewhat amusing and a bit enviable. Some of them were so nervous they could barely eat breakfast, while Leon looked as if he were on vacation. When the team bus arrived at the Velodrome Stadium in Marseille, France, the players filed in, ready to warm up. Hodgson stood confidently on the sidelines and told his assistant, "Today we will surprise the world." He then announced the starting lineup for the England team to the media. However, the announcement sparked immense controversy back in England. Chapter 273. Hodgson's dilemma. Watching the team fall into a passive position, Hodgson appeared somewhat awkward on the sidelines, clearly not anticipating the resilience of the Russian defense. Meanwhile, Russian fans in the stands were exuberant, cheering continuously with each attack. The England fans, however, grew increasingly silent, as the beginning of the match was not going well, leaving them feeling disappointed. Joe Hart was in decent form, but how long could such saves last? Gary Neville sighed from the commentary box, stating that England needed more creativity, suggesting that Hodgson should consider bringing Leon onto the pitch to bring about some changes. Carragher nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Leon's vision and ball control in midfield could effectively address the current predicament. Lalana and Wilshere's performances are not outstanding enough to fill the gap in England's midfield. The pace of the match showed no improvement under England's continued high pressure. As time passed, the Russian team became increasingly methodical, their defense as solid as ever, while England's attacks began to falter. Although Hodgson tried to shout from the sidelines to motivate the team, forwards Kane and Rooney still struggled to find shooting opportunities under the close marking of Russian defenders. Chapter 274. Shifting blame during halftime in the Sky Sports studio. Gary Neville and Carragher shifted the topic to Hodgson's tactical setup and invited Rio Ferdinand and Lampard to discuss England's unsatisfactory first half. Gary Neville joked, "I just don't understand. These young players in England have strong individual skills and speed, yet he insists on having them score through long balls." Ferdinand shook his head and sighed. Today's lineup and tactics are simply terrible. It's clear that Hodgson didn't consider the opponent's characteristics when arranging the formation. The Russian team is already frighteningly strong in physical confrontations. Playing long balls will only put us at a disadvantage. Carragher interjected, "You're right, Rio. Moreover, he has Wilshere and Dier partnering in midfield. Both players have their strengths, but neither is a defensive mainstay." As a result, in the first half, Russia easily broke through England's midfield several times, as if they were in training. Lampard added with a wry smile, not to mention, "Hodgson seems to have completely overlooked our advantages on the flanks. Sterling and Lalana have both performed excellently at their clubs, especially Sterling's speed, which could easily tear apart the Russian defense." Chapter 275. Media assault in the press conference room. Journalists from various newspapers sat with serious expressions, waiting for Hodgson's response. After a few opening pleasantries, the sharpest reporter directly posed the question, "Mr. Hodgson, today we saw England's midfield organization was noticeably sluggish. Yet why have you not brought on the young Leon? He's been impressive at Real Madrid, and many fans are eager to see him play. What do you have to say about this?" Hodgson paused slightly, forced a smile, and cautiously replied, "Indeed, Leon is a very outstanding player. However, he reported to the team relatively late. To protect his condition, we believe he needs more rest and some time to gel with his teammates." The journalists were not satisfied with this response. A reporter from the Times bluntly took over, "Mr. Hodgson, you mentioned protection, but the team's performance today was poor. Since creativity is needed, why not include Leon, who possesses excellent ball control? His fitness and form should be perfectly fine, right?" Hodgson sighed inwardly, knowing this answer would not easily convince the media. Chapter 276. News explosion. After returning to the hotel, Hodgson gathered all the players to prepare for a post-match review. His face bore a grim expression, as if he was ready to unleash his frustration over the defeat onto the players. The players gathered in the meeting room. Their expressions varied. Some were blank-faced, while others looked impatient. Others remained silent, waiting for the impending storm. When Hodgson opened his mouth, his voice was filled with reproach. Your performance today was simply unacceptable. I could hardly bear to watch from the sidelines. Is this the level of England? Passing, positioning, defending, all merely coping. With this attitude, do you think you can win matches? He coldly stared at Rooney, his voice growing sharper, especially you, Rooney. As captain, where is your leadership? What is going on with your form? Is this how you lead the team on the pitch? Before he finished speaking, a hint of anger flashed in Rooney's eyes. He abruptly stood up, staring directly at Hodgson without backing down. What are you talking about? Coach, your tactical mistakes in this match are numerous, and you're putting all the blame on us. On what basis? Hodgson was clearly taken aback by this rebuttal, but he forced himself to remain calm, raising his voice. Rooney, don't forget your position. I am the coach, and I have the right to criticize you. Chapter 277. Restaurant meeting. Meanwhile, the senior officials of the England Football Association had also received the news, and the atmosphere in the conference room was serious and heavy. Several FA officials exchanged solemn glances as they looked at the headlines on the screen, clearly having deep doubts about Hodgson's coaching abilities. As the news stated, Hodgson's stubborn tactics, blame on players, and inability to control the dressing room suggested that the conflicts within the England team had become irreconcilable. When the England players gradually woke up and picked up their phones, each face was filled with shock. They never expected that last night's meeting would be disclosed to the public in such detail, nor did they anticipate that the news would be exaggerated into a violent internal conflict. Some players began making phone calls, trying to identify the mole, but to no avail. Leon woke up, lazily picked up his phone, and was stunned by the overwhelming news about the England team's internal strife. The headline of The Sun was eye-catching and jarring, describing him as the leader opposing Hodgson, leaving him confused about when he became the vanguard against Hodgson. He clearly hadn't attended the meeting last night and knew nothing about the so-called review meeting. Chapter 278. Protecting oneself? After the FA representative arrived at the hotel, the atmosphere within the team changed instantly. The representative warned all players in a cold tone. It was impossible to dismiss Hodgson under the current circumstances, and the FA would not make such a decision during the Euro Cup. Furthermore, anyone who dared to cause trouble again would be directly expelled from the national team and never called up again. This statement was like a cold shower poured over the previously disgruntled players. Normally enthusiastic about national team matches, they were immediately subdued by this stern warning, forcing down any resentment they felt, and the complaints in the conference room died down. This warning echoed like a wake-up call in the ears of all players. They understood that if anyone dared to question or resist Hodgson again, they would be seen as the ringleader of a rebellion, completely expelled from the England team, losing the opportunity to represent their country and facing a media frenzy. For many players, wearing the national team jersey was an incredibly important honor, and being permanently excluded would be a lifelong stain. Even Rooney, who usually spoke his mind, fell silent after the warning. While Sterling and Kane were angry but understood the consequences, no one would be foolish enough to be the first to stick their neck out. Chapter 279. Equal strength. The match began, and the clash between England and Wales kicked off amid a noisy cheer. Both teams were eager and clearly had no intention of backing down in this crucial group match. Wales continued to employ their familiar 532 defensive formation, while England set up a rare 433 attacking formation as per Hodgson's arrangement, with the front three of Lalana, Kane, and Sterling lined up with a clear goal of tearing through Wales' defense. As soon as the match started, the England team quickly got into the game, with the attacking trio frequently moving and coordinating under Rooney's leadership in midfield. In the 5th minute, Kane received a pass in midfield and immediately pushed forward with the ball. He avoided two Welsh midfielders, Joe Ledley and Ramsey, and passed the ball to Sterling, who was making a rapid run down the left. Sterling used his speed to break into the edge of the penalty area, attempting to cross. However, Welsh defender Gunter reacted quickly, blocking his passing lane and clearing the ball out of the penalty area. The Welsh team did not show weakness and quickly launched a counterattack. Known for their strong defense, this 532 formation provided them with tremendous stability at the back, while also allowing quick counterattacks to threaten their opponents. Chapter 280. Leon takes the field. The whistle for halftime sounded, and the England players walk back to the locker room, exhausted. The air was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, and everyone's expressions were somewhat dejected, with heavy steps as if they were still burdened by the mistakes of the first half and a feeling of helplessness. Rooney was the first to enter the locker room, sitting directly in his spot and letting out a heavy sigh. He rested his hands on his knees, the fatigue and anger on his face intermingling as he gasped for breath. Sterling also sat down next to him, head down and serious. He was still reflecting on several mistakes from the first half, unable to let go. Kane silently rubbed his tense calf, seemingly lacking confidence for the next match. "Damn, Bale. That shot was too precise," Walker murmured, his tone revealing uncontainable frustration and envy. The mention of Bale's name stirred a sense of helplessness among the players. Bale's free kicks were nearly unstoppable, and such skill and form left them feeling bewildered. They silently sat in their respective spots, their eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion about the situation. No one spoke, no one encouraged the team. Only heavy breathing echoed in the air. Chapter 281. Equalizing Hodgson sent Leon onto the field during halftime, hoping he could bring change to the team. With FA executives watching from the sidelines, the entire team was under immense pressure. Wales' defense, guarded closely by Ben Davies and Neil Taylor, was clearly prepared for England's attacks. However, Leon showed a strong desire to break through as soon as he took the ball. His speed and agility visibly surprised the Welsh defenders, and the atmosphere on the field instantly became tense. Kane occasionally made eye contact with Leon, and the two tried to communicate through their eyes, looking for opportunities to break through Wales' defense. England gained possession in midfield. Rooney passed the ball to Kane, who quickly sent it to Leon on the right. Leon wasted no time, dribbling into Wales' half. Facing Davies' block, Leon faked a move, quickly changing direction and easily bypassing Davies. Davies was a step slow, forced to chase behind Leon, who had already accelerated into the Welsh penalty area. Neil Taylor quickly moved up to try to block, and seeing Taylor approaching, Leon lightly nudged the ball with his toe, swayed his body slightly to the left, then quickly flicked the ball with his right foot, pulling Taylor out of position before accelerating to break towards the goal line. Chapter 282. The cost of the winning goal. Leon smiled to himself, knowing Rooney's stubbornness and pride, and he understood that Rooney would not easily relinquish control of the ball. At such a critical moment, Rooney had a strong desire to control the game on the field. He wanted to lead the team's attack in his experienced way. Leon looked at Rooney helplessly, knowing that saying more at this moment would be futile. He shrugged lightly, slowly returning to the right flank, adjusting his breath, and preparing to find new opportunities in the attack, led by Rooney. The pace of England's attack remained fast, but after a brief adjustment, the players' movements became more organized. No longer just blindly pressing, but frequently passing to stretch Wales' defense. Leon continually adjusted his position within the attacking framework on the right, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. In the 65th minute, Leon received a pass from midfield on the right, quickly pushing the ball forward against Wales' Neil Taylor. He didn't rush to break through, but deliberately slowed down, skillfully controlling the ball, forcing Taylor to come closer. Seeing Leon hesitate for a moment, Taylor immediately rushed forward, and Leon seized the opportunity to suddenly accelerate and cut inside, bypassing Taylor's defense. Chapter 283. Lisa arrives after the match. Leon's name quickly topped the headlines of major British media. Fans and media praised his brilliant performance, calling him the hero of England, even the savior in adversity. England's victory over Wales not only secured a win for England, but also showcased the potential and fighting spirit of young players, with Leon undoubtedly being the most dazzling among them. He charged into the penalty area recklessly at the last moment and scored a decisive goal to put England ahead. Despite getting injured in the process, his fighting spirit moved countless fans. The next morning, almost all newspapers in the UK featured a front-page photo of Leon's determined shot during the match, accompanied by countless praises. England's warrior, the new generation savior, the hero of the comeback. Leon's name became a hot topic on the streets of the UK. In an Arsenal fan pub in central London, the pub owner, knowing that Lee Todd is Leon's father, immediately called him to the bar and warmly handed him a beer. "This is for you, Mr. Lee. Tonight, you are our guest of honor." Lee Todd smiled slightly and was about to pay, but the owner quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, Mr. Lee. This drink is on the house. Your son is our hero of England." Chapter 284. Meeting the parents. The golden sunlight of the setting sun poured through the window into the room, softly illuminating Leon and Lisa. Leon was leaning against the headboard. Although his ankle was still wrapped in bandages, he looked much more relaxed. Lisa sat by the bed, gently holding Leon's hand. She noticed that Leon's gaze seemed to drift outside the window, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Leon, what are you thinking about?" Leon came back to his senses, a mischievous smile on his face, and suddenly said, "I was thinking we could consider where to go on vacation." Lisa was taken aback, clearly not expecting Leon to bring up a vacation. She asked with some confusion, "Do you think you won't make it through?" Leon sighed lightly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and calmness. "We definitely have the strength, but there are too many people just occupying the space without contributing. Compared to those top teams, the gap is too big." Lisa quietly asked, "Then where do you want to go?" Leon smiled slightly, looking down at her with tenderness. "Wherever you go, I will go." Lisa's face broke into a smile as she gently leaned closer to him, wrapping her arms around Leon's shoulders, and softly said, "Are you willing to meet my parents?" Chapter 285. Coach Lou in the 15th minute. England had a counterattack opportunity. Deere successfully intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it to Klein on the right. Klein quickly advanced with the ball and passed it to Vardy in the front. Vardy tried to break through the opponent's defense with his speed, but the Slovak defender closely marked him, giving him no chance to shoot. Frustrated, Vardy passed the ball back to the center, but the pass was too hasty and failed to find Henderson accurately, allowing Slovakia to intercept and disrupt England's attacking rhythm again. Slovakia did not relax their defense because they were leading. On the contrary, they focused more on controlling the midfield. Hamsik constantly made penetrating runs, cleverly linking Slovakia's attacks and driving the rhythm of the whole team. England's midfield players attempted to intercept the ball several times, but repeatedly failed due to Slovakia's precise coordination. England's defense was suppressed behind the midfield line, making it difficult to organize effective counterattacks. In the 25th minute, Slovakia launched another offensive. Hamsik received the ball in midfield and advanced with it. England's Deere moved up to try to intercept, but Hamsik used a clever change of direction to successfully evade the defense. He then passed the ball to Kuk on the left, who quickly broke through along the left flank and crossed the ball near the baseline. Slovakia's forward Duda quickly made a run in the penalty area and headed the ball towards the goal, but fortunately, Joe Hart reacted quickly and made a great save to prevent another goal. Chapter 286. Daybreak in the 55th minute. The Slovak coach decisively made personnel adjustments, bringing on 90-meter-tall forward Adam Nemec, and also substituting a very fast winger on the flanks, clearly to strengthen their defensive counterattacks. Slovakia quickly changed their formation, began to abandon possession, and switched to long passes and crosses at a 45-degree angle, using the tall and strong Nemec to create threats in the penalty area. As Slovakia changed tactics, England's defense gradually felt the pressure. Nemec's powerful physique and aerial advantage troubled Cahill and Smalling immensely. Whenever Slovakia had a counterattack opportunity, the ball would be quickly sent into the penalty area, with Nemec using his body to hold off defenders and easily winning headers, constantly creating threats for England. England's defense gradually lost its advantage under the aerial assault, and Joe Hart was forced to make frequent interventions, struggling to deal with the threats from high balls. The England fans in the stands couldn't help but feel anxious, watching as their team's attacks returned fruitless while being pushed back repeatedly by Slovakia's counterattacks, their confidence gradually being undermined. The match entered the 77th minute, and Slovakia once again gained a chance in the front. Chapter 287. Santa Clara on a sunny morning. Lisa took Leon to Santa Clara, California, the place where she grew up. They drove along California's wide highways, and modern skyscrapers gradually appeared in their view. This was not only Lisa's hometown, but also one of the hearts of technology in the United States. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, and discussions about various innovations filled the air, almost letting one sniff the scent of technological innovation. "Welcome to Santa Clara," Lisa said with a smile. "It's really modern here. It feels completely different from the places I've been before." Leon looked around, filled with curiosity and novelty. "This is my hometown. It has a special kind of vitality," Lisa said with a gentle smile. Santa Clara is located in California's Silicon Valley, a world-renowned high-tech center known for its spirit of innovation and high-tech industries. Many globally recognized tech companies, including Intel and NVIDIA, are based here, and there are even branches of Apple and Google. Growing up in such a technology-rich environment, Lisa has deep feelings for this place. Chapter 288. Harmony John curiously asked first. Leon, I heard you play for Real Madrid. Is it like the New England Patriots in the NFL here? Is Real Madrid as famous in the football world as they are? Leon was taken aback by the question, quickly searching his mind. But he had no impression of the name New England Patriots. The NFL was unfamiliar to him, and he was usually too busy with training and matches to pay attention to American football, let alone understand its star players. Leon pondered his answer, eventually smiling and honestly admitting, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with the NFL. However, Real Madrid is indeed a globally renowned football club with a long history, and many excellent players have played there. Lisa couldn't help but chuckle at the way Leon and her father were trying to communicate, finding it amusing and endearing. She knew her father was trying to connect his familiar concepts with Leon's profession, attempting to understand his work. John nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, is your role in the team similar to Tom Brady? I heard he's a very impressive quarterback. I guess you should be about the same. Chapter 289. Vacation. Lisa and Leon finally welcomed the long-awaited vacation, and the two decided to embark on a road trip along California's famous Highway 1. California's Highway 1 is renowned for its magnificent coastline, connecting countless charming landscapes from start to finish. After getting into the rented car, they departed from Santa Clara and drove towards their first stop on the Pacific coast, the Redwood National and State Parks. After several hours of driving, the scenery outside the window gradually transformed from urban landscapes to rolling forests and lush green hills. The Redwood National and State Parks is home to the largest coastal redwood forest on Earth, and the towering ancient redwoods left Leon in awe. As they ventured deep into the forest, sunlight spilled through the leaves of the redwoods, casting dappled shadows, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine, making the entire forest quiet and mysterious, as if they were in a movie scene. These trees are truly incredible. They seem to have witnessed hundreds of years of history, Leon remarked. Lisa smiled and took his hand, saying, yes, some of these redwoods are thousands of years old. Standing in front of them makes me feel so small. The two strolled under the redwoods and took many photos. Chapter 290. Finals champion. After arriving in France, they headed straight to the hotel to rest. The next day, all of Paris was immersed in an atmosphere of excitement and tension. The Stade of France was packed, with thousands of French and Portuguese fans gathering to cheer for their respective teams. Leon and Lisa, sitting in the stands, were filled with anticipation. As spectators of this peak battle, they were not only supporting their friend Cristiano Ronaldo, but also participating in witnessing the birth of the European Championship champion. Leon and Lisa had excellent seats, allowing them to see the entire stadium. With the referee's whistle, the final officially began. Both sides quickly engaged in a tense confrontation, with France, as the host, starting with great momentum, continually launching attacks against Portugal. Every time the French forwards approached the penalty area, the shouts of the French fans in the stands grew increasingly intense. Portugal, led by Cristiano Ronaldo, advanced cautiously, steadily defending against their opponents. However, less than 20 minutes into the first half, an unexpected incident occurred. French player Payet accidentally collided with Ronaldo's knee during an aggressive challenge, causing Ronaldo to fall to the ground in pain, his face filled with anxiety and distress. Chapter 291. Training camp. That night, after returning to the hotel, Leon picked up his phone and sent a congratulatory message to his friend Cristiano Ronaldo, who had just been crowned European champion. He imagined Ronaldo's current state, feeling extremely excited yet slightly disappointed himself. The text was ready, and Leon gently pressed the send button, with the screen displaying a line of text. Buddy, congratulations on winning the European Championship. I'm so proud of you. Within 5 minutes, Ronaldo's reply flashed back, as if he too couldn't sleep on this thrilling night. Thank you, brother. I know you were cheering for me there, and that means a lot to me. The two exchanged a few brief messages. The next morning, Leon and Lisa got up early, packed their bags, and prepared to return to Spain. Leon felt that he also craved such shining moments, and to achieve such goals, he needed to work even harder. Sitting in the taxi, Lisa noticed that Leon's expression was somewhat subdued. She smiled and leaned closer to him, softly asking, "What are you thinking about? You seem so quiet." Leon turned to Lisa and smiled slightly. "I was thinking about getting back to training as soon as possible." Lisa nodded, understandingly saying, "I could get how you feel. Keep it up." Chapter 292. Pre-season. On the way from the airport to the hotel, Leon sat by the window, looking at the tall buildings outside. Although the football atmosphere in the United States is not as strong as in Europe, He looked forward to interacting with local fans during the preseason and preparing adequately for the new season. After arriving at the hotel, all the Real Madrid players took a short rest to prepare for the upcoming training camp and media activities. The team had just arrived in the United States, but the schedule was tight, starting training and media meetings early the next morning. On a sunny morning in Los Angeles, Real Madrid players got up early and headed to the training ground. Local youth football clubs and football enthusiasts were invited to attend this open training camp. Fans gathered eagerly at the training ground, excited to see their idols. As the Real Madrid players entered the training ground one by one, Cristiano Ronaldo, as the core of the team, received the loudest cheers. Among the crowd, many fans held up signs saying, "See Ronaldo, I love you. Real Madrid is the best," expressing their excitement. Once the training camp officially began, the coaching staff of Real Madrid led the team through basic warm-ups and tactical drills. Chapter 293. Goodbye Paris. As soon as the whistle for the first half sounded, Real Madrid's substitutes immediately launched into an offensive and defensive battle. Paris Saint-Germain, not to be outdone, quickly pushed their formation forward, creating a high press. Their intention was very clear: to force Real Madrid into mistakes through a strong start and seize the initiative. Real Madrid's defense line seemed a bit overwhelmed for a moment, with PSG forward Cavani frequently roaming near the opponent's penalty area, looking for opportunities. In the 5th minute, PSG's Rabiot made a precise pass to Cavani. Cavani quickly shot, aiming for the lower right corner of the goal. Real Madrid's goalkeeper Casilla reacted quickly, diving to save and deflecting the ball out for a corner. So close. Cavani cursed softly, patting his knee, clearly unwilling to give up easily. Paris earned a corner kick, and Rabiot stood at the corner flag, observing the players in the penalty area. His gaze focused on the weak points of Real Madrid's defense, and he delivered a precise curved ball towards the center of the penalty area. PSG center-back Thiago Silva found his position, jumped high, and headed the ball towards the goal. However, Real Madrid defender Nacho quickly followed up, heading clear and directing the ball to the sidelines. Immediately, Real Madrid's substitute forward Mariano Diaz seized the ball and launched a counterattack. Chapter 294. The old captain on the Paris side. Head coach Emery seemed to understand Zidane's intentions as well, substituting several young players. This friendly match gradually transformed from a fiercely contested battle into a more friendly exchange, with both sides trying out new tactics and combinations, focusing on passing and ball control, testing players' skills and mentality. In the 55th minute of the match, PSG's young forward Goncalo Gages quickly advanced down the right after receiving a pass. His speed was quite impressive, and he skillfully dribbled the ball as he approached Real Madrid's penalty area. Facing the defense of Real Madrid's Nacho, Gages cleverly nudged the ball to his left foot, then used his right foot to flick the ball past Nacho, trying to find a shooting angle. But Nacho reacted quickly, closing in on Gages' dribbling foot and forcing him towards the sideline. Left with no choice, Gages opted for a low cross at a tight angle, but the ball was easily collected by Real Madrid's goalkeeper Casilla. Zidane pondered for a moment on the sidelines, then signaled to Enzo to withdraw appropriately and take on some defensive responsibilities. Enzo nodded in response and quickly returned to the midfield position, actively participating in intercepting Paris's advances. Paris organized another attack, with midfielder Mata making a direct pass to the forward Getson. Chapter 295. Old friends Leon smiled and got straight to the point. "Yes, Captain. It's great to see you all here in the U.S. After this match, let's find a place to have dinner together. I really want to have a good chat with you." Terry chuckled lightly and replied cheerfully, "No problem. Let's grab a drink and chat after the match. But this kind of thing can't be free. Since it's a post-match dinner, let's set a rule." "What rule?" Leon asked curiously, sensing that this rule was not simple. "Whoever loses pays for the meal. The loser is responsible for the bill," Terry said with a hint of joking tone, but the challenge was evident. Upon hearing this proposal, Leon burst into laughter, a competitive spirit rising within him. "All right, that's not a problem. I'm more than happy to treat, but you all have to bring your A game. Just don't regret it when it's time to pay," Terry replied with a smile. "When have I ever been afraid?" Leon said half-jokingly, his tone filled with confidence. Chapter 296. Experience. During the warm-up, Leon kept jogging with the ball, making sudden stops and accelerations to ensure his body was in peak condition. Each step he took was filled with power and agility, and the rhythm of his ball control remained steady. Through a series of stretches, knee lifts, and ankle rotations, Leon gradually relaxed his muscles to avoid any mishaps on the field. On Chelsea's side, Hazard and Willian were also doing similar warm-up exercises. Hazard occasionally glanced over at Leon, a faint smile on his face, showing respect for Leon's abilities and anticipation for the upcoming clash. Willian was doing high knee raises, his seemingly casual movements revealing his explosive power. After the warm-up, Leon returned to the locker room, bowing his head to check the laces on his cleats, ensuring every detail was perfect. As the warm-up concluded, the players returned to the locker room for a brief adjustment, and the atmosphere in the stadium grew increasingly electric, with Chelsea and Real Madrid fans shouting their support for their teams. Soon after, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. First up was Chelsea's lineup, and the familiar 3-4-3 formation elicited cheers from many Chelsea fans. In defense, Azpilicueta, Gary Cahill, and Terry formed a solid three-man backline. Chapter 297 unleashed. Leon brushed off the dust from his clothes, adjusted his socks, and maintained a calm expression. On this field, there were no permanent advantages. Veterans like Terry could seize any opportunity to create trouble. Once the game resumed, he maintained a high fighting spirit. To break through Terry's defense, he needed to draw him out of the penalty area and attack from behind. Older players turned around slower. Soon, Real Madrid launched another attack. Casemiro intercepted a pass from Chelsea in midfield and quickly distributed the ball to Modric. Modric looked up and then passed the ball to Leon on the right flank. After receiving the ball, Leon didn't rush to attack, but instead advanced with the ball slowly, trying to draw out Eina's defense. Eina was much more cautious this time, no longer rushing in, but taking small steps back to block Leon's inward cutting route. Seeing Eina being so careful, Leon's mouth curled into a slight smile. He suddenly executed a quick bicycle kick and then faked an inward cut, swiftly pulling the ball outward, creating a small gap to evade Eina. He then gently nudged the ball with the back of his foot, attempting to continue his advance into the penalty area. However, Terry quickly came into cover, stepping up with steady strides, his body slightly angled, blocking Leon's path with undeniable authority. Chapter 298, get ready to fight at this moment, as Azpilicueta rapidly retreated, desperately chasing after Leon's steps, trying to seal off his inward cutting route. But Leon didn't rush to cut inside. Instead, he lightly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it to Marcelo, who was making an overlapping run on the left. After receiving the pass, Marcelo continued to advance near the sideline and decisively crossed the ball. Leon immediately judged the landing spot of the pass, quickly darting into the penalty area. Inside the box, he keenly tracked the ball's flight path, skillfully maneuvering around Terry, and found an ideal position for a shot. However, Chelsea center back Cahill was closely monitoring the ball's landing spot. He anticipated that the ball would come into the center of the box, and he jumped high to clear it with his head, successfully neutralizing Real Madrid's threatening attack. Chelsea's clearance fell to the forward line, where Fabregas intercepted it, quickly advancing the ball and spotting Hazard making a rapid run on the left. Fabregas delivered a precise long pass to Hazard's feet. After receiving the ball, Hazard quickly took off, dribbling down the flank and easily evading Danilo's defense with his speed and technique, continuing his advance along the sideline. Chapter 299 respect as the second half began. The whistle blew, and Leon and Hazard returned to their respective positions, their gazes fixed firmly on the situation on the field. Leon stood on the right flank, maintaining a high level of concentration, waiting for an opportunity to receive the ball. His eyes constantly scanned Chelsea's defense, as if he could see through everything. With the whistle signaling the start, the match once again entered an intense state of confrontation, and the pace noticeably quickened with the beginning of the second half. Leon displayed the same outstanding form as in the first half. Every touch was calm and precise. He actively moved along the right flank, continuously looking for opportunities to support his teammates' passes, coordinating with Modric and Casemiro to control the tempo in midfield. Real Madrid gradually pressed Chelsea into their half, firmly controlling the initiative in the match. Leon smoothly transitioned between short and long passes, and Chelsea's defense began to show signs of fatigue under his organization. However, in the 55th minute, Chelsea broke the deadlock with a quick counterattack. In Chelsea's half, Fabregas received a pass from Azpilicueta and almost without hesitation sent a diagonal long pass that accurately found Willian making a high-speed run on the right. Chapter 300 deserved. Meanwhile, Chelsea coach Conte was extremely displeased with his conceded goal. He anxiously paced back and forth on the sidelines, shouting loudly at the players, directing them to strengthen their defense. Clearly, Leon's goal made Connie feel that there was a serious issue with Chelsea's defense, especially in their joint defense against Leon and Ronaldo, which seemed somewhat lax, infuriating him as he attempted to reorganize the defensive strategy. At this moment, Real Madrid's morale soared. After equalizing the score, Zidane encouraged the players from the sidelines to maintain their attacking rhythm. Leon returned to the midfield position, a faint smile on his face. He knew that this goal not only helped Real Madrid equalize the score, but also showcased his skills and composure, especially in gaining the upper hand against Terry. As the match continued, Leon's role on the field became increasingly important. His precise passing and agile movement constantly put pressure on Chelsea's defense, creating more attacking opportunities for Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale. The match intensified with both sides exchanging attacks. Leon felt energized, leading Real Madrid's offensive line to launch wave after wave of assaults on Chelsea's defense. Chapter 301. Dreamstar. After the match ended, although Real Madrid won, Leon, as a former member of Chelsea, did not let this victory hinder his friendship with his Chelsea teammates. He ignored the betting wager and booked a high-end seafood restaurant, inviting his former Chelsea teammates to enjoy a relaxed evening together. That night, the restaurant was warmly lit, and the tables were already filled with fresh lobsters, scallops, oysters, and various seafood platters, with red and white wine sparkling under the lights. Leon arrived early at the restaurant to welcome the guests as they arrived. Terry and a group of Chelsea players arrived on time, including Hazard, Willian, Fabregas, and Cahill. As soon as Terry walked in, he joked, "You little rascal beat us, and now you're treating us to dinner? Aren't you trying to make me feel awkward?" Leon immediately smiled and approached him, patting Terry on the shoulder. "Captain, that's not right. Treating you to dinner is the least I can do." Terry laughed heartily and shook Leon's hand, leading the Chelsea players to their seats. The red wine was soon poured. Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them gently, and began to enjoy the delicious seafood. As a few glasses of wine were consumed, the atmosphere gradually became lively, and the conversation quickly shifted from today's match to lighter topics. Chapter 302. August. After standing up, Leon smiled, but did not celebrate too ostentatiously. He gave a thumbs up to Carvajal, who made the assist, and high-fived his teammates one by one. This goal not only ignited the enthusiasm of the fans, but also set the tone for the entire match. Real Madrid displayed a high level of dominance in midfield. The iron triangle formed by Casemiro, Kroos, and Modric completely controlled the pace of the game. They constantly tore apart Real Sociedad's defense through short passes, through balls, and wide transfers, particularly Modric, whose vision and distribution made Real Madrid's attacks clear and varied. Leon frequently moved on the right flank, continuously receiving passes from midfield. His dribbling ability and technical advantage were fully displayed, often gaining the upper hand in one-on-one confrontations. Real Sociedad's defense appeared somewhat disorganized due to his movements, and the threat from the right flank became a highlight of Real Madrid's attack. As the match progressed, Real Madrid's advantage further expanded. In the 40th minute, Real Madrid found an opportunity in the front field through patient passing. Modric delivered a through ball from the center, which landed precisely at Asensio's feet on the left flank. Asensio quickly adjusted his steps, glanced up at the goalkeeper's position at the edge of the penalty area, facing Ramiro's advance. He calmly chose to flick the ball with his toes, sending it over the goalkeeper's head and slowly into the net. Goal! Asensio scored his first goal in La Liga. Chapter 303. Mentor. In the afternoon, after finishing a shower in Real Madrid's training base locker room, Leon's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name of his agent, Jonathan Barnett. Leon answered the phone casually. "Jonathan, you're looking for me so early. Is there good news again?" "Of course it's good news." Barnett's voice was somewhat excited. "Do you remember the cooperation with Nike? They just proposed a contract renewal plan, and the terms are very generous." Leon adjusted his sitting position, sensing the importance of the matter. "Oh, what are the specific terms?" "Listen carefully." Barnett cleared his throat. "Nike is willing to raise your contract from $6.5 million per year to $8 million, with a contract period of 5 years, totaling $40 million. Additionally, they decided to transfer you from the Magician series to the Assassin series and will create a brand new exclusive Assassin series boots just for you." This surprised Leon a bit. The Magician series was aimed at midfield players and was also a classic series under the Nike brand. Switching to the Assassin series clearly indicated that Nike wanted to further enhance Leon's market positioning. Chapter 304. Maintain rhythm. Next, The team requested Leon to demonstrate some commonly used moves in matches, such as step-overs, ball control turns, and Marseille turns. These moves would be directly applied in the game, becoming techniques that players could unlock. Leon quickly completed the moves while listening to the instructions. His step-over had a strong sense of rhythm, and the switch between his left and right feet was smooth and effortless, leading the technical team to admire him. This move can be directly used in the teaching demonstration. Peter clapped his hands. It's perfect. The motion capture work also included celebration actions after scoring goals. The EA director suggested Leon perform a few of his usual celebration styles, such as pointing to the sky, hugging teammates, or sliding on his knees with arms outstretched in celebration. Leon playfully asked, "Can I design a new celebration? Like adding a handstand?" George laughed heartily. "As long as you can do it, we can record it." So, Leon attempted a handstand followed by a clap as a celebration, causing laughter throughout the venue. Although the move didn't succeed completely, Leon's humor lightened the atmosphere for the team's work. After finishing the motion capture, Leon changed out of the motion capture suit and entered a specially arranged recording studio for voiceover work. Chapter 305, Sporting Lisbon after the match. Zidane highly praised the team's performance at the press conference. Today's match proved the strength and focus of our players. The performances of Leon and Asensio were incredible. Their attacks kept us in control. Marca titled Leon leading Real Madrid to victory, praising his performance and calling him the engine of Real Madrid's attack. Meanwhile, AS remarked, Leon not only contributed goals and assists, but also showcased a comprehensive attacking ability. He is becoming an important core for Real Madrid. This victory instilled confidence for Real Madrid in the upcoming Champions League matches. In a post-match interview, Leon stated, "Today's victory is the result of the team's collective effort. We will continue to maintain this state as we face the upcoming challenges." Next, Real Madrid will face Sporting Lisbon in the Champions League group stage, with the team's goal being clear, to continue the winning momentum and aim for a good start in Europe. In this season's Champions League group stage, Real Madrid was placed in Group F, which included old rivals Borussia Dortmund, the Portuguese powerhouse Sporting Lisbon, and the Polish league champions Legia Warsaw. Chapter 306. Family. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the flight should not be delayed. Lisa nodded and then added, "But you don't need to pick me up. I've already arranged for someone. Don't you still need to prepare for the match? I can go by myself." Leon shook his head, not wanting to argue too much. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of his Spanish agent, Bella. The call was quickly connected, and Bella's competent voice came through. "Hello, Leon. What's up?" "Bella, Lisa's family is coming to Spain the day after tomorrow. Can you help me arrange a pickup vehicle and a few tickets for the match? Lisa will contact you with a specific time and requirements." Leon succinctly explained, his words laced with trust. "No problem. Leave it to me," Bella readily agreed, then added, "Do you need me to arrange any special itinerary, like tours or restaurant reservations?" "I'll leave that to Lisa. They mainly come to see her. I just need to ensure everything goes smoothly on match day," Leon responded briefly. After hanging up, he placed his phone on the coffee table and turned to Lisa. "Everything is arranged. When your family arrives, just enjoy your time with them. I'll join you for dinner after my match," Leon said lightly, but his eyes showed a hint of affection for Lisa. Chapter 307. The opening. John continued to sit in the car, proudly stating, "By the way, I now understand what offside is. I even watched a video tutorial last night and finally got the hang of this rule." Hearing this, Bella, who was sitting in the front seat, couldn't help but chuckle. "Congratulations, Mr. John. The offside rule is a fundamental concept in the world of football. Understanding it is your first step toward becoming a seasoned fan." John felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, but still wore a big smile. "Yes, it really isn't easy. However, I still find the rule quite complicated with the goalkeeper and the last defender and all that. It really is complex." The car stopped at the entrance of the Bernabeu Stadium parking lot, and Lisa's family got out under Bella's guidance. A large crowd of fans had gathered around the stadium, and the air was filled with the excited sounds of chatter. John and his grandmother stood at the entrance, looking up at the majestic exterior of the stadium, speechless for a while. "How can so many people sit down in an orderly fashion?" Grandma murmured, seemingly still in disbelief at the spectacle before her. Lisa smiled and held her grandmother's hand, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry. Everything here is very organized. Just follow us and enjoy the match." Chapter 308. Not painful enough at that moment, Zahirul quickly made a defensive move, trying to block Leon's inward cutting route. Leon stopped, gently flicked the ball with his right foot, shielding it with his body, while his left foot swiftly dragged back, making a feint. Zahiril was momentarily fooled, losing his balance, and Leon immediately took advantage of the gap, quickly changing direction and squeezing through between the two players. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. His agility and speed were mesmerizing. He looked up and noticed Benzema had already made his way into the penalty area, ready to receive a pass. He lightly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it toward the center of the penalty area. However, Sporting Lisbon's center-back, Coates, reacted quickly and headed the ball out of the penalty area. Leon did not stop. He quickly retraced his steps, attempting to regain control of the ball. Real Madrid's offensive push did not cease, as Cruz timely intercepted the ball and passed it to Modric. Modric looked up for an opportunity and passed the ball to the right wing, once again finding Leon, who had created space. Upon receiving the ball, Leon immediately took off. His steps were light and agile, the ball seemingly glued to his feet. He noticed that Sporting Lisbon's defense was closing in on him, so he decisively opted to go down the flank. Chapter 309. Top-level match. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's attack was initiated by Leon. He continuously collaborated with Carvajal and Modric on the right, trying to tear open the opponent's defense. During one attack, Leon received a through ball from Modric, quickly changed direction, dodged the interception from William Carvalho, and directly cut into the penalty area. Just as he was about to shoot, Adrian Silva slid in from the side, disrupting the ball out of the penalty area while also bringing Leon down. The referee did not call a foul and signaled for the game to continue. This decision once again sparked discontent among the fans, and protests could be heard from the Real Madrid bench. Leon got up from the grass, shrugged his shoulders at the referee, but did not linger on it, quickly returning to his position to prepare for defense. John sat in the stands, watching Leon get fouled time and again, muttering quietly, "That's too harsh." Lisa smiled upon hearing this. That's football. Leon indeed scares the opponents, which is why they target him like this. The pace of the match grew increasingly tense. Neither side had scored, but the scene was exceptionally exciting. Sporting Lisbon's defense was impenetrable, while Real Madrid's attack repeatedly created threats. Chapter 310. Zidane's fury. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The previously exhausted players sat silently in their seats, heads down. Sweat dripped onto the floor, mingling with the smell of grass and dirt, making the mood even more oppressive. No one spoke up, not even the usually lively Marcelo, who was unusually quiet. Everyone knew that Zidane was very dissatisfied with the first half of the match, and this time, Zizou's anger seemed unavoidable. Sure enough, Zidane pushed the door open and entered, his face unusually lacking the usual calm and composure. He stood in the center of the locker room, scanning the room, took a deep breath, and suddenly raised his voice. "Benzema." His voice was like thunder, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "What did you do in the first half? You didn't manage to draw a single defender in all the attacks. How could Coates even find the space to foul Leon outside the penalty area? What are you playing at? Isn't he supposed to be marking you?" Benzema looked up, seemingly wanting to explain, but under Zidane's stern gaze, he chose to remain silent and could only nod helplessly. Zidane did not give him extra time to argue and instead turned to Leon on the right side. Chapter 311. Free activity. As the second half began, Sporting Lisbon immediately displayed a fierce offensive. After intercepting the ball in midfield, they quickly launched a counterattack, with William Carvalho accurately passing the ball to Bruno Cesar on the left. Cesar received the ball and quickly accelerated, gently flicking it past Modric's interception with his left foot, directly facing Real Madrid's defense. Upon seeing this, Ramos immediately rushed forward, trying to block Cesar's passing route. However, Cesar did not choose to pass. He made a sudden stop, controlled the ball, and then gently flicked it outward with his left foot before using his right foot to pull the ball across, breaking through right under Ramos's feet. A gasp arose from the stands as Ramos quickly turned, trying to use his body to block Cesar's shooting angle, but Cesar did not give him the opportunity. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Cesar hesitated not at all, using the inside of his left foot to adjust the shooting angle, then struck with his right foot. The ball spun fiercely and headed straight for the lower right corner of the goal, moving at a speed that was hard to catch. Navis dove desperately, his fingertips brushing the ball, but he still could not prevent it from flying into the net. The moment the ball net instantly expanded. The cheers of the entire crowd abruptly stopped, replaced by the ecstatic screams of Sporting Lisbon fans. Bruno Cesar rushed to the sidelines, arms wide open, shouting in celebration. while his teammates quickly surrounded him. Sporting Lisbon scored a crucial goal at the Bernabeu, bringing the score to 0-1. Chapter 3:12. Ferguson must like it. Leon nodded slightly, quickly understanding the head coach's intentions. This arrangement was undoubtedly aimed at strengthening the attacking power while maintaining stability in midfield. He reached out his fist to Bale, and the two bumped fists in agreement before running to their respective positions. From that moment on, Leon's movements became more active. He frequently interchanged in the front, sometimes appearing on the right, sometimes pulling to the middle, and even occasionally running to the left to receive the ball. The defenders of Sporting Lisbon were completely confused by his positioning, and several mistakes in positioning nearly gave Real Madrid excellent opportunities. In one attack, Leon received a long pass from Cruz, with his back to the defender, protecting the ball at his feet. The opposing center-back, Coates, quickly closed in, tried to use his body to push Leon out of the penalty area. Leon felt the pressure behind him. Instead of rushing to turn, he gently nudged the ball to one side with the outside of his foot, then suddenly turned around and quickly poked the ball with the tip of his right foot, passing it through Coates' legs. Coates reached out to intercept, but was a step too late, and Leon had already swiftly cut into the penalty area. At this moment, left-back Ziegler quickly chased from the side and grabbed Leon's jersey with his hand. Leon felt the pull from behind. He continued to charge forward, but his speed was clearly affected. Chapter 3:13. Turning the game around after Real Madrid restarted the game, their momentum was completely ignited. Sporting Lisbon appeared somewhat flustered. Although their defense remained tight, they were clearly outmatched against Real Madrid's frenzied attack with one player down. Leon's movements became even more active. He constantly sought opportunities in the front, whether it was breaking through on the right or making runs in the center. His figure was everywhere. After receiving a through ball from Cruz, Leon quickly cut inside. Faced with the double marking from Coates and Adrian Silva, he skillfully used his right foot to flick the ball, then gently nudged it over to the other side with his left foot. After breaking free from the defense, he lifted his foot to shoot, but the ball was tipped out by Patricio's fingertips, hitting the crossbar. Despite not scoring, this shot once again elicited enthusiastic applause from the fans. As stoppage time approached, the fourth official raised the board indicating 5 minutes of added time, and Real Madrid's attacks became even more fierce, with Leon and Cristiano Ronaldo's cooperation also reaching a new level. They continuously tore apart the opposing defense through a series of passes, creating more threatening opportunities for the team. Leon's performance made the defenders of Sporting Lisbon increasingly headache. They shouted to each other on the field, "Stick tight to that English kid. Don't let him have another chance." Chapter 3:14. Going to play. Although this was just a Champions League group match, every game was crucial for Real Madrid, and the ups and downs of this match made the players particularly excited. After experiencing the embarrassment of falling behind, the excitement of equalizing, and the madness of a last-minute win, everyone felt the unparalleled joy of teamwork and victory. In the locker room, players were happily high-fiving each other while taking off their jerseys, laughter filling the entire space. Leon was also smiling broadly, feeling extremely pleased, as he had not only created the opportunity for the equalizer, but also made a crucial contribution to the final winning goal. Ramos seemed particularly excited. He ran up to Leon, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and playfully pulled him into a hug. Leon laughed and patted Ramos's back, and the two began to joyfully jump around in the locker room. Other players, seeing this scene, burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became indescribably joyful. "This is our victory," Ramos shouted with a smile, his confident voice echoing in the locker room, and the players' laughter grew even louder. "You were amazing today," Modric said with a smile, coming over and patting Leon on the shoulder. "Your performance was simply perfect." Leon smiled and nodded, feeling happy from his eyes. It was evident that his control over the game and confidence were unmatched. Chapter 3:15. Dortmund. Early in the morning, sunlight filled the streets of Madrid, and the air was filled with the refreshing scent of early autumn. Leon wore a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans and a low-key baseball cap, trying not to attract too much attention. He stood by the car with Lisa, her father John, and her grandmother, waiting for the business vehicle arranged by Agent Bella. Bella was as professional as ever, having everything prepared and arranging a rich sightseeing itinerary for Leon and his family for the day. "Our first stop is the Prado Museum," Bella said with a smile, opening the car door for everyone. "It's one of Spain's most famous museums, with many very valuable art pieces that you absolutely cannot miss." The car drove smoothly toward the destination, with the scenery outside constantly changing. There were many football fields outside, and Lisa's grandmother curiously looked at the street and asked, "Leon, is this where you often train?" Leon shook his head with a smile. "Grandma, the training base is outside the city, but this is the center of Madrid, the heart of Spanish culture. You will like it." John nodded after hearing this, his eyes revealing admiration for the city. "The streets here are so clean and tidy, and there are so many beautiful buildings. It's completely different from what I imagined a European city to be." Chapter 3:16. Taking down as the whistle blew. Signal Iduna Park instantly erupted. The yellow sea surged, and the fan shouts swept over the stadium like a tsunami. Dortmund kicked off first. As soon as Dembele received the ball, he quickly advanced, his nimble steps jumping on the grass, easily shaking off Casemiro's first line of defense. He then decisively cut inside, dribbling straight toward the penalty area. Before Real Madrid's defenders could close in a block, Dembele delivered a quick cross, the ball spinning straight into the center of the penalty area. Aubameyang leaped up like a cheetah, raising his head to meet the incoming ball. His header was powerful, but the ball ultimately grazed the crossbar and flew out of bounds. Almost. Aubameyang covered his forehead, sighing in frustration. Meanwhile, Pepe and Varane exchanged quick glances in the penalty area and gestured to remind their teammates of Dortmund's aerial threat. Casemiro clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Stay focused. Don't let them get the ball easily." However, all of this did not affect Leon's state. He stood on the right side, his sharp eyes fixed on the situation on the field. After a precise steal from Carvajal, the ball quickly rolled to the right, and Leon keenly seized the opportunity, quickly starting to receive the ball. Chapter 3:17. Being suppressed after the restart, Dortmund tried to strengthen their control over the midfield. Dembele and Götze began to frequently drop back to receive the ball, attempting to break through Real Madrid's defense with quick short passes. However, Real Madrid's midfield trio performed exceptionally well. Casemiro repeatedly disrupted the opponent's attacks with his strong physical confrontations and precise tackles, while Kroos and Modric utilized their excellent ball control to constantly switch the ball to the flanks, creating offensive opportunities for Leon. After a midfield interception, Leon received the ball again and quickly advanced along the right flank. Skirl was smarter this time. He didn't rush in, but held his position, trying to block Leon's cutting route. However, Leon suddenly slowed down, lightly nudging the ball with the back of his foot as a feint, and then quickly burst into action, taking the ball past Skirl's right side. At this moment, Guerrero moved up to assist in the defense, but Leon stood his ground. He protected the ball with a clever Marseille turn and then swiftly turned to make a cross to the center. Kroos received the ball and sent a through pass, nearly finding Cristiano Ronaldo again. Berkey rushed out of the box to clear the ball, but landed right at Modric's feet. Chapter 3:18. Equalizer. Dortmund earned a free kick opportunity in the attacking third. Guerrero stood over the ball, gently adjusting its position. He scanned Real Madrid's defensive formation, his sharp gaze locking onto the upper right corner of the goal. Real Madrid players lined up in the box, with Varane and Pepe at the front, while Leon positioned himself near the edge of the box, ready for any second attack following the free kick. Navas kept waving his hands in front of the goal, directing the wall's positioning to try to block Guerrero's side of the goal. Guerrero slowly stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and looked up to observe Navas's positioning. The whistle blew, and he quickly took off, striking the ball precisely with his left foot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, heading straight for the upper right corner of Real Madrid's goal. Navas reacted quickly, diving to the side, barely touching the ball with his fingertips. But he couldn't fully control it. After the ball was deflected, it continued rolling towards the goal at high speed. Varane attempted to clear it by diving, but unfortunately, the ball hit his knee and rebounded back into the dangerous area in front of the goal. At this moment, Aubameyang charged into the box like a beast, his speed and instinct posing a significant threat once again. Chapter 3:19. Comeback. After saying this, he paused for a moment, scanning each player. Your task is simple. Don't let the midfield get out of control and give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Try to maintain smooth passing and find breakthrough spaces in the attack. Upon hearing this, Leon stood up straighter. He knew that he had to play a more important role in the second half, not just as an opportunistic attacker. He needed to provide more support to his teammates in defense, help control the rhythm in the midfield, and also look for opportunities to participate in the attack and create threats. Everyone also needed to pay attention to their positioning and cooperation on the field, Not to be impatient, but to remain calm and patient. Zidane's voice rang out again, this time with a slightly softer tone, as long as we stabilize the defense. Opportunities will naturally arise in attack. He walked in front of the players, giving one last glance at everyone. I believe you can do it. In the second half, we must regain control of the game's rhythm. The players stood up, starting to adjust their gear. Leon adjusted his cleats and lightly patted his shin guards. At the start of the second half, Dortmund made an adjustment, substituting Pulisic for Skirl. From the expressions of the players on the bench, it seemed that Skirl was indeed a bit unwell, his expression showing some reluctance, while Pulisic appeared full of energy, ready to impact Real Madrid's defense with his speed and skills. Chapter 320. Draw conclusion. As the clock hit 70 minutes, Zidane stood on the sidelines, carefully observing the situation on the field. He turned to whisper a few words to his assistant before making a substitution decision. The assistant signaled to the fourth official for a substitution, then turned and shouted onto the field, "Leon, get ready to come off. Bale is coming on." Upon hearing this, Leon nodded, passed the ball to Cruz, and quickly ran toward the sidelines. As he passed Bale, Leon high-fived him, saying, "Keep pressing their flanks." Bale responded with a determined look, "Leave it to me." Leon left the field, and a round of applause erupted from the Bernabeu's away fans, along with some scattered cheers. He waved gently, acknowledging the fans. The assistant quickly handed him a thick team coat, patting Leon on the shoulder. "Keep warm, good job." After sitting down, Leon took a bottle of water, his eyes fixed on the situation on the field, clearly still very focused on the ongoing match. Meanwhile, Zidane continued to make personnel adjustments, substituting Morata for Benzema. Morata energetically ran onto the field, high-fiving his teammates, while Benzema walked wearily toward the bench. Dortmund also made adjustments, bringing on Shinji Kagawa for the visibly fatigued Götze. Chapter 321. Media blitz. In November, the weather in Madrid began to cool. But Real Madrid's form was so hot that it instilled fear in all their La Liga and Champions League opponents. Aside from a slight blemish with an 11 draw against Eibar, Real Madrid had been crushing their opponents in almost every other match. In the Champions League group stage against Poland's Legia Warsaw, Real Madrid won 5-1, with Leon contributing 1 goal and 1 assist, drawing attention with his performance on the field. After an ordinary training day, Leon was changing out of his cleats and preparing to go home when his phone suddenly rang, displaying the name of his English agent, Barnett. He answered the call, and Barnett's familiar voice came through the receiver. "Hey kid, congratulations, you've made it to the top 10 for the Ballon d'Or." Leon was taken aback, even forgetting to continue taking off his shin guards. "What? Top 10 for the Ballon d'Or? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He confirmed while tugging at his training socks. "Do you think I'm joking? The official list has come out, and you're one of them." Barnett's tone was somewhat smug. Leon leaned against the locker, smiling with skepticism. "I'm only 20 years old. Top 10 for the Ballon d'Or? That seems a bit far-fetched. I haven't done anything earth-shattering." Chapter 322. FIFA 17. As the excitement surrounding the Ballon d'Or nominations grew, Leon noticed his name appearing more frequently in various media outlets. Not only were there highlights from his matches, but also personal stories about him, training routines, and occasional anecdotes that became the focus of media reports. After one training session, Leon sat in the locker room, scrolling through his phone when he suddenly found a news article amusing. The dark horse for the Ballon d'Or. Could Leon be the next to succeed Ronaldo? This title seemed a bit exaggerated, didn't it? Leon read it aloud, turning to Carvajal beside him. Carvajal glanced over and replied with a smile. "You don't know. This title is actually quite low-key. I saw one yesterday that said you were the best candidate to be crowned a Golden Boy." Leon shook his head helplessly. Can these reporters be more reliable? What crowning nonsense. After returning home, Leon was still puzzled by these reports. He picked up his phone and called his agent Barnett. The moment the call connected, Barnett's voice came through. "Hey kid, what is up? I just wanted to ask." Leon got straight to the point. "Are these recent news reports about me something you guys are behind?" Chapter 323. Madrid Derby War. The next day, the atmosphere at Real Madrid's training became tense as they prepared for the crucial away match against Atletico Madrid. This match was not only a derby clash in Madrid, but also a 6-point game on the La Liga standings. Zidane gathered the entire team in the tactical room, with a projector clearly displayed Atletico's lineup. "All right, everyone pay attention," Zidane said, standing in front of the tactical board and pointing at Atletico's starting lineup. Although Atletico's form this season hasn't been particularly outstanding, they're still a very tough opponent. Their defensive system is very compact, and their counterattacks are extremely fast. He picked up a pen and circled Griezmann's position. Griezmann is still their core player. His movement off the ball is very intelligent. You all must pay close attention to his off-the-ball runs. Especially you, Pepe and Varane. Your understanding is crucial. Leon sat in the middle seat, resting his chin on his hand, listening intently to Zidane's analysis. His small actions did not escape Casemiro's eyes, who quietly nudged him with his arm. Kid, don't think about stealing the ball from Ronaldo tomorrow. Just do your job on the wing. Chapter 324. Don't fall. Atletico's attack gradually found some rhythm, with Griezmann and Torres' combination putting Real Madrid's defense under pressure. During a quick counterattack, Griezmann received a through ball from Carrasco, using his speed to shake off Pepe's marking and burst into the right side of the penalty area. However, Navas anticipated the play, quickly rushing out to block Griezmann's shot with his body. As the match progressed, the physicality on the field intensified. Felipe faced off against Leon on the wing again. This time, Leon chose not to clash directly. Instead, he executed a step over and a quick change of direction to easily get past Felipe. Felipe, clearly angered by the breakthrough, directly shoved Leon down from behind. The referee finally pulled out a yellow card, but Felipe showed no remorse, raising his hands in protest to the referee. How many times is this? Still no red card? Leon lay on the ground, exaggerating his expression as he said to Casemiro, "Your compatriot is a bit ruthless." Casemiro helped Leon up, his tone encouraging, to score a goal to make them mad. Leon nodded, stood up, and brushed off the grass from his clothes, ready to continue the game. In the first half, although Real Madrid had the advantage in possession, Atletico still created some threats with their strong defense and counterattacks. Chapter 325. Dinner with Ronaldo in a quick attack. Leon once again utilized his advantage on the wing to pressure Felipe. With a simple heel flick to change direction, he threw Felipe off balance. Seeing this, Felipe desperately lunged at Leon's supporting foot. Leon lost his balance and fell to the ground. The referee immediately blew the whistle, pointed to the penalty spot, and showed Felipe a red card, sending him off. Finally got a red card. Leon got up from the ground, brushed off the grass, and turned to the sent-off Felipe, smiling, "Don't rush off. Come defend me properly next time." Ronaldo stepped up to the penalty spot, placing the ball carefully. He took a few steps back, took a deep breath, ran up, and shot. The ball went straight into the top left corner of the goal, as Oblak misjudged the direction. The goal was scored. Real Madrid extended their lead to 2-0. Ronaldo excitedly ran toward the corner flag, striking his signature celebration pose. And the entire crowd of Real Madrid fans erupted in deafening cheers. "Ronaldo, you've scored twice." Leon ran over and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder, joking, "Thanks for your help. That penalty was well earned." Ronaldo smiled in response. With Atletico down to 10 men, their attacking threat significantly diminished. Chapter 326. Arranged. Georgina and Lisa quickly got into the groove, having become friends due to living close to each other. They started chatting about new shops and shopping experiences as soon as they met. Lisa, while talking, handed her phone to Georgina to show her a new handbag she had bought. "Hey, you two seem to be having a good time," Leon said with a helpless shake of his head. "Lisa, leave me some topics to talk about." Lisa shot him a look. "Go away, you talk about your stuff, and we'll talk about ours." Little Cristiano hid behind Georgina, sneaking a glance at Leon, his eyes full of curiosity. Ronaldo noticed and said with a smile, "Cristiano, go say hello. Don't be shy." Little Cristiano stepped forward timidly and said, "Hello, Uncle Leon." "Uncle?" Leon pretended to be hurt, dramatically clutching his chest. "Bro, I'm only 20. It's not appropriate for your son to call me uncle. Is it?" Ronaldo couldn't help but laugh, ruffling his son's hair. "Don't get hung up on that. He'll have to learn how to play football from you." "That is no problem. Leave it to me." Leon squatted down, patted little Cristiano on the shoulder, "But you have to practice your basics well. I don't teach lazy students." Chapter 327. Is it that complicated? Bella stood at the door, staring seriously at Leon. "There are still things I haven't explained, so listen carefully. Tomorrow night at 6:30, the event will start, and there will be some snacks in the venue, especially French pastries and champagne. But you, Leon, don't eat too much. It would be quite funny if you get caught on camera. Got it?" Leon frowned, staring at Bella speechlessly. "Am I that out of shape?" "I'm not new to these kinds of events." Bella shrugged. "As long as you know it yourself. Let me go over the schedule. Listen carefully. There will be a red carpet segment, an opening performance, a review and tribute, an award ceremony, and acceptance speeches, This part doesn't really concern you. Finally, there will be a closing, and it will probably end around 9 o'clock. And after that, Leon asked casually, after that, your president, Florentino, has chartered a plane to take all the participating Real Madrid players back. It won't delay the team's arrangements. This is part of the face of your Real Madrid club, Bella said, casually while organizing the documents in her hands. Leon nodded, understanding it in his mind. But he couldn't help but scratch his head and mutter softly, it's just a Ballon d'Or event. Why does it have to be so complicated? Chapter 328. My little fan. As the car approached the Eiffel Tower, night gradually fell, and the lights adorned the tower like a giant crystal. The venue was already bustling with people, with flashes of cameras going off everywhere. The red carpet was packed with media reporters and fans on both sides. From a distance, Leon saw a row of familiar faces: Agüero, Aubameyang, Ibrahimovic, Buffon, De Bruyne, Lewandowski, Neymar, Modric, and Vardy, almost the most dazzling stars of this era. Bella quickly opened the car door for Leon and Lisa after getting out. Get out. Adjust your state. It's your moment. Leon adjusted his bow tie and held Lisa's hand as they slowly walked up the red carpet. The reporters on both sides immediately turned their cameras toward them, and the sound of shutters filled the air. Leon, look this way. Lisa, smile. Leon, wave at us. Leon slightly raised the corners of his mouth, stylishly waving at the camera, while Lisa elegantly linked her arm with his, displaying a gracious and appropriate smile. The two coordinated seamlessly, as if walking the red carpet was a regular occurrence for them. Not bad at all. Bella stood aside watching their performance, unable to help but nod. Chapter 329. Let's embarrass Messi. Little Thiago smiled brightly, happily hugging Ronaldo's neck and saying, hello, uncle. Obviously, Ronaldo's little fan had already begun to shine in Messi's family. Messi chuckled lightly and joked with Ronaldo. What a pity. My child is actually your fan. Didn't you bring my little fan, Cristiano? Upon hearing this, Ronaldo pretended to be angry and shot Messi a glance. Little Cristiano is his fan. He pointed at Leon, saying he only watches Leon now and even claims he is more handsome than me. After saying that, Ronaldo winked, his eyes full of teasing. Messi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, it seems your status is the same as mine now. Leon quickly joined the conversation. Don't listen to him. Little Cristiano is actually on your side. I noticed it long ago. Leon deliberately glared at Ronaldo, pretending to be serious. Messi laughed loudly. You two are really something. After saying that, he turned to Iniesta, smiling as they walked to the other side of the field and started chatting. Just then, Zidane walked over, smiling as he greeted Leon and Ronaldo. You two usually stay together, and now you still want to stay together? There was a hint of warmth in his eyes. By the way, let me introduce you. Chapter 330. Ronaldo wins an award. Ronaldo smiled, seemingly finding some sense in it. So he unbuttoned his suit and began to sway left and right with Leon, completely immersed in the music and atmosphere. Messi still sat in his seat, barely smiling, but he seemed to feel the aura of social embarrassment and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Leon turned to Messi and teased, you should get up and dance too, Messi. Don't just sit there awkwardly. Messi shook his head helplessly, continuing to sit on the chair, occasionally smiling at the performances on stage, radiating an aura of I can only sit here awkwardness. The rhythm of the music grew faster, and Leon and Ronaldo seemed to be completely absorbed, starting to sway their bodies recklessly. At that moment, another familiar tune, Despacito, performed by Spanish singers Luis Fonsi and Daddy Yankee, echoed on stage. As the Latin-style melody rang out, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became more frenzied, especially among the Latin players present, who seemed to be unleashed and began dancing freely to the rhythm of the music. Chapter 331. Frowning after the award ceremony. The players' excitement did not fade with the end of the event. Instead, it grew even more intense. Although it was a relatively short gathering, everyone was happily communicating and discussing the exciting moments of the night. Ronaldo's team also began to enthusiastically discuss and take photos, everyone celebrating his glorious achievement of winning the Ballon d'Or. Before the party ended, Leon and Ronaldo hugged tightly for a group photo. Leon smiled as he took out his phone to prepare for the picture, while Ronaldo posed dramatically, flashing a big smile. Quick, this is the most important moment of my life. Ronaldo joked, and Leon smiled as he pressed the shutter. I'm not just taking a photo for myself. I'm taking it for you too. With me here, you won't have many chances to touch this Ballon d'Or, Ronaldo said proudly. And Leon couldn't help but laugh. All right, All right, I'll give you some face today. Bella walked over from the side, looking at the two satisfied with the photo. Then she took out her phone and uploaded several pictures to Twitter and Weibo. Bella busily handled various social media updates. As the plane took off, the players' conversations gradually quieted down, and many began to close their eyes to rest. Chapter 332. The counterattack begins. The whistle signaling the start of the match sounded, and the field immediately filled with a tense atmosphere. Barcelona's form appeared exceptionally hot, especially Messi, who looked in great shape today, giving Real Madrid's defense almost no breathing space. Every pass and breakthrough on the field was filled with threat. Messi stood in the center of the field, the ball at his feet seemingly an extension of himself. And with a precise through ball, he pierced through Marcelo's defense. The ball quickly rolled toward the penalty area, with Marcelo closely following, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clearly overwhelmed by Messi's speed and skill. Damn it, get back on defense. Marcelo cursed under his breath, his steps already becoming heavy, knowing there was no time to waste. Faced with Messi's dribbling breakthrough, he had almost no reaction time. Messi's agile speed changes and precise ball control put Marcelo in a passive position. Cristiano helped defend. Marcelo gasped, staring at his teammate, hoping Cristiano would come back to cover and assist against Messi. At this moment, Messi executed a clever cut-in, easily shaking off Marcelo's defense, and, in the blink of an eye, he had carried the ball past half the field. Chapter 333. Behind, Cristiano quickly caught up, sprinting hard toward the ball. He competed with Roberto, using his body to forcefully withstand the pressure of the opponent's defense. Seeing the ball fly toward the penalty area, Cristiano was already prepared, leaping with all his might to pounce on the ball. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Cristiano waved his arms in the air, leaping high, his eyes fixed on the incoming ball. Bang! With a loud sound, Cristiano's header struck the ball fiercely. The football flew toward the goal with great force, but was slightly off target, hitting the crossbar hard. Ter Stegen had no time to react, not even able to make a save, as he watched the ball hit the crossbar and bounce away, leading to a collective sigh from the fans. Cristiano's expression darkened, instantly feeling that familiar regret. He held his head in his hands, unable to believe that this opportunity had not turned into a goal. Benzema followed closely behind, instinctively rushing into the penalty area, ready to pounce, but since the shot hit the crossbar, the ball did not completely bounce out, but rolled to the side. As the ball moved further away from the goal, Pique accidentally collided with Benzema, losing his balance. Thus, Benzema and Pique both fell to the ground, sliding into the net, completely losing their chance to attack. Chapter 334. Equalized. The match continued, and Real Madrid did not lose their rhythm after conceding. They maintained a strong offensive presence on the field. Leon frequently dribbled the ball, but Barcelona's defense seemed to tighten even more, especially Alba and Mascherano, who stood more firmly, always forming a standoff against Leon. Barcelona's attacks became increasingly fierce, especially under Messi's orchestration, as they frequently created threats. Leon attempted to find a counterattack opportunity on the right flank, but found himself surrounded tightly by Barcelona's defense. Whenever he received the ball, he faced double coverage from Alba and Mascherano. Seeing this, Leon did not rush to force his way through, but chose to pass back to Modric, signaling his teammates to continue organizing the attack. Modric received the ball and passed it to Casemiro, who quickly distributed the ball to the left, allowing Cristiano to start moving. But Barcelona's defense did not give Real Madrid many chances. As the match progressed, Barcelona's attack showed no signs of weakening, while Real Madrid's defense remained formidable. Leon continuously dropped back to assist Carvajal in defending against Neymar. However, Barcelona's offensive onslaught continued to surge like a tide. Neymar attempted to break through Real Madrid's defense with several swift dribbles, but Leon and Carvajal worked in perfect harmony, successfully forcing Neymar out of bounds multiple times. In Chapter 335, Goodbye Dortmund, as the match entered its final stages, the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense, with both sides giving their all and refusing to relax. Leon sprinted up and down the right flank, chasing back and tried to create opportunities. Barcelona's defense was extremely tight, especially with Alba and Mascherano closely marking him. At this moment, Barcelona's offensive was still fierce, and the synergy between Messi and Neymar increased the pressure on Real Madrid's defense. Through quick passes and positional changes, Barcelona relentlessly tore at Real Madrid's backline, trying to find a chance to score. After receiving a pass from Messi, Neymar delivered a precise diagonal ball to Suarez in the penalty area. Leon immediately rushed back, striving to block Suarez's shot path. Suarez quickly took a shot, but Navas dove in time, using both hands to parry the ball away, averting the crisis. Leon felt a rush of relief. Although the previous defense had exhausted him, he still felt a sense of accomplishment for keeping the goals safe. However, Barcelona did not give up. They accelerated their attacking rhythm in the final moments of the match. Looking for one last opportunity, Leon prepared to defend again, quickly retreating to his position, closely watching Neymar alongside Carvajal. In Chapter 336, just want this. The match continued with both sides maintaining a high-intensity rhythm of attack and defense. In the 54th minute, Dortmund regained the lead through a rapid counterattack. Aubameyang received the ball in midfield, using his explosive speed to shake off Casemiro and quickly burst into Real Madrid's penalty area. Faced with Navas's approach, he shot calmly and accurately toward the far corner, ultimately failing to stop Dortmund's attack. This goal significantly boosted Dortmund's morale, while Real Madrid faced even heavier pressure. Although the Real Madrid players appeared somewhat anxious at this point, they did not give up. Leon once again showcased his influence on the field with excellent footwork. He evaded Dortmund's defense using his speed and suddenly shot from outside the penalty area. However, Burki made another spectacular save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Leon stood on the sidelines, shaking his head in slight frustration. The match's pace grew increasingly tense, with both Real Madrid and Dortmund unwilling to give up any attacking opportunity. In the 81st minute, Leon finally had his chance to score. At that moment, Real Madrid launched a quick counterattack from midfield. Modric delivered a precise through ball, and Leon quickly surged forward, breaking through Dortmund's defense and calmly placing the ball into the lower right corner of the goal. In Chapter 337, The Life I Yearn For. The next day, the program's guide brought Leon and Lisa to the hotel lobby on time. Their task was simple, to pretend to be their voices. The director pulled out a menu, signaling Leon and Lisa to start ordering. Leon glanced at the menu, nodded, thinking that complex dishes would be difficult to prepare. So he decided to casually order hot pot. He smiled and called, saying, "Hello, let's just order hot pot. Keep it simple. Hot pot. Hot pot." On the other end, teacher he received the call from the program team, and, upon learning Leon's order, couldn't help but smile. Finally, a normal person has arrived. They've been ordering complicated dishes. Today they finally ordered hot pot. Ha ha. Hot pot. That's good. Teacher Huang, hearing the response on the other end, paused his work and replied with a smile, his words carrying a hint of ease and humor. "It seems not every guest on our show is so high-end. Ordering a simple hot pot is just fine." Teacher, he laughed heartily, quickly hanging up the phone and turning back to prepare other content for the program. In the car, cameras and GoPros from all directions began to start, and the sound of the equipment instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Leon looked out the window, and Lisa's face also showed a hint of unease as she gently grasped Leon's hand. In Chapter 338, The Life I Yearn For Too, as they were quietly talking, teacher he looked at Lisa with curiosity and asked with a smile, "Dear, why is your Mandarin so good? I remember you shouldn't be able to speak it." Lisa smiled slightly, pointing at Leon beside her. "It's mainly him. He often speaks Mandarin at home, and he also speaks Mandarin with his parents. So I went to school to learn." Upon hearing this, Leon grinned. "Yes, I'm a preacher of Mandarin." He squinted at Lisa and made a funny face, causing her to lightly slap his hand. At this moment, teacher Huang pretended to be very surprised, exaggeratedly turning to look at Leon. "You speak Mandarin at home? I didn't expect you to speak it so authentically." Leon nodded. "Yes, since I was little. My dad paid for Chinese exchange students to come to our house to teach me Mandarin, Pinyin, and so on." He picked up a bowl, pretending to explain seriously. "So, my Chinese level is not that simple. If you come to my house, I guarantee you'll hear authentic Mandarin." Teacher, he smiled, turning his gaze to Leon's mother. "What about your mother? Can she speak Mandarin too?" In Chapter 339, The Life I Yearn For Conclusion, Lisa gently set down her chopsticks, turned to look at Leon, who was fishing lamb from the pot onto a plate, and smiled as she began to recount their encounter. "Actually, it was quite a coincidence. We met at a night event. I was there with Irina, you know. She was Cristiano's ex-girlfriend." She paused, looking at everyone's expressions, and after a moment, continued. "When we entered, Cristiano and Irina started arguing as soon as they met. It was particularly awkward. I wanted to slip away, but it wasn't easy, so I just stood there like a fool." Hearing this, teacher he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha. So you two met because of someone else's argument? That's too dramatic. Lisa glanced at teacher He and shook her head. Who says it isn't? I just wanted to relax. But as soon as I walked in, I got caught up in it. She smiled and continued. Later, Leon saw me standing there not knowing what to do. So he brought 2 glasses of champagne and chatted with me. That's when we started having more communication. Teacher Huang showed a surprised expression upon hearing Leon's words. Oh? So you professional players can drink alcohol too? I thought you were strictly prohibited from drinking. Henry smiled at Leon, then turned to Lisa. So what do you two usually drink together? Just champagne and red wine? In Chapter 340, Labrador, after return to Spain, the new season of La Liga officially began, and Real Madrid quickly got into match mode. Despite having just gone through a significant break, the players maintained an extremely high level of competition. In the first match against Granada, Leon's performance was undoubtedly the biggest highlight. In the 28th minute of the match, he received a precise long pass from Casemiro on the right flank. After a quick breakthrough, he calmly shot past 2 defenders to score, helping Real Madrid break the deadlock. Then, in the second half, he completed his hat-trick with a quick counterattack and a header, leading Real Madrid to a massive 5-0 victory over Granada. Lion's performance once again ignited the crowd, and his activity in the attack and calm ball-handling ability were impeccable. Throughout January, Real Madrid faced almost no strong opponents in La Liga, maintaining their position at the top of the league with a perfect record. Lyon kept his form well, bringing energy to every match and consistently contributing goals and assists. However, during this period, aside from the victories in La Liga, Real Madrid's performance in the Copa del Rey left Zidane somewhat disappointed. Due to the packed schedule, Zidane decided to field a substitute squad in the Copa del Rey, resulting in 2 draws and failing to achieve the desired victories. Chapter 341. Tax evasion scandal. The calm of these past weeks was shattered by sudden news. The website Football Leaks suddenly published a lengthy document detailing the tax evasion of several well-known figures in the football world. The document mentioned top players and coaches, including Messi, Ronaldo, Mourinho, and Modric, claiming they evaded substantial taxes through complex financial maneuvers and offshore companies. The core content of the document focused on several tax havens, including Hong Kong, Switzerland, the British Virgin Islands, and Bermuda. The whistleblower, signing as Mr. John, detailed how these players and coaches transferred income through these offshore companies to evade scrutiny from the Spanish tax authorities. He specifically named Ronaldo and Mourinho, stating that their agent Mendez was behind it all, while Messi's tax evasion plan was led by his father. As soon as this report was released, it was like a bombshell. The media quickly followed up, with newspapers, news websites, and television stations extensively covering the event. The headlines were sensational: Ronaldo and Messi, sporting stars or tax evaders, and Mendez and offshore companies, the secret wealth network of football. Chapter 342. Goodbye Naples. Lyon smiled and shook his head. It seems the Manchester United locker room is not simple either. How do you tolerate it? Mourinho's tone began to show some helplessness, but also a hint of self-mockery. I can't tolerate it. I can only continue to endure. After all, if they don't care about themselves, who else will care about them? Can you imagine those young players sitting in the locker room every day, hardly speaking to me, only concerned about their phones, selfies, and nightlife? Lyon felt a bit of sympathy, understanding Mourinho's situation more, but I believe you can definitely solve it. Mourinho sighed. I can't solve it. In such an environment, there's not much that can be changed unless they wake up on their own. In fact, I've long thought that when I have the opportunity, I will actively request to leave. You know, this job pressure is too great. I can't endure it for long. Lyon listened and felt Mourinho's fatigue. So, will you continue to stay for now? Of course, I have to stay for the time being. Mourinho's tone shifted, and he suddenly smiled again. But seriously, if Manchester United makes you an offer in the future, definitely don't go. Just refuse them outright. Chapter 343. Water God strikes. The second leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 continued at Naples' Maradona Stadium. Real Madrid faced Napoli away, and this match was crucial for both sides. Previously, Zidane had made extensive rotations in the league to ensure that the main players were in good physical condition, aiming to make a strong push for advancement in the away match. In contrast, Napoli's schedule was tighter. They had just defeated Roma 2-1 away, finally ending a 2-game losing streak. However, their grueling schedule against strong teams like Atlanta, Juventus, and Roma left the team's overall condition still showing signs of fatigue. The atmosphere before the match was unusually tense, with the Maradona Stadium packed to capacity. Napoli fans shouted loudly, waving blue and white scarves to cheer for their team. Napoli's head coach Sarri stated in a pre-match interview, "Although Real Madrid is one of the strongest teams in the world, we are confident in leveraging our home advantage to fight for advancement." Zidane calmly replied, "This is a two-legged match, and anything can happen. We need to focus and perform at our best." Chapter 344. $1,000. The captain is the captain. Lyon shouted loudly as he rushed towards Ramos with Cristiano Ronaldo, patting his back, his face full of excitement. Ramos' performance undoubtedly lifted the entire team. His determination and calmness were crucial pillars for Real Madrid at critical moments. This goal boosted the team's confidence, and they needed to maintain this attacking momentum in the upcoming matches. Real Madrid's attacking momentum did not stop because of this goal. In the 57th minute, Real Madrid once again earned a corner kick. Modric took the corner, and the fans' anticipation reached its peak again. Lyon stood outside the penalty area, closely watching every detail on the field. Captain Ramos was still preparing in the penalty area, while behind him were Marcelo, Benzema, and other teammates, looking for the best attacking positions. "One more time," Lyon whispered, focusing intently on the ball's trajectory. Modric's corner kick accurately reached the penalty area again, and Ramos reacted immediately. He didn't let the ball hit the ground, but jumped quickly to head the ball toward the goal. The surrounding Napoli defenders were completely caught off guard, and Ramos' header once again hit the corner of the goal. Chapter 345. Bayern Munich, after the UEFA draw, confirmed Real Madrid's next opponent. The atmosphere at the training base began to grow tense. Bayern Munich, this superpower from the Bundesliga, was a tough match for both players and the coaching staff. Although Zidane was methodical in his tactical arrangements, every player knew that the preparation for this match would be a comprehensive test of both physical and mental endurance. Adjustments in the 3 league matches before facing Bayern were crucial. On the training ground, Lyon, wearing Real Madrid's white training kit, stood near the center circle warming up. His movements were precise and rhythmic, with his ankles flexibly rotating, controlling the ball as if it were glued to his feet. He focused intently on the ball, occasionally shifting his center of gravity, lightly nudging the ball with the back of his foot, then securely receiving it with the inside of his foot. His steps were light, and every turn carried the keen control typical of a professional player. In small-sided training, he completed several clean tackles, lightly flicking the ball away with his toes before quickly passing it to a teammate, showcasing a high level of match readiness. In the first match against Real Betis, Lyon was assigned to the starting lineup. Chapter 346. It's Muller. After dinner, the whole team gradually walked into the hotel conference hall. The room was simply and practically arranged, with a large screen hanging at the front and several long tables set with neatly arranged notebooks and water bottles. The players took their seats, and low murmurs and laughter could still be heard around them. Ronaldo and Marcelo were in the back row, munching on fruit while whispering to each other, while Modric and Kroos were engrossed in the match materials distributed by Zidane. When Zidane entered the conference hall holding a stack of tactical papers, he placed them on the podium, tapped the table, and asked in a relaxed tone, "How was dinner?" The room fell silent in an instant, and a few seconds later, Ramos was the first to shake his head, exaggeratingly furrowing his brow. Did the chef forget to add salt? That fish was practically inedible. As soon as he finished speaking, Carvajal immediately chimed in. "Yeah, that soup was terrible. It was almost like water." Benzema, sitting nearby, laughed so hard he doubled over, adding, "I'd rather eat my fitness meal than taste that main dish again." The entire conference hall erupted in laughter. Even the usually serious Kroos couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Zidane watched this scene with a helpless shrug, and after the laughter gradually subsided, he tapped the podium and became serious. "All right, the complaints can wait until after we win the match." Chapter 347. Individual ability. The moment he stepped out of the player tunnel, the atmosphere at the Allianz Arena exploded. Fans in the stands waved flags and shouted Bayern's team song, the noise deafening. Leon followed Ramos, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. He could feel the grass beneath his feet vibrating slightly, a resonance created by the shouts and footsteps of countless fans. Zidane stood beside the coaching bench, greeting Bayern's coach Ancelotti with a handshake. Both coaches wore faint smiles, but their eyes were filled with the intensity of tactical rivalry, and they were both very familiar with each other. This was a peak showdown of superstars and renowned coaches, and every player on the field would be the ink that wrote the chapter of the match. Leon stood in the right winger position, lightly tapping the grass with his toes, pulling the ball under his foot and feeling the transfer of power. Every step and every touch in this match could decide the outcome. As the whistle was about to blow, his body leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the opponent's defense, with only one belief in his heart: fight. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match officially began. Bayern Munich kicked off first, quickly passing the ball to the midfield, where Vidal and Alonso acted like two sturdy barriers, distributing the ball accurately to both sides. Robin and Ribery immediately sprang into action, their movements slicing through Real Madrid's defense like blades. Chapter 348. What is a captain? As the match approached the end of the first half, Bayern earned a corner kick. Kimmich stood at the corner flag, adjusted the ball's position, and then stepped back a few paces. His run-up was calm and unhurried. And, at the moment his foot connected with the ball, it flew into the penalty area like a precise missile. Ramos jumped high to attempt a clearance, but Vidal suddenly leaped from behind him, heading the ball toward the goal. Carvajal stretched his body near the goal line to block the ball, but at that moment, Bayern players collectively shouted, "Handball." The referee's whistle quickly followed, and he sprinted toward the penalty spot, pointing to the penalty mark. Real Madrid players immediately surrounded him, with Ramos standing in front of the referee first, gesturing. That wasn't a handball. His arm was against his body. This is a wrong call. The referee ignored him and instead pulled out a yellow card, signaling Ramos to back off. Carvajal raised his hands, trying to explain to the referee, but it was futile. The penalty had already been awarded. Bayern fans erupted into deafening cheers from the stands, while Real Madrid players huddled at the edge of the penalty area, discussing in low voices. Navas stood in front of the goal, resting his hands on the crossbar, his gaze fixed on the penalty spot. He was muttering something to himself, clearly trying to pump himself up. Chapter 349. Javi Martinez's speed of 47 before the second half began. Bayern's substitution decision caused Zidane's expression to momentarily freeze. When he saw Lewandowski standing on the sidelines, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He glanced at Ancelotti on the sidelines, who had a slight smile on his face, seemingly very pleased with his arrangements. Zidane silently cursed. This old trickster. He actually fooled me. It turned out that the previous news about Lewandowski's shoulder injury was merely a smokescreen, and this new coach had fallen for it. As the whistle was about to blow, the Real Madrid players had already taken their positions, waiting for the match to resume. Leon moved his ankle on the right flank, then walked over to Modric, whispering, "We can keep switching positions to confuse them." Modric's eyes lit up at this, and he nodded. "Okay, let's give it a try." Their brief exchange went unnoticed by anyone, but had already laid the groundwork for their upcoming attack. The referee's whistle sounded, and the second half officially began. Real Madrid kicked off and quickly launched an attack. Cruz controlled the ball and advanced, his steps steady and with precise footwork. He passed the ball to Modric on the right flank, just before Vidal could close in. Chapter 350. Play the full role. Ramos tried to approach the referee to argue, but his tone lacked much persuasiveness. "Referee, this was really an accident. He didn't do it on purpose." But this was just a routine statement, more to reassure his teammates. The referee firmly waved his hand, signaling to ignore him. Leon was the first to run to Ronaldo's side, kneeling on the grass and gently patting Ronaldo's shoulder, asking softly, "Ronaldo, are you okay?" Ronaldo's voice was low, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Just acting." "Did they give a red card?" Leon nodded, "Yes." "Then I'll keep acting for a while longer. Otherwise, it looks too fake." Leon stood up and turned to shout toward the sidelines. "Hey, team doctor, hurry and come in." His voice was filled with urgency. Ronaldo nearly sprang up from the ground, glaring at Leon. "Why are you calling the team doctor?" Leon lowered his head. "Serious, you have to play the full role. This is what Fabregas taught me." Hearing this, Ronaldo nearly burst out laughing. But seeing the team doctor rush onto the field, he could only helplessly continue lying on the grass in cooperation. Chapter 351. Completely out of form, Zidane entered the press conference hall, gently pushing open the glass door, while his assistant discreetly closed it behind him. The reporters were already seated neatly, and the microphones on the table emitted a faint buzzing sound. Zidane took his seat at the main table, smiling and nodding at the reporters. The entire room fell silent, everyone waiting for him to speak. "Congratulations to you," one reporter began, his gaze fixed on the French coach. In this match, Real Madrid displayed incredible attacking power. Especially Ronaldo's performance was flawless. "What are your thoughts on this match?" Zidane adjusted the microphone slightly, his smile still warm. "Thank you all. First of all, I want to be proud of all the players' efforts and performances. Although Bayern put us under a lot of pressure in the first half, we adjusted and showed the level we should have in the second half. Ronaldo? His performance was outstanding as always. He stepped up at crucial moments to help the team secure the victory. Another reporter quickly raised his hand. Zidane, do you think the adjustments in the second half were key to the outcome? Especially since the opponent lost a player at the last moment. Did they give you more opportunities? Chapter 352. Getting old, can't play any more sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the sofa in Leon's home, creating a leisurely atmosphere. Leon was slouched on the spacious sofa, holding Lisa, watching Game of Thrones Season 7, while enjoying the warm moment of Lisa feeding him grapes. Occasionally, he would glance at the screen, frowning slightly, then relax, closing his eyes to quietly enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Lisa gently pinched a grape and placed it in Leon's mouth. Her gaze was tender as she smiled at Leon, seemingly relishing this simple and peaceful life. Leon looked back at her, smiling with a grape in his mouth, chewing gently. There was no tension in the air, only warmth and tranquility. Lisa glanced at the TV screen and asked, "Is it good? It seems so complicated." Leon chuckled. "It's complicated, but the plot is very engaging, especially those power struggles. It's really enjoyable to watch." He looked at Lisa, his tone becoming lighter, "But compared to all that, I enjoy you feeding me grapes even more." Just as they were immersed in this tranquility, the sudden ringing of a phone broke the spell. Chapter 353. Family arrival. Leon nodded, stood up, turned, and walked out of the office, taking brisk steps toward Florentino's office. Each step carried a bit of anticipation and nervousness. Upon arriving at Florentino's office, Leon knocked a few times, and a deep voice from inside called, "Come in." Leon pushed the door open and saw Florentino sitting behind the desk, engrossed in reviewing documents. What a rare visitor. Florentino looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, followed by a smile. "Leon, what brings you here?" Leon smiled faintly, entered the office, and casually closed the door. He briefly explained his thoughts, mentioning that Terry was retiring and he wanted to return to attend his retirement ceremony. Florentino furrowed his brow slightly, as if considering the proposal. "You have a good relationship with Terry, but you are a Real Madrid player. You need to be careful about going to Chelsea." After a moment of silence, he looked at Leon again. "However, if you are representing Real Madrid, it should be fine." Leon quickly nodded. "Thank you. The coach also said I should represent Real Madrid since we have no grievances with Chelsea." Chapter 354. Tough bridge and hard horse. The next day, Real Madrid faced Bayern at home. In the morning, just as a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, the Bernabeu Stadium was buzzing with preparations. Staff members were busy checking the seating, the field, and the lighting system, and the entire stadium gradually filled with an atmosphere of anticipation. For Leon, today was not just a match. It was also the day his family arrived in Spain. As time passed, Real Madrid arranged a box for his family, which made him feel deeply moved. After all, being able to enjoy a match with family on such an important game day was a rare happiness. In the afternoon, his family arrived at the stadium on time. Under Real Madrid's arrangements, they were guided into a VIP box specially prepared for them. As soon as they entered, Leon's uncle couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Bernabeu, "This box is so luxurious. Is there a buffet?" Mia smiled and took Lisa's hand, saying, "What a grand gesture, truly worthy of Real Madrid." She looked around. The box was resplendent, with luxurious sofas and wooden tables and chairs that felt very upscale. The dining table was filled with exquisite food and drinks, including champagne specially provided for the VIPs. Chapter 355. Yes. At this moment, Leon was at the forefront of the attack, getting close to Vidal, ready to launch a breakthrough. Suddenly, Vidal accelerated toward Leon, trying to use his body to push him out of bounds. Leon deftly dodged, quickly turned to take the opportunity to break through. However, Vidal closely followed, clamping his legs together and unceremoniously tackled Leon from the side. Leon instantly lost his balance and fell heavily onto the grass, his right ankle hitting the ground. "Ah!" Leon cried out in pain, covering his right foot, his facial muscles tensed, clearly feeling intense pain. Zidane on the sidelines immediately noticed the situation and urgently shouted, "Leon, how are you?" Vidal stood there, his expression slightly awkward, but he didn't show much apology and instead glanced helplessly at the referee. The referee approached, raised his hand to show a yellow card, indicating a warning for Vidal's foul. Leon knew that such fouls were common in intense matches, but he also understood that he couldn't be easily taken down. Vidal, you see him. Leon gritted his teeth and quickly lifted his head to say to Vidal. The team doctor rushed onto the field, and Leon, enduring the pain, raised his ankle to signal the doctor check it. Chapter 3:56. 32 as the whistle blew for the second half. The atmosphere at the Bernabeu Stadium quickly heated up, with the cheers of the fans deafening. As if every shout infused endless energy. Leon stood on the field, looking around with determination, silently feeling the support coming from all directions. Bayern's adjustments were evident. Ribéry clearly increased the pace, frequently receiving the ball on the wing, trying to tear apart Real Madrid's defense through individual breakthroughs and small-scale combinations. Carvajal was unwilling to back down, closely marking Ribéry, but the experienced French winger always found opportunities to create threats. To relieve Carvajal's defensive pressure, Leon actively dropped back to engage Ribéry in a tussle. They engaged in fierce confrontations near the sideline, with physical contact, struggles, and tackles showing no mercy. During one scramble, Ribéry protected the ball with his back to Leon, who approached from the side, trying to unbalance him with a shoulder push, but Ribéry's body control was very strong, and he managed to shield the ball inward. Leon quickly adjusted his steps and executed a rapid sliding tackle, sending the ball out of bounds. Ribéry stumbled a few steps due to the tackle, turned back to glance at Leon, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 3:57. You won't touch my ball again. The Bernabeu instantly erupted, with a deafening cheer that almost lifted the stadium's roof. All Real Madrid fans stood up from their seats, raising their hands and shouting wildly. Ronaldo dashed toward the corner flag, spreading his arms, jumping and turning, shouting SIU. The entire crowd of Real Madrid fans responded in unison to the celebration. Leon's family in the box also jumped up excitedly. His grandmother clapped her hands and said, "This kid's pass is so beautiful. This goal relies entirely on his placement." Uncle smiled and said, "This is a player for the big occasions. At critical moments, you can see his presence." On the field, Leon also ran towards Cristiano Ronaldo and high-fived him in celebration. They exchanged smiles, their eyes revealing a silent understanding and trust. Leon patted Ronaldo's back and said, "Your header is still so accurate. I can't afford to make a mistake with your passes." Ronaldo grinned, showing his confident expression. Zidane on the sidelines raised his arms and shouted, clearly satisfied with the success of this tactical adjustment. He quickly clapped his hands, reminding the players to reposition themselves and not to let excitement cloud their minds. "Don't slack off. Stay steady," Zidane shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the crowd's noise and reaching every player on the field. Chapter 3:58. Breaking through, both teams took a water break on the sidelines, and the air was thick with tension. The players leaned on their knees, sweat dripping continuously down their cheeks, all of them panting heavily. Zidane stood on the sidelines, clapping his hands while shouting, "Grind it out. This is our opportunity. Bayern is down a man. Now it's our turn to control the game." Leon wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and glanced down at his bandaged left ankle. Despite the dull pain, he didn't dwell on it, just nodded in response to Zidane's encouragement. He looked up at his teammates, his eyes filled with determination. With the referee's whistle, the players returned to the field. The match began, and Bayern was clearly unwilling to be eliminated. Even with one less player, their entire team fought hard, using their strong will to compensate for the gap on the field. Every player gave their all, trying to suppress Real Madrid with their stamina and determination. Meanwhile, Real Madrid displayed their rich experience and tactical skills, starting to control the ball in the backfield, using precise passes to wear down Bayern's players. Chapter 3:59. Such a hassle. The atmosphere at the press conference was lively and excited. Zidane wore a smile, and this time, he brought Leon along to the press conference. They faced the questions from various reporters calmly. Behind them, Real Madrid's achievements were once again validated as the team successfully advanced to the Champions League final, with the clear goal of competing for the final glory against Juventus. A flurry of camera clicks sounded as reporters turned their lenses towards Zidane. When asked about the performance in this match, Zidane paused for a moment, his eyes still filled with calmness and determination. "It was a very tough match. Bayern kept applying pressure on us, but we showcased the power of teamwork, especially Leon. He was everywhere on the field, and his performance at critical moments was outstanding. I'm proud of him." As Zidane mentioned Leon's name, the reporters immediately turned to where Leon was seated, and the focus instantly shifted to him. Leon didn't like too much attention, but he still maintained a polite smile, whether he adapted to such focus or not. His name had already become the brightest presence in the hearts of Real Madrid fans. Leon, it seems that you always find space for attacks at critical moments in today's match, especially in your collaboration with Cristiano Ronaldo. Can you talk about the unspoken understanding behind this? A reporter asked. Chapter 360. The National Derby begins. The second leg of the National Derby finally kicked off. The atmosphere of this match was different from any before, especially for Real Madrid fans, as the entire Madrid seemed to be enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Every advertisement billboard and every corner of the street displayed promotional posters for this match. The National Derby was not only the pinnacle battle of La Liga, but also the focus of attention worldwide. Even in a corner of cafe, people were passionately discussing the prospects of the match. I heard Leon can't play. A young man wearing a Real Madrid jersey whispered to his friend. Don't worry, we still have BBC, another fan replied with a smile. Those two are useless, either shooting wide or getting injured. That fan clearly had some complaints about the BBC's performance. And everyone burst into laughter. On the other side of the city, Leon's family chose not to have his agent, Bella, arrange a car for them, but instead, like ordinary fans, took the subway to the Bernabeu. They took line 10, and the subway was bustling with noise, with Real Madrid fans almost occupying the entire carriage. Most were wearing the number 7 jersey, but there were also quite a few fans sporting the number 18, especially young people, all heading to the match with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 361. Bearded Messi. The match continued at a tense pace. Ronaldo once again got an opportunity, and his matchup with Pique was one of the most exciting duels on the field. Ronaldo maintained enough calmness and composure, and as the match progressed, his form gradually improved. Whenever he got the ball, Barcelona's defense would become exceptionally tense, with Pique and Umtiti always on high alert. Ronaldo patiently waited for the right opportunity, not rushing into action. As the match entered the fierce scrimmage phase in the midfield, the transition between offense and defense was rapid, with the pace hardly pausing for a moment. Suddenly, during a tussle, Messi fell to the ground, covering his mouth in pain. The referee quickly blew the whistle to stop the match and ran over to check on Messi. Blood had already seeped from the corner of Messi's mouth, and the scene appeared tense, prompting the referee to signal for the team doctor to enter and attend to Messi's injury. Slow-motion replays showed that during a recent aerial duel, Marcelo had accidentally elbowed Messi in the mouth while contesting the ball. Although Marcelo did not mean to do it, the extent of the action was indeed concerning. Seeing this replay, the Barcelona fans in the stands immediately let out a chorus of boos, directed at Marcelo. Chapter 362. It's time to play. Just as Bale made one last shoulder challenge, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and collapsed onto the grass. A pained expression crossed his face as he held his knee and waved at the referee, signaling for the team doctor to come on. Alaba stood nearby, looking somewhat helplessly at the fallen Bale. Zidane stood on the sidelines, frowning deeply. He quickly turned to the bench, where Leon and Asensio were watching him. Zidane pondered for a few seconds, his eyes firmly turning to Leon. Leon, hurry up and warm up. Leon was taken aback for a moment, but immediately stood up to start moving. His injury had not fully healed, but the team needed him now. This was not a moment to refuse. Asensio, sitting next to him, suddenly looked grim. A hint of dissatisfaction crossed his expression, but he felt powerless to argue. The family members in the box noticed this scene, and Tud was the first to stand up. Leon, warm up. Others followed suit, standing up and looking toward the sidelines, where they indeed saw Leon quickly stretching and moving. Meanwhile, the team doctor was examining Bale's injury. He carefully removed Bale's knee brace and gently touched the area around the knee joint. Chapter 363. The match is just beginning. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and the players gradually returned to the locker room. The atmosphere at the Bernabeu relaxed from tension to ease. However, Leon did not rush to leave. He walked straight towards Zidane, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Coach, if it's not necessary, I won't go back to the locker room. I want to stay by the sidelines to warm up and adjust my state. Zidane glanced at Leon and nodded. He knew Leon had not fully entered the match yet, and the crucial moments were about to arrive. All right, but remember not to push too hard. Maintain your rhythm and warm up properly. Leon nodded, turned, and walked towards the edge of the field, while Zidane took the other players back to the locker room. The locker room during halftime was not very noisy. Zidane briefly summarized the situation of the first half. Everyone has seen Messi's form. He's almost unstoppable today. Case Moreau, you must stick closer to him in the second half. Don't give him any space to accelerate or turn. Everyone else, stay focused. Barcelona's defense has vulnerabilities and opportunities will come. Meanwhile, Leon was seizing every second by the sidelines to warm up. Chapter 364. Ronaldo is dancing in the 72nd minute. Barcelona took the lead with a smooth combination. Messi received the ball in the penalty area, his footwork agile and quick, but Ramos quickly closed in, using his body to interfere with Messi's shooting opportunity. The ball was deflected out of the penalty area, and Rakitic promptly followed up, taking control of the ball first. He saw Kroos rushing over, trying to block, but calmly feinted past his opponent, gaining excellent shooting space. Rakitic took a step to adjust, struck with his left foot, and curled the ball accurately into the bottom corner of the goal. The ball spun rapidly, grazing the post before finding the net. Although Navas made a full effort to save, the angle and power of the shot were too tricky. The Real Madrid goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball entered the net. The Bernabeu fell silent, with only the distant cheers of the away Barcelona fans rising and falling. They waved their scarves and sang team songs, celebrating the moment. Messi sprinted towards Rakitic. The two embraced tightly, and other Barcelona players swarmed in, surrounding Rakitic. They high-fived, hugged, and some even jumped up, celebrating this crucial goal. Chapter 365. Messi raises his shirt after leveling the score. Real Madrid did not choose to retreat. They did not huddle in the penalty area, trying to hold on to the draw, but instead showcased their courage and spirit. Zidane stood on the sidelines, vigorously waving his arms and loudly directing the players to continue pressing forward. This was a match that could not be compromised, even if they ultimately failed. They had to accept the result, standing up. Leon's goal boosted Real Madrid's morale, and the entire team seemed to be rejuvenated. Cristiano Ronaldo continued to pose a significant threat in the front, repeatedly using his positioning to break through Barcelona's defense. In a rapid counterattack, Ronaldo received a direct pass from Kroos. Facing Piqué's defense, he skillfully faked out his opponent, finding a sliver of space for a shot. Ronaldo lifted his foot for a powerful strike, and the ball flew towards the upper right corner of the goal at great speed, but Ter Stegen displayed his usual steadiness, leaping high and tipping the ball onto the crossbar. Real Madrid missed a great opportunity to take the lead, but they were not discouraged. Instead, they pressed even more aggressively against Barcelona's defense. However, time ticked away, and the match entered stoppage time. Fans' nerves were taut to the breaking point, and just when everyone thought the match would end in a draw, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 366. No desire to renew after the match against Barcelona. Leon was exhausted and went straight to bed when he got home, sleeping until dawn. He slowly opened his eyes as sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. The fatigue from the match still lingered in his body, but today was a rare rest day, and he decided to temporarily set aside football and enjoy life. It was now late April, with only 2 matches remaining in La Liga, against Deportivo La Coruña and Valencia. Real Madrid sat at the top of the standings with 75 points, but Barcelona closely followed with 73 points, just a 3-point gap between the two teams. Every match was crucial. In the scoring chart, Messi led with 31 goals, while Leon and Suarez were tied for second with 29 goals each. Surprisingly, Cristiano Ronaldo ranked 4th with only 21 goals this season, far below expectations. Many believe this was because Leon had controlled more of the ball this season, especially on the right flank, where he was accustomed to cutting in and shooting directly, inadvertently diminishing Ronaldo's scoring chances. In terms of assists, Kroos led with 16 assists. Neymar was second with 14, and Leon ranked 4th with 10 assists, just behind Griezmann's 12. Chapter 367. You really don't need to worry a few days later. Real Madrid faced Valencia. This time, Zidane still allowed Ronaldo and Leon to rest on the bench, with the starting lineup composed of other players. The match was intense, with both sides tied 1-1 at halftime. Valencia's counterattacks clashed with Real Madrid's possession in a back-and-forth situation. During halftime, Zidane made adjustments, signaling for Leon and Ronaldo to warm up, preparing them to enter the match in the second half. Shortly after the second half began, Leon and Ronaldo were substituted in, and the rhythm of the match changed. Ronaldo quickly showcased his threat, drawing the opponent's defensive attention with his precise positioning and excellent ball control. Meanwhile, Leon frequently cut in from the right, creating several opportunities for his teammates. In the final stages of the match, Ronaldo received a diagonal pass from Leon, calmly shot, and scored, changing the score to 2-1. This goal ignited the enthusiasm of Real Madrid fans, and cheers erupted from the stands as Zidane smiled with satisfaction on the sidelines. Ultimately, Real Madrid secured a valuable 3 points with this crucial goal, maintaining their lead in the standings. By early May, Leon received a call from his agent Barnett. Chapter 368. Almost there, Leon had set his phone aside and turned to organize his gear. Terry's messages continued to come in, even including a flowchart of his plans. On May 23rd, Terry would play 26 minutes in Chelsea's final match and deliver a farewell speech afterward. Leon carefully looked over the schedule and thought to himself that the timing was perfect. La Liga's final match was scheduled for May 21st, and Terry's farewell match was on the 23rd, leaving just enough time in between. Leon promptly replied with a message. Got it. The next morning, Leon woke up as usual, had a refreshing shower, and gently kissed Lisa, who was still asleep in bed. She had gotten used to Leon's early rising routine, but today she clearly had not yet woken from her dreams. Leon did not disturb her, quietly dressed, grabbed his car keys, and headed out to the training ground. When Leon arrived at the training ground, the players were arriving one after another. The atmosphere at Real Madrid's training ground is very lively, especially since the team has already secured the league title, and the next task is to prepare for the Champions League final. Today's training, although aimed at the last match against Malaga, clearly focused more on the upcoming Juventus match. Chapter 369, equal. As the match reached halftime, Malaga's defense remained tight, particularly the two center-backs, Villanueva and Hernandez, who seemed to be specifically targeting Leon. They roamed around the field, not letting any opportunity to stop Leon from scoring slip by. Leon's footsteps quickly paced on the grass, and with each touch of the ball, he felt the pressure behind him increasing. Hernandez closely followed him, always appearing beside him at the moment Leon was about to shoot, preemptively blocking his shooting path. Leon glanced down at the ball at his feet and suddenly paused slightly, quickly adjusting his position to prepare for a breakthrough. Hernandez's tackle came almost instantaneously, but Leon had already changed his step. The ball shifted slightly. Hernandez missed, and Leon continued to dribble forward. His body felt slightly heavy, especially after continuous running. His legs started to feel a bit weak. He did not pause at all, his eyes still fixed on the goal ahead. After every clearance, he would quickly regain his position, adjust his steps, and prepare for the next attack. In his confrontation with Hernandez, Leon did not feel discouraged. Instead, all his strength accumulated with each challenge. Chapter 370. Uno dos tres Hala Madrid. Messi and Suarez were having barbecue at home, and the atmosphere was originally relaxed. Suarez occasionally joked, trying to comfort Messi not to worry too much about the race for the Golden Boot. The two began to discuss the end of the season, future plans, and the upcoming vacation. Although Messi claimed not to care, the fire in his heart remained unextinguished, despite the La Liga championship being out of reach. The Golden Boot was still an important goal for him, especially this season, as Leon's rise had put unprecedented pressure on him. While they were chatting, a familiar voice suddenly came from the television. Goal! Messi and Suarez simultaneously stopped their actions, quickly turning their gazes to the TV screen. Messi's heart raced, and the food suddenly felt incredibly heavy. He quickly put down his plate and almost ran to the living room, fixated on the live broadcast on TV. On the screen, Real Madrid players surrounded Leon, excitedly celebrating the goal. Leon's expression revealed some relaxation and pride, as if he had just achieved something significant. Messi stood in front of the TV, his face gradually turning a bit angry. Chapter 371. Hot dance. The atmosphere in the locker room was even more explosive. Players took off their drenched jerseys, and cheers and laughter filled the entire space. Ramos stood in the center, waving his arms, leading everyone to dance to the rhythm of the music. Everyone relaxed, releasing the excitement within them. Leon smiled as he looked at his teammates around him, the atmosphere light and joyful, as if everyone was enjoying the happiness brought by the victory. Tonight, Leon must treat everyone to a meal, Ramos shouted loudly, and before he finished speaking, the other players echoed in unison, clapping and cheering. Leon raised an eyebrow and smiled in response. No problem. Today's victory is thanks to all of you. Treating everyone to a meal is the least I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, the players' cheers erupted again. Ramos pulled his shoulder and excitedly said, "You have to treat us. We must celebrate properly today." Zidane stood aside, watching the group of players cheering and celebrating. wearing a comforting smile. Although he was the head coach of the team, he always interacted with the players in a more approachable manner. Most coaches would choose to maintain a certain distance, but Zidane was clearly not that kind of person. Chapter 372. Good morning as the night deepened. The atmosphere at Teatro Capital became more and more frenzied, with everyone immersed in the celebration and revelry of the night. Leon and Lisa's dance steps became more relaxed, and everything around them seemed to turn into an illusory background, with only the two of them dancing to the rhythm of the music in this passionate and brilliant dance floor. The next morning, Leon held Lisa's hand as they set off on their journey back to London. The flight time from Madrid to London was not long, but Lisa was as excited as a little girl going on her first trip, constantly gazing out of the window at the clouds below. Watching her curious expression, Leon felt a warm sense of satisfaction in his heart. When the plane landed at Heathrow Airport, it was drizzling in London, and the air was filled with a damp, earthy scent. Leon and Lisa picked up their luggage and walked out of the airport, where the taxi driver was already waiting at the door. After getting in the car, Leon softly reported a familiar address, 38 Coombarton Road, Wandsworth, which was his childhood home. However, since the layout of the old house was still the same as before, Leon's room only had a single bed, which could not accommodate two people sleeping together. He ultimately decided to stay at the Stamford Bridge Hotel arranged for them in Chelsea. Chapter 373. Legends Check smiled slightly, put down his plate, and patted Leon's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Leon, long time no see. Seeing your performance at Real Madrid. I'm really proud of you. A glimmer of respect flashed in Leon's eyes. When he first joined Chelsea's first team, Cech was a highly respected big brother who not only performed excellently on the field, but also often took the initiative to help him practice off the field. For Leon, Cech was not only a teammate, but also a role model. After shaking hands, Cech sat next to Drogba and Lampard. Lisa was smart, seeing the gentlemen starting to chat. She stood up and smiled. I'll go help Leon get breakfast. You all take your time. Her demeanor was elegant, making everyone feel refreshed. After she left, the few Chelsea legends at the table began to engage in conversation about Leon. Leon, how's it going at Real Madrid? Drogba was the first to speak, his tone filled with concern. It's going well. Leon nodded with a smile. My teammates are very supportive, and the coaching staff is very professional. Winning the La Liga title this year feels worth it all. Lampard nodded, a hint of appreciation on his face. Your performance this season has been fantastic. Not only did you win the La Liga Golden Boot, but you also have great stats in the Champions League. The Champions League final against Juventus is in 8 days. Do you have confidence? Chapter 374. Loyalty. Chelsea Football Club's arrangements were grand and thoughtful. All the legends and special guests were invited to Roman Abramovich's private box at Stamford Bridge, which is the highest honor of Chelsea's home ground. The box is luxuriously decorated, with classic photos of Chelsea's championship victories hanging on the walls. The carpet is a deep blue suede, paired with genuine leather sofas adorned with gold trim, and the windows offer a breathtaking view of the entire stadium. When Leon and Lisa entered the box, many familiar faces were already present. Drogba was chatting with Lampard, while Cech sat by the window with a cup of coffee, occasionally glancing at the field. Standing in the center of the box was Marina Granovskaya, the powerful woman of Chelsea, engaged in conversation with several club legends. Dressed in a black professional suit, she exuded both competence and elegance. Leon was the first to approach Marina, greeting her with a polite smile. Hello, Marina. It's great to see you. Marina returned the smile and shook Leon's hand. Leon, welcome back. We've been following your performance at Real Madrid. It has been outstanding. To be honest, I think letting you go back then might have been a mistake on our part. Chapter 375, 26th minute at this moment. The big screen switched to a live shot of Terry walking slowly out of the players' tunnel, followed by other Chelsea players. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly reached a peak, as the cheers from the fans seemed ready to lift the entire stadium. Terry, wearing his familiar number 26 jersey, looked calm yet warm, waving to the surrounding fans. The supporters in the stands chanted his name, John Terry, in a deafening chorus. Terry's family also appeared at the sideline, with his children wearing miniature Chelsea jerseys, excitedly waving blue flags. Terry walked over, crouched down, and embraced his two children, a gentle smile on his face. He then turned his gaze toward the field, stood up, and his expression shifted from warm to resolute. The big screen began to play a documentary of Terry's career, from his debut in the first team as a young player, to becoming captain, and to the moments he delivered for the team in crucial matches. Every frame depicted Terry's inseparable bond with Chelsea. Fans clapped along, some even with tears glistening in their eyes. Chapter 376, 51. As Terry was substituted, Chelsea's match entered its next phase. Sunderland seemed to sense the atmosphere of the match and Terry's farewell, slowing their pace and making few attacking moves. In this context, Chelsea's attacks became more aggressive, with players coordinating smoothly and the atmosphere growing increasingly electrifying. In the 30th minute, Chelsea scored their second goal. Hazard launched a long pass from midfield, accurately reaching Batshuayi's feet. The Belgian wasted no time, striking the ball into Sunderland's net with his right foot, the ball slipping past Courtois' fingertips and settling firmly into the goal. The sea of blue fans erupted into thunderous cheers, waving their blue flags as Batshuayi celebrated, making it seem as if the entire stadium was shaking. As the match continued, Chelsea's attacks gained momentum. In the 38th minute, Diego Costa received a cross from Willian at the edge of the penalty area, skillfully turning to evade a defender. And with a swift move, he shot the ball like a cannon towards Sunderland's goal. Courtois was unable to save it, and Costa extended the lead to 3-1. Chapter 377. Captain, leader, legend Terry stood at the center of the field, holding a microphone, his eyes lingering on the fans in the stands. The fans continued to applaud, chanting his name in waves. Terry stood there, gazing at the familiar faces, tears shimmering in his eyes. He felt an overwhelming emotion, nearly choking on his words. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke, his voice noticeably choked but still resolute. I've had the privilege of working with many incredible coaches and players throughout my career, not just those present here today. I also want to thank those who fought alongside us before, sharing unforgettable moments and victories. I want to thank each and every one of them. Thank you. The fans erupted into thunderous applause once again, filling the stadium with respect for the legendary captain. Conte also stood up, paying his highest respects to Terry. Terry looked at Conte, his eyes filled with gratitude, and continued, I think we must also thank one person, Abramovich. The fans immediately responded with enthusiastic applause. Abramovich, in the box, smiled and patted his chest, acknowledging the fans' gratitude, and waved back with a smile. Chapter 378. Budding in the evening, Terry's dinner was held at a luxurious restaurant in London. The restaurant was softly lit, creating a warm atmosphere. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, and the centerpiece was a lavish buffet of various exquisite dishes. The aroma of delicious food wafted through every corner of the restaurant. Leon wore a deep blue suit, while Lisa was in a black evening gown, both looking particularly striking. When they arrived, many Chelsea legends had already gathered in the restaurant. Didier Drogba, Frank Lampard, Ashley Cole, and Claude Makelele were chatting in a corner, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Leon and Lisa entered the restaurant, greeting everyone gently, and many stood up to welcome them, creating a warm and friendly ambience. Leon and Lisa walked to an empty table and sat down. Soon, Terry also walked into the restaurant with his family. Everyone stood up to pay tribute to the Chelsea legend. Terry smiled and greeted everyone before sitting down opposite Leon to begin conversing. Leon, Champions League final. Are you ready? Terry asked while picking up his glass. Leon nodded and smiled, saying, I'm ready. I will definitely give my all. Chapter 379. Are you ready? The day of the match finally arrived. The Champions League final between Real Madrid and Juventus had everyone eagerly anticipating this peak showdown. Although there were still 2 hours until the match began, the atmosphere around the stadium was already filled with tension and excitement. Shops along the streets had hung up flags of the teams early, with passing fans wearing their team's jerseys, laughter and shouts echoing all around. The blue and white scarves of Real Madrid fans fluttered in the wind, while Juventus fans in black and white stripes chatted joyfully, with mutual encouragement and provocations frequently heard. In the distance, cameras in the media area were ready, and staff were busily adjusting equipment. Outside the stadium, the Welsh police had begun to control traffic, with police cars constantly patrolling to ensure all fans could safely enter the stadium. Before the match, the long-unseen PTV commentators Jean June and Jean Lu contacted Leon by phone. We've been sent to commentate on site. The atmosphere here is incredible. We hope you can deliver a perfect match today. Jean June's tone was filled with excitement. Thank you for your support. Leon responded with a smile, and the atmosphere in the stadium gradually became filled with the essence of the match, making him even more excited. Chapter 380. The match begins at the Millennium Stadium in Wales. The pre-match atmosphere had reached a boiling point, with thousands of fans waving flags in the stands. The ambience resembling a storm about to erupt. On today's stage, Juventus and Real Madrid would compete for the glory of the Champions League title. Before the starting whistle had blown, every second inside and outside the stadium was filled with tension and anticipation. The players from both teams had gathered in the tunnel, waiting for the match to begin. Juventus players wore their traditional black and white striped jerseys, while Real Madrid players donned their purple away kits. The Juventus players were tall and strong, while Real Madrid players displayed a unique elegance and power. Juventus players stood tall with determined gazes. Buffon pressed his lips together, gripping his hands tightly, ready to face the challenge. Chiellini crossed his arms, appearing calm yet imposing. Bonucci and Barzagli stood slightly closer to each other, clearly communicating silently to maintain a tight defensive line. Alves and Sandro seemed particularly lively, exuding confidence as they prepared for battle. The Real Madrid players, dressed in purple jerseys, moved with composure and confidence. Chapter 381. 11 After losing the ball in the front, Juventus did not rush to retreat, but quickly organized a counterattack from midfield. The combination between Khedira and Pjanic was very smooth, with the ball frequently being transferred rapidly between the two, giving Real Madrid's defense almost no chance to breathe. Juventus's Alves had already stationed himself on the right flank, showcasing his speed and explosiveness as he quickly surged forward to receive a pass from Pjanic. Alves crossed the ball near the baseline, sending it flying into the penalty area. Juventus's attacking pace was very fast, but Real Madrid's defense was also very organized. Leon quickly retreated from the right winger position, trying to help Carvajal defend against Sandro's advance. Leon first blocked Sandro's passing lane with his positioning and then decisively moved forward to press. Sandro attempted to turn with the ball, but Leon subtly extended his leg, skillfully intercepting the ball. After winning the ball, Leon quickly launched forward, dribbling ahead. At this moment, Juventus players appeared very alert, especially Khedira and Pjanic, who closely followed him, applying significant pressure on Leon. Leon tried to pass to midfielder Cruz, but Bonucci timely returned to defense, accurately blocking the passing lane. Chapter 382. The chaotic locker room, the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. The clash between Juventus and Real Madrid was no longer just a contest of skills and tactics, but a test of willpower and physical limits. The shouts from both sets of fans echoed like thunder, filling the air with tension, as almost every attack made the fans hold their breath. Juventus attempted to attack through multiple free kicks and corners, but Real Madrid's defense displayed a high level of defensive quality, preventing Juventus from creating any real scoring opportunities. Juventus players frequently created threats in the front, with Pjanic and Khedira continuously trying to break through Real Madrid's defense. Whenever Juventus earned a free kick or corner, the fans' cheers surged like a tide, and the atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak. Carvajal and Marcelo closely marked Sandro and Alves, not daring to show any signs of relaxation. Juventus's corner kick came again. Pjanic stood at the side of the pitch, using his left foot to curve the ball into the penalty area. All Juventus players charged forward. Forward Mandzukic prepared to make a run, while Ramos and Peverani closely followed, keeping their eyes on every possible opening. Chapter 383. The good old days. Meanwhile, in Real Madrid's locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, but more orderly compared to Juventus's locker room. The players sat down, looking up and waiting for Zidane's speech. Although the score was 1-1, Zidane was clearly dissatisfied with the team's overall performance. Zidane sat in the middle, hands crossed over his chest, focusing intently on the players in front of him. Real Madrid players knew that this calm French coach would not easily let them off the hook. We did not control possession and pace well in the first half. Zidane began slowly, his tone flat yet authoritative. You must control the pace of the game more, especially in midfield. We cannot allow Pjanic and Khedira to dominate the game. Our midfield must play an organizing role, maintaining speed and rhythm. Zidane's gaze fixed on Leon. Although Leon had contributed an assist in the first half, Zidane was not satisfied with his overall performance on the field. Leon, even though you provided an assist, your presence on the field is still not strong enough. Apart from the assist, your involvement in the attack is not high enough, and you have shown some laxity in defense. We cannot rely on 1 or 2 chances to expect to win the match. Chapter 384. The roar of the tiger. The match continued, and Real Madrid's offensive onslaught surged like a tide. Juventus's defense appeared increasingly fragile, with their defenders frequently making hasty movements. committing fouls in an attempt to stop Real Madrid's attacks. However, Real Madrid's players displayed excellent coordination, frequently tearing apart Juventus's defense with quick passes and movement. At this point, Real Madrid fans had almost completely taken over the stands, their continuous shouts making the voices of Juventus fans seem weak. Juventus fans began to look anxiously at the field, seemingly sensing a shift in the game's dynamics. Leon once again broke through with the ball on the right flank, quickly advancing forward. Facing Sandro's defense, he cleverly cut inside and passed the ball to Benzema in the front. After adjusting slightly, Benzema attempted a long-range shot, but Buffon once again made a steady save. Buffon's performance remained admirable, as he decisively denied Benzema's shot. Although Juventus's defense in the second half was no longer as solid as in the first half, Buffon's performance remained resilient. He stood like a wall, blocking multiple attacks from Real Madrid. Chapter 385. Adjustments in the luxurious VIP box. Legendary players from Real Madrid were also cheering for Leon's goal. Beckham and Roberto Carlos stood up, excitedly waving their hands, their smiles bright and radiant. Although they were no longer players on the field, they still understood the significance of this match for Real Madrid. Ronaldo also stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on the pitch. The moment he saw Leon score the decisive goal, a proud expression appeared on his face. His goal definitely deserves everyone's applause, he said to those around him. In the stands, Leon's family was also cheering for him. Leon's mother Mia and Lee Tud huddled closely together, their eyes glued to every moment on the field. When Leon scored that decisive goal, Mia almost stood up, tears streaming down her face in excitement. She tightly covered her face with her hands, seemingly unable to contain her inner joy. He did it, Liang's mother whispered, her voice filled with pride and comfort. Lisa hugged Mia, who was also very excited, planning to have a child with Liang tonight. The match resumed, and Juventus players became increasingly anxious, seemingly at a loss with the situation on the field, while Real Madrid players surged forward like a tide, launching another wave of attacks. Chapter 386. Champions. As the match neared its end, Marcelo was still giving his all on the field. In the 88th minute, Marcelo forced his way through from the left wing, dribbling the ball near the baseline of the penalty area, slicing through Juventus defense like a bolt of lightning. Although Juventus defenders tried to stop him, Marcelo's speed was too quick, and he ultimately charged into the penalty area. Marcelo glanced around, noticing the emptiness at the back post, and quickly sent the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Asensio was already waiting for the pass, and without hesitation, he met the ball and easily pushed it into the empty net. 41. Real Madrid has completely secured victory. As the end of the match approached, the bench of Real Madrid was filled with an atmosphere of excitement. The players stood up one by one, their eyes fixed on the field, hearts racing, waiting for that decisive whistle. Zidane stood at the front, quietly watching the situation on the field. Even though victory was almost assured, Zidane remained focused, his expression serious, his eyes sharp. The substitute players beside him occasionally exchanged smiles. Clearly their excitement was spilling over. Chapter 387. Kiss the trophy after the match ended. The stadium was still filled with an exhilarating atmosphere, with all Real Madrid players and staff gathered in the center of the field, waiting for the upcoming award ceremony. The cheers of the fans had hardly stopped. Everyone was looking forward to this moment of glory belonging to Real Madrid. With the steps of UEFA President Alexander Seferin, the podium was ready. Real Madrid's players lined up, their faces beaming with uncontainable smiles. Liang stood with the other players. The atmosphere was filled with excitement. Everyone was used to this championship vibe, yet each person's heart was still filled with thrill. The cheers from the Real Madrid fans erupted once again like a tide. The fans in the stand stood up, waving white flags, chanting the players' names. Liang, Ronaldo, Ramos. Every fan's voice was filled with support and respect for the team. Liang stood in the lineup, looking up at the trophy that was about to be awarded on the podium. His eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. In today's match, he and his teammates had created history together. Alexander Seferin stood in front of the podium, smiling as he gazed at the Real Madrid players. Chapter 388. Looser the next day, Real Madrid players changed into celebratory team uniforms and donned golden championship medals, preparing for the parade the following day. The parade would start from the Bernabeu Stadium, passing through some iconic locations in Madrid, and finally arriving at the City Hall. Real Madrid players would ride on an open-top bus, showcasing the trophy throughout the procession and sharing this honor with the fans. Tens of thousands of fans had already gathered on the streets of Madrid. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Fans waved white flags, singing Real Madrid songs, creating a joyful sea. The bus slowly drove through the streets of Madrid, with countless cheers and shouts along the way. Leon! Leon! The fans cheered, waving their flags. Leon smiled and waved back, feeling delighted, seeing those fans, sensing the connection between him and the fans. This year you're no longer shy, Leon. You're right up front now. Ronaldo laughed and patted Liang's back. Leon nodded, his eyes shining with confidence. This time, he no longer stood quietly in the back row, but actively stepped forward to share this glory with his teammates. As a member of the team and one of the creators of this victory, he was no longer just a supporting role on the field. Chapter 389. Picturesque in the following days, Lisa was busy planning their vacation itinerary, while Leon quietly schemed on how to carry out his plan smoothly. Lisa seemed exceptionally excited, discussing the itinerary to Lucerne with Leon every day. From attractions to food, Lisa considered every detail thoroughly. Leon, do you want to see the famous Ziklag clock tower in Bern? Lisa asked. Of course. You know I'm interested in those attractions, Leon replied. But his mind was thinking about how to surprise Lisa at a romantic moment. Sometimes, Leon couldn't help but observe Lisa secretly. Since she became his girlfriend, Lisa had almost given up her career, spending more time managing Liang's life and daily routines. She not only arranged his meals, but also prepared his training plans and schedules in advance every day. Although Liang tried not to trouble her, Lisa's love had completely integrated into her life. Sometimes, when Liang was asleep at night, he would hear Lisa chatting on the phone with his mother, Mia. They would gossip, talk about the trivialities of life, and sometimes even discuss small issues late into the night, enjoying their conversation. Chapter 390. Breaking the ice when the dishes were served, Liang and Lisa couldn't help but smile at each other, feeling a bit surprised by the exquisite dishes before them. Each dish looked meticulously crafted, with a perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste. Especially the creamy soup made with Swiss cheese. Its fragrance was inviting, and the rich, smooth texture made them feel it was quite special. This dish has a strong cheese flavor, but isn't greasy. It's really unique, Lisa said with a smile. Leon gently sipped his red wine and nodded slightly. The taste is indeed good, better than I expected. As dinner progressed, they chatted about some mundane aspects of life, with the delicious food and tranquil environment, making everything feel more relaxed. After dinner, Leon and Lisa decided not to go to the busy city center, but instead took a leisurely stroll near the hotel. The streets of Lucerne gradually became quiet after 5:30 p.m. With shops closing one after another, the sunset's glow slowly disappearing in the distance, leaving only the gentle lights around illuminating the town's tranquility. They initially planned to wander around, but they didn't expect the streets here to quiet down so early. It seems that city life in Switzerland really is quiet early. Even after dinner, it isn't too lively, Lisa said with a smile, letting out a slight sigh. I was hoping to browse around, but it looks like everything is closed. Chapter 391. Skiing in the morning, Lucerne was shrouded in mist, with only a few early risers on the streets and the occasional sound of birds chirping. Leon and Lisa took a chartered car, heading to the Engelberg ski resort. Outside the car window, the scenery gradually transformed from a quiet city landscape to lush mountains, with distant snow-capped peaks faintly visible. Look, those mountains. Don't they look like a painting? Lisa excitedly pointed out the window, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. They do. The scenery here is indeed fantastic. Leon nodded slightly, but there was a hint of caution in his tone. He looked at Lisa and smiled, adding, however, this is my first time skiing, so you have to take care of me a bit. Lisa chuckled softly. Don't worry, the beginner slopes are very easy. But don't you have a clause in your contract with Real Madrid that prohibits skiing? Won't it be a problem if they find out? Leon shrugged, a hint of helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Just don't let them find out. So please don't take photos and post them online. I can only have a little fun on the beginner slopes and just experience the joy of skiing. After hearing this, Lisa held Leon's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Leon, you really don't need to do this. As long as you're safe and healthy, I'm satisfied. Chapter 392. The proposal. Lisa had no idea that there were other important guests on the ship, her and Leon's families. Bella had arranged for them to board quietly early on, waiting for the right moment to appear. Bella, this arrangement really took a lot of effort, Lisa's father John said softly, but it looks like it will be very effective. Of course, Bella replied proudly. Leon has spent a lot of time preparing all of this. His plan will definitely leave Lisa speechless with surprise. The ship slowly departed from the dock, gliding across the tranquil lake. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the lake reflected the city lights, as if the whole world was calming down for the romance of the evening. The night at Lake Lucerne was quiet and enchanting. The water's surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everything around it. The lights along the shore resembled strings of flowing pearls, shimmering gently in the water with the waves. In the distance, the Alps stood out against the night sky, their outlines clear, and the white snow at the peaks exuded a cold blue hue in the dim light, contrasting sharply with the warm lights by the lakeside. The ship slowly sailed into the heart of Lake Lucerne. Chapter 393. Refusing the contract renewal. Time flew by in Switzerland, and the 10-day trip allowed Leon and Lisa to spend fulfilling and unforgettable moments with both families. Finally, one morning, with a sense of reluctance, they arrived at the Swiss airport, preparing to part ways. Lisa stood in front of her grandmother, gently hugging her. "Grandma, I will miss you. I will definitely come to see you when I have time." Her grandmother's eyes glistened with tears as she held her tightly. "Take good care of yourself. Remember to call me often. Grandma will always be waiting for you." Leon stood aside, smiling as he watched the two bid farewell. He could feel Lisa's emotions at this moment. "Don't worry, Lisa. She will be waiting for you to come back." "I know." Lisa lifted her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, Leon." After saying goodbye, Leon and Lisa took the flight arranged by Barnett back to Madrid. Barnett, Leon's agent, sat beside them, handling some matters regarding Leon's career. On the plane, Barnett looked at Leon and said, "Leon, when we get back to Madrid, we need to discuss the contract renewal. Real Madrid is interested in extending your contract. They want to add 5 years to your current 3-year contract, increasing your salary from 11 million euros to 19 million euros, with a significant increase in bonuses and a buyout clause set at 2 billion euros. Chapter 394. How much is Messi worth? The news of Leon and Ronaldo rejecting Real Madrid's contract renewal quickly attracted widespread attention from football media. Although the two players' decisions were based on different reasons, the reactions from the media and fans were very different. Most fans remained understanding of Ronaldo's rejection. After all, he was already a legendary player for Real Madrid, and at his age, perhaps it was time to consider the final stage of his career. However, the fans' response to Leon's decision was starkly different. They believed Leon was asking for too much and questioned whether he valued money too heavily. How can Leon do this? He has a core position at Real Madrid. How can he refuse to renew just for money? One fan wrote on social media, accompanying it with the news of Leon's rejection of the contract. Even though Ronaldo is older, he has contributed so much. The conditions Real Madrid offered him are completely understandable. Leon has really gone too far this time. After all, money should be enough for him now. Another fan commented on a forum. Faced with the fans' discussions, Leon did not make a public response. The decision he made was not solely about money, but was aimed at pursuing a more balanced life. Chapter 395. Neymar, a member of the think tank, answered without hesitation. Messi signed a new contract with Barcelona this year, which is valid until 2021. The buyout clause reached 740 million euros, with an annual salary of about 50 million euros, not including various bonuses and sponsorship income. Nasser smiled slightly, feeling somewhat disdainful. "This amount of money is nothing to me." However, Barcelona is really being irrational. How can they afford such a high salary for Messi? He will bring a lot of financial problems for Barcelona in the future. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision and asked, "What about Neymar? How much is he worth?" Another member of the think tank responded, "Neymar signed a new contract with Barcelona in 2016 with a buyout clause of about 220 million euros. However, his father, Nasser, interrupted him with a cold laugh. "No buts, just make a direct offer for Neymar. No matter what, we need to bring in a star player. Since Leon has rejected us, we will turn to Neymar." He stared at the documents in front of him, his tone resolute. "We will throw money at the Brazilian until he agrees. Paris cannot slow down." Chapter 396. I think I've pushed Morata into a hole on a calm afternoon. Leon was sitting in his apartment watching tactical analysis videos, preparing for the upcoming season. Suddenly, his phone rang, and an email from Real Madrid caught his attention. The warm-up matches would be held in the United States. Leon quickly skimmed through the email and immediately told Lisa the news. "The United States?" Lisa looked excited upon hearing this, turning around with sparkling eyes. "That's great. I can watch you play and also see my family." "Yes, That's exactly the idea, Leon smiled, pleased with Lisa's reaction, and he felt happy to take them along to feel the atmosphere while watching the game. A few days later, Morata suddenly visited, bringing 2 bottles of red wine. Although Leon and Morata were teammates, their interactions were not frequent. Simply put, Leon couldn't integrate into the Spanish group in the locker room. He often interacted more with the captain Ramos than with other Spanish players like Morata. Despite being friendly, he didn't communicate with much. When Lisa saw Morata had arrived, she quickly prepared tea for him, smiled politely, and then returned to her room, leaving space for Leon and Morata. Chapter 397. Commercial activities. With the opening of the summer transfer market, Real Madrid made some key signings and adjustments to the lineup while maintaining team stability. Although these changes did not directly affect the core roster of the first team, they injected fresh blood into the squad, enhancing the overall competitiveness. Real Madrid has signed young left-back Theo Hernandez from city rivals Atletico Madrid for a transfer fee of $24 million. Theo's performances at Atletico have garnered much praise, and his speed and dribbling ability make him a promising prospect for Real Madrid's left flank in the future. Real Madrid also signed midfield star Dani Ceballos from Betis for $16.5 million. Ceballos is a highly creative midfielder, and his arrival not only adds depth to the team's midfield, but also provides more tactical options for the future. For Real Madrid, Ceballos' signing is not just about current needs, but also about long-term development. In terms of player movements, Real Madrid sold Danilo to Manchester City for $30 million. Although Danilo did not get much playing time at Real Madrid, his departure has made the right-back position weaker for the team. Chapter 398. Another loss during this trip to America, besides participating in Nike's branding events and the International Champions Cup, ICC. Leon looked forward to spending some private time with Lisa. Despite a packed schedule, Leon managed to find time to visit Lisa's family. Lisa also traveled with the Real Madrid team on a charter flight to Los Angeles. Upon arriving at her home, Lisa's grandmother and father warmly welcomed him. "Long time no see," Lisa's grandmother exclaimed as Leon walked in, immediately standing up from the sofa with a big smile. "Leon, long time no see." Grandma smiled and invited him to sit down. "Come on, try the dishes I made. They are definitely delicious." As Leon enjoyed the tasty home-cooked meal, he chatted with Lisa's father and grandmother about their recent work and life. "Leon, how about the upcoming matches? Will you and Cristiano participate?" John, Lisa's father, suddenly asked. Leon smiled and replied, "Neither Cristiano nor I will participate in the first 4 matches. It's mainly for Nike's promotional activities. However, I will be playing in the last 2 matches against Inter Milan and Barcelona." John nodded. "That's good. We'll go to see you play then." Chapter 399. Super Cup. After losing the warm-up match in Los Angeles, the Real Madrid team flew to their next stop, Miami. The weather here remains warm and pleasant, but the pressure of matches and training has made the team's atmosphere somewhat heavy. To help the team focus better on preparing for the upcoming warm-up matches, Zidane made the decision to cancel the young players' freedom to go out. This decision quickly spread throughout every corner of the team. "From now on, you must concentrate fully on the matches and training. Do not get distracted," Zidane stated in a meeting with all the players. "The young players must stay in the hotel to rest well and maintain their best condition." Leon and Cristiano exchanged glances. Although many young players felt disappointed by this decision, they understood Zidane's intentions. For top team, the importance of warm-up matches far outweighs the relaxation of going out. Despite this significant attention and pressure from the media, Zidane clearly hopes the young players can prove themselves through actual performances rather than through relaxation or external distractions. In Miami's first match, Real Madrid faced Tottenham Hotspur. The team's lineup still consisted mainly of substitutes and young players. Although these players were full of potential, they appeared somewhat inexperienced against a strong Tottenham side. Chapter 400. The Tunnel. Zidane emphasized the importance of the match again during training, stating, "Mourinho is a very smart coach. He understands each of our players. We cannot be complacent." Leon and his teammates knew that this match was significant for both top teams. A victory would not only lay a good foundation for the new season, but also boost the team's and fans' confidence. "Mourinho will definitely come up with a tactical plan against us," Cristiano said to Leon after training. Leon nodded. "He knows us very well, especially you and me. We have both played under his tactical system. I believe he will devise a targeted strategy for Manchester United." Real Madrid's plane took off from Madrid on schedule, heading to Nice Côte d'Azur Airport in France. The atmosphere on the plane was somewhat relaxed. The players had gone through several days of intense training. But all of this would not hinder their upcoming journey to the UEFA Super Cup. Leon leaned back in his seat, holding his phone, quickly browsing social media and some match data analysis, filled with anticipation. This was the start of the new season. Although this match was just the UEFA Super Cup, it represented a source of confidence and motivation for every Real Madrid player in the coming months. Chapter 401. Leading the only exception was Ibrahimovic. As he walked past Leon, he slightly raised an eyebrow, a smirk appearing on his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. In that moment, Ibrahimovic seemed no longer the boastful veteran, but a cold warrior. He locked eyes with Leon for a few seconds, as if silently conveying some kind of understanding between warriors. The Swedish giant stood at the forefront of the player tunnel like a soldier. He hardly greeted anyone, his sharp gaze focused ahead, as if he carried no unnecessary emotions or distractions. He was simply staring at the impending battle, waiting for it to begin. As the referee entered the player tunnel, the moment to start the match was approaching. Players began to walk onto the field, and the atmosphere grew tenser. Leon walked to the sidelines, looking around. The atmosphere at Monaco's stadium filled him with immense energy. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. At this moment, the cheers of the fans and the vibrations of the music seemed to carry endless power, pushing the atmosphere of the entire venue to its peak. Zidane. Mourinho turned to face the Frenchman, and the gazes of the two old rivals met in the air. They both smiled slightly, although their appearances were calm. There was an undeniable flame in their hearts. Chapter 402. Halftime Adjustment 10. This goal not only excited Real Madrid fans to the point of almost jumping up, but also shook the entire Monaco stadium. Leon's goal was like a powerful blow, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. He raised his arms high, pointing to the sky, as if declaring his existence. At that moment, instead of running toward the Real Madrid fans, he walked toward the Manchester United stands, raising his hands, covering his ears. And the provocative expression made all the Manchester United fans' emotions flare up instantly. Both. With Leon's provocation, the Manchester United fans erupted into a huge chorus of boos, all their anxiety and anger pouring onto Leon in an instant. Leon's smile did not fade. He remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the red stands, feeling the wrath of the opposing fans. However, just as Leon was about to enjoy this moment of provocation, Cristiano quickly ran over, patted Leon on the shoulder, gently pulled him away, and signaled him to rein in his emotions. Leon was slightly taken aback, knowing that his current state might lead to unnecessary trouble. The referee approached Leon and said softly, "I don't want to give you a yellow card right now, but you must stop the provocative actions immediately." Chapter 403. Back to the midfield. The air in the Louis II Stadium in Monaco was filled with gunpowder as fans waved flags in the stands. Singing and shouting echoed throughout the stadium. The bell in the locker room rang, and players gradually walked out to return to the field. The second half of the match resumed, and both sides adjusted their tactics. Manchester United no longer chose to compact their defense as they did in the first half, but instead opted to push forward. Their intention was clear: to suppress Real Madrid with a more aggressive attack. Mourinho's requirements for the players were clear this time. He wanted to see Manchester United's young players compete with Real Madrid using speed and physical advantage. Real Madrid, on the other hand, maintained their high possession strategy. Zidane stood on the sidelines, keenly observing every detail on the field, jotting down the observed issues in his notebook. It seemed that Manchester United's counterattack in the second half would be very fierce. As Manchester United gradually pushed forward, the young Rashford was positioned to match up against Leon. His speed and impact put some pressure on Real Madrid's right flank. Leon quickly felt the physical confrontation and defensive intensity from Rashford. In the 48th minute, Rashford quickly pressed Leon, trying to push him out of control near the sideline. Chapter 404. Super Cup. As Leon took control of the midfield, the duo of Pogba and Matic began to tightly mark him. Their goal was clear: to give Leon no space to receive the ball comfortably. In the 78th minute, Leon received the ball near the center circle, attempting to turn and shake off Pogba, but Pogba used his physical advantage to firmly hold him. Matic quickly came up to press, trying to intercept the ball. However, Leon calmly used a backheel to pass the ball to Casemiro beside him. Pogba and Matic missed their chance and could only watch the ball slip away from under their feet. A few minutes later, Pogba came back for more. This time, He used his long legs to directly intercept Liang's pass, then advanced the ball to the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area. His cross found Fellaini accurately, but Fellaini's header went slightly off target, causing Manchester United fans to pound their chests in frustration. The physical confrontations between players became increasingly frequent. In the 83rd minute, Liang directly collided with Matic from the side during a press, attempting to stop Manchester United's quick counterattack. Matic fell to the ground, and the referee promptly showed a yellow card. Liang did not argue much. His actions were indeed a bit aggressive, but such tactical fouls were necessary at critical moments. Chapter 4:05 Vinicius. Real Madrid's players had just celebrated their victory in the UEFA Super Cup. Although they were physically a bit tired, their mental state was at an all-time high. The players had a simple celebration in the hotel for this victory, and as the night gradually quieted down, they began to pack their bags, preparing to return to Madrid the next day for the challenge of the La Liga opening match. The players did not hold a lavish celebration, but chose to have a simple gathering in the hotel. Although the celebratory atmosphere was low-key, it was still warm. Simple food and drinks were laid out on the table, and everyone toasted to the team's victory. Liang and Cristiano Ronaldo stood together, chatting quietly. The two did not celebrate recklessly as they had in the past, but instead focused more on exchanging experiences. Other players were also interacting in their small circles, with Ramos and Benzema discussing details of defense and offense. Just as the Real Madrid players were flying back to Madrid, the club announced two important pieces of news. First, an agreement had been reached with Brazil's Flamengo to sign 16-year-old talent Vinicius for a transfer fee of €45 million. Second, a 10-year renewal contract had been signed with sponsor Adidas, totaling over €1 billion. Chapter 4:06 Communication from Zidane's gaze on the sidelines. It was clear he was satisfied with the team's fluid coordination. Smart players are like this. Useful players do not need excessive instructions, almost standing on the same frequency, able to react quickly and coordinate seamlessly without much talk. Each player seemed to fully understand Zidane's tactical intentions, whether it was coordination on the defensive end or cooperation on the offensive end. The players no longer stuck to fixed positions and roles, but used their intelligence and speed to find every opportunity to create threats. The attacking combinations in the training match were constantly changing. Every time a pass was made, players were using the most appropriate running patterns to support, without any unnecessary delays. The tacit understanding between Liang and Cristiano Ronaldo was becoming increasingly evident. Through their eye contact and positioning, they no longer needed to say much. A slight pause, and Ronaldo immediately understood Liang's intention, quickly changing his run, receiving the ball, turning, and preparing to attack. Meanwhile, Liang made appropriate choices in line with the offensive nodes on the field, either continuing the attack or choosing to pull wide to create space, even occasionally swapping positions with Benzema and Ronaldo to generate new attacks. Chapter 4:07 Costa returns to Spain. The start of the La Liga season was still far ahead, but the transfer window's excitement had already ignited the entire football world, with constant news and topics emerging. Liang sat at home, holding the phone, as a familiar voice came from the other end. Diego Costa was calling. Sipping his freshly brewed coffee, he listened to the other party's words. Costa's voice was direct and hearty. Liang, let me tell you something. I've decided to return to Atletico Madrid. It's already settled. Why get back? You must come out for dinner. Liang smiled and relaxedly responded. When are you coming to Spain? Costa's laughter came through soon, in a couple of days. Before Liang could respond, the call was disconnected. Just as Liang was about to put down his phone, he suddenly received a notification. Looking at the news headline, it caught his eye. Diego Costa returns to Atletico Madrid for a transfer fee of €60 million. This news broke out almost the moment Costa ended the call. Liang chuckled. His buddy was really a person without much suspense, straightforward in action. Even his transfer was so clean and efficient. Without thinking much, Liang picked up the remote to change the channel, only to find another headline had started to dominate. Aubameyang joins Arsenal for a transfer fee of €63.75 million. Chapter 4:08 Tax evasion summons. In the third round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Valencia in a match that promised to be a turbulent contest. Although Real Madrid displayed a very strong performance in the first half, the final result was disappointing. The match quickly got underway, and Liang scored a brilliant goal for Real Madrid within the first 10 minutes. He received Benzema's precise pass and calmly shot the ball into the opponent's net within the penalty area. The power and angle of that goal were perfect, leaving Valencia's goalkeeper with no chance to react. Leon opened the scoring for Real Madrid, making the situation seem very easy for a while. Then, Real Madrid's attacks surged toward Valencia's defense like a tide. In the 18th minute, Leon became the focus again, extending the score to 2-0 with a long-range shot. This time, his shot was merciless, with almost no curve, flying directly into the bottom left corner of the goal. Valencia's defense appeared utterly powerless at this moment, and Leon's 2 goals made Real Madrid's lead look almost unassailable. The cheers of the fans rose and fell, and it seemed that Real Madrid had secured victory. Chapter 409. More and more people the next day, Barnett arrived in Spain with a group of people as promised. It was the first time he saw Leon, his expression serious, but with a hint of professional calmness. Leon had just returned from the training ground, still a bit sweaty, but he noticed Barnett's unusual expression. Has there been progress? Leon sat on the sofa, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but still determined. Barnett didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked into the living room and placed a pile of documents on the table. Several lawyers and accountants in suits followed closely behind, busily organizing the documents on the table. Barnett began. We first need to clarify each contract and every payslip. I know you have been paying attention to this issue. Today, I will give you a clear answer. Barnett pulled out several endorsement contracts and Leon's payslips from the pile of documents and started explaining the materials to him. As he flipped through, he verbally explained, "These are the endorsement contracts you have signed. My team and I have verified that all the endorsements you signed comply with Spanish tax regulations," he said, flipping to a contract regarding image rights, noting that the transfer of image rights was also within the stipulated range, and all tax declarations were made at a rate of 43. Chapter 410. Ministry of Finance interview. Real Madrid's 4th league match against Betis was destined to be a disappointing game that all Real Madrid fans would find hard to forget. Before the match, everyone thought it would be an easy victory, as Real Madrid's strength far surpassed that of Betis, and for the Real Madrid players, they were facing a team that was not particularly strong defensively. However, almost all expectations crumbled at the start of the match, especially for foreign players affected by the tax issue, whose form was clearly at a low point. From the very beginning, Real Madrid's players appeared distracted, especially the foreign players. Cristiano Ronaldo, Bale, Modric, Marcelo, Kroos, and Leon, all standing at the top of the world, seemed to be trapped in some kind of predicament. Although they still possessed excellent skills and experience, their performance on the pitch showed none of their former brilliance. In the 11th minute, Betis broke the deadlock. Laurent Moran received a teammate's cross, leaped high in Real Madrid's penalty area, and headed the ball into the net. Navas made a mistake in his save, and Betis successfully broke the deadlock, instantly changing the atmosphere on the field. Chapter 411. Face-to-face meeting. On Monday morning, Leon went to the training base as usual. The sun was shining, and the air was fresh. The training ground was already bustling. Despite the ongoing external turmoil, it was still a normal workday. Leon entered the locker room and saw his teammates preparing for training. However, he noticed that Modric and Kroos were not present, and his heart stirred. Surely the two had received similar letters. After training, Leon returned home and confirmed his schedule. At 3 p.m., he would meet at the Spanish Ministry of Finance. He had long gotten used to the various pressures from the outside world. Leon didn't think too much. Life continued. Besides, if there was really any trouble, he had already hired the most professional team to handle it. At 3 p.m., Leon arrived punctually at the Ministry of Finance located at 5 Alcalá Street in Madrid. He walked into the building and followed the signs to the waiting area on the 2nd floor. The environment here was not luxurious, but exuded a sense of seriousness and formality. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, although Leon felt little tension. He was still somewhat restless and could only choose to sit on the sofa and wait. After about 10 minutes, a suited civil servant approached him, smiling and gesturing for Leon to follow him. Chapter 412. In a dilemma after hearing this, Leon couldn't help but frown, clearly feeling a bit unwilling. I have never evaded taxes or thought of shirking responsibility. But this money has already been taxed according to the regulations. Why is it still treated as tax evasion? Barnett shook his head beside him. Leon, we can't change this. The Spanish tax authorities clearly do not recognize the UK's tax handling methods. They only see that you are a registered player in La Liga, and your income must be taxed in Spain. You can choose to go to court to fight, but that could take a long time, and in the end, there may not be any substantial changes. Leon's anger gradually built up in his chest. He felt unfair but helpless. Although he knew he hadn't done anything wrong, This tax issue had become a heavy burden on his shoulders. His displeasure began to surface. I get it. It's all about buying a way out, right? He sneered. It's always like this. Just pay and it's over. The lawyers and Barnett exchanged glances, clearly sensing the change in Leon's emotions. Barnett hurriedly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm. Lon, don't be angry. At this point, the solution is to pay the money. You know that the Spanish Ministry of Finance will not let you off easily. If this drags on, the consequences could be more severe. Now, we can only choose to solve the problem, preserve your reputation, and settle this tax payment as soon as possible. Chapter 413. Starting anew, arriving at the municipal stadium of San Sebastián in Spain, the tense atmosphere in the air was almost tangible. The players got off the bus one after another, walking briskly, their eyes fixed ahead, trying to avoid eye contact with others. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere grew heavier. No one spoke up, as the case had caused the players' mental stress to increase day by day, making it difficult to focus on the game. Zidane entered the locker room, silently looking around before walking to the center, taking a deep breath, and firmly stating, "Focus, today we must unite and win this game. No matter how the outside world affects us, every minute on the field is our responsibility." His words were concise, but carried an undeniable strength. As the match began, the atmosphere remained silent. Real Madrid quickly found themselves in trouble. Within 2 minutes, Real Sociedad broke the deadlock. William José's goal struck Real Madrid's defense like a heavy blow, even shocking the entire fan base. Leon watched the Real Sociedad players running on the field, and his mood instantly sank. This match is clearly not going to be easy. Chapter 414, because I am Ronaldo. Leon stood on the field, his eyes sharp and focused solely on the football. He sensed the change in his teammates. Although there were no words, he saw in everyone's eyes the aura of invincibility that once belonged to Real Madrid. They were no longer the impetuous players, but warriors ready to set sail again. In the 49th minute, just shortly after the match began, the atmosphere on the field changed. The Real Madrid players seemed to suddenly regain some form, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Modric initiated a brilliant long pass from midfield, accurately finding Leon in the front line. Leon quickly took off, accelerated past defenders, and without hesitation, calmly shot the ball, which flew like an arrow into the bottom corner of the net, leaving Rulli with no reaction. 1-1, both sides returned to the starting line. The cheers of the fans immediately echoed through the Municipal Stadium, especially the Real Madrid fans in the away section, who seemed to see hope in Leon's goal. Leon rushed towards the fan area, raising his hands, smiling, and uncontrollably celebrating this important goal. All the Real Madrid players quickly ran towards Leon, as if they had found a long-lost sense of unity and belief. Chapter 415, guilty. But the lawyers from the Spanish Treasury were not willing to back down. They immediately raised objections and cited the tax regulations passed in Spain after 2010. According to the latest regulations from the Spanish Tax Authority, any foreign resident living in Spain for more than 183 days, even if their income comes from abroad, must pay taxes according to Spanish tax law. Moreover, the Spanish Tax Authority has the right to demand that these foreigners pay back taxes that they have not paid in other countries. The Treasury lawyers pointed out that although Ronaldo had established multiple companies abroad, he had resided and worked as a professional footballer in Spain for a long time, and therefore he should pay taxes on his foreign income according to Spanish tax regulations. Even if Ronaldo had already paid taxes in other countries, Spain had the right to demand payment for any portion that he had not paid in Spain. Upon hearing this, Ronaldo's legal team countered, arguing that these tax laws did not clearly specify how to calculate the amount owed, and that Ronaldo had fulfilled his tax obligations through legal means without any intention of tax evasion. You blame him because of his identity and fame. He has never intended to evade taxes, Ronaldo's lawyer said loudly, asserting that he had never done anything illegal. Chapter 416, dragged into the mire. Why would Ronaldo admit to this? This question kept appearing in Leon's mind. As a well-informed professional player, Leon was not unfamiliar with Ronaldo's situation. After all, he was the absolute core of Real Madrid and a superstar in world football. He knew very well that a player's career is short-lived, and those at the top often have large management teams and professional financial personnel behind them. In such a complex society, players may not necessarily have in-depth knowledge of tax details. In fact, most people are not interested in these issues, as agents and financial teams handle them. But Ronaldo was clearly not an ordinary player. His team was well organized and should not have such tax loopholes. Leon had had many encounters with Ronaldo and knew well that Ronaldo was not the type to easily compromise. He always approached his career with a rigorous, perfectionist attitude, never allowing himself to make mistakes. So why, in this situation, would Ronaldo choose to admit it, even agreeing to pay a fine as high as 19 million euros? Leon had many questions in his heart. Most of the players he knew had been pampered since childhood, living relatively easy lives. And it could even be said that some were very self-centered, with almost no one paying too much attention to details, especially to dull and complex matters like taxes. Chapter 417, Who Spares Who? Although Ronaldo's case had come to a close, the tax storm in Spanish football was far from over. A few days later, Messi's case entered the public eye. Outside the court, reporters surged like a tide, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. As everyone knew that this trial regarding Messi and his father's tax evasion would undoubtedly attract widespread attention, just like Ronaldo's case. Messi's case was similar to Ronaldo's, but had a more complex layer. Ronaldo's case revolved around his personal finances and company structure, while Messi's involved a more intricate father-son relationship. Messi and his father, a seasoned football agent, had set up an anonymous company in the Cayman Islands early in Messi's career and sold Messi's image rights to this company. Through this structure, Messi and his father avoided Spanish taxes, cleverly shifting a large amount of income through differences in multinational tax rates. Most of Messi's endorsement contracts were signed with this company registered in the Cayman Islands, with fees directly deposited into the company's account. The funds from these revenues were quickly transferred and disappeared without a trace through company dissolution and account destruction. The subsequent image rights agency also employed similar strategies, cycling through different companies to hide income. Chapter 4:18-3. 5 million. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew increasingly tense, with a fierce confrontation between Messi and his father's defense team and the prosecutors nearly causing the courtroom to explode. Every detail was magnified infinitely by both sides, with lawyers speaking rapidly and sharply like machine guns, their verbal sparring showing no signs of stopping. At this moment, the judge appeared somewhat impatient. He rapped on the desk, demanding silence in the courtroom. Enough. The judge's voice was loud and powerful, instantly halting the quarrels within the courtroom. He took a deep breath, seemingly preparing for the upcoming ruling. He looked at Messi and his father's defense lawyers, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness and caution. We are not here to debate who is smarter or who is better at cleverly evading tax issues. Today, we are here to discuss a very simple and direct question. Do Messi and his father bear some responsibility for their financial operations? After a brief pause, the judge continued. As beneficiaries of the entire tax evasion scheme, Messi cannot be completely without responsibility. Even if he did not personally manage these funds, as a beneficiary, he must have some understanding of these financial activities. Moreover, once Messi turned 18, all contracts bore his signature, and he was clearly able to make basic judgments about his financial situation. Chapter 4:19-4. 5 million. The day after the match, the Real Madrid players finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of the past few weeks had almost left them breathless. Although they won 2-1 against Alaves and earned 3 points, the turmoil outside the field had not yet calmed down. In the following days, the players' moods did not fully relax, especially Leon, Modric, Kroos, and Bale, as they still had to face the court's judgment. A few days later, it was Leon's turn to go to the court in Madrid for trial. Unlike the attention garnered during Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi's court appearances, the scene that day was much quieter. Although there were still some reporters outside the court, it was far less lively than before. Perhaps it was because the cases of Cristiano and Messi had already attracted widespread attention, while Leon's media coverage was relatively low. On that day, Lisa accompanied Leon to the court in Madrid. Leon wore a black suit, standing tall, but a hint of nervousness was visible in his eyes. Lisa walked beside him into the court, and the flash of cameras followed, but he did not smile or respond as he usually would. He simply lowered his head and silently walked toward the court. Chapter 4:20. A temporary conclusion rationality? Leon scoffed. I've already given them so much, and they still want more. For 5 million euros, I didn't do anything, and they imposed such a high fine on me. Messi only got 3. 5 million? Is this what they call justice? Leon, calm down. Barnett tried to soothe him again, but clearly, Leon was not ready to accept this advice. Seeing Leon on the verge of losing control, Lisa gently walked to his side and took hold of one of his hands. She looked at him softly. Leon, Why don't you take a break now? You can discuss this with Barnett and the lawyer tomorrow afternoon. Okay? Lisa's voice had a gentle power that always helped Leon calm down a bit in such moments. Leon instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing Lisa's silent persuasion, he slightly eased his emotions. Right? Being so angry won't solve anything. He took a deep breath, and his expression finally relaxed a bit. All right? Let us stop here for today. Barnett and the lawyer, witnessing this scene, tacitly stopped arguing. After all, Leon's emotions had been somewhat alleviated, and now they just needed to wait for the right moment to make plans. Barnett nodded. Then we'll leave for now and come back tomorrow afternoon. You should rest well. Chapter 421. Ballon d'Or rules. The end of October quietly arrived. Although the overall performance of Real Madrid could not be considered perfect, it was still acceptable. The team's performance was barely stable, but there was still a significant gap compared to their goal of winning the La Liga championship. However, if one had to say which player was in the best form, it would undoubtedly be Cristiano Ronaldo. In the past few matches, Cristiano had been the highlight of the entire team. Whenever the team needed him, he was always able to step up and score crucial goals for Real Madrid. Real Madrid won the match against Eibar with a score of 2-1, with Leon and Cristiano each scoring a goal for the team. Leon's goal in the match was a typical counterattack. He used his speed to break through the opposing defense, calmly shooting the ball into the net after receiving an assist from Benzema. This goal not only proved Leon's strength, but also helped him regain his confidence. In the following match, the derby against Atletico Madrid ended in a 0-0 draw. Although they did not achieve victory, the team's defensive performance was commendable. However, what really kept everyone on edge was the Champions League group match against Tottenham Hotspur. Although Cristiano scored another goal for the team in the match, Real Madrid's attack failed to break through Tottenham's defense, and the match ultimately ended in a 1-1 draw.